Whoa! Urgent alarm sirens howled across Marine Headquarters Marineford as Dino slowly rose from his seat, grinding the cigarette, but hard into the ashtray. His gaze drifted through the window toward the night sky as he murmured to himself, "Cheeky, so you still came." Just then the office door was violently flung open. A young boy with a still childish face rushed up to Dino and shouted anxiously, "Vice Admiral Dino, the Golden Lion Shiki has launched a surprise attack on Marine Headquarters. He's already reached the edge of the plaza." Dino withdrew his gaze and looked at the youth before him, a trace of daze flickering through his eyes. 20 years ago, he had inexplicably crossed over into the world of One Piece, his soul attaching itself to the body of an infant. Whether due to the transmigration itself or the original Boda's astonishing talent, his cultivation in physical techniques and Haki advanced with half the effort for twice the result, and he awakened Conqueror's Haki at an exceptionally early stage. In a mere 20 years, he had climbed from an ordinary soldier to the rank of Marine Vice Admiral. His strength could rival that of Sengoku the Admiral and was closing in on the legendary Marine Monkey D. Garp. The youth before him was precisely the talent he had snatched from CP 2 years ago, Rob Lucci. In his previous life, he had always felt that Lucci's talent was in no way inferior to that of any protagonist, yet he had been ruined by a worthless Zoan-type devil fruit. If from the very beginning he had focused solely on body techniques, and Haki, Lucci would at the very least possess Admiral-level strength in the future. "Vice Admiral, you're not planning to head over?" Seeing Dino standing there in a daze, Lucci could not help but ask. Dino came back to his senses, patted his shoulder, and said, "Come on, let's go see what that sick lion thinks he's doing." With that, Dino strode toward the plaza. Lucci watched the justice code on Dino's back sway with the wind, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he silently clenched his fists and whispered to himself, "I will surely don that coat one day and become the Vice Admiral's right-hand man." Walking in front, Dino's lips curled up unconsciously. The reason he had offended CP and the 5 elders to wrest Lucci away was precisely because Lucci was loyal enough. In his previous life, even when hunted and framed by the world government, Lucci had never betrayed the world government or the celestial dragons. If he treated Lucci with genuine sincerity, then in the future Lucci would surely follow him wholeheartedly unto death. How could Roger possibly be captured by trash like you? He's a man acknowledged by me. As soon as Dino reached the edge of the plaza, he saw the Golden Lion floating in midair, ranting loudly. Sengoku and Garp tossed aside the coats hanging from their shoulders and shouted up at the Golden Lion, "As Pirate King Roger has already been captured by us." Before Sengoku could finish, the Golden Lion roared, "Pirate King? So what? If he'd been willing to join forces with me, we'd have ruled the entire world long ago." Rule the entire world? Dino walked to Sengoku's side, lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep drag, and only then lifted his head to look at the Golden Lion in midair, smiling with disdain. "Did that ship's wool stuck in your head rattle your brains loose? Since when was ruling the world ever your kind of trash's turn?" Dino continued calmly. "And really, if your brain weren't broken, how would you dare to storm Marineford alone? Did Liang Jingru give you that courage?" "Brat, Dino." The Golden Lion snapped the cigar in his mouth cleanly in half, glaring venomously at him. "No need to shout so loud, I can hear you just fine." Dino picked at his ear, then blew casually at his fingertip toward the Golden Lion and said coolly, "Since you and Roger are such good friends, go accompany him to Logtown." Before his voice had even fallen, Dino's figure had already appeared before the Golden Lion. His fist wrapped in densely concentrated armament, Haki entwined with threads of crimson lightning, smashed toward the ship's wheel lodged in the Golden Lion's skull. He had never considered striking at an enemy's weak point to be shameful. What was shameful was exposing one's own weakness to the enemy. The Golden Lion crossed his swords above his head and blocked Dino's fist, yet the tremendous momentum still drove him straight down into the ground, blasting up a storm of dust and debris. "Shiki, have you even forgotten how to use Conqueror's Haki? With strength like this, you won't be saving Roger. Don't underestimate me, brat Dino. I was famed across the seas when you were still playing in the mud somewhere," the Golden Lion snarled. The Golden Lion burst out of the dust, swinging his long swords at Dino. Countless slashes wove into an impenetrable net of blades surging toward him. Dino merely threw a single punch. A shockwave of Conqueror's Haki shattered the blade net in an instant. "You sword users just love these flashy tricks. What do you take me for?" Dino stomped hard against the ground, his figure turning into a streak of light as he shot toward the Golden Lion, fists and feet striking in combination, every blow aimed squarely at the Golden Lion's head. Bang! 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 The two figures flickered ceaselessly through the air, dull explosions echoing out from each collision. As their battle grew ever more intense, the plaza of Marineford fractured inch by inch, and even the nearby buildings were affected, collapsing in large swathes. "We can't let this continue. Marineford can't withstand it." As Sengoku spoke, he activated his devil fruit ability, flying into the sky to cut off the Golden Lion's escape route. At the same time, Garp charged into the midst of the two combatants, intending to cooperate with Dino to swiftly bring the Golden Lion down. Relying on his speed, the Golden Lion had still barely managed to tangle with Dino, but he was suddenly struck in the flank by Garp's punch. The immense force shattered his ribs. Coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, he sneered, "You Marines are always the same, always so fond of these sneak attacks." "Idiot," Dino could not help but retort. "You've been a pirate so long you've gone stupid. Have you forgotten, this is Marine headquarters? With no strength, what are you putting on airs for? Didn't you come to Marineford alone, intending to take on all of us at once?" Though Dino spoke, he had no intention of stopping. Before the Golden Lion could steady himself, Dino's fist was already hammering toward his head. The Golden Lion could only grit his teeth against the searing pain in his side and raise his swords to block. Dino's attacks were all aimed to kill. He did not dare treat them lightly. Boom! Fist and sword collided, and the Golden Lion was once again blasted away, crashing into and collapsing the building behind him. He was a speed-type powerhouse. Contesting raw strength was not his forte. On top of that, with a ship's wheel embedded in his skull, he did not even dare to unleash Conqueror's Haki. Being suppressed by Dino was only natural. Sweeping over the battlefield with observation, Haki Dino sensed the Golden Lion's weakening aura. He pulled a cigarette from his trouser pocket, lit it, shrugged, and said to Garp, "I'll leave him to you. This is getting dull." With that, Dino turned to leave. There was no need for him in the cleanup. "Brett, the battle is only just—" The Golden Lion straightened his waist and slowly walked out of the rubble to stand in front of Dino, blocking his path. He thrust the sword in his right hand into the ground and glared viciously at Dino, enunciating each word. "Let me teach you how Conqueror's Haki is meant to be used." Then, under Dino's gaze, the Golden Lion grabbed the ship's wheel embedded in his skull and without hesitation yanked it out with a savage pull. Squelch! Crimson blood streamed from the wound, staining his golden hair red. "Jia!" The Golden Lion laughed wildly as he tossed the ship's wheel aside, then seized his long sword and floated into the sky. Looking down at Dino, he shouted, "Brat Dino, let's continue." As his voice spread, the Golden Lion's raging Conqueror's Haki erupted unrestrained. Countless crimson bolts of lightning coiled like serpents, blanketing the sky above Marineford. Marines who had been tending to the wounded were all knocked unconscious by this overwhelming aura. Even those far away in the residential quarters were shaken to the ground, unable to stand. Some vice admirals managed to remain conscious, yet even they could not stand steadily, half kneeling on the ground as they gritted their teeth to endure. The last afterglow, is it? This does carry a bit of a legendary pirate's bearing. I acknowledge your name, Golden Lion. Dino's eyes shone with anticipation. It had been a long time since he had gone all out. At last he could fully indulge in a battle. Quick, evacuate everyone. Shiki is going all out. Sengoku, transformed into a giant golden Buddha, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to withstand the impact of the Golden Lion's Haki, shouting at the newly arrived Momonga and others. Momonga and the others dared not delay. They picked up the Marines who had been knocked unconscious and rushed toward the residential district. But there were far too many unconscious Marines. Momonga and his group could not possibly carry them all. Moreover, the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki was still raging, suppressing their movement speed and making their actions extremely difficult. "Garp, leave Shiki to us. You take the rest away." Garp was already rolling up his sleeves. He too was a battle maniac. At the sight of such a fight, he could no longer contain himself. No matter how much Sengoku shouted, he refused to leave. Sengoku had no choice. He left the battlefield to the two men and began evacuating the remaining Marines. How could the Golden Lion allow Sengoku to rescue the men so easily? He immediately used his Devil Fruit ability, levitating the warships scattered at the edge of the plaza and smashing them all down toward the area below. "Shiki, this really lowers my opinion of you. You're still no match for Roger." Dino sighed and was about to strike the warships in the sky when the Golden Lion seized the opportunity. With both swords swinging vigorously, a massive slash enveloped in Conqueror's Haki shot straight toward Dino. "Leave those warships to me. You focus on Shiki." Seeing Dino blocked, Garp immediately soared toward the falling warships using Moonwalk. His Haki, so dense it nearly became solid, was fully released. Red-black lightning wrapped around his fists, crackling loudly, making them look like two magma fists from a distance. "Shiki, I'll send you on your way." Dino roared, punching through the slash that flew toward him, then using Moonwalk to fly straight at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion kept slashing while using his fruit ability to constantly evade Dino's attacks. With only Moonwalk, it was impossible to catch up to the Golden Lion's flying speed. Dino could only passively endure the attacks. He dared not dodge because below were many soldiers. If he avoided a slash, the soldiers would suffer. Every slash from the Golden Lion was enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, the attack power incomparably great. Soon several wounds appeared on Dino's body. Though not life-threatening, his torn uniform made him look quite— "Shiki, this way you won't beat me. Dragging it out will only bring you to a dead end." Why not shine with your own light in this final moment? Hearing Dino's words, the Golden Lion indeed stopped his long-range attacks. He knew that when he pulled the ship's wheel from his head, his life had already entered its final countdown. Kid, you're more to my liking than I thought. This time the Golden Lion did not retreat, but flew toward Dino. The long swords in his hands turned dark red, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. Clang! Fists and blades clashed in midair. Countless red lightning bolts spread out, illuminating the pitch-black sky bright red. Seeing his attack blocked, the Golden Lion's left sword snaked like a viper toward Dino's side. Dino reached out and grabbed the blade. The two wrestled in the air, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yaha! Kid, your Haki is thick, but you can't control it perfectly. You just rely on brute force. As he spoke, the Golden Lion's sword pressed down with force, and the Haki on the blade suddenly turned sharp, piercing through Dino's Haki and directly injuring his flesh. Huh! Dino was astonished. He had also used the internal destruction technique. How could the Golden Lion still hurt him? In terms of Haki volume, I can't compare to Roger nor to Garp. But with perfect control of Haki, I can still contend with them. In just a few seconds, the Golden Lion's Haki on the sword had completely broken through Dino's Haki. The sharp blade slashed deeply into his fist, cutting to the bone. Dino quickly retreated. This was his first retreat. His Haki simply couldn't contend with the Golden Lion's. It wasn't a matter of quantity or quality. He didn't know how the Golden Lion managed it. Since his Haki couldn't match the Golden Lion's, Dino immediately changed tactics. He would strike and withdraw instantly, refusing to stay locked. This way the Golden Lion couldn't use Haki to break through his defense. What? Not so fond of brute force now. The Golden Lion chased after Dino, slashing and taunting. Dino remained unmoved, each exchange lasting less than a second before he pulled back, leaving the Golden Lion's strength unused. After a long chase, the Golden Lion was breathing heavily, his head starting to feel dizzy. He knew his time was running out. Want to learn? The Golden Lion halted and spoke to Dino. Dino, not understanding what he meant, asked, learn what? My unique technique. The method to break through your Haki. Dino's eyes sparkled. He stopped and asked, you're willing to teach me? Teaching you isn't impossible, but you have to make this fight exhilarating for me first. Dino glanced at the plaza below. The soldiers had been rescued. He slowly descended to the ground, then beckoned to the Golden Lion in the air with his finger. As you wish. Yaha! The Golden Lion let out a wild laugh, gripping both swords and diving straight down, the two dark red swords slashing viciously toward the top of Dino's head. Dino met the attack heat-in. Even though both fists were stained with blood, he remained unfazed, channeling all his Haki to protect the bones and avoid permanent damage. As for the flesh, he didn't care at all. Even if his palms were reduced to skeletons, as long as the bones remained intact, he could slowly recover later. It wouldn't harm his foundation. Clang, clang, clang. The collisions of fists and blades rang out harshly. The once flat plaza was now fragmented into countless pieces, seawater seeping up through the cracks to the surface. The buildings surrounding the plaza were also reduced to rubble. Fortunately, no one was inside. The Marines could accept losing buildings. The world government had plenty of money. A rebuilding wouldn't cost much. Time slowly passed. Dino's body was covered with wounds of various sizes, some so deep the bones showed. Blood stained him completely red. The Golden Lion wasn't much better either. Not only was his attack speed slower, but he also occasionally became dazed. If Dino hadn't wanted to learn his technique, he would have been defeated by a single punch long ago. When Sengoku returned to the plaza, the scene before him left him stunned. On the plaza, the Golden Lion occasionally swung a sword at Dino, who didn't dodge. He simply blocked with his fist. When the Golden Lion paused due to mental confusion, Dino didn't attack, either silently waiting for the next blow. What's going on with them? Sengoku came up to Garp, pointing at the two in the square in utter confusion. Garp sighed softly, one more old acquaintance is about to leave us. Just as they were talking, the Golden Lion regained clarity again. Instead of attacking Dino, he sheathed both long swords and solemnly handed them to Dino. These two famous swords are for you. Dino took the swords and said calmly, I will find suitable masters for them. They won't be wasted. What is the method to break through Haki? The Golden Lion opened his mouth, but before he could speak, his eyes went vacant again. This time the stupor lasted longer than before. Dino could even see a hint of white cerebral fluid mixed with blood oozing from the wound on his head. If not for the fact that observation Haki still detected his breathing, Dino would have thought he was dead. After an unknown wait, the Golden Lion's vacant eyes gradually regained light. The method to break through Haki is simple. Infuse armament Haki into Conqueror's Haki, which makes the Conqueror's Haki exceptionally sharp. I achieved it only through my devil fruit ability. As for you, the Golden Lion simply shook his head gently and said no more. Any last words? Dino asked. Do you think? Am I a failure? Dino looked at the Golden Lion, who seemed spirited. He knew this was a final rally out. Perhaps he would die in the future. People will call you a legendary pirate. Your name, the Golden Lion, will resound across the entire sea. You are not a failure. Facing a dying man, Dino straightforwardly told him the future. And compared to Roger, Dino was surprised. The Golden Lion really was Roger's fanboy. Even dying, he still had Roger on his mind. At least for now, Roger is not as good as you. Hearing Dino say that Roger was inferior to him, the Golden Lion burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! Did you hear that, Roger? You're not as good as me. The hearty laughter drifted away on the breeze. The Marines on Marineford, who were still conscious, all turned their gaze toward the plaza. Not until the Golden Lion's presence completely vanished did Dino say softly, "In a little while Roger will truly become the Pirate King. Then he'll surpass you again, and you will never have the chance to overtake him." The fierce battle between the two concluded with the death of the Golden Lion, spreading Dino's renown across the four seas. The next day, countless news-carrying gulls flew to every corner of the world, with newspapers drifting down like snowflakes. On a small island in the New World, just as the Newgate pirates were preparing to feast ashore, Marco ran to Newgate clutching a newspaper. "Old man, something major has happened." "Gurara, Marco, won't you join your old man for a drink?" Newgate cared nothing for supposed major events, raising a barrel of sake with a hearty laugh. Marco snatched the barrel away and spread the newspaper before Newgate. "Old man Haki is dead, killed by Marine Vice Admiral Dino." Newgate's laughter abruptly ceased. He reached for the newspaper and scrutinized it. The front page bore a massive, striking headline: "The Decline of Pirates, the Rise of the Marines." The article detailed the entire process of the Golden Lion's lone assault on Marine headquarters and his subsequent slaying by Dino. Lastly, it obliquely referenced that the once dominant Rocks pirates had also been crushed by the Marines. From this, it concluded that the age of pirates. Lastly, it obliquely referenced that the once dominant Rocks pirates had also been crushed by the Marines. From this, it concluded that the age of pirates was ending and the Marines were rising, subtly urging all pirates to unite lest they be annihilated one by one. Gazing at the youthful face of Dino on the newspaper, Newgate's pupils involuntarily contracted. The Marine's strength had begun to stir a vague unease within him. The older generation had Garp and Sengoku at the forefront, and the next generation boasted a formidable figure like Dino. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan had long been renowned, and though they had not yet reached Admiral-level power, they were only a step away. If this trend continued, the Marines would remain dominant for at least another 30 years. Once all of the old Rocks remnants had faded away, who would be left to stand against Dino? With this thought, Newgate said to Marco, "Fetch the Den Mushi. I need to speak with some old friends." Marco wasted no time. He leaped into the air, spread his wings, and flew toward the Moby Dick anchored ashore. Soon he handed the Den Mushi to Newgate. "Bree, bree, bree." After a long wait, someone finally answered. "Mama, Newgate, what do you want with old me?" "Planning to have a child with me." "Lean," Newgate said, glancing at the newspaper on the table, his voice grave. "You've seen the news, haven't you? Want to form an alliance?" A burst of laughter came from the other end. "Mama, Newgate, you're not scared, are you?" "It's just a brat." "Gurara, me scared." Newgate almost hung up. His pride would not allow him to grovel. If not for the sake of his entire crew of adopted sons, he would not have made this call at all. "Wait, how do you propose we ally? And who will lead?" Newgate paused, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Contact the others. On the day the Marines execute Roger, we drive the Marines out of the Grand Line together. This place belongs only to pirates." He knew Roger's plan. On execution day, the four seas would be in chaos, and the Marines would not have enough forces to confront them. "How will territories be divided?" Charlotte Linlin asked, clearly tempted by the proposal. "After driving the Marines out, it's every man for himself." "Mama, then let's ally. Drive them all away." No one knew of the two great pirates' secret pact. All eyes were on the Marines, and many had already set sail for Logtown in the East Blue to witness the execution of Pirate King Roger. Unlike the pirates, ordinary civilians rejoiced, beating drums and gongs to celebrate the Marine victory. For most common folk, the Marines represented justice and order, their protection enabling daily life. In the first half of the Grand Line, Sakazuki stood at the bow of his warship, staring toward Marineford. The newspaper in his hand had already been melted by magma. Dino, Golden Lion. He spent his days tirelessly hunting pirates, driven by a deep hatred for them, but also to accumulate military merits in preparation for his future promotion to Admiral. Every Marine knew that Fleet Admiral Kong would soon step down, and the next Fleet Admiral would be chosen from among Admirals Sengoku and Zephyr. As for the Admiral position, if not for this incident, he was 100% certain he would claim a seat. But Dino's sudden rise placed immense pressure on him. Borsellino had close ties with the Five Elders, so his path to Admiral was almost assured. Kazan had Garp's support, and also stood a good chance. Only he and Dino had no connections. Their advancement relied entirely on their own efforts. "Change course. Head to the second half of the Grand Line." Sakazuki ordered his vice captain, his face darkening as he returned to his cabin. To secure the admiral position without trouble, he needed greater military achievements. Dino had already slain the great pirate Golden Lion. Sakazuki had to kill a pirate of equal caliber, or else he could not compete with Dino. Thus, he set his sights on the remnants of the Rock's pirates. In the waters off Sabaody, Kazan's warship was speeding toward Marineford. He had received orders from Admiral Sengoku to escort Roger to Lobetown alongside Vice Admiral Garp. Looking at the newspaper, Kazan excitedly pointed at Dino's photo and said to his aide, "Dino is incredible. He single-handedly defeated the Golden Lion, a figure on par with Vice Admiral Garp. I have to work twice as hard not to fall too far behind." At this time, Kazan was not yet the lazy man he would become. Untempered by O'Hara's tragedy, he was full of vigor and confidence in the Marines. At the same time, in the power chambers of Mary Geos, the 5 elders stared silently at the newspaper on the table. The atmosphere was oppressive, the air carrying a chill. Though they were surprised by Dino's strength, what truly angered them was that Morgans had dared defy their orders and leak information about rocks. This was a matter entrusted by Msama to erase all news concerning rocks. They had even sent Cypherpole to warn remnants like Newgate if any dared to speak a word, the world government would spare no expense to eliminate them. Under such pressure, all those in the know dared not casually reveal anything about rocks. After all, it had not been long since Rock's downfall, and the world government's prestige was still immense. They had witnessed IMS power. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not wish to provoke such a being. If the mighty Rocks had been killed, what chance did they stand? Dino already possesses Admiral-level strength. Should we promote him? No. He is too young. If we make him Admiral now, his prestige within the Marines would become unbounded, making it difficult for us to manage the organization. Wait a while longer. Kong cannot step down yet. Sengoku's little schemes are not yet quashed. We need to wear him down further. Agreed. With just a few words, the 5 elders decided the fate of Marine High Command. This illustrated how severely the Marines were suppressed by the 5 elders possessing almost no autonomy. Isn't the Marines' strength becoming too great? Rocks is destroyed, Roger captured, and the most rampant Shiki has fallen. The Marines don't need that much combat power. What do you have in mind? Sengoku will eventually side with us. Garp is too powerful. Let it be Zephyr. Removing him will also clear the path for Sengoku. Agreed. All 5 consented to the proposal to eliminate Zephyr. In their eyes, any means were acceptable as long as they kept a tight grip on the Marines. Finally, they turned to Morgans. After some discussion, they decided to send Borsellino in person to capture him. Since he would not obey, there was no need for him to exist. They could always groom another news organization to replace him. In late 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the port of Marineford, 2 massive warships were docked by the shore. The Marine soldiers aboard wore grave expressions, their gazes unconsciously fixed on the distance. Here they come. Heighten alert. A Warren officer suddenly shouted. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons and stood ramrod straight on the warship's deck. Garp escorted Roger across the plaza step by step toward the dock. Seeing the square filled with soldiers, Roger burst into hearty laughter. Garp, are you afraid I'll escape? Garp glanced at him and continued walking in silence. You know I won't run. The 2 conversed calmly like old friends of many years. Kazan, following behind, watched them with curiosity. Soon the 3 boarded the warship. Garp immediately ordered set sail. Destination Lobetown in the east blue. Aye, sir. The soldiers snapped into action. Some took the helm, others hoisted the sails, everything proceeding in orderly fashion. When a soldier attempted to take Roger away, Garp refused. Leave him here. Faced with this pirate king who was both enemy and friend, Garp decided to let him take one last look at the vast sea. The warship slowly left the harbor and soon vanished where the sea met the sky. Dino stood silently by the window, watching, unaware that the cigarette in his hand had long burned to ash. Vice Admiral, are you worried about Vice Admiral Garp and the others? Lucci came to his side, following his gaze to where the warship had disappeared. Dino withdrew his gaze and walked over to sit on the sofa. Lucci quickly poured him a cup of tea. Dino took a gentle sip and said, I'm not worried about them. Roger won't escape and his crew won't show up. Over these 20 years, Dino had tried not to alter this world. He had no system, no invincible power. Until he found a way to deal with Emu, he could only let the story unfold as it should, preserving his advantage of foreknowledge. Now he pondered the major events that would follow Roger's execution and how he could increase his own foundation without disrupting the plot's development. Currently, the Marines were roughly divided into 3 factions. Most followed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, while a smaller number stayed with Admiral Zephyr. But Zephyr had gradually stepped back from the front lines, moving toward an instructor role to cultivate more talent for the Marines. As for Vice Admiral Garp, despite his immense strength, his rank remained Vice Admiral. Though respected, he couldn't command others. Only a handful of Marines willingly followed him, among them Bogard and Akiji. Even an old timer like Garp received such treatment, let alone newly promoted vice admirals like Dino and Sakazuki, who could hardly give orders to anyone. Dino's only direct subordinate for now was Lucci, but Lucci was still a youth, his power and rank hadn't yet risen, so he couldn't be of much use. After much deliberation, Dino realized that without affecting the plot, there seemed to be nothing he could do. Tom wasn't in immediate danger, and since he was connected to Pluton the Gorosei, wouldn't let him slip from their control. For now, Dino had best avoid touching that sore spot. There were a few promising prospects in Logtown, but they were all pirates. Without special circumstances, Fleet Admiral Kong would never allow them to join the Marines, and those freedom-loving pirates wouldn't want to join either, let alone show any loyalty to Dino. Suddenly Dino thought of Enel on Skypea. Enel didn't affect the plot, and wasn't under the Gorosei's watch. If Dino could take him under his wing and train him, the Rumble Fruit's heaven-defying power could eventually reach Admiral-Level. But it was only 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, more than 20 years before Luffy set sail. Enel would still be a child, and he likely hadn't eaten the Rumble Fruit yet. Perhaps Dino could claim that invincible fruit first. Even if he didn't eat it himself, he could give it to Lucci to develop. Dino had never considered eating a devil fruit himself. His physique, martial arts, and Haki were still growing rapidly. He had no spare energy to develop a fruit, nor did he want to gain a weakness to seawater. Moreover, at his level, a devil fruit's boost was minimal. He also harbored doubts about devil fruits. Someone in his past life had theorized that Imu's ultimate ability might allow control over all devil fruit users. Though that was likely pure speculation, Dino still didn't want to take the risk. Unless he hit a bottleneck and could no longer advance, he would only then consider becoming a user. For now, he focused on Haki. Master Kaido had said that only Haki can transcend all. Even so, Dino wasn't about to give up on the Rumble Fruit. He turned to Lucci and ordered prepare for a voyage. No need for many men. Yes, sir. No sooner had Lucci left than the office door was pushed open again. Master Zephyr, when did you get back? Dino recognized the visitor and immediately invited him to sit, handing him a cigarette. Zephyr took the cigarette and lit it, asking, I heard you defeated Shiki single-handedly. He studied Dino carefully as he spoke. That old bird Morgans is just spreading rumors, Dino said, lying back on the sofa and extending his back. If it weren't for the ship's wool stuck in his head, I wouldn't have stood a chance. After yesterday's battle, Dino had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He was still far from top-tier fighters like Shiki Roger and Garp, roughly on par with Zephyr, now perhaps a step behind Sengoku. But Dino had his own advantage. He was still young, even younger than Akiji, and far from his peak. In another 10 years, he was confident he could surpass Garp entirely and become the ceiling of combat strength on the sea. As for Imu, he'd leave that to Luffy. Though Dino couldn't understand how Luffy could possibly deal with Imu. When he'd come to this world, One Piece had only reached the Egghead arc, and Luffy at that point couldn't even get past Kizaru, let alone Imu. You look badly injured. Take good care of yourself. Zephyr turned and left Dino's office, but paused at the door and looked back at him. Come by the training camp more often. It'll be good for your future. I will. Zephyr smiled and left without looking back. Dino watched his retreating figure, a pang of guilt rising in his heart. He had known long ago that Zephyr's wife and children would be killed, but at that time, he was only 10 and hadn't officially joined the Marines. There was no way he could have passed along that information. Later, he joined the Marines and, thanks to his heaven-defying talent, was quickly recommended by a base commander to come to headquarters and enter Zephyr's training camp. Half the credit for his rapid growth went to Zephyr. Without Zephyr's unreserved teaching, if Dino had had to grope his way alone, he would probably still be just an ordinary vice admiral. So he was deeply grateful to Zephyr, often visiting his home. Over time, their relationship grew close, and outsiders even regarded Dino as Zephyr's direct subordinate. Only the two of them knew that Zephyr had given up any ambition for the fleet admiral position a decade ago. He had no faction. He only wanted to cultivate more talent for the Marines. Master Zephyr, I couldn't stop the tragedy 10 years ago, but I will never let the disaster 5 years from now happen. Dino swore silently in his heart. He walked to his desk, took the coat draped over the chair, left the office, and headed for the port. His personal warship was ready and could set sail at any time. 5 days later, Dino's warship arrived at Magic Valley Town. It was still not the era of great navigation, and most of the people here were commoners with very few pirates. Go find a man named Kulik. He should live on the eastern coast, Dino instructed Lucci. Upon receiving the order, Lucci immediately took all the naval soldiers ashore, leaving Dino alone on the warship. Just as Dino lay on the deck, dozing off, the phone bug in the cabin suddenly rang with an urgent sound. What could Warlord want before the era of great navigation? Dino thought to himself as he looked at the form the phone bug had taken. Moshi Warlord. Dino picked up the phone bug and asked. Dino, where are you right now? The anxious voice of Warlord came through. I am in the first half of the Grand Line, and will return in a few days. Dino had no intention of telling Warlord about the Sky Island, which not only had the Thunder Fruit, but also an entire city's worth of gold, both of which were important resources for him. I don't care what you're doing, head to the second half of the Grand Line immediately. Sakazuki has been attacked by Wang Ji and Silver Axe on Debaru Island and has suffered severe losses. What is he doing in the second half of the Grand Line? Dino asked. The Marshal had already issued an order that during Roger's execution no navy was allowed to enter the second half of the Grand Line. We'll talk about this later. You must go as fast as you can to support them. Borisolino has already gone ahead. Yes, I will dispatch immediately. After hanging up the phone, Dino quickly took out another phone bug to call Lucci. Major General, we have found Kulik. Bring him back immediately. Let him go for now and return to the warship as quickly as possible. After finishing, Dino hung up the phone and began to seriously recall information about Wang Ji and Silver Axe. After thinking for a long time, he found no valuable information. Before his time travel, Oda had not introduced these individuals much, he only knew they were remnants of the Rocks pirates. However, Dino was not worried. Their strength should not reach the level of a general, otherwise Kaido would not have been able to become one of the four emperors. Sakazuki and Borisolino should be able to handle it. Warlord likely sent him, just in case. On the eastern shore of Kaya Island, Lucci waved his hand to let the soldiers release Kulik and ordered, return to the warship immediately. The officer beside him asked in confusion, but he's the person Major General wants to capture, are we just Although Lucci was Dino's direct subordinate, he currently did not even hold a military rank and the officer did not accept his orders. This is an order given directly by the Major General, do you dare defy it? The Navy is an organization with a strict hierarchy, especially during this period when there was no established military law. A Major General could easily find a reason to kill an officer. The soldiers quickly returned to the warship. Dino wasted no time and directly issued the order, proceed at full speed to Debaru Island in the second half of the Grand Line and have the Navy at Mariawa prepare the lift. Yes. The entire Navy responded in unison. Under the officer's command, the warship broke through the calm seas of Kaya Island and sped towards the Red Earth continent. Dino stood at the bow of the ship against the fierce wind, his justice coat billowing loudly in the sea breeze as Lucci handed him a cup of hot tea. Major General, why the sudden trip to the second half of the Grand Line? Is there an urgent mission? Dino replied, taking a sip of tea. Sakazuki was attacked by Wang Ji and Silver Axe on Debaru Island. We need to hurry to support them. Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Lucci exclaimed in shock. While he was not very powerful, he had done well in his studies and was familiar with Wang Ji and Silver Axe, knowing that they belonged to the legendary pirates. Don't worry, Dino finished his tea leisurely, took out a cigarette, and slowly said, Borisolino has already gone over, as Sakazuki will be fine. But, Lucci wanted to say more, but Dino waved his hand to interrupt him. Has today's training been In 2 days you will be 12 years old. From now on your training will be doubled. By the time you're 14, you can officially become a Navy member. Before that, your strength must reach the officer level so that you can enter Zifa's training camp as soon as you join the Navy, and upon graduation, you can be directly promoted to Rear Admiral. Dino had already paved the way for Lucci, as this was the fastest route to elevate his rank without starting from the soldiers and slowly accumulating experience. As day turned into night, Dino's warship finally arrived beneath the Red Earth continent on the first day of the year 1499 in the Sea Circle calendar. As soon as the warship entered the port, soldiers on duty immediately stepped forward to salute. Reporting to Major General Dino, the lift is ready, you can board at any time. Dino nodded. This time, in order to save time, Dino only took people on board and would change ships in the second half of the Grand Line, leaving his warship for the duty soldiers to return to Marineford. As they reached the Red Earth continent, a seagull delivering news flew over their heads, dropping down a large number of newspapers. Lucci handed a newspaper to Dino, who could guess what it said without looking, but he still unfolded the paper. Sure enough, as he thought, Roger had initiated the era of great navigation before his execution, and people were choosing to go out to sea as pirates for the sake of so-called treasure and fame. Dino glanced through it and found nothing particularly noteworthy, tossing the newspaper back to Lucci behind him. Almost simultaneously, the 5 elders gathered again amid the power struggle. The 5 men fell into a brief silence as they looked at the newspaper in their hands. The most hot-tempered Saint Saturn slammed the newspaper on the table and shouted loudly, "Mobilize the entire Navy to eliminate all remnants of the Roger pirates that cannot be known to the world." "It's too late," Saint Nasudru interjected. "Since yesterday, many allied countries have called to complain. Due to the surge in pirates, many allied countries have seen riots, and the Navy needs to suppress these riots, leaving no extra manpower to deal with the remnants of Roger. Then let the CP agents handle it to talk to them. As long as they do not disclose the location of that place, we can allow them to survive," St. Peter suggested. "CP has reported that the remnants of rocks are moving. Wang Ji and Silver Axe have attacked Sakazuki on Debaru Island, and both sides are still in fierce battle. The Air Force has sent Borsalino and Dino to support. Newgate, Charlotte, Lean, and Kaido have also set off from their respective bases with the target suspected to be Sakazuki and his group. This situation is even more troublesome than the onset of the Great Navigation Era. With a little carelessness, it could very well turn into a major battle. Notify the Navy to retreat as soon as they receive Sakazuki. Abandon the other soldiers. The stability of the four seas is the most important right now. Agreed. The five reached a consensus, deciding not to deal with the pirate situation for now, and to focus the Navy's efforts on suppressing the rebellion in the Allied countries. Soon the Marshal received orders from the five elders. He called Warlord and said, "Tell Sakazuki and Borsalino to head to Dressrosa to rendezvous with Dino." Marshal Warlord hurriedly responded, "Debaru Island is surrounded by Wang Ji and Silver Axe's pirate group. The warship cannot break out at all." The heir looked at Warlord's side and slowly said, "Abandon those soldiers." Bang! Warlord slammed his hand on the desk in front of him, shouting, "Sakazuki and Borsalino can still hold on. As long as we wait for Dino to arrive, they can escape unscathed. Why abandon them?" The heir was unconcerned about the shattered desk, staring intently at Warlord, and said in a deep voice, "Newgate and Charlotte Linlin have already set off, and their target is Debaru Island." Warlord's pupils constricted, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. "I will set off with Zephyr immediately. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Immediately call Karp and Kazan, have them come over and eliminate all remnants of the rocks in one go." "Stop." Kong rose from his seat and grabbed Sengoku by the arm. "Garp and Kuzan must stay in the East Blue to suppress the unrest among the member nations. You and Zephyr are to set sail for the South Blue and the West Blue. The remaining North Blue will be handled by Tsuru. We have no spare forces left to support Sakazuki and the others." But Sengoku stared at Kong in disbelief. "They are righteous Marines, our comrades. How can we abandon? The rebellions in the four seas can be handled by the base Marines and the vice admirals at headquarters." "Sengoku," Kong roared angrily. "This is an order from the five elders. The chaos must be quelled as swiftly as possible." Sengoku collapsed to the floor, his eyes vacant. He could not comprehend how the marshal he respected had become like Sengoku. "The existence of the Marines is to serve the world government, the member nations, and the celestial dragons. If you cannot even distinguish this, you will never become the fleet admiral in this lifetime." Kong patted his shoulder. "For the celestial dragons. Isn't the Marines supposed to be for justice?" Sengoku murmured, his eyes lifelessly fixed on Kong. "Justice? The celestial dragons are justice." Kong grabbed Sengoku by the collar and shouted, "There are plenty of Marine soldiers to spare. The world never lacks soldiers. Without the tribute paid by member nations, where would the Marines get their funding?" Seeing Sengoku stunned on the floor, Kong's tone softened as he consoled, "Sengoku, a leader must weigh the pros and cons and understand the source of power. Do not put the cart before the horse. Go with Zephyr and carry out the mission. Suppress the rebellions in the four seas as quickly as possible." Sengoku did not know when he returned to his office. He looked up at the plaque he had personally hung, "Justice rules over all," which now seemed glaringly ironic. After a long while, the rage in his eyes slowly faded. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the Den Mushi to contact Sakazuki and the other two. "Vice Admiral Sengoku, have reinforcements arrived yet? The soldiers can't hold on much longer." After a long silence, Sengoku said slowly, "Sakazuki, break out immediately with Borsalino and head to Dressrosa to rendezvous with Dino." "Vice Admiral Sengoku, we can't break out. There are too many pirates. When will Dino's warship arrive?" "Listen, Sakazuki. Dino can only reach Dressrosa. You and Borsalino must find a way to break out. As for the other soldiers, they have to be abandoned." Without waiting for Sakazuki to ask further, Sengoku hung up and dialed Dino's number. "Moshi Sengoku-san. We've entered the second half of the Grand Line. We'll reach Debaru Island tomorrow." Dino lay back in his chair, smoking leisurely. "The mission has changed. Head directly to Dressrosa. Sakazuki and Borsalino will rendezvous with you there. Once you've picked them up, return to Marineford immediately." Dino sat up straight, staring intently at the Den Mushi as he asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Did Sakazuki and the others succeed in breaking out?" "Don't ask. Follow orders." Dino wanted to ask more, but Sengoku had already hung up. After pondering for a long while, Dino finally ordered the warship to change course and head for Dressrosa. On the other side, Sakazuki exhaled a few puffs of cigar smoke which shrouded his face, making his expression unreadable. He punched Wang Ji, who was charging at him, sending him flying. Turning to look at the Marines still fighting desperately, he murmured, "Sengoku, is this your justice? I will never give up." Just then Borsalino descended from the sky and stood beside Sakazuki, asking, "What's wrong?" "Reinforcements aren't coming. We have to break out with the soldiers and head to Dressrosa to meet Dino." "How frightening. We can't do it alone." Borsalino fired a laser, forcing back the approaching Yin Fu. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his lecherous face. So what? I brought them here, and am going to bring them back safely. Sakazuki roared his entire body, turning into surging magma as he flew toward the Marines' battlefield, firing several massive magma fists that blasted a gap in the encirclement. All Marines break out now. But before he could finish, Wang Ji's long sword steeped in dense armament Haki slashed across his back. PSSH. Although Sakazuki avoided the vital spot, a gash was opened on his back. Trickles of blood mingled with magma dripped to the ground, sizzling. Oh. Wang Ji looked at Sakazuki with interest. Are you protecting them? He gestured to the Marines below, who were trying to break out. Then I'll annihilate them first. With those words, Wang Ji dove down and slashed a flying slash toward. You're asking for death. Sakazuki fired a great eruption to disperse Wang Ji's slash, standing in front of the Marines to block Wang Ji from advancing further. Wang Ji charged with his sword, launching a fierce assault on Sakazuki. Occasionally, he slashed a flying slash toward the distant warship, determined to crush the Marines' hope. Sakazuki gave him no chance. Even at the cost of injury, he refused to let the warship suffer any damage. Time passed slowly. Sakazuki was covered in blood. His strength was evenly matched with Wang Ji, but to protect the warship, he had taken several of Wang Ji's slashes. Are you willing to throw away your life for a bunch of ants? Wang Ji chuckled, glancing at the Marines who had already returned to the warship. Sakazuki ignored his words and ordered the Marines on the warship, head to Dressrosa immediately. Don't worry about us. The soldiers aboard received the order and wasted no time, quickly starting the warship. They knew that staying would only make them a burden. Wang Ji watched the slowly departing warship without stopping it. Instead, he recalled all the pirates and surrounded Sakazuki tightly. To him, Sakazuki was far more important than those Marine soldiers. If he could take down Sakazuki, it would be a devastating blow to the Marines. Go. Whoever kills him becomes the vice captain. Wang Ji waved his hand and ordered the pirates while he took the chance to recover his stamina. Humph. Sakazuki sneered, and his body suddenly sank into the ground, transforming into a living volcano. The crater spewed scorching magma, quickly covering half the island. Oh, Captain Wang Ji saved me. Haki can't stop his magma. Think of something fast. Cries of agony erupted one after another. Countless pirates were engulfed by magma, leaving no trace, while only a few strong ones leaped into the air to avoid the attack. When the cries ceased, Sakazuki's form reappeared from the volcano. His chest heaved violently, clearly having expended a tremendous amount of energy. Wang Ji saw it clearly. He gave Sakazuki no respite and ordered the remaining pirates again. Go. He's out of stamina. Finish him now. Though the pirates were terrified of Sakazuki, they feared Wang Ji's orders even more. They leaped using Jeppo and attacked Sakazuki. Great eruption. Sakazuki's fists transformed into enormous magma fists, blasting into the sky to block the pirates' attacks. At that moment, Wang Ji's figure flickered and appeared abruptly behind Sakazuki, his long sword piercing accurately into his back. Sakazuki's observation Haki screamed a warning, but it was too late to parry. He could only choose to become intangible to avoid the fatal strike. But the pirates in front had been waiting for this opportunity. The moment Sakazuki turned intangible, their attacks reached. Bang! PSSH'd. Boom. Fists, blades, and cannonballs poured down on Sakazuki. To evade Wang Ji's attack, Sakazuki had no energy left to deal with the blows in front. He could only rely on hardening his armament Haki to withstand them. Volcanic eruption. The moment he blocked the attack, Sakazuki once again unleashed his awakened ability. Endless magma surged from his body. Wang Ji and the others, unwilling to take it, heating, used Jeppo to leap into the air, once more dodging Sakazuki's assault. Huff, huff, huff. When the airborne magma dissipated, Sakazuki knelt on the molten ground, gasping heavily. Using his awakened ability twice had left him utterly exhausted. Oro, oro, oro. Am I late? Suddenly, a ferocious dragon head poked out from the clouds and breathed a column of fire downward. Heat breath. A pillar of fire carrying rolling waves of heat slammed into the ground, the ensuing gale flinging all the surrounding pirates away. Kaido, are you trying to kill all my men? Wang Ji roared, but Kaido paid no heed. The colossal dragon form coiled within the cloud layer slowly shrank, eventually materializing into a burly man wielding a spiked club, staring intently at the deep crater on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. From the depths of the crater came the sound of coughing. Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, straightened himself, and shot back into the sky. Oro, 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 you look quite pathetic, Sakazuki. Kaido hovered in midair, laughing wildly. Wang Ji also tore his gaze away from Kaido, reassessing the panting Sakazuki. Sakazuki's face darkened. If it were only Wang Ji, he could still break through with heavy injuries, but now with Kaido added, was he destined to die here? Before Sakazuki could ponder further, Kaido charged forward. His spiked club wrapped in dense armament Haki hurtled towards Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki raised his fist, a magma giant fist crashing into the incoming club. Boom. A dull explosion accompanied by splattering magma scattered like fireworks in all directions. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed, his conqueror's haki emanating outward continuously, washing over Sakazuki. Up. Sakazuki roared, pouring all his strength into his fist, trying to force Kaido back. But he was already exhausted, and Kaido was a powerhouse of brute strength. Not only did Kaido not retreat a step, he intensified his force, blasting Sakazuki away with a single swing of his club, sending him crashing to the ground. Sakazuki stumbled backward, leaving several deep craters in the ground. Before he could regain his balance, Wang Ji had already appeared behind him with his sword, once again aiming at Sakazuki's back. Sakazuki spun around abruptly, punching the blade, while his left hand transformed into a magma dog head, striking at Wang Ji's side. Wang Ji dared not endure the blow. He kicked hard against the ground, explosively retreating, dodging Sakazuki's fist, and unleashing a flying slash through the air. Just as Sakazuki was about to sidestep, Kaido raised his club, blocking his escape route. Thunderbogwat. The spiked club, wreathed in crackling lightning, struck Sakazuki's shoulder with brutal force. Bam! Crack! That single blow shattered the bones in Sakazuki's shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he twisted his body with all his might to evade Wang Ji's attack. Ha ha, Sakazuki, you can't escape. Wang Ji laughed as he released his own conqueror's haki. Seeing this, Kaido also unleashed his conqueror's haki, the two forces pressing down on Sakazuki. Although it didn't harm Sakazuki, it made his movements sluggish and his steps heavy. That half-second pause was a golden opportunity for Wang Ji and Kaido. One from the front, one from behind, they erupted with their strongest armament haki, sword and club, striking Sakazuki almost simultaneously. Sakazuki clenched his teeth, squeezing out the last of his stamina to activate his awakened ability, erupting with endless magma to envelop himself. This time Wang Ji and Kaido did not retreat, enduring Sakazuki's magma to complete their assault. Left with no choice, Sakazuki turned to block Wang Ji's attack, while he had no option but to endure Kaido's blow from behind. Bam! The moment Sakazuki seized the sword, Kaido's attack landed on his back. His remaining armament haki was mercilessly torn apart by Kaido's haki, a torrent of armament haki rushing through the club into his body, relentlessly ravaging his internal organs. Ugh! Sakazuki collapsed to the ground, vomiting a torrent of blood with shredded bits of internal organs clearly visible in the crimson pool. He struggled to rise, but fatigue washed over his mind like a tide. His head grew heavy and darkness veiled his eyes. Damn it! How can I fall like this? With his unwilling roar fading, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground motionless. Seeing this, Wang Ji's eyes glinted coldly, and he raised his sword to strike Sakazuki's neck. At the critical moment, a laser beam shot toward the sword. Borsellino, having endured a strike from Silver Axe to his side, saved Sakazuki. Before anyone could react, he flashed beside Sakazuki, hoisted him up, and prepared to retreat. You think you can save him? Who do you take me for? Kaido roared, his conqueror's haki pressing down on Borsellino as he raised his club overhead, aiming squarely at Sakazuki's head. Seeing the club descending, Borsellino had no choice but to shield them with his own body, taking Kaido's blow. He then grabbed Sakazuki and flickered toward the sea. Fortunately, he still had considerable stamina left. Though Kaido's attack injured him, it didn't impede his movement. Seeing them flee, Kaido's eyes turned crimson. He transformed into his dragon form and gave chase, unwilling to let go of the chance to kill Sakazuki. Carrying Sakazuki, Borsellino couldn't use his devil fruit ability and could only rely on moonwalk to escape, unable to widen the distance. Kaido pursued relentlessly, spewing columns of fire from his mouth. Borsellino dared not stop, dodging as best he could. When an attack was unavoidable, he wrapped Sakazuki in his haki and endured the blow with his own body. Gradually, a hint of panic crept onto Borsellino's face. His body was nearing its limit. If he was hit by another of Kaido's heat breaths, he would have no choice but to abandon Sakazuki and flee alone. Heaven never seals off all exits. Just as despair set in, a black speck appeared on the horizon where the sea met the sky, the island where Dino was Dressrosa. Borsellino stopped, conserving his stamina, exploding with the last of his strength to fly toward the island at maximum speed. Behind him, Kaido opened his massive dragon maw and spewed a torrent of fire. Sakazuki, you owe me one. Borsellino cursed through gritted teeth, once again wrapping the unconscious Sakazuki in his haki, while Kaido's heat breath struck his own body. Boom! A thunderous sound. Borsellino stumbled, nearly falling from the sky, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth onto Sakazuki's torn marine coat. The sound reached Dressrosa not far away. Dino, lying on the deck, extended his observation haki. Damn the yellow monkey and the red dog. With a cry of surprise, Dino leaped from his lounger and shot toward them using moonwalk. Seeing Dino's figure, Borsellino let out a heavy sigh and flew desperately toward him, Sakazuki in his arms. Damn it. Kaido also spotted Dino and knew he had lost the chance to kill Sakazuki. He spat out one last breath of fire, turned, and prepared to flee. Dino glanced at Sakazuki and Borsalino's arms, fury blazing in his eyes. He wrapped his fist in Conqueror's Haki and punched through the column of fire aimed at Borsalino. Return to the island first. Leave Kaido to me. With that, Dino stomped the air, creating a series of explosive cracks, and shot after Kaido like a beam of light. In just a few breaths, Dino appeared above Kaido's dragon head. Without a word, he threw a fist wreathed in Supreme Conqueror's Haki straight at Kaido's forehead. Boom. The punch struck Kaido's head, sending countless crimson lightning bolts scattering. Kaido's eyes rolled back, and his massive dragon body plunged into the sea like an arrow kicking up towering waves. Still unsatisfied, Dino dove into the sea after Kaido grabbed his dragon tail and thrashed him wildly in the water. Roar! Kaido howled in fury, unleashing countless lightning bolts and hurricanes like blades at Dino. Dino coated his entire body in armament Haki, and Kaido's attacks couldn't even penetrate his Haki. After shaking Kaido until he was dizzy, Dino punched him into the sky, then flickered and launched a frenzied assault on Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed in the sky. Kaido, relying on the Azure Dragon Fruit's invincible defense, barely endured Dino's attacks. After more than 10 minutes of continuous assault, Kaido could hold on no longer and fell unconscious, his dragon body crashing onto the sea surface. Dino stared at the motionless Kaido, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he contemplated whether to finish him off. Just as Dino hesitated, a dark cloud flew from the distant horizon, upon which stood a slender woman with a graceful figure. Upon seeing the arrival, Dino abandoned the thought of killing Kaido, hovering in midair in silent anticipation. Mama, you dare harm my dear little brother. Charlotte Linlin tore the hat from her head, which instantly transformed into a massive sword and slashed a beam of light toward Dino. Elbaf's spear Hakoku. Dino furrowed his brow and punched toward the light wave. Boom. The light wave dissipated. Charlotte Linlin approached to face Dino, looking him up and down, and asked, "You think you can defeat Shiki, that fellow?" Dino took out a cigarette and lit it, lifting his chin to look at Charlotte Linlin with a light laugh. "Why don't you try and find out? Mama, then he'll test just how strong you are." As her voice fell, a flaming cloud flew from behind Charlotte Linlin, charging straight at Dino. Dino took a deep drag of his cigarette. When the flaming cloud reached him, he suddenly unleashed an immensely powerful Conqueror's Haki, freezing the cloud in midair. Then densely concentrated Conqueror's Haki coiled around his fist as he punched the cloud. "Mama, save me." But before the words finished, Dino's fist had already struck the cloud. The moment contact was made, the cloud shattered like a bubble, and the soul power within it was completely erased by Dino's Conqueror's Haki. Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin let out a wail. The erasure of her soul caused a sharp pain in her head. She stood on a dark cloud, wielding her massive sword, and attacked Dino furiously. Clang! Fist and blade clashed across the void. Red lightning formed by Conqueror's Haki rained down upon the sea like a downpour. Fish hiding deep in the ocean were stunned by the two surges of Haki, floating to the surface belly up, only to be shattered by the shockwave of the battle. "I'll die, old lady," Charlotte Linlin roared, and with one slash sent Dino flying dozens of meters. In terms of raw strength, no one could outmatch Charlotte Linlin. Moreover, being in midair without a foothold, it was only natural for Dino to be knocked back. Charlotte Linlin did not pursue. From their exchange, just now, she understood that she could not defeat the Marine before her in a short time. Since she couldn't overpower him, she saw no point in wasting time. The most important thing now was to rendezvous with Newgate quickly and launch a surprise attack on the Marines, driving them completely out of the second half of the Grand Line before they could react. With that in mind, Charlotte Linlin glanced at the unconscious Kaido, maneuvered her dark cloud beside him, grabbed his tail, and soared into the sky, speeding back in the direction she came from. Only after their figures vanished over the horizon did Dino turn and fly back to Dressrosa. As soon as he landed on the deck, he immediately ordered the soldiers. Set course, immediately returned to Marineford. The warship slowly departed the harbor. Dino went to the medical room on board. Sakazuki lay on a hospital bed connected to various instruments. His breathing was weak but steady. "How is he?" "No life-threatening danger." Reporting to Vice Admiral, the medic removed his mask, glanced at the monitor, and said slowly, "Vice Admiral Sakazuki is out of imminent danger, but his internal organs are severely damaged. It will take considerable time to fully recover." Dino nodded slowly. "As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." Just then the door to the medical room was pushed open. Borsalino walked in, his upper body wrapped in bandages. He glanced at Sakazuki on the sickbed, then pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossed one to Dino, lit one for himself, and pursed his lips. "Scary, I almost died at the hands of pirates." Dino muttered inwardly, "Even if everyone else in the world died, a yellow monkey like you would never die." But outwardly he asked with concern what happened. With your strength and Sakazuki's, you shouldn't have been injured so bad. If it were just the two of us, it wouldn't have been like this. But Sakazuki stayed behind to help the soldiers break through, which is why it turned out this way. By the way, did the soldiers all return? Don't worry, Dino waved his hand. They're on their way back to Marineford. It shouldn't be dangerous. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly urgent knocking sounded. Dino frowned and said, "Come in." Lucci violently pushed open the door, came before Dino, and said solemnly, "Vice Admiral, we've just received news. Vice Admiral Sakazuki's warship encountered the Dao spider pirates on its return journey. A fierce battle ensued. The Marine soldiers were outmatched, and all perished." Bang! Before Dino could speak, Borsellino kicked and shattered the nearby table, then walked out of the medical room with a dark expression. "Order the warship to return to Marineford at full speed." Dino gestured for Lucci to leave, then sat by the sickbed and smoked in silence. If Sakazuki woke up and learned that the Marines he risked his life to save had been completely wiped out, he would probably go mad. 2 days later, the warship finally returned to Marineford. Sakazuki had not yet awakened and was sent to the medical ward for treatment. Dino and Borsellino went to the Fleet Admiral's office to report. As soon as he entered the office, Dino questioned Kong, "Fleet Admiral, why did you not allow me to go to Debaloo Island, and instead had me wait at Dressrosa?" Borsellino remained silent, but his eyes burning with anger were fixed on Kong, also demanding an explanation. Kong said nothing, merely taking a document from his drawer and placing it before the two. Newgate and Charlotte Linlin have led the formation of a pirate alliance. More than half of the pirates in the second half of the Grand Line have joined, carrying out a full-scale expulsion of the Marines there. I have already ordered all Marines to withdraw from the second half. Dino's eyes narrowed. He opened the document and examined it carefully. After a long while, he handed it to Borsellino and asked Kong, "Fleet Admiral, is the Navy planning to completely abandon the second half of the Grand Line? With our strength, we have every opportunity to annihilate them all. Even if all the pirates united, the Navy still had the power to wipe them all out. Newgate would be handled by Garp. Both were powerhouses of the same caliber, and neither could defeat the other quickly. Charlotte Linlin would be entrusted to Sengoku, who would face no pressure at all. The remaining, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Kaido, didn't require Dino's intervention. Borsellino, Kazan, and Zifa could suppress them. With Dino, a Marine of Admiral-level strength, still available, it would be a catastrophic disaster for those pirates. Kaido, a tank, was nearly killed by Dino in just over 10 minutes. The others couldn't even slow Dino's advance. Given a little time, he could completely crush them all. Kong sighed and said, "Now Roger's remnants are missing. Redfield is stirring restlessly, and the Four Seas are in constant turmoil. We don't have enough military strength to block Newgate and his group. Let them have the second half of the sea for now. Let's thoroughly suppress the chaos in the Four Seas first, then we'll deal with this." Dino had nothing to say. He could understand Kong's reasoning. After all, the Four Seas were all member countries paying immense tribute to the world government each year. Naturally, the world government would prioritize helping them suppress internal rebellions. As for the countries in the second half, there were originally very few member nations. Abandoning that region would not be a significant loss to the world government. You two will stay in Marineford to prevent Newgate and the others from breaking into the first half of the sea. Yes. The two left the Fleet Admiral's office. Dino asked Borsellino, "How about a drink?" Borsellino shook his head, pointed to the sky, and said, "I have things to do. He'll go first." With that, his form transformed into a dazzling golden light and flew toward the Red Line. After a period of time, Dino remained in Marineford while the chaos across the seas was largely suppressed by the Navy, with only some powerful individuals escaping to the sea and becoming pirates. Today, the flames of piracy that had gradually died down were reignited by a piece of news from Morgan's. The headline on the newspaper was particularly eye-catching: "The latter half of the Grand Line has been taken over by pirates. A new world is born." In the marshal's office, Dino slumped on the sofa smoking a cigarette, while Borsellino placed the newspaper on the empty marshal's desk and pouted. How terrifying! Did Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin join forces? The empty marshal retracted his gaze from the distance, his expression solemn. He first glanced at Borsellino, then fixed his gaze on Dino. "During this time, you all need to be cautious. No matter what, we cannot let the pirates enter the first half of the Grand Line." Dino extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and said slowly, "Haven't Garp and Sengoku returned yet? If Whitebeard and the others move together, we won't be able to hold them off. Currently in Marineford, only he and the empty marshal had the strength of a general, and neither of them was a match for Whitebeard. How could they defend? They still need to stay in the Four Seas to suppress the pirates." This new development has reignited the flames of piracy, and many allied nations are once again being struck by pirates, suffering heavy losses. The empty marshal pointed at the newspaper on the desk, his tone grave. "Then you must communicate well with the higher-ups. Right now we know nothing about Whitebeard and the others. Simply defending like this is not a solution. Dino said indifferently. He wasn't too worried. In the original story, Marineford had never been breached by pirates. This time it was highly likely that Whitebeard and the others would not launch a strong attack on the Navy headquarters. Don't worry, the 5 elders said that if necessary they will personally. Before the empty marshal could finish his sentence, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Sakazuki entered the office and directly shouted at the empty marshal, "Why are we withdrawing from the latter half of the Grand Line? Is the Navy going to abandon the civilians there? How will the world perceive our Navy?" After more than half a month's recovery, Sakazuki's external injuries had healed, but his internal injuries still needed considerable time to treat, and he was not yet able to fight at full strength. Right now, pirates are causing chaos everywhere, and we don't have enough manpower to protect the bases in the latter half of the Grand Line. To minimize losses, we can only temporarily give up. Damn it, as long as we can recall Sengoku Garp and Kazan, we are fully capable of fighting the pirates to the death. Sakazuki's eyes widened in anger, and thick smoke began to rise from his fists. The empty marshal fixed his gaze on Sakazuki and said slowly, "No, the Navy must ensure the safety of the allied nations in the 4 seas. We don't need to worry about the latter half of the Grand Line. Let them stir up trouble there for now." The two stared at each other for a long time, but in the end Sakazuki conceded. He was just a rear admiral at the moment, and his words carried little weight. He lacked the qualification to challenge the empty marshal. He silently turned and exited the marshal's office, leaving behind a path melted by magma. Dino watched Sakazuki's retreating figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and turned to the empty marshal saying, "Marshal, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The empty marshal nodded and waved his hand saying, "Go ahead, but you cannot leave Marineford." Dino acknowledged and followed the charred path left by Sakazuki to the training ground, where Sakazuki was currently training hard. "Exercising with internal injuries, do you not want to recover?" Dino approached Sakazuki and handed him. Sakazuki waved his hand, took out a cigar, and tossed it to Dino. "That stuff is for women, try this." Dino chuckled lightly. Although he did not like cigars, he did not refuse. The two sat on the ground of the training field smoking cigars and chatting. "Sakazuki, do you think the existence of the Navy is for justice or for the celestial dragons?" Sakazuki looked at Dino in confusion. He did not understand what Dino meant by this question, but he still responded affirmatively. "Of course it is for justice." Is abandoning comrades and allowing pirates to act recklessly also considered justice? Though his tone was questioning, Sakazuki could sense that Dino was mocking him. He wanted to retort, but could not find a reason to argue back, leaving him stunned. Dino patted his shoulder saying, "You should focus on recovering your body before training. There is plenty of time, no need to rush." With that, Dino stood up and left the training ground. Arriving at a secluded abandoned site, Dino took off his coat before starting his daily training. Bang, bang. The dull sound of impact echoed in the empty abandoned site. In front of a massive warship, Dino was relentlessly attacking the ship's hull with his fists. The hull, forged from fine steel, was covered with dense fist marks, and in some places it had been penetrated, exposing the wood beneath the steel. As time passed, small cracks began to appear on Dino's fists, and bright red blood oozed from the cracks, staining the ship's gleam. Only when his fists were bloodied and bruised with tiny fractures appearing in the bones did Dino stop his training and sit cross-legged beside the ship, beginning to cover his bones with armament haki. Dino could clearly feel the armament haki flowing into his bones through those cracks, but the bones showed no change, remaining as fragile as ever. After a long time, when his bones no longer absorbed the haki and all the tiny cracks had disappeared, Dino stood up and attempted to fuse Conqueror's haki with armament haki once more. Since Golden Lion had informed him of this method, he had tried many times, but had never succeeded in merging the two haki. It was only when his head began to throb slightly that Dino stopped the fusion and left the abandoned site. Conqueror's haki is an extension of mental power. Excessive use can lead to headaches. If forced to use Conqueror's haki beyond its limits, one may even faint, and in severe cases it can lead to a mental breakdown and madness. Observation haki, while also a form of mental power, differs from Conqueror's haki. As long as one is focused, it can be maintained for a long time. Even with excessive use, it will usually only lead to mental fatigue, and the effects of haki will weaken without harming the mind. However, achieving special abilities like predicting the future or covering an entire island is exceedingly difficult, seemingly requiring some innate talent. In any case, Dino has not been able to predict the future to this day. As for armament haki, it is much simpler. It can be used as long as there is stamina, and the method to improve the quality of armament haki is also straightforward. It naturally upgrades through long-term use and clashing with higher-level haki. For Dino, his armament haki had already reached a very high level. Perhaps only Sengoku and Garp in the entire Navy had stronger armament haki than him, but not by much. Yet this small gap was fatal. Dino could fight with Sengoku relying on his vastly superior Conqueror's haki, but against Garp, he would surely be crushed. Recently, Golden Lion had already provided the answer. To quickly reach their level, Dino could only attempt to fuse the two Haki. He estimated that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to break through with armament Haki in the short term. Enhancing Conqueror's Haki was even more elusive. His Conqueror's Haki was already on par with the top tiers like Garp. Of further upgrading might reach the level of Emu or Joy Boy, a level he might never attain in his lifetime. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Dino took out the Navy's special ointment for treating external injuries to heal his hands. This ointment had a strong healing effect on external wounds, allowing his injuries to heal overnight. In the time that followed, Dino lived a regular yet boring life in Marineford. Every day he would train his physique and Haki in the abandoned site. After 2 years of attempts, although he had not succeeded in merging armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, he unexpectedly managed to successfully fuse observation Haki with Conqueror's Haki. The fusion of the two Haki covering his body could block the probing of others' observation Haki, which was what Shanks referred to as observation kill. In the year 1501 of the Hyuan calendar, the turmoil across the 4 seas was finally brought under control. Although numerous pirates still roamed the seas, the Navy had established bases in the allied nations, causing ordinary pirates to think twice before attacking. High-ranking figures like Carp and Sengoku gradually returned to Marineford, turning the once empty Marineford into a bustling hub. Just after the new year, Marshal Kong convened a high-level meeting that required the attendance of all vice admirals stationed at headquarters. In the conference room, Marshal Kong sat at the head of the table, flanked by Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, while behind them sat Carp and Vice Admiral Crane, both formidable veterans. Sitting next to Carp was Dino, which not only recognized his strength, but also symbolized his status. Next were Akainu and his 2 companions. As 3 powerful nature-type users in the Navy, their strength was well known, and no one had any objections to their seats in the front row. Behind them sat Gigi and Shuan, followed by Elite Vice Admiral Weasel, and others each with cigars and cigarettes in hand, and some even shirtless, draped only in large coats. As everyone gathered, Marshal Kong cleared his throat and began today's meeting. You have all worked hard over the past 2 years, and your contributions have been noted. The 5 elders have decided to grant everyone a month off. Upon hearing the announcement of a month off, some faces lit up with smiles, while others remained indifferent. Many Navy men had no families left, and even with a break, they had nowhere to go. Perhaps they would travel or simply stay in Marineford to rest, making it no different from their regular work. Kong scanned the room and noted everyone's expressions. He retracted his smile, speaking solemnly. Before we take our leave, we have a task at hand to capture that location and establish it as the frontline base for the Navy's advance into the New World. Everyone's fists tightened as they looked at the location pointed out by Marshal Kong. It was a large island near the Red Land in the New World, also known as the G1 base in the original story. However, it currently belonged to Whitebeard, and even Fishman Island beneath the sea was under his domain. Is this meant to confront Whitebeard directly? Would others get involved? After 2 years of experience, Sengoku had grown more composed, even somewhat indifferent. To complete the mission, he could sometimes unhesitatingly sacrifice parts of the Navy and civilians. The one to answer Sengoku was not Kong, but Vice Admiral Crane, who had begun to step back from combat roles and was now officially in charge of the Navy's intelligence department. According to the intelligence gathered, the pirates in the New World formed a temporary alliance 2 years ago, which includes Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lin Wang, Ji Silveraxe, and Kaido. Everyone here knows their backgrounds well enough without me elaborating. Upon hearing this, many faces changed. They recalled vividly the strength of the Rocks pirates. Over the years, there had only been one admiral casualty who had been killed by Rocks. However, thinking back to how Rocks had died in God Valley, and how the great pirate Shiki had been defeated by the Navy in Marineford 2 years ago, a heavy sigh escaped everyone, and the tension on their faces eased, replaced by anticipation. If they could eliminate all the pirates in the New World at once, the remaining pirates in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line would merely be a group of clowns that the Navy could eliminate at any moment. While the Navy's strength could crush them, we must also guard against other pirates seizing the opportunity to cause chaos. The former right-hand men of Pirate King Roger Rayleigh and Jabba have also been spotted in the New World. The Devil's Heir Barrett recently destroyed a small island, and he will undoubtedly seize this chance to strike at the... As for the other pirates in the New World, most have already joined the large fleet formed by Whitebeard and Charlotte. After Crane finished speaking, she distributed the documents in her hands. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of pages turning could be heard. Dino leaned back in his chair, silently smoking. His mind was racing with thoughts. Rayleigh and Jabba were unlikely to intervene. They would probably wait for Luffy, the destined one, to appear. But it was hard to say. If the Navy swept through the pirates in the New World effortlessly, they might step in to aid the pirates to counter the Navy. There was also the Red Count, who was not inferior to Whitebeard, lurking in the shadows, and given his character, he likely wouldn't show himself. Lastly, there were the future warlords of the sea and Carp's son Monkey D. Dragon, who was also a formidable force that couldn't be ignored. Especially Dragon, whose strength was at least on par with Akainu and the others. Thinking of this, Dino glanced at Crane and slowly spoke. What about the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas? If we all mobilize, they surely won't just stand by and do nothing, right? In response, Marshal Kong stood up and replied solemnly, I have considered this as well. This time into the New World, only Sengoku, Carp, Yu, Akainu, Kazan, Jiji, Shuan, Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider will go. 10 in total, each leading a fully crewed warship. Zephyr and Palyasolino, along with the remaining vice admirals, will be responsible for dealing with the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, ensuring that other pirates won't interfere with you. Dino nodded, having no objections to Kong's arrangements. The current warlords of the sea were still young, and even if the average vice admiral couldn't win, they wouldn't lose too badly. With support from Admiral Zephyr and Palyasolino, there shouldn't be any major issues. As for the New World, Carp would deal with Whitebeard, Sengoku would handle Charlotte, Lin and Akainu, and the other vice admirals would take on Wang Ji. He would coordinate from the center, which seemed manageable. In fact, most of the Navy's vice admirals were already in their 20s to 30s with powers nearing their peak. With such talent, their strength wouldn't increase much in the next 10 or 20 years unless they obtained powerful devil fruits. Marshal Kong waved his hand and ordered, since there are no objections, let's take action. Zephyr, you all set out first. Wait until you reach the Four Seas before Sengoku, and the others move to avoid alarming the enemy. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Soon countless warships set sail from Marineford's port. The Navy's large-scale movements could not escape the eyes of Morgan's newsbirds and the pirates, and the news quickly spread. The Navy is mobilizing, and the pirates of the Four Seas will face another bloodbath. Morgan's newspaper spread across the world that day, causing the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas to hide in isolated islands and deep mountains, waiting for the storm to pass. On an island in the New World, Whitebeard stared at the newspaper in his hands, lost in thought. He had received news that this operation involved only Zephyr as the admiral and some vice admirals, while Carp and Sengoku were not part of the mission. After contemplating for a while, he dialed Charlotte Linlin's Den Mushi. What do you want, Whitebeard? Came Linlin's dissatisfied voice from the other side, accompanied by the faint sound of a man sobbing. Whitebeard frowned. If nothing unexpected happened, Charlotte Linlin should be busy having children. He disregarded this and directly stated, You have received the news right. What are your thoughts? Mama, Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly. Whitebeard, I find you increasingly timid. Is it the deaths of Roger and Shiki that have frightened you? Humph. Whitebeard snorted, coldly unconcerned with Charlotte Linlin's mockery. He said blandly, Sengoku and Carp are not involved in the Navy's actions. Be careful of their surprise attack in the New World, and that Marine who killed Shiki is not participating either. After saying this, Whitebeard hung up the phone, directly not wanting to say another word to Charlotte Linlin. After thinking for a moment, he instructed Marco, who was nearby, tell Squard and the others that once they spot the Navy, they must return immediately and are not allowed to engage with the Navy. Old man, what's happening? Marco asked as he came to his side. Whitebeard slowly shook his head, waving his hand for Marco to go down. Make sure they do not engage with the Navy. If they see the Navy, they must retreat immediately. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Marine fleet, led by Admiral Zifa, finally arrived at the Four Seas. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the Marine fleet merely patrolled the seas, annihilating any ship flying a pirate flag. Once the pirates fled onto an island, the Marines would not pursue further. Some believed the Marines could not set foot on islands. Instead of hiding, they rampaged through towns, slaughtering civilians. Upon receiving the news, Fleet Admiral Kong immediately ordered Borsellino to rescue. When Borsellino arrived on the island, the town before him was engulfed in flames. Bodies of civilians lay scattered along the roads, each one mutilated beyond recognition. The hearts of some young women and children had been ripped out, their entrails strewn across the ground. Witnessing this brutal scene, a rare expression of fury flickered across Borsellino's lecherous face. His form flickered incessantly, and he finally discovered the group of pirates on the other side of the island. I originally set out on this mission with a pleasant mood, but you have ruined it. How should I torment you? A lazy yet bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. The pirate captain was the first to react, looking up at the sky above. A golden light blazed like the sun, blinding all who gazed upon it. Monster Vice Admiral of the Marines Borsellino. The pirate captain screamed in terror. Aren't the Marines forbidden to land? Why are you here? Who told you the Marines cannot land? Borsellino extended a finger and fired a laser, shattering the pirate captain's right hand. Still not satisfied, he fired several more lasers, obliterating the captain's limbs before descending to the ground. Amid the pirate captain's agonized wails, Borsellino's face regained its usual lecherous expression. He said slowly, "How long can a person live without food and water? Pity I don't have time to witness it." With that, he unleashed his observation Haki and fired countless lasers, shattering the limbs of all pirates. In the blink of an eye, dozens of human husks lay on the shore. Borsellino lit a cigarette as he listened to their wails and pleas for mercy. Only after finishing the entire cigarette did he transform into a golden beam and fly away from the isolated island. As for those human husks, they would slowly await death, the greatest punishment for pirates. Borsellino's bloody slaughter had a significant effect. Pirates across the four seas no longer dared to massacre civilians, yet most they would steal some food and liquor before hiding deep in the mountains. Most pirates had prepared for a long-term hideout, but a newspaper half a month later reignited their enthusiasm to set sail. The first piece of news was that the Marines' advance into the New World had been thwarted. A pirate alliance launched a fierce assault on the Marines, and a great battle erupted in the first half of the New World. The Marines' situation was grim. The second piece of news concerned the first half of the Grand Line. Admiral Zifa had encountered Silver's Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right hand, and the two had fought to a stalemate. Monster Vice Admiral Borsellino attempted to reinforce, but was intercepted by the rising great swordman Mihawk. Now only ordinary vice admirals patrolled the four seas. Some powerful pirates set sail once more, intending to reach the New World while the Marines were exhausted. Thus the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line descended into chaos once again. Rewind to half a month earlier, when the Marine fleet had just arrived at the four seas. Kong could hardly wait to order Sengoku and the others to head to the New World. With the assistance of the Red Line's elevators, 10 large Marine warships took only half a day to travel from Marineford to the New World waters. Squard, stationed at G1 Island, had long received orders. The moment he saw the Marine fleet, he did not hesitate a second and immediately instructed his men to pack up and flee to Newgate's stronghold. Yet his greatest mistake was his greed for the island's treasures. By the time he gathered his loot and attempted to set sail, it was too late. From afar, Sakazuki clearly identified the pirate flag on the ship, and without a word launched a meteor volcano that sank all the pirate ships along the coast. Arriving at the shore, Squard watched his ship sink. He stared in horror at the warships on the distant sea. At the forefront stood a tall figure wearing a Wynard shirt with a rose pinned to his chest, his justice coat billowing in the wind. Sakazuki! Squard shouted, instinctively stepping back. If there was one Marine the pirates feared most, it was neither the mighty Garp, nor the resourceful Sengoku, nor the famous Dino, but the mad dog Sakazuki, who showed no mercy to pirates. Pirates who encountered Sakazuki had only two outcomes: defeat him and escape with severe injuries, extremely rare, or be annihilated without mercy, leaving no survivors. Squard suppressed his fear and looked at the warships behind Sakazuki. The sight made him collapse to the ground. Without hesitation, he took out a Den Mushi and called Newgate. Bring. He stared at the Den Mushi and couldn't help shouting, "Dad, pick up the phone." Just as Sakazuki's warship was about to close and the call connected. Squard, what's wrong over there? Newgate's voice was deep and weary through the Den Mushi. Dad. Squard's lips trembled, his voice stuttering. The Marines. The Marines are attacking. Leave immediately. Don't worry about anything. Newgate shouted anxiously. I can't escape, Dad. This time the Marines have 10 warships. Garp and Sengoku are here along with Sakazuki, and... Before he could finish, a large hand gripped his neck firmly. Sakazuki snatched the Den Mushi, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sakazuki. Aboard the Moby Dick. Newgate watched the Den Mushi change its appearance, his face darkening. His hand holding the receiver trembled slightly. Suppressing his fury, he asked slowly, "What have you done to my dear son?" "What have I done?" Sakazuki gave a light laugh, his hand around Squard's neck slowly turning crimson. "Ah!" Squard's throat emitted agonized screams, his face shifting from pale to bright red. "Come and see for yourself." With that, Sakazuki crushed Squard's neck. Magma billowing with black smoke enveloped his corpse into a stone mound. Very well. You Marines want war. Then I will give you a grand war." As Newgate roared, a burst of Conqueror's Haki surged from his body like a tsunami, shattering everything in the cabin. Even the sturdy deck cracked into pieces. The sky itself split open with a massive fissure. Black clouds blanketed the entire sea. Crimson lightning poured into the ocean like a curtain of rain, and countless sea beasts were knocked unconscious, floating to the surface. "Dad, what happened?" Marco lay on the ground, his face full of terror. For the first time in all these years, he had witnessed his father unleash such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Hearing Marco's voice, Newgate regained his composure. Seeing his sons all collapsed on the deck, he quickly retracted his Haki. Marco staggered to his feet, his legs still trembling violently. He stepped closer to Newgate and asked urgently, "Dad, why are you so angry? What happened?" "Marco," Newgate said, placing a hand on his shoulder, each word deliberate, "the war has begun. Inform everyone to return." Though Marco did not know what had happened, he would always follow his father's orders. Seeing him nod, Newgate waved for him to leave, then sat back in his chair and dialed Charlotte Linland's number. Charlotte Linland had just answered the phone when she heard Newgate's deep, angry voice. The war has come. Carp and Sengoku have already entered the New World. Carp, Charlotte Linland shouted, swallowing the dessert in her hand before asking, is the information accurate? Squard saw it with his own eyes. The Navy has sent a total of 10 warships this time. Mamma, the New World is ours. The Navy shouldn't think of entering. The two pirate leaders quickly reached an agreement. The next morning, as the sun rose from the sea, more than 10 pirate ships set off from their respective territories towards the entrance of the New World, vowing to drive the Navy out. The Navy soon received the news. Sengoku, with a serious expression, looked at the intelligence in his hand, which indicated that nearly 20,000 pirates were coming, a number several times greater than that of the Navy. However, the Navy had no additional troops to reinforce the New World. Almost all elite forces had been dispatched by Admiral-Level to the four seas, leaving only one admiral to watch over Marineford. No matter what, the Navy must not retreat this time. The New World cannot be handed over to the pirates. Dino, sensing the heavy atmosphere, spoke up. The situation is similar to what we predicted. Although the pirates outnumber us, we still hold the advantage in high-end combat power. Sengoku shook his head. Rayleigh has already made an appearance. Whether Jabra will join the fray is Ha, Sengoku, you needn't worry. If Jabra shows up, let Dino handle him. With his strength, he won't lose to Jabra. Carp, reclining on the sofa while chewing on a rice cracker, said nonchalantly. The young Carp had already developed a liking for rice crackers, and he held no fear for this war. He had participated in battles far more dangerous than this. Sengoku sighed and turned to Kazan, saying, in a couple of days, create a battlefield about 20 miles in front of Green Island Navy G1 base, a name I made up. We must not allow the pirates to break through here. Kazan nodded. His fruit ability had been developed to the point of awakening. Freezing the sea was not a difficult task for him. The only reason he hadn't reached Admiral-Level was that his Haki and physical strength were still lacking. As time passed, the atmosphere on Green Island grew heavier. Everyone knew a life-and-death battle was about to. 5 days later at noon, the door of the temporary conference room was pushed open by a soldier who rushed in, terrified, shouting, report to Admiral Sengoku. 28 pirate coalition ships have reached the Third Emil Sea area of the battlefield and are expected to land in half an hour. Have you spotted Jabra? Sengoku asked as he stood up. Jabra was a key figure in influencing the war, and his whereabouts must be confirmed. The soldier was startled by Sengoku's imposing demeanor and stammered, no sighting. With a heavy breath, Sengoku looked at Carp and the others around him and ordered, set off. Quickly, 10 Navy warships sailed rapidly towards the ice battlefield created by Kazan. When they reached the icy surface, the pirate coalition's Grand Fleet had already halted not far away, with Newgate's Moby Dick leading the front. Newgate stood tall at the bow, his captain's coat billowing in the sea breeze. Holding Song Yuncut, upon spotting Akainu, his eyes emitted a piercing cold light, unleashing a crimson lightning bolt formed from Conqueror's Haki towards Akainu. Akainu was shaken by this sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki, his body trembling as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and fought back, letting out a low growl like a wild beast. It wasn't that Newgate's Haki was particularly strong, but Akain's strength had not yet reached Admiral-Level, leaving a significant gap between him and Newgate. This was also his first encounter with such a powerful Conqueror's Haki, and he was momentarily unprepared. Newgate, do you think so little of our Navy? As Dino's voice rang out, a Conqueror's Haki no less powerful than Newgate's erupted from him, pushing back the Haki that had suppressed Akainu. The two Haki forces were skillfully controlled, forming thick bolts of lightning that clashed in the air, having no impact on those around them. Meteor volcano. Just as Dino and Newgate were clashing with their Conqueror's Haki, the freed Akainu suddenly launched an attack. Countless magma fists rained down from the sky, directly smashing towards Moby Dick. Oomph! Newgate snorted disdainfully, raising his right hand to punch the magma fists in midair. Crack! A sound like shattering glass rang out as the magma fists in the sky were annihilated by Newgate's punch, falling into the sea with the sea breeze. Get on, everyone! Annihilate the Navy! Newgate shouted, grasping Song Yuncut, and leaped forward, his figure shooting out like a cannonball, instantly landing on the ice surface. Charlotte Linland was equally unyielding, soaring towards the Navy on Zeus, pulling off her hat mid-flight and unleashing a massive slash towards the Navy's ranks. Their movements sounded the war's horn, and the pirates behind them quickly drew their weapons, charging towards the Navy, thus commencing a grand battle. Carp laughed heartily, calling out to Newgate, "Long time no see. Do I wonder if your strength has regressed?" As he spoke, he tossed aside his justice coat, clenching his fists tightly, preparing to launch an attack on Newgate. Dino hurriedly reached out to stop him, his gaze fixed on Newgate. "Admiral Carp, can I take him on?" Carp hesitated momentarily, his expression serious as he said, "Are you sure?" Don't think that just because we had a stalemate with Conqueror's Haki earlier that you can handle him. Dino tossed his cigarette to the ground, stamping it out with his foot, while smiling. How will we know if we don't try? Besides, isn't there you? If I can't handle it, it'll just switch out. Their conversation clearly reached Newgate's ears, and anger flashed across his face as he swung Sung Yunkut towards Dino. What do you take me for? Facing Newgate's attack, Dino chose to endure without dodging. Since the opponent was only using physical strength and armament Haki, he would respond in kind, testing how far he was from a king-level powerhouse. Clang! The clash of blade and fist produced a piercing explosion, and the ice surface where Dino stood cracked under the impact, with fissures spreading like a spider web, creating a deep pit several meters wide. You still have a long way to go. Newgate unleashed all his strength, directly blasting Dino into the ice below. Carp, seeing Dino fall, was about to help, but was interrupted by Charlotte Linlin's attack. Mama, my opponent is you. Charlotte Linlin knew she was not Carp's match, so she called for Kaido to join her, surrounding Carp between them. Linlin, it seems the lesson I gave you back then wasn't enough. Carp directly wrapped his Conqueror's Haki around his fists, kicking off the ice surface with great force, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Charlotte Linlin, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at her face. Charlotte Linlin swung her sword towards Carp's fist, both sides exerting their full strength from the very beginning, as countless red lightning bolts spread from them, causing ordinary Navy soldiers and pirates to faint as they were overwhelmed by the sudden eruption of Conqueror's Haki, collapsing in rows on the ice. Whether in terms of Conqueror's Haki or sheer explosive power, Charlotte Linlin was no match for Garp. In mere seconds, Garp shattered the Conqueror's Haki, coating her long blade, and his fist slammed into the weapon with tremendous force, hurling Charlotte Linlin away to shatter the solid ice surface. Garp intended to press his attack, but Kaido's strike arrived from behind, forcing him to abandon his pursuit of Charlotte Linlin and turn to deal with Kaido. Kaido was not yet the future Emperor of the Sea. He had yet to master the technique of coating his attacks with Conqueror's Haki. Nonetheless, with the terrifying regenerative power of the Azure Dragon Devil Fruit and the formidable physique of the Oni race, his strength was already approaching that of an admiral. Garp raised his left arm to block Kaido's spiked club, while his right fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki drove into Kaido's side. Unable to dodge in time, Kaido concentrated all his armament Haki around his waist for defense. Bang! A dull thud rang out as Kaido was sent flying dozens of meters by Garp's punch, landing on the ground and howling in pain. It hurts so much. Garp, come and kill me. Due to Garp and Charlotte Linlin recklessly unleashing their Conqueror's Haki across the battlefield, the pirates, who had once held a numerical advantage, saw their ranks thinned by more than half, allowing the Marines to gain the upper hand. Wang Ji and Sakazuki, sworn enemies, had been going all out from the very start, each eager to finish the other off. Unfortunately, their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could prevail in a short time. Silver Axe was intercepted by Kazan. Although Kazan's current strength was inferior to Silver Axe's, the gap between them was not significant, making it impossible for Silver Axe to defeat Kazan quickly. King and Katakuri found themselves at a disadvantage against Gion and Tokacake, even being steadily suppressed. They were only saved from defeat by the assistance of other pirates nearby. The other vice admirals had also found their respective opponents, and the battle was deadlocked. However, Sengoku and Admiral was steadily pushing back Newgate's division commanders. If the pirates did not receive reinforcements, Sengoku was fully capable of reducing their numbers in a short time. Newgate surveyed the battlefield, his expression darkening. To ensure his sons survived the war, he had to quickly eliminate Dino and then deal with Sengoku. With that thought, he no longer held back. He coated Murakamijiri with both armament and Conqueror's Haki simultaneously. Not a fusion of the two, but a technique that allowed his armament Haki to penetrate the opponent's defense upon breaking through and cause internal destruction. This skill required precise control over Haki and was a hallmark of king-level combatants. Dino had not yet reached that level. Newgate unleashed his observation Haki, but could not sense Dino's presence. He immediately realized that his opponent had mastered the technique of observation killing. Frowning, he punched the air toward the black hole in the center of the deep pit. The shockwave, imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, struck the pit, shattering hundreds of meters of solid ice. A massive amount of seawater rushed into the hole and quickly filled it. Yet Dino's figure still did not appear, nor did his observation Haki detect any trace of him. Newgate sneered coldly. Since you won't come out, I'll force you out. Ignoring the lurking Dino, he turned and walked towards Sengoku. But after only 2 steps, Dino burst from the pit and appeared behind Newgate in an instant, his right leg wreathed in dense Conqueror's Haki, as he delivered a whip kick aimed at Newgate's occiput. Without even turning his head, Newgate swung Murakamijiri horizontally, intending to trade wounds with. A savage glint flashed in Dino's eyes. He increased the force in his leg, while concentrating both armament and Conqueror's Haki on his abdomen to brace for Newgate's attack. Newgate felt a surge of inner delight. From their brief earlier exchange, he knew that despite the Marine's formidable strength, he still fell short of Newgate himself. If the opponent refused to engage in direct confrontation, it might take considerable time to defeat him. But now the man was arrogant enough to try trading blows. A golden opportunity Newgate would not miss to inflict serious damage. He thus gripped his blade with both hands, putting his full strength into a devastating slash aimed at Dino's abdomen, while also coating his head with both types of Haki to guard against any mishap. In the blink of an eye, both attacks landed almost simultaneously. Torrents of Conqueror's Haki erupted from the two combatants, and crimson lightning coiled like writhing serpents across the sky. Heavy dark clouds pressed down from above, only to be thrust back upward by the two Haki outbursts. The solid ice beneath them fractured violently, with deep fissures spreading rapidly in all directions, soon covering the entire battlefield. Seawater around them was forced outward, gradually forming a wave several meters high. The sudden spectacle stunned others into halting their battles. Some pirate officers and vice admirals like Mamanga, unable to withstand the pressure of the two Haki, knelt on the ground, clutching their heads in agony. 1 second, 2 seconds. Their clash lasted only 2 seconds before Dino was sent flying by Newgate's slash. His marine uniform was torn, revealing a gruesome wound on his abdomen from which bright red blood seeped, staining his trousers. In contrast to Dino's battered state, Newgate emerged completely unscathed, his golden hair only slightly. "You really surprised me," Dino said with a light chuckle as he looked at Newgate. He had finally found a way to quickly reach the king level. "So this is how Haki can be used." Newgate held his blade horizontally and spoke slowly. "I never expected that this still wouldn't seriously injure you. With your talent, you could catch up to me in no time, and perhaps one day surpass rocks to become the ruler of this sea. Why choose to be a marine, a lapdog of the celestial dragons?" Dino took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before saying calmly, "Pirates. Ruler. Only the Marines can be the rulers of this sea." Newgate tightened his grip on Murakamajuri. "Then I have no choice but to put you down here, lest you hunt down all pirates in the future. If you can come and try." The two clashed once more, Crimson Conqueror's Haki erupting from both in waves. Others fled in all directions, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire of their battle. As time passed, their fight grew increasingly fierce. The wound on Dino's abdomen had slowly scabbed over, but several new cuts had appeared on his hands, some merely superficial, others deep enough to reveal bone. Yet even so, Dino showed no sign of faltering. Instead, he fought more fiercely. He could clearly feel his armament Haki rapidly coalescing, and his control over Haki becoming more precise. Perhaps in the next instant, he would master Newgate's technique and officially step into the ranks of king-level fighters. Newgate also noticed Dino's transformation. Anxiety gnawed at him, and his attacks grew more ruthless. Occasionally, he alternated between devil fruit abilities and Haki, throwing Dino off his rhythm. While Dino struggled to hold on, Sengoku achieved results. After a night of battle, as the first rays of the next morning rose, he finally found his opportunity and struck the 4th Division Commander Thatch unconscious with a shockwave. With one powerful commander neutralized, the balance tipped instantly in Sengoku's favor. He erupted again, sending Aizu and Whitey Bay flying, completely breaking the pirates' encirclement. The remaining Marco, Jozu, and Vista, while desperately holding Sengoku at bay, shouted to Teach, who was lying on the ground gasping, "Teach, take them away first. We'll handle this." No one knew why Teach was in such a miserable state, and Dino, the only one who knew the truth, did not intend to expose him. Perhaps, like Luffy, Teach was a trump card against time. One that Dino would not alter the course of the story for until he found a way to deal with him. Teach heard Marco shout, and quickly picked up the unconscious Thatch and the other two retreating from the battlefield. Sengoku did not stop him. He only wanted to end the battle here quickly and support Dino. Having resisted Newgate for so long, Dino was covered in wounds. Without support, he could be defeated at any moment. This was the suppression of a king-level powerhouse over an Admiral-Level 1. Although the battle could not be ended quickly by slowly grinding down, the Admiral would eventually be worn to death by the king. Although Garp suppressed Charlotte Linland and Kaido throughout, he could not defeat them. The main reason was Charlotte Linland's monstrous defense coupled with the recovery ability of the Soul Fruit, so Garp simply could not completely crush Charlotte Linland. The battle continued, but as time passed, the battlefield gradually calmed down. Fighting at full power quickly drained everyone's stamina. After a day and a night of battle, many people's movements became sluggish, though only Newgate, Garp, and a few others still maintained abundant energy. Dino stood opposite Newgate, bent over and panting heavily. To prevent Newgate's armament Haki from entering his body, Dino had to release his own Haki at full power, which drained his stamina enormously. After a day and a night of fighting, he was nearing his limit. Damn, Sakazuki and Kazan can fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Probably the first 9 days were just... Dino muttered, inwardly spat out the blood overflowing from his mouth, straightened up, and said to Newgate, The battle is about over by now, isn't it? The Navy only wants Green Island, oh we won't occupy other islands. Newgate glanced at Dino and smiled. How much longer can you hold out in your condition? Why should we retreat? Dino took out a cigarette soaked in blood from his pocket, lit it, and said calmly, I can't hold on much longer, but if you defeat me, will the war end? Don't forget that the 5 old men haven't shown up yet. If just 2 of them come, I'm afraid not a single one of your sons will leave alive. Hearing Dino's words, Newgate's pupils sharply contracted. The great battle of God Valley years ago was still fresh in his memory. He knew very well the hidden combat power of the celestial dragons. If pushed too far, the pirate alliance would surely be annihilated. Thinking of what Roger had said to him back, then Newgate entertained the idea of retreat. Giving this island to the Navy was not unacceptable to him, but he still said firmly, we can retreat, but you must hand over the murderer of Squard. Dino gently exhaled. A puff of smoke stomped the ice surface to pieces, and his figure turned into a blur as he charged at Newgate, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, aiming at Newgate's chest. If you're completely annihilated here, even if the person Roger has been waiting for appears in 20 years, there will be no room for him to survive. Newgate held his blade horizontally in front of his chest, staring at Dino with a grave expression, and asked seriously, what do you know? What I know doesn't need to be told to you. You only need to know that not only Roger is waiting, I too am waiting for that person's appearance in 20 years. Newgate repelled Dino, his mind racing. Through his observation Haki, he sensed that Marco and the others were at the end of their strength. If he insisted on continuing the fight, some of his sons would surely die before he could defeat this Marine. Compared to victory in war, Newgate cared more about the safety of his family. So he asked, can you make decisions on Sengoku's behalf? Occupying Green Island is the Navy's goal. As long as that goal is achieved, the war can definitely stop. Dino said while smoking. Newgate thought for a moment and made up his mind. Tell Sengoku to stop. Well, withdraw from Green Island. Dino nodded and flashed in front of Sengoku, blocking the fist aimed at Beast. Dino, what are you doing? Seeing his attack blocked, Sengoku asked in confusion. Admiral Sengoku, Newgate has agreed to give up Green Island. The war is over. What did you say? Sengoku grabbed Dino by the collar and shouted angrily. Who allowed you to act on your... Dino shrugged and spread his hands in front of Sengoku. We've fought enough. Our objective is achieved. There's no need to continue a death match. Sengoku looked at Dino's bloody, mangled hands and was momentarily speechless. He turned to glance at the other battlefields. All the Marines were exhausted and covered in wounds. Continuing would yield no greater gains and would only sacrifice more Marine soldiers in vain. Dino, Sakazuki, and Kazan are still in their growth period. The heyday of the Navy has not yet arrived. Give the Navy a little more time, and then it will truly be able to rule over all. Admiral Sengoku, if we really annihilate all the pirates this time, do you think the 5 old men will still allow the Navy to continue developing? Dino came to Sengoku's side and said softly, You? Sengoku looked at Dino in shock. He hadn't expected Dino to dare call the 5 elders old men. Looking at Dino's young face, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh and gave orders to all the Marines. All Marines, listen up. The war is over. Ceasefire. Garp punched Charlotte Linlin away and quickly came to Sengoku asking, What's going on? Did Commander Kong order the retreat? Other Marines gradually withdrew from battle and gathered around Sengoku asking for reasons. Sakazuki in particular was very aggressive. As soon as he came before Sengoku, he shouted angrily, Admiral Sengoku, the Navy has the advantage. Why stop fighting? Sengoku opened his mouth to speak, but Dino interrupted him directly, saying calmly, I called for the halt. Do you have any objections? Damn it. If you had given me a little more time, I could have killed that bastard Wang Ji. Dino curled his lip. By the time you kill Wang Ji, he'll have been blasted to pieces by Newgate. The pirates have agreed to withdraw from Green Island. There's no need to continue. While the Marines were still arguing, the pirates also gathered. Newgate looked at the exhausted Marco and the others and said to Charlotte Linlin and the others who had arrived, I give up Green Island. The war is over. The others exchanged glances, but no one questioned him. This territory was originally Newgate's. It was best that he voluntarily gave it up, so they didn't have to fight the Navy to the death. But this retreat by Newgate had already shaken his invincible status in the eyes of the others. Mama Katakuri, let's go. Charlotte Linlin stepped on Zeus and flew away directly. Kaido also called out to King, and the two soared into the sky, flying into the depths of the new world. Thus the great battle came to an end. Neither the Marines nor the pirates suffered losses among their high-level combatants. Only low-level soldiers and pirate underlings died. Such is this world. The lives of those at the bottom are worthless. Dino could only turn a blind eye. He was not yet capable of changing all this. Watching all the pirate ships gradually disappear over the horizon, Sengoku ordered all Marines to return to Green Island and reported this situation to Fleet Admiral Kong. Leave Garp to guard Green Island. You lead the team back first. Kong gave the order to Sengoku via Den Den Mushi. He was fairly satisfied with the outcome of this war. When Sengoku found Garp and explained Fleet Admiral Kong's order, Garp turned and walked toward the coast, completely ignoring the order. "You bastard, Garp. Are you defying orders?" Sengoku pointed at Garp's back and cursed loudly. Garp didn't stop walking but waved his hand and said, "I'm taking a vacation. Give the guard duty to someone else." Such was the privilege of the strong. Sengoku could only helplessly look at Dino and ask, "How about you stay here for a while?" Although the pirates had retreated, Sengoku dared not casually assign just anyone to guard such an important place. Apart from Garp, Dino was the most suitable. "Alright, I'll stay here for a while. Send Rob Lucci to assist me." With Dino's reply, Sengoku did not linger and led the fleet back to Marineford that very night. The next morning, over a dozen warships arrived at Green Island, bringing with them a large number of construction workers preparing to transform this place into the largest naval base. As soon as Dino saw Lucci, he handed all the work over to him, only responsible for the base's security. The news of the Navy's fierce battle with the pirates spread across the world the same day. Upon receiving the news, Rayleigh, who was holding Zephyr at bay, found an opportunity to retreat, while Mihawk also allowed Borisolino to leave. The pirates, who had been wreaking havoc in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, gradually fell silent, and the sea returned to calm. Dino stayed at the G1 base, exercising his body in Haki every day, leading a regular life. One day, 6 months later, Dino was lying in the office of the new base, smoking a cigarette, when Lucci burst in holding a transponder snail. "Report, Vice Admiral, the Marshal is looking for you." Dino lazily took the transponder snail and said, "Admiral Kong, have you found someone to replace me?" "Yes, Dino," Admiral Kong said solemnly. "Barrett is committing a massacre on Phantom Island. You are the closest. Go and hold him off. Garp will come to support you." "You mean Barrett Rogers' crew member?" Dino slowly sat up from the sofa and asked. He remembered that in the original story, Barrett seemed to be besieged by the Demon Suppression Order. Why was he now forced to take action himself? Had the plot changed? "That's right. You must leave immediately. You cannot let him escape." Dino exhaled. "I will set off." After hanging up, he directly instructed Lucci, "Prepare the ship. We are heading to Phantom Island immediately. We don't need too many people." "Understood." Lucci turned and ran out of the office. Dino walked to the window and gazed at the distant sea, feeling waves of emotions rise within him. "I've endured for over 20 years, and the plot has still changed. Have I endured for nothing?" "Understood." Lucci turned and ran out of the office. Dino walked to the window and gazed at the distant sea, feeling waves of emotions rise within him. "I've endured for over 20 years. Half a day later, a warship entered the Phantom Sea. From a distance, Dino saw the island engulfed in flames, thick smoke obscuring the sun. "They'll go ahead. You guys wait for me at the shore with the warship," Dino said to Lucci, then stepped onto the moonwalk and headed straight for the distant island. As soon as he reached the island, Dino was shocked by the scene before him. Ruins everywhere, bodies lying haphazardly on the ground. Some people were rushing towards the shore through the flames, their clothes burned, but not daring to stop. A tall figure slowly walked out of the flames. He looked up at Dino in the sky and said disdainfully, "Why is only a Vice Admiral come? Where are Garp and Sengoku?" Dino descended from the sky and stood opposite Barrett, asking, "Why are you killing them? They shouldn't pose a threat." "Ha ha ha." Barrett laughed loudly. "The lives of the weak should be governed by the strong. I kill them simply because I am stronger." Dino shook his head. "You really deserve to die. If you can come and try it," Barrett said, and with his words a wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, extinguishing all the surrounding flames. Dino slowly took off his coat, beckoned Barrett with his finger, his eyes filled with disdain. Currently, Barrett's strength was even inferior to Kaido. Dino could knock out Kaido within half an hour, and dealing with Barrett would take even less time. Moreover, this time Dino was intent on killing. He no longer cared about whether the plot would change. He must kill scum like Barrett. Barrett was thoroughly enraged by Dino's contemptuous gesture. He stomped the ground, raised his fist, and charged at Dino, all his armament Haki concentrated in his fist, striking down fiercely towards Dino's head. Just as the fist was about to hit him, Dino extended his left hand and firmly grasped Barrett's fist. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. "Is this your strength?" Dino raised his chin, slowly loosening his grip on Barrett's left hand. This humiliating action drove Barrett completely insane. He flickered and appeared behind Dino, delivering upper and lower punches aimed at the back of Dino's head and lower back. But with Dino's observation Haki, each of Barrett's movements became clear and slow. Dino merely leaned slightly to the side to evade Barrett's attacks. As Barrett withdrew, Dino reached out and firmly grasped his arm, saying, "Do you think your fight with Rayleigh has given you the illusion that you are also a legendary figure?" This time Dino did not let go of Barrett, but threw him upwards, then shot out from the ground, arriving above Barrett, and delivering a powerful stomp with his right foot wrapped in armament Haki onto Barrett's lower back. Boom! Barrett was struck by the kick, the immense force driving him into the ground and kicking up clouds. Dino landed on the ground, standing quietly without pursuing. He intended not only to kill Barrett, but also to humiliate him, making him understand that he was seen as a weakling by others. As the dust slowly settled, Barrett's figure appeared, looking disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering significant damage from Dino's kick. As the dust slowly settled, Barrett's figure appeared, looking disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly. "Damn it, I will kill you." Barrett roared in anger and charged at Dino, launching a fierce attack. Dino evaded Barrett's attacks while smoking, effortlessly dodging, and by the time he finished a cigarette, Barrett had yet to land a single hit on him. "With your strength, how dare you call yourself a strong person? Didn't Roger teach you to recognize the vastness?" Dino spat the cigarette, but at Barrett, slightly crouched to avoid the punch aimed at his head, then delivered an uppercut that struck Barrett's chin, sending him flying into the air. Without giving Barrett a moment to breathe, Dino flashed to his side and began to unleash a flurry of attacks on him. Bang! Bang! Dino's figure flickered around Barrett, each appearance unleashing another attack on. Barrett couldn't even see Dino's movements clearly and could only cover his head with his hands, enduring the onslaught of Dino's fists. Dino attacked for over 10 minutes before stopping. Barrett fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Apart from his head, which was still somewhat intact, the rest of his body was mangled, bones shattered, unable to even stand. "Before you die, let me show you what it means to be a strong person, so you won't remain so self-righteous in hell." As the words fell, Dino leaped high into the air, all of his conqueror's haki gathering in his right foot, his body falling like a meteor, attacking Barrett's head. Barrett desperately tried to turn over, facing the incoming attack head-on, and in the distance, he seemed to see Roger waving at him. "Captain." Barrett raised his hand, wanting to touch that vague figure, but unfortunately, he was still a step too. Boom. Dino stomped on Barrett's head, and the conqueror's haki erupted beneath his foot, fracturing the entire island with that strike. A massive amount of seawater surged through the cracks, quickly drowning Barrett's corpse. Dino released his observation haki to cover the island, and after confirming there were no living people left, he leaped into the air again, gathering Conqueror's haki in his right fist, delivering a punch down at the ruined island. Boom. The Conqueror's haki formed a shockwave, shattering the island into countless fragments, which were completely swallowed by the surging seawater and sank to the bottom. Returning to the warship, Dino telephoned Marshal Kong. "Marshal Kong, I've killed Bullet, but I'm also quite injured. Send Garp directly to guard G1. I need to go back to Marineford to recuperate for a while." Since the plot had already changed, Dino decided to transform this world completely. He would gather everyone under his command, convinced that with his nurturing, they would surpass their natural growth. Upon hearing that Dino was injured, Marshal Kong immediately agreed to his request. "Come back and rest. I'll send someone to G1. After hanging up, Dino found Lucci. No need to return to G1, head straight to Marineford. Back in his cabin, Dino began contemplating the future. He recalled that Ace should be born soon. This prodigy bearing Roger's blood was his first target. As for O'Hara, according to the original story, it should have been destroyed in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Now it was the second half of 1501, yet the world government had not launched a buster call there. Ancient texts might be a way to counter him, and although he could not save everyone, he had to recruit Robin the Child. However, he needed someone to take the blame for these actions. He was not ready to break with the world government yet. After much thought, he set his sights on Rayleigh. The next day, Dino's warship arrived at Marineford. As soon as he entered the marshal's office, he saw Garp and Sengoku sitting on the sofa drinking tea. "Heard you were injured." Sengoku smiled, beckoning Dino over and pouring him a cup of tea. "Yeah, I didn't expect Bullet to be that strong." Dino brushed it off and sat down to join them in tea. Garp looked at Dino and asked skeptically, "Bullet was that strong? With your strength, you still got hurt. Aren't you supposed to be at G1? Dino directed the question at Garp, but his gaze shifted to Marshal Kong, who sat behind his desk. "My vacation's not over yet." Garp pouted and helped himself to the rice crackers on the coffee table. Marshal Kong walked over to the sofa and added, "The new world is relatively stable. I've already sent Sakazuki to guard it. Nothing unexpected will happen." Dino waved his hand. "Since the mission is handed over, I'll be off. I'm going to tour the Four Seas for a while. Don't bother me unless it's important." With that, he left the marshal's office and headed toward the residential area of Marineford. Marshal Kong shook his head as he watched Dino's retreating figure, then said to Sengoku with a chuckle, "You're going to have a headache later. Dino is even harder to handle than Garp." "Ha ha ha." Garp clapped Sengoku on the shoulder. "Want me to teach him a lesson?" Sengoku glared at Garp with disdain. "Damn, Garp, if you don't leave now, I'll send you to guard the G1 base, you hear?" Garp flinched, quickly swept all the rice crackers from the table into his mouth and bolted out the door. He had already toured the East Blue and the West Blue, but still couldn't find Roger's wife. To fulfill his promise to his old friend, he had to locate her and settle them properly. That evening, Dino visited Zephyr, and they had dinner together. Zephyr had now stepped back from the front lines, solely training naval soldiers. How long are you staying this time? Leaving tomorrow. I'll just wander around. Dino raised his glass and clinked it with Zephyr's. Zephyr downed his drink in one gulp. So urgent. Is something going on? Nothing. Dino shook his head. I'll leave Lucci here. Please take care of him, master. You're not taking him? Zephyr asked in surprise. Lucci had been by Dino's side for years. His strength is still lacking. Let him train hard at headquarters. He's only 10. Take it slow. As Zephyr spoke, his breathing suddenly grew labored. Dino quickly moved to the cabinet and fetched his medicine. Master, your asthma is getting worse. From now on, drink less alcohol and smoke less, and always keep your medicine handy. Zephyr grabbed the inhaler, took a few deep puffs, and waved dismissively. It's an old ailment. Nothing serious. Knowing Zephyr was stubborn, Dino said no more and accompanied him drinking until late before leaving. The next morning, a cruise ship slowly departed from Marineford Harbor and gradually vanished on the horizon. Aboard the ship, Dino lounged leisurely on a deck chair, basking in the sun. After leaving Marineford, the cruise headed straight for Sabaody Archipelago, arriving at its coast only after sunset. Free time for everyone. We set off again tomorrow morning. Once all the naval soldiers had left the cruise, Dino slowly strolled through Sabaody. As he passed the red light district, 3 figures in white suits and masks suddenly appeared not far away. CP0. Why are they here? Dino thought, then immediately used observation killing to conceal his presence and quietly tailed the 3 CP0 agents. After crossing several blocks, the 3 entered a tavern. As the door swung open, Dino caught sight of a figure inside bearing a giant sword on his back. Starting this year, huh? I need to hurry. Lost in thought, Dino turned and walked in the opposite direction. It was deep into the night when he finally arrived at a bar. Glancing at the sign above the door, he pushed it open and entered. We're closed. Come back tomorrow if you want a drink. Hearing the door, the woman inside didn't look up, still wiping glasses at the counter. Not even checking who it is before turning them away. That's no way to treat a customer. The woman looked up in confusion, then froze as she recognized the naval uniform. Slowly her gaze moved to Dino's face. Vice Admiral Dino. I don't welcome Navy here. She watched him warily, taking a few cautious steps back. Dino paid no mind and casually took a seat. Former captain of the Kuja Pirates Prize of God Valley, the mistress of Silver's Rayleigh. Do you think I as a Navy officer should arrest you? You. Haki pointed at Dino, her face full of fear. Others might not know Dino's strength, but as an intelligence broker, she was well aware. Taking her down would be no trouble for him. I don't know what connection you have with the world government, and since they haven't ordered your arrest, I won't do anything to you. But you'd better cooperate with me. Hearing that Dino didn't intend to arrest her, Haki's anxiety slowly eased. What do you want? She asked. Dino took out a cigarette and lit it. Remembering that she also smoked, he tossed one to her. Try it. Special issue from the world government for the Navy. Though unsure what Dino was up to, Haki obediently sat across from him, waiting quietly. Seeing her unease, Dino didn't want to waste time. Where's Rayleigh? Isn't he living with you? He's not here. Left half a month ago. Dino tossed her a den mushy. When he gets back, have him call me. Tell him I have business with him. About Roger's offspring. With that, Dino left the bar, cigarette still in his mouth. Half a month later, on the outskirts of the waters around Badarura Island, Dino's cruise ship had been anchored for 3 days. He had been waiting for Rayleigh to call him. To safely take away Lu Jio, he had to make Rayleigh appear on Badarura Island, thus diverting the world government's attention onto Rayleigh. In the training room, Dino was exercising with shackles on his limbs. These shackles were a newly invented training device by the Marines. Though they seemed like small cuffs, they could adjust in weight with a maximum setting of 50 tons. At this moment, Dino lay exhausted on the training room floor, panting heavily. The floor was soaked with his sweat. Just as he unfastened the shackles, a soldier's report suddenly sounded from outside the training room. Vice Admiral, the den mushy is ringing. Dino's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he commanded, come in. The soldier pushed the door open, handed the den mushy to Dino, then withdrew. Looking at the form the den mushy had taken, Dino's lips curled slightly. He released his observation Haki to envelop the entire training room before answering the call. Hello, is this the Dark King Rayleigh? After a long silence, a deep voice came from the other end. It's me. Where is Luo Jie's child? Dino chuckled lightly. So Luo Jie told you as well. Then why did he entrust his child to Kapu? What exactly do you want? That child is innocent. Rayleigh's voice remained deep, but no longer as innocent. Luo Jie's evil bloodline should not exist in this world. If you want to save them, come to Badarura Island. If I don't see you in 5 days, be prepared to collect their corpses. Having said that, Dino hung up the phone directly. Not until the moon hung high did Dino alone step on moonwalk toward the island. As he approached his observation, Haki sensed something amiss on the island. Hundreds of auras far stronger than ordinary people were scattered around the island, and one of them even surpassed most vice admirals. Has the world government already sent people? Dino murmured softly, using the technique of killing observation to conceal his own aura before stealthily infiltrating the town. He had to find Lugio first, then when Lei Li was about to arrive, eliminate all the CP agents here and frame Lei Li while secretly taking Lugio away. Dino evaded the CP agents scattered about while searching for Lugio. It took him nearly 2 days to find her in a small cottage halfway up the mountain. Lugio saw a young man standing outside her house, initially thinking he was just a youth from the town, and paid no attention. But the young man walked straight into the house, sat down at the table with an air of arrogance, and said, "Port Gasti. Lugio, the wife of Pirate King Luogia. Am I correct?" Lugio stepped back repeatedly until the wall blocked her. Her lips quivering, she asked, "Who are you?" Dino did not answer. Out of habit, he took out a cigarette and was about to light it, but suddenly caught sight of Lugio's slightly swollen belly and put the cigarette away. "My name is Dino, Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters." Lugio turned pale with fright, her eyes fixed on Dino as she slowly edged her body along the wall. Seeing this, Dino smiled and said, "You want to run? You must know about those men in black outside. If they catch you, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you and the child in your womb." Hearing Dino's words, Lugio froze in place, tears streaming down her cheeks. She choked out, "Why? Why must you hunt us down? This child has done nothing wrong. Why should he suffer such treatment?" As she spoke, Lugio gently caressed her belly, the fear on her face fading into a look of maternal affection. "Dressing so tightly is not only bad for yourself, but it might affect the child too." Dino pointed at Lugio's belly. "What?" Lugio's hand froze mid-caress as she looked at Dino in confusion. "Would you believe me if I said I'm here to save you?" Lugio stared blankly at Dino, not knowing how to reply, but the despair in her eyes gradually gave way to a gleam of hope. Dino continued, "If I intended to harm you, do you think you could escape?" "Indeed, with a Vice Admiral's strength, if he truly wished to harm me, I wouldn't be able to escape, no matter what." With that thought, Lugio stood up again and scrutinized the young Marine before her. "Why do you want to save me? Why save you?" Dino pondered seriously for a moment before deciding to tell Lugio the truth. "First, as Luogie's offspring, his talent must be extraordinary. I need talented children to be my subordinates." Dino paused, and then continued, "Secondly, I also want to know, can the D clan really change the world? I won't let my child become a tool for your world domination. Forget it." Lugio clenched her fists and shouted at the top of her lungs. Dino nodded lightly. "You can teach him to become whoever you want him to be later." Lugio froze again, whispering, "You don't plan to kill me." She had thought she would be killed after giving birth, but now hearing his words, it seemed she would still be able to live with her child in the future. "Why would I kill you?" Dino asked, puzzled. He pointed at Lugio's belly and said, "I don't have that much energy to raise him." This time Lugio finally felt reassured. As long as she could live with her child, she believed she could raise him well and prevent him from becoming someone else's tool. Besides, she couldn't refuse anyway. She would have to take things one step at a time. "How do you plan to save me? Those people outside have already surrounded the entire island." Lugio asked. Dino rose and walked toward the door, saying calmly, "Don't worry about that. Pack your things, and they'll take you." When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lugio. "Don't bother with any junk. I have everything." With that, Dino left the room, stood outside the door, and lit a cigarette. Lugio watched his figure, then lowered her head and gently stroked her belly, murmuring, "My child. Mama will make sure you survive." She didn't know what the future held, but for now this sudden Marine seemed decent. He even went outside to smoke specifically to avoid affecting her unborn child. Such a thing had never happened in the pirate world. In truth, Dino didn't need to do that at all. Given the constitution of people in this world, a little secondhand smoke wouldn't affect the child. He just did it subconsciously out of habit from his past life memories. Not until the sun set and the bright moon slowly rose did Lugio pack her belongings and come to Dino. She had only a single backpack. "Let's go. This form won't last long." Saying this, Dino stepped forward and reached out to embrace Lugio. Just then a furious roar rang out from afar, interrupting Dino's movement and startling Lugio. Dino watched the approaching figure with interest, then turned to Lugio and asked, "Has he been protecting you from the shadows?" Lugio slowly shook her head. Dino watched the approaching figure with interest, then turned to Lugio and asked, "Has he been protecting you from the shadows?" Lugio slowly shook her head. "I've never seen him before, and Luo Jie never mentioned him. It seems Luo Jie secretly arranged it." Dino chuckled lightly and said to the newcomer, "Seabin's a crewmate of Luo Jie. Why are you here?" Seabin's had already recognized Dino. Instead of answering Dino's question, he urgently shouted to Lugio, "Get away from him. He's a Marine." Dino smiled without saying a word, standing still. Lugio looked at Seabin's, then at Dino, and ultimately remained where she was. She knew the newcomer was Luo Jie's crewmate, but she still decided to leave with Dino. She didn't want her child to become a reviled pirate in the future. Seeing that Lugio did not leave, Dino said, "Since you trust me, then he has no reason to live." Before Lucio could react, Dino's figure vanished before her eyes. He reappeared in front of C. Bince's right hand, firmly gripping the man's neck, and said coldly, "A pirate dares to appear before me. Does the title of Pirate King's crewmate make you so conceited?" With that, Dino crushed the man's neck, then tossed the corpse into the air. In the next instant, an attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki blasted C. Bince's body into a mist of blood. All of this happened in an instant. Only when Dino returned to her side did Lucio snap back to reality. She clutched her clothes tightly, staring at Dino in horror. Only now did she realize that this seemingly sunny and handsome Marine also had such a terrifying side. Dino reached out to embrace Lucio, but she instinctively dodged him, her face filled with terror. Dino stared at Lucio and said, "What? Do you think I am too bloody and violent? Do you think he should not have died? Back then they slaughtered the soldiers of a nation just because of someone else's words. Shouldn't such people be killed?" But, Lucio stammered, wanting to refute, but unable to find a reason to do so. "Not just him. If your child were to commit such heinous acts in the future, I would be just as merciless." Saying this, Dino embraced Lucio tightly and stepped onto the moonlit path toward the cruise ship. A few minutes later, Dino placed Lucio on the deck and waved to the nearby naval soldiers. "Take her to rest and prepare the medical personnel for delivery." In fact, Lucio should have given birth long ago, but she endured it to avoid the CP's search. In the original story, this was also why she overexerted herself and died shortly after giving birth. Now, not only is she giving birth 6 months earlier, but she also has dedicated medical personnel to take care of her, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Just as Dino returned to the cabin, the medical personnel rushed in to report. "General Dino, the lady you brought back is not suitable for delivery at the moment. She needs to replenish her nutrition to recover from bodily exhaustion, which is expected to take about a week." Dino nodded, saying, "You handle it as you see fit. I only have one request: both mother and child must be safe, do you understand?" The next day, Dino visited the medical room to find Lucio. "Are you getting used to it? If you have any requests or feel uncomfortable, feel free to tell them, or come find me." Lucio smiled at Dino. "I am fine, and they are taking great care of me. I will be away for a few days, so you can rest assured." After saying this, Dino turned to leave, and Lucio opened her mouth, but only softly said, "Thank you." Back in the cabin, Dino instructed the soldiers, "Bring the life papers. Tomorrow morning you will set sail to the first half of the Grand Line to the town of Magic Valley. I will find you after I finish my business, and you must protect Lucio's safety. If anything happens, notify me immediately." As the cruise ship departed from the waters near Admiral-Level Island, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the South Sea. One was Carp, wearing a navy coat, and the other was Rayleigh with a head full of golden hair. "Rayleigh, why are you here?" Carp shouted at Rayleigh from the bow of the ship. Hearing the voice, Rayleigh turned to look, and upon seeing Carp, unsheathed the sword at his waist and unleashed a flying slash toward the warship. The slash, imbued with devastating power, split the sea in two and rushed towards Carp in an instant, threatening to cleave both Carp and the warship in half. Carp chuckled lightly, countering Rayleigh's slash with a punch, dispersing it, and laughed heartily. "You are not my match. The only Roger could have posed a challenge." Hearing Carp mention Roger, Rayleigh's eyes widened with fury as he leaped high from the sea, landing on the deck of the warship to roar at Carp. "How dare you mention Roger?" Rayleigh grew increasingly enraged, darting in front of Carp and grabbing his collar, cursing vehemently. "I ask you, where are Roger's wife and child? Did you not promise Roger to take care of them?" Carp froze, his smiling face collapsing, unable to meet Rayleigh's gaze as he whispered, I cannot find them." "You cannot find them?" Rayleigh laughed in anger. "Then why can your naval vice-admiral find them?" Carp abruptly lifted his head, disbelief filling his eyes. "What did you say? Who found them?" Seeing Carp not lying, Rayleigh released his grip on Carp's collar and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, knocking out all the Navy personnel on the warship, slowly saying, "A couple of days ago, Dino sent me to Admiral-Level Island, saying that if I did not arrive within 5 days, he would kill Roger's wife and child." "How is that possible?" Carp asked in shock, staring at Rayleigh. "How could he know that Roger still had descendants alive?" Rayleigh shook his head. "I do not know. Regardless, I must protect Roger's only child." After saying this, he leaped off the warship and plunged back into the vast sea. Carp turned to Bogart, the only one still conscious on the warship, and ordered, "I will go ahead. This place is left to you." He then stepped onto the moonlit path and flew toward Admiral-Level Island. It must be said that Roger truly was a top-tier charm. Anyone from the same era, whether pirate or navy, was captivated by him. The likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard were no exceptions, and even Carp was the same. On Admiral-Level Island, Dino was drinking at a small tavern. As the sun set once more, he slowly stepped out of the tavern, where the ordinary people inside had all collapsed on the ground. Dino walked step by step into the depths of the town, and wherever he passed, villagers fell to the ground, occasionally encountering CP agents dressed in black suits. Dino directly cleaved them in half with a single strike. All of this happened quietly. By the time the sunlight scattered across the land the next day, the entire town had fallen into a deathly silence, with only the phone bug beneath Dino's feet still buzzing incessantly. All of this happened quietly. By the time the sunlight scattered across the land the next day, the entire town had fallen into a deathly silence, with only the phone bug beneath Dino. Prepare the ship and head immediately to Admiral-Level Island in the South Sea. Seal off the entire island, and do not allow anyone to leave. After issuing commands to his subordinates, he hurriedly ran toward the power center. Upon reaching the door to the power center, he first adjusted his attire and calmed his emotions before gently knocking on the door. "Report, my lord, I have important matters to report." Inside there was a silence, but he maintained his bowing posture, not daring to show any sign of slackness. After a long while, a low voice came from within. "Come in." "Phew." The CP leader exhaled heavily, slowly pushing the door open, bowing his head as he stepped into the room, and immediately knelt upon entering. "My lord, we have news about Roger's descendants." "Oh." The five elders instantly became interested. "Speak in detail." "My lord, the CP on Admiral-Level Island in the South Sea has gone dark. Roger had stayed there before his capture." "My." The five elders frowned and reprimanded. "What does it prove that some CP went dark?" The CP leader prostrated on the ground, cold sweat covering his forehead as he hurriedly explained. "My lord, we have already searched other locations and found no descendants of Roger. Only Admiral-Level Island remains uninvestigated, and now the CP there has suddenly gone dark. It must be the remnants of Roger's pirate crew." The five elders fell into deep thought. The CP leader's assertion was indeed possible, but since the CP there had gone dark, even if Roger's descendants were present, they might have been taken away. "Find out whether Roger has any descendants. I want a definite answer, understood?" "Yes, I have already dispatched people to seal off Admiral-Level Island. We will not let Roger's descendants escape." The CP leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as the five elders still assigned him tasks, it meant that his life was still safe. "Knock, knock, knock, my lord, I have something to report." Just then a voice came from outside again. The five elders looked toward the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and this time it was Spandam who entered. The five elders, recognizing the newcomer, said to the CP leader, "You may leave, hurry up and find the people." The CP leader respectfully replied, slowly rising to exit the room. The five elders ignored him and turned to Spandam. "What is it?" "My lord," Spandam stepped forward, bowing before the five elders excitedly, saying, "Someone has been secretly researching the ancient characters that the world government has explicitly prohibited." The five elders' expressions darkened as they asked word by word, "Who is it?" "My lord, it is a scholar from Oraha. The person has been captured and is currently detained in the CP9 prison. Investigate who else is involved in the research. Capture them all and none are to be let go." This matter was even more serious than Roger's descendants, and the five elders had to treat it with caution. Kapu and Rayleigh were still unaware that Admiral-Level Island was the trap Dino had set for them. When they arrived on the island, the sight before them made their hearts sink. Villagers lay sprawled on the ground, some even cut in half, lying in pools of blood, the pungent scent of blood filling the entire town. "Dino." Kapu ground his teeth, letting out a roar from his throat. "Calm down," Rayleigh reminded him from the side. "It seems the people killed are all CP agents of the world government." Thanks to Rayleigh's reminder, Kapu regained his composure, but he was still filled with rage. No matter what, he could not allow Dino to commit such a massacre. Ignoring the furious Kapu, Rayleigh moved through the town, spending half a day gathering all the unconscious pregnant women. He had never seen Lugia's appearance and had no idea if Roger's wife was among them, so he could only wake everyone up and slowly inquire. Just as Rayleigh was troubled about how to wake these pregnant women, Kapu came to his side and pulled out a photo from his pocket, tossing it to him. "This is what Roger entrusted to me." In the photo, Lugia was nestled against Roger's shoulder, smiling brightly. Rayleigh compared the photo one by one, realizing that Roger's wife was not in it, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He immediately took out his den mushi to call Dino. At this moment, Dino was sitting at the bow of the ship fishing. The armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki coiled around his fishing rod, while his observation Haki penetrated the depths of the sea, carefully sensing the changes in the waters. This was his method of training to control Haki. Unfortunately, he still could not achieve the perfect combination of Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki, like Whitebeard, nor could he fuse the two types of Haki. "Major, someone is looking for you." A naval soldier approached Dino, handed him the den mushi, and quickly retreated. Dino put away his fishing rod and lay down on his exclusive deck chair, slowly connecting the call. As soon as the call connected, Rayleigh's furious voice came through. "Dino, I've arrived at Admiral-Level Island." "Oh, Rayleigh," Dino said with a slight smile. "I thought Roger's wife would be here, but after searching for a long time with no success, I left first. I made you come for nothing." "You?" Rayleigh's veins popped, and the hand holding the den mushi trembled violently. He could hardly contain his urge to crush the damn den mushi. Kapu snatched the den mushi and shouted at Dino, Dino, what have you done to Roger's wife? Dino looked at the Den Mushy in surprise and asked, Major Kapu, why are you with pirates? Tell me, where is Roger's wife? Kapu stared at the Den Mushy, his tone filled with endless rage. Dino pouted impatiently, saying, I told you I didn't find her. Don't disturb my vacation unless it's something important. After saying that, Dino hung up the phone. Rayleigh glanced at the furious Kapu and slowly walked out of the town. Since Roger's wife was not here, there was no need for him to stay. Just a few minutes later, Rayleigh returned looking grim. Kapu noticed and asked, what's wrong? The entire Bartolira Island has been sealed off by CP. We've been played by Dino. Rayleigh gritted his teeth. He still did not understand Dino's purpose in bringing him here. Kapu pondered for a long time and pointed at the pregnant women on the ground, saying, regardless of whether or not it is true, you must take Roger's wife away now. Rayleigh's lips twitched. He understood Kapu's meaning. Only by making CP mistakenly believe that Roger's wife had been taken away by him could these people survive. Otherwise, given the world government's nature, they would never let this group of pregnant women go. However, he also did not want to be targeted by the world government. He still had to wait for Roger's so-called chosen one. Just as Rayleigh hesitated, Kapu suddenly unleashed a powerful conqueror's Haki and punched a nearby low hill, shouting loudly. Rayleigh put down Roger's wife. The sound was so loud that even the CP on the shore could hear it clearly. Rayleigh glared at Kapu, not expecting this muscle-bound bastard to also have a cunning side. Unless he surrendered and waited for CP to capture him, he was surely going to take the blame for this. Kapu, you bastard. Rayleigh cursed angrily and drew his sword towards Kapu. Kapu did not dodge or evade taking Rayleigh's slash, Hedon, silently laughing at him before collapsing straight to the ground. His honest smile at this moment appeared especially cunning. Rayleigh was also startled by Kapu's action. He had only slashed that knife to vent his inner dissatisfaction, but unexpectedly it had instead helped this bastard Kapu. After glaring at Kapu fiercely, Rayleigh turned and rushed towards the coast, slicing through the CP, blocking his path, and then jumping into the sea without looking back. The CP leader, seeing this scene, had a face as dark as water. He quickly ran into the town, coming before Kapu. The sight before him nearly made him faint with rage. He saw Kapu sitting on the ground, actually using his finger to dab saliva to disinfect his chest wound. He glanced around and coldly said, Kapu, why didn't you stop Rayleigh? I did stop him. Kapu pointed to his wound and said, didn't I get hit? You? The CP leader glared at Kapu in anger. You better think about how to explain this to the Gorosei. The CP personnel left. From the time they landed on the island to the time they departed, it was only half an hour, leaving Kapu alone on the island. He could not leave, at least he had to wait until these villagers woke up. 5 days quietly passed. After 5 days of sailing, Dino's cruise ship finally arrived at the town of Magic Valley on the Grand Line. He looked up at the sky above, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the cabin. It's born, Major Dino. The lady has given birth to a boy. Dino asked in confusion, didn't you say it would take a week to recuperate? Why did it suddenly happen? The soldier ran up to Dino panting heavily and said, the lad's constitution is very good, so she gave birth 2 days earlier than expected. Both mother and child are safe. Please rest assured, sir. That's good. Dino breathed a sigh of relief and immediately announced, everyone gets a reward of 1 million berry. Keep your mouth shut. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I will throw them into the sea to feed the fish. When Dino arrived outside the medical room, he happened to run into Lugio, holding the baby. Dino looked at the little one in Lugio's arms and asked, have you thought about what to name him? Lugio gently stroked the child's cheek and smiled, back then Roger and I already discussed it. If it's a girl, we'll name her In, and if it's a boy, we'll call him Ace. Ace, Dino whispered, looking at Lugio with a serious tone, but this child cannot take his father's. A hint of sadness appeared on Lugio's face, quickly replaced by determination as she softly said, he will take my surname. His name shall be Portgasti. Ace. Dino nodded with satisfaction and said to Lugio, Ace is still too young to return to the Navy headquarters with me. In a few days I will take you both to a safe place. Lugio was taken aback, her gaze towards Dino shifting. She had thought she would be controlled by this Navy officer, but it seemed he had no intention of doing so. She couldn't quite understand Dino's intentions. In fact, Dino wanted to bring both Lugio and Ace back to the Navy headquarters, but Carp already suspected that he was the one who took Lugio. If he returned to Marineford with a newborn baby, even Carp, no matter how simple-minded, would realize that the child was Roger's offspring. You rest well, and if you need anything, just let me know. No need to be polite. With that, Dino stepped out of the cabin, intending to visit the Sky Island before the O'Hara incident began. After instructing the soldiers to pay attention to safety, Dino no longer hesitated, stepping lightly into the air and disappearing above the clouds in the blink of an eye. After about 10 minutes, Dino finally crossed the White Sea and landed on the soft beach of the Sky Island. This time Dino's visit to the Sky Island was not only to search for Enel and the Thunder Fruit, but also to claim the island as his own base. Therefore he did not hide his movements, and openly walked into Angel Island. "Look, is that person from the East Blue?" Someone pointed at Dino and exclaimed. "He really is from the East Blue. Look, he doesn't even have wings. How could there be someone from the East Blue here? How did he get up?" The residents of Angel Island immediately erupted in chaos, with the timid running home too afraid to stay in the market. Dino frowned as he observed all this. He had no time to deal with these civilians, and planned to find Ganfuer and the chieftain of the Shandians directly. As long as he conquered these two, he would have effectively conquered the entire Sky Island. As for the civilians below, they would help manage things. Just as Dino was about to unleash his observation Haki to locate Ganfuer himself rode in from a distance, landing in front of Dino, with a long spear tightly gripped in his hand, his gaze warily fixed on Dino. "East Blue person, what brings you to Sky Island?" Dino chuckled lightly and lazily replied, "I was just looking for you, and you came right to me." As he spoke, Dino unleashed his conqueror's Haki, pressing it down on Ganfuer, forcing him and his mount to the ground, unable to move. "From this day forth, Sky Island belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Dino's words, Ganfuer's face changed dramatically as he struggled to lift his head to look at Dino, his voice trembling. "Sky Island is isolated from the world. What use do you have for it?" Dino stepped in front of Ganfuer, placing a foot on his back, his tone icy and chilling. "Whether it is useful or not is not your concern. You only need to tell me whether you are willing to submit to me." Although Ganfuer was unwilling, he knew that he and this suddenly appeared East Blue person had an insurmountable chasm between them. He slowly lowered his head and said, "I can submit to you, but please do not make things difficult for the residents of Angel Island." Dino's lips curled into a smile as he took out a cigarette, lighting it up, and slowly lifting his foot off Ganfuer's back, retracting his conqueror's Haki. He said softly, "I will not interfere with life on the Sky Island. You will still be their nominal god." Suddenly Dino's tone turned cold. "But you must coexist peacefully with the Shandians." Ganfuer got up from the ground and stood before Dino respectfully, saying, "Sir, it's not that we are unwilling to make peace with the Shandians, it's that they insist on seizing our land." Dino waved his hand dismissively. He scoffed at Ganfuer's words, noting that Apaya Island originally belonged to the Shandians. The original inhabitants of Sky Island had seized their land, and now they were claiming that others were taking it from them. Their audacity was quite thick-skinned. However, Dino also had no intention of letting the original inhabitants of the Sky Island return Apaya to the Shandians. After all, the original inhabitants had occupied Apaya for hundreds of years and had already considered it their land. Forcing them to give it up would only breed discontent among them. "Take me to the Shandians. I want to discuss matters in person." Although Ganfuer was reluctant to meet the Shandians, he rode ahead as Dino's increasingly cold gaze urged him on. The two flew for a while, quickly arriving at the dense forest deep within the Sky Island, which was also the location of Apaya Island. The Shandians lived in the dense forest, waging guerrilla warfare against the original inhabitants of Sky Island, wanting to drive them away completely. "Sir, they live right here, but I don't know the exact location," Ganfuer said respectfully from atop his mount. As soon as they entered the dense forest, Dino's observation Haki sensed the village of the Shandians. He simply said, "Keep up," and dashed towards their location. Enemy attack. It's the Sky Islanders coming. A Shandian warrior spotted Dino and his companion in the sky and shouted toward the village. Hearing the call, villagers rushed out of the village. Some held spears, others clutched short knives, and a few children tightly gripped stones, their eyes fixed on Dino and his companion. "Who is the chieftain?" Dino glanced at them and asked indifferently. A middle-aged man stepped forward, pointing his spear at Dino, his face wary. "I am. What brings you here?" Dino beckoned to Ganfuer behind him, and when he stepped beside him, he introduced himself to the Shandian chieftain. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Dino, and I am from the East Blue. I believe you should recognize this person beside me. He has agreed to submit to me. The Sky Island is now my territory, and I am here to ask if you are willing to submit to me." "Impossible." As soon as Dino finished speaking, someone from the Shandian ranks shouted, "Apaya is our ancestral land. No one can take it away." Dino snorted coldly, and a red lightning bolt erupted from his body, striking down the speaker and rendering him unconscious. "Charge! Kill them!" Seeing their kin attack, the Shandians immediately raised their spears and charged at Dino. Dino frowned, releasing his conqueror's Haki, which forced all the Shandians to kneel in submission. "Am I giving you face? I will count to 3, and anyone still holding weapons will be executed." With that, Dino withdrew his suppressive aura and began counting. 1. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to do. 2. Dino's voice had grown cold. If these people remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to play the villain, wiping them all out. Sacrificing a few hundred for the stability of the entire Sky Island was a price he was willing to pay. "Chieftain, what should we do?" Someone asked urgently, and the Shandians turned their eyes to the chieftain at the front. Some had already taken their children's weapons, hoping to at least leave a spark for their clan. Dino gently shook his head and slowly uttered a word, 3. As soon as the words fell, Dino unleashed his conqueror's Haki with full force, knocking out all the Shandians, including those children who had taken up weapons. Since he was going to annihilate them, he might as well do it thoroughly to avoid any future geniuses coming back for revenge. He turned to Ganfuer and said flatly, "Kill them all, leave not a single one." With that, Dino did not wait for Ganfuer to respond and flew off, quickly disappearing from Ganfuer's sight. Ganfuer looked at the hundreds of fallen Shandians, his face pale. He had been fighting alongside the Shandians for years, but had never harmed children. This had completely shattered his bottom line. Grinding his teeth, Ganfuer jumped onto his mount and flew away from the dense forest without looking back. Dino watched all this with cold amusement. Just as he was about to take action himself, Ganfuer, who had already flown away, turned back, gripping his spear and beginning to slaughter the unconscious Shandians. I'm sorry, Ganfuer cried as he slaughtered the Shandians, tears streaming down his face. "If I don't kill you, my kin will die. Blame yourselves for not recognizing reality." Dino stood quietly in the distance, smoking a cigarette. He only departed once. He sensed that Ganfuer was the only remaining presence through his observation Haki. He felt no burden for having exterminated the Shandia. Keeping them alive would only bring chaos to the Sky Island. When Ganfuer returned to Angel Island, Dino had already been waiting for him for quite some time. "Is the task completed? You didn't leave any survivors unnoticed, did you?" Dino casually inquired. Ganfuer knelt on one knee, cupping his fist in salute, and replied, "My lord, 462 of them, not a single one left alive, all have been eliminated." Dino's cold and ruthless nature, marked by a penchant for bloodshed, had deeply imprinted itself in Ganfuer's mind. He dared not show any signs of negligence, fearing the consequences it might bring to the people of Angel Island. Dino was pleased with Ganfuer's performance and smiled, saying, "There's no need to worry. As long as you all obey my orders, I won't do anything to you." "Yes, my lord, we will definitely obey your orders," Ganfuer responded loudly while half kneeling. "Get up, there's no need to kneel anymore. We don't follow such customs here." Once Ganfuer stood up, Dino continued, "Do you know how to get to Baika?" "Baika?" Ganfuer pondered for a moment before replying, "My lord, I haven't heard of Baika. It is said that there is another Sky Island to the east of Angel Island. Oh, perhaps that is the Baika you're looking for." Dino thought for a moment. He planned to return to Qinghai after finding Enelu and the Rumble fruit. However, he needed to arrange matters on the Sky Island first. "I don't care how you manage the Sky Island, but I have one requirement. Try to collect some special shells, especially those suitable for combat. Make sure to gather them well for me." "Yes, I will have all the villagers start working on it tomorrow," Ganfuer thought to himself, feeling troubled. Some common shells were easy to find, but combat-appropriate shells were rare. He worried that failing to find them might anger this tyrant. Dino noticed his distress and waved his hand, saying, "Of course, the villagers' livelihoods are most important. Gather them without affecting their way of life. Also, for each combat-specialized shell found, a reward should be given. You can arrange this as you see fit." Hearing Dino say this, Ganfuer secretly let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards Dino underwent a subtle change. "Also, there is a golden village over at Appiato. Arrange for people to move the gold back and hide it well. I will need it in the future." Dino was not worried that Ganfuer would hoard the gold, as in the original story, no one on Angel Island cared for such things. "My lord." Ganfuer cautiously glanced at Dino, saying tentatively, "The golden village is guarded by the Lord of the Sky. We can't get past it." Dino was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about that great serpent. He gently patted his forehead and said to Ganfuer, "I will take care of that great serpent. You can rest assured to arrange for people to go over and move the gold." With that, Dino prepared to leave. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped, tossing a den mushy to Ganfuer. "Keep this safe. If you encounter problems that you can't handle, use it to contact me. You must not let any accidents happen on the Sky Island, understand?" Ganfuer cautiously tucked the den mushy into his clothes and replied loudly to Dino, "Yes, my lord, I will definitely protect the Sky Island." Dino chuckled lightly and shot off, leaving a blurred afterimage in his wake. Once again, at Appiato, Dino's observation Haki had long locked onto the position of the Lord of the Sky. He flickered in the air several times before arriving before the Lord of the Sky. Without giving it a chance to react, he struck down with a punch enveloped in Haki, smashing it fiercely onto the Lord of the Sky's head. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the forest. When the dust settled, the Lord of the Sky's head had exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering over the surrounding ruins. A copious amount of blood flowed from the headless corpse of the great serpent, pooling on the ground into a glaring blood puddle. Dino merely glanced at the great serpent and then flew towards the east with Moonwalk. Half a day later, Ganfuer arrived at Appiato with hundreds of people catching the scent of blood in the air from a distance. Is it true that the Lord of the Sky has been killed? A guard beside Ganfuer looked around anxiously, his fingers gripping his weapon, turning pale. Ganfuer punched the guard in the face and with a serious expression said, I told you from now on, do not call me God. There is only one God on the Sky Island, and that is Lord Dino. Yes. Yes. The guard nodded repeatedly, covering his swollen cheek. Though he didn't understand, he dared not refute Ganfuer. After all, Ganfuer had been the god of the Sky Island for decades, and his prestige ran deep. In fact, it wasn't just the guard who didn't understand. When Ganfuer previously announced that he would step down from the divine position in favor of Dino, everyone had been bewildered. However, Ganfuer was resolute, and since he still governed the Sky Island, no one dared to oppose him. Just then someone suddenly shouted, the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky is dead. The guard shouted while running frantically toward Ganfuer. Ganfuer quickly moved forward, grabbing the guard's shoulder and asking, where is the Lord of the Sky? Take me there quickly. The guard pointed towards the dense forest in the distance, trembling as he said, over there. So much blood. Ganfuer pushed the guard aside and ran in the direction he pointed. Upon seeing the enormous headless corpse of the Lord of the Sky, Ganfuer's pupils constricted, and he once again deeply realized Dino's power. The Lord of the Sky had occupied Appiato for hundreds of years. Countless gods of the Sky Island had tried to drive it away, but failed, instead becoming prey to the Lord of the Sky. Now this invincible great serpent lay dead before him, truly dead. At this moment, Ganfuer felt that Dino's occupation of the Sky Island was not a bad thing. In just one day, the centuries-old enemy, the Shandia, had been exterminated, and now the Lord of the Sky was also killed. The people of the Sky Island would finally possess the land of Appiato completely. At this moment, everyone present internally acknowledged Dino's divinity. Appiato was the holy land of all Sky Island people, and whoever possessed Appiato was the true. At this moment, everyone present internally acknowledged Dino's divinity. Appiato was the holy land of all Sky Island people, and whoever possessed Appiato was the true god of the Sky Island. The long-held wish of hundreds of years was finally realized today. After bowing for a long time, Ganfuer was the first to rise and commanded, the Lord of the Sky has been killed by the god. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the god. To repay the god, everyone get to work and find the golden village, bringing all the gold back to present to the god. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Dino was still unaware that his image had been infinitely elevated in the hearts of the Sky Island people. At this moment, he was blocked by 4 individuals while many others nearby pointed and looked at him with disdain and disgust. Lowly commoner, where do you come from? A burly native of Baika pointed a wooden club at Dino, demanding, lowly commoner. Dino's gaze turned dark as he said coldly, I'm from Qinghai, not some lowly commoner. The burly man looked puzzled, turning to his companion and asking, do any of you know what a Qinghai person is? The other 3 shook their heads in ignorance. A villager in the distance shouted, drive this monster away. Beat this lowly commoner to death. He defiles the land of Baika. Yes, take him to the temple and sacrifice him to the gods. Dino hadn't expected Baika to be so isolated that even Qinghai was unknown. Seeing their attitude, he finally understood why Enel had wanted to destroy his own homeland. Bullied since childhood, always treated as inferior, even offered as tribute. Who could bear such resentment without harboring hatred? Glancing at the distant villagers, Dino withdrew his gaze, pointed at the burly man, and said flatly, take me to Enel, the one who like me has no wings. So you really are that monster's accomplice. The burly man's face twisted in fear as he swung the club at Dino's head. Looking for death, Dino snorted, catching the club and crushing it to splinters under the horrified gaze of the crowd. He'll say it one more time, take me to him. Don't make me kill. Dino's voice had grown cold. His patience with these people was exhausted. The very sight of them made him profoundly uneasy. Hearing Dino's commanding tone, the burly man's fear turned instantly to rage. In his eyes, a wingless lowly commoner like Dino should grovel before him, begging for mercy, not issuing orders. Ignoring the vast gap in strength, he threw a punch at Dino. A cold glint flashed in Dino's eyes. He seized the man's fist, yanked him close, then gripped his neck and crushed it with a slight squeeze. Tossing the corpse aside, he turned to another man and said, what about you? Willing to take me? Dino's movements were so swift that only when his voice rang out did the others react. The distant villagers screamed and fled into the village. A lowly commoner's rebellion, murder. Dino paid them no mind, fixing his stare on the 3 men before him. They were frozen, unable to move their legs, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing them silent, Dino raised his hand and flicked a finger pistol from the 6 powers, blowing one man's head apart. He smiled at the remaining 2. Whoever takes me to him gets to live. I will. A scrawny youth shouted frantically the moment Dino's words fell. Dino nodded in satisfaction, flicked a finger at the one who hadn't spoken, and without a glance at the headless body collapsing behind him, said to the youth with a smile, "Lead the way." "Yais." The youth, his earlier arrogance gone, his face deathly pale, dashed toward the edge of the village, terrified of being killed if he slowed down. Dino leisurely smoked a cigarette behind the youth, unleashing his Kinbunshika Haki to its fullest, yet it still couldn't cover the entire island of Baika. After about 20 minutes, the youth stopped at the edge of a dense forest, panting and pointing. "That monster is in. Get lost," Dino said flatly, then strode into the forest. His Kinbunshika Haki had already sensed 5 auras within 4 together and 1 alone. That should be Enel. The moment Dino entered the forest, a bare-chested youth deep inside leaped from a pile of grass, his face contorted with terror, staring in Dino's direction. This was Enel, only 17. Again, but this time the aura is terrifying. Enel's face turned ashen as he bolted in the opposite direction from Dino. "Oh, he's already detected me. Not bad talent for Kinbunshika Haki." Dino grew even more eager to meet Enel. He immediately used Kinbunchiku suppression to conceal his presence and sped up in pursuit. Enel hadn't run far when his mantra could no longer sense that terrifying presence. Not knowing whether the person had left or something else happened, he dared not stop, increasing his speed, desperately trying to flee. Huff, huff, huff. After about half an hour, Enel finally burst out of the forest. Completely exhausted, he collapsed on the grassy roadside, gasping for air. High above, Dino watched Enel and shook his head slightly, muttering, "His physique is too poor. He'll need rigorous training later." In truth, it wasn't Enel's fault. He had never eaten a full meal his entire life, always relying on his mantra to evade Bikos hunters. He had no time for training. Being able to run for half an hour straight showed his physical base wasn't bad. What he lacked was proper nutrition and systematic training. "Hello, my name is Dino." The abrupt voice startled Enel. He quickly rose, looking around frantically, his mantra fully unleashed, trying to locate the speaker. Dino landed in front of Enel. Enel stepped back, instinctively staring warily at Dino, and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Dino shrugged. "Don't be afraid. See, I'm just like you." He turned around in front of Enel to show him. Only then did Enel notice that this sudden visitor also lacked wings just like him. His anxious heart slowly calmed, and he asked again, "You're also a lowly commoner?" Dino smiled calmly, sat down before Enel, and said, "I am not a lowly commoner, and neither are you. Not having wings is perfectly normal." Enel stood frozen, mouth agape, speechless, his large ears making him look somewhat comical. Dino chuckled and began to enlighten him with basic knowledge. "The place you live is called Baika, a floating island in the sky." Dino pointed downward. "Down there countless people like us live. You are not a monster." "Really?" Enel's face filled with disbelief. Risking danger, he stepped closer to Dino, his voice excited. "You came from down there?" Dino nodded. "Would you like to come down and live with me? Down there no one will bully you, and no one will treat you like a monster." A light blazed in Enel's eyes. He had dreamed of escaping this wretched place of Baika. But thinking of the villagers who constantly hunted him, the hope he had kindled instantly extinguished, and his eyes dimmed again. Seeing this, Dino asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to live down there? Don't you want to make more friends?" Enel lowered his head and said, "I can't go out. The moment I do, they'll catch me and take me to the temple." Dino stood up and patted his shoulder. The gesture startled Enel, who quickly stepped back, staring at Dino with full vigilance. Though Dino, like him, had no wings, years of abuse had made Enel wary. He wasn't so easily convinced. "Don't worry. Those people won't dare do anything to you. They'll protect you." With that, Dino punched the large tree beside him. Bang! A thunderous crack split the air as the tree, thick enough for 2 men to encircle, was shattered by Dino's fist. Leaves cascaded down, carpeting the ground in a sea of green. Enel collapsed to the ground, staring at Dino in utter shock, stammering, "What kind of monster are you?" "I'm not a monster." Dino took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down across from Enel again, saying softly, "If I wanted to capture you, do you think you could escape? I truly want to take you away from here, to show you a better life, to introduce you to more companions." Enel lowered his head in silence for a long moment, then suddenly looked up at Dino, pointing at the cigarette in his hand, and asked, "What is that? Can you give me one?" Enel lowered his head in silence. Dino laughed a hearty laugh. He immediately pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Enel. "This is called a cigarette. You inhale it through your nose," he said. As he spoke, he demonstrated the proper way to smoke for Enel. Enel mimicked him, but on the first puff, he choked violently, coughing until tears streamed down his face. Dino walked over and gently patted his back. "Don't inhale so forcefully. Take it slowly through your nose." After a moment to recover, Enel tried again, following Dino's method. This time he didn't choke, but frowned and asked, "What use is this? It doesn't fill your stomach." Dino pulled him to his feet and said with a smile, "You'll understand later. You're still young." Enel shyly withdrew his arm from Dino's grip, lifted his chin, and said proudly, "I'm 17. I'm not a child anymore." As soon as he finished, his stomach growled loudly. Enel's face instantly flushed crimson. Come on, I'll treat you to something good to eat, Dino said. Dino patted Enel on the shoulder and strode into the dense forest. Enel watched Dino's retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, then followed. Success. My efforts weren't in vain, Dino mused. Enel's talent was exceptional. If he helped him find the rumble fruit, Enel would surely become his right-hand man. Thus Dino had to win him over with sincerity. Fortunately, although Enel was sensitive at heart, he was still an innocent youth. Apart from his hatred and fear of the Bilkins, he was not yet as irredeemable as in the original story. As they walked, Enel sensed something amiss. He urgently grabbed Dino's arm and said anxiously, "Stop. Ahead is the Bilka Temple. There are guards." "That's exactly where I'm headed. There's something you need there." Dino gave Enel a reassuring look and continued, "Given the situation, the rumble fruit was most likely placed in the temple." He speculated that in the original story, Enel obtained the fruit after being captured by the Bilkins and taken to the temple as an offering, where he consumed the devil fruit. Enel stood frozen for a long time. Only when Dino's figure was about to disappear did he grit his teeth and follow. Dino was the only friend he had ever had. He didn't want to abandon him unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the memory of Dino snapping a tree with a single punch remained vivid. A few temple guards should be no match for Dino. After walking for most of the day, an ancient temple built of redwood appeared before them. At the temple gate stood 4 guards clad in armor, holding long spears. Dino made no attempt to hide. The guards spotted them from afar. Before they could approach, 2 guards raised their spears and shouted, "Stop. This is the god's dwelling. No trespassers allowed." Dino paid them no heed. He turned to Enel and said, "Watch closely. This is the 6 powers of the Marines. You'll have to master them too one day." So saying, he raised his hand and fired a finger pistol. The air compressed into a bullet shooting from Dino's fingertip with a sharp piercing sound. The 2 guards, not understanding what had happened, were struck through the forehead by the flying finger bullet. Blood spurted from the wounds, forming small fountains. "Did you see that, Dino didn't bother to look at the fallen guards. Instead, he was concerned whether Enel had grasped the technique of the finger pistol. Enel shook his head blankly, but the light in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He clenched his fists, feeling for the first time anticipation for his future life. Dino inwardly laughed at his own folly. Enel would be eating the rumble fruit. He didn't need to learn the 6 powers at all. All he required was physical conditioning and Busashoka Haki. As for Kinbunshika Haki and devil fruit development, Enel was a genius. No need for Dino to worry. In the original story, Enel had managed to apply the rumble fruit to an impressive degree through trial and error alone. With systematic training in the Marines, his fruit ability would surely surpass that of the original. His Kinbunshika Haki was even more extraordinary. He could already use it proficiently before obtaining the fruit. After consuming the devil fruit, monitoring a large island year-round would be a simple task. That was why Dino valued Enel so highly. "It's fine. You can learn gradually later. For now, come with me and see what's inside this temple." Just as Dino spoke, the other 2 guards had already charged at him, their spears aimed at his throat. Suddenly, 2 crimson lightning bolts shot from Dino's body, striking the 2 guards with perfect precision. Their eyes rolled back as they slowly collapsed, blood oozing from their mouths. The 2 had their hearts shattered by Dino's Haushika Haki, dying on the spot. Enel pointed at the fallen guards and asked, "What happened?" His eyes held both excitement and fear. The shock Dino had given him was overwhelming. He could hardly process it. "It's something called Haki. He'll explain it to you slowly later." Dino approached the temple door, a flicker of doubt in his gaze. His Kinbunshika Haki could not penetrate the interior of the temple. This made him set aside any carelessness. He said to Enel behind him, "Stay back. There might be danger inside. Be careful. Legend says there's a sacred beast dwelling in the temple." Enel warned Dino and then ran off to a distance. Dino enveloped his entire body with Busashoka Haki and slowly pushed the door open. Creak. As the door swung open, a black shadow flew out, producing an eagle-like cry. Dino immediately unleashed his Haushika Haki to suppress the shadow, stomped hard on the ground, and shot into the temple like an arrow, delivering a punch to the shadow that had frozen midair. Clang. A harsh, resonant ring echoed inside the temple. Dino felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, unyielding and rigid. Sunlight streamed through the open door, brightening the dim interior. Now Dino could see clearly what the monster before him was. It was a large bird covered in pitch-black scales. Dino's fist was pressing against its sharp beak. The bird let out a cry at Dino, its eyes filled with fear and entreaty. Dino withdrew his fist, but his Haushika Haki still pressed down heavily on the bird. Seeing the bird's terror, he asked, "Can you understand me?" The bird nodded with difficulty and let out another cry at Dino. "Stop that noise. If you can understand me, you have 2 choices. First, from now on you follow me, and I'll make sure you eat well and live well. Second, refuse my offer, and I'll boil you into soup this instant. Nod once for the first choice, twice for the second." The bird nodded once vigorously, looking at Dino with ingratiating eyes, and released a joyful cry. I'll withdraw my Haki now. If you dare to run, I'll pluck your feathers, skewer you from head to tail with an iron rod, and roast you over a fire. Understand? Hearing this, the bird felt a chill in its rear. It shook its head wildly at Dino. Dino patted its head, and withdrew his Haushiko Haki. Since you're all black, I'll call you Lauhei. Without the suppression of Haushiko Haki, the bird could finally move. It flapped its wings and chirped at Dino, protesting the name Dino had given it. Dino ignored it and began to survey the temple, searching for whatever could block his Kinbunchika Haki. Suddenly, Dino's attention was captured by a long table deep within the temple. On the table were 3 jade plates. 2 of the plates held devil fruits, while the third was empty. Clearly, the fruit had already been taken. Dino looked at the 2 devil fruits on the jade plate, a radiant smile blooming on his face. This journey had truly paid off. Not only had he successfully subjugated AI Nilu, but he had also unexpectedly acquired 2 devil fruits, one of which was unmistakably AI Nilu's exclusive thunder fruit. As for the other fruit, Dino did not know its ability, but from the flame-like orange patterns on its surface, he could deduce that it was definitely related to flames. It might even be a mythical zoan. If so, then Luchi's fruit would be secured. Dino suppressed his excitement and cautiously reached out to take the fruit from the jade plate. Suddenly, Lauhei, standing behind him, let out a piercing shriek, shaking his head wildly at Dino with a disgusted expression. Dino paused, then asked tentatively, "Are you saying this thing tastes terrible?" Lauhei nodded, opened his beak, and spat out a mouthful of saliva, then wiped his foot on it. Dino's face darkened with annoyance, and he pointed at the only empty plate, asking, "Did you eat the fruit that was on it?" Lauhei flapped his wings and chirped, his voice full of disdain. "You bastard!" Dino put away the 2 fruits, came to Lauhei, and grabbed his neck, demanding, "Tell me, what fruit did you eat, and what ability did you gain?" Lauhei was choked by Dino, struggling to breathe, flapping his wings, and letting out pleading cries. Dino angrily slapped Lauhei on the head, released his grip on his neck, and pressed again. "Speak. What ability did you gain?" Lauhei panted heavily a few times. Under Dino's impatient gaze, he spread his wings and spun around, then used his long beak to peck at his own jet-black tough feathers. "Are you saying that after eating the fruit your feathers turned black?" Lauhei nodded excitedly, then continued pecking at his feathers, this time so hard that it produced a clang 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 sound. And the feathers became extremely hard. Lauhei nodded again, finally stopping his pecking. Instead, he looked out of the temple and let out a joyful chirp. It seems that Lauhei ate a Paramecia-type devil fruit that can make his feathers black and hard. Most likely, it's the obsidian fruit, similar to the fruit of Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Both possess extremely strong defensive capabilities. "Lauhei, do you know why this place can block observation Haki?" Dino looked around, but found nothing special. Lauhei turned to look at Dino, his eyes full of confusion. He still couldn't understand what Haki was. "It's what the people of Baika call the heart net," Dino explained. Lauhei still looked confused. Dino sighed slightly, and could only helplessly lead Lauhei out of the temple. Outside the temple, AI Nilu stood on tiptoe, straining to look inside. Sweat beads covered his forehead, and the continuous chirps coming from within made him uneasy. Gritting his teeth, AI Nilu grabbed a fallen spear from the ground and charged straight toward the temple. No matter what, he had to see what was happening inside. If Dino had been killed by the divine beast in the temple, he would avenge him. Just as AI Nilu was about to reach the temple entrance, Dino emerged from the temple, with Lauhei appearing before AI Nilu's eyes. Seeing AI Nilu's actions, a smile involuntarily rose on Dino's face. He waved at him and said, "AI Nilu, come here. I have something to give you." AI Nilu tightly gripped the spear and ran to Dino, but his eyes were fixed on Lauhei behind him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Don't worry, Lauhei is our partner," Dino quickly explained to AI Nilu. Lauhei also wisely chirped at AI Nilu as a greeting. "Dino, big brother, is this the divine beast from the temple?" AI Nilu swallowed and whispered. Dino nodded with a smile. "His name is Lauhei." "Lauhei." AI Nilu raised his right hand to greet Lauhei. "AI Nilu, I'll give you a gift as a token of our brotherhood." With that, Dino handed the thunder fruit to AI Nilu. "Brother, what is this?" AI Nilu asked, curiously looking at the devil fruit in Dino's hand. "A devil fruit, a treasure that grants you the ability of lightning." AI Nilu's hand, reaching for the devil fruit, froze midair. He had thought it was just a special fruit, but now it was clear that this fruit was extremely precious. Though he was not well educated, he understood how formidable the power of lightning could be. "Brother, this is too valuable." Dino reached out and flicked his forehead, scolding with a smile. "You are my brother. What could be more precious than you? Listen, eat it." "But..." AI Nilu hesitated. Dino immediately put on a stern face and said, "What? Are you not willing to acknowledge me as your big brother?" "No, I just..." Before AI Nilu could finish, Dino shoved the thunder fruit into his hand. Since you recognize me as your big brother, then do as I say and eat it. AI Nilu looked at Dino, his eyes gradually becoming moist. He no longer hesitated and brought the fruit to his mouth, chewing slowly. Watching AI Nilu's calm demeanor, Dino asked curiously, "Don't you find it disgusting?" He had never eaten a devil fruit himself, but the original story clearly recorded that devil fruits tasted terrible. Even a glutton like Luffy couldn't stand them. AI Nilu slowly shook his head and said to Dino, "How could something given by my brother taste bad?" "Fool." Dino wiped the tears from his eyes and waved at Lao Hei. "You're so big you can carry me, right?" Hearing this, Lao Hei frantically shook his head, absolutely refusing to be a mount. "I thought you were useful. Looks like I'll have to make soup out of you. I'm hungry anyway." With that, Dino slowly released his conqueror's haki, and the temperature around him turned icy. Screech! Lao Hei shrieked and immediately prostrated himself on the ground, turning to look at Dino with pleading eyes. "You know what's good for you." Dino chuckled, jumped onto Lao Hei's back, and said to AI Nilu, "Use your ability to follow us. Let's go." "Wait." AI Nilu shouted, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he appeared beside Dino, grabbing his arm. "Brother, I hid something in the dense forest that might be useful to you." Dino seemed to think of something and asked urgently, "Is it a blueprint? A blueprint for a flying ship?" "How did you know?" AI Nilu asked in surprise, as he had never told anyone about the thing he had unexpectedly obtained. "You really are my lucky star." Dino patted AI Nilu's shoulder. "Go get it. They'll wait for you here." AI Nilu nodded, and his form once again turned into lightning, disappearing before Dino's eyes. "How convenient." Dino murmured softly, still somewhat envious of the thunder fruit's incredible speed. 10 minutes later, with a loud boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and coalesced into AI Nilu's form before Dino. "Brother, here you go." AI Nilu handed the blueprint to Dino and stood obediently beside him. Dino casually opened the blueprint, glanced at it, then put it away. He lightly stamped his foot on Lao Hei's back and commanded, "Let's go." Back to Qinghai. Meanwhile, in the sea area of Magic Valley Town, the cruise ship of Dino was under attack by pirates. "Bring the ship closer. This vessel is mine." A one-eyed pirate wearing a captain's hat and a black coat stood on the pirate ship, commanding his crew, his eyes filled with greed. "Oh!" A group of pirates stood on the deck, waving their swords and shouting. Their pirate ship had been damaged in a previous battle, and now this luxurious cruise ship served as a perfect substitute. Typically, only nobles embarked on such ships, which not only carried a wealth of valuables, but also potentially many women. The pirates were eager to board, having been at sea for months without encountering any women. "Attention, fire immediately if the pirate ship enters range. We must not let these vile pirates aboard." The naval officer on the cruise ship kept his gaze fixed on the distant pirate ship. There were no cannons on the cruise ship, and they could only rely on their firearms for defense. This time, Dino had not gone to sea on a mission. The number of naval personnel he brought was already limited, and the fighting force was pitifully small, as most were logistical support staff. Against the pirates, they were simply no match. "Major," has General Dino responded. "The pirates are almost here." A nearby naval soldier gripped his firearm tightly, his face filled with fear, but he did not retreat an inch. The major shook his head in silence, his expression serious, as he said to the soldier, "There is a small boat on board. If the pirates board, you must take your wife and child and leave immediately. Ensure their safety at all costs." "Understood," the soldier replied loudly, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. "Fire. Eliminate the pirates." As the pirate ship approached the cruise ship, the major immediately ordered, and over 20 naval personnel lined up to shoot at the pirates on the pirate ship. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down, killing 5 or 6 pirates in a single volley. Seeing this, the pirate first mate was about to order his men to fire back, but the captain kicked him angrily and shouted, "You fool, are you trying to destroy my pirate ship?" Before the battle even began, the pirate captain had already regarded the cruise ship as his personal property. "Whoever dares to damage the cruise ship will pay with their life. Oh, everyone, put away the cannonballs." The major, seeing this scene, felt a glimmer of hope and turned to order his soldiers, "Increase power, let's get the ship moving." "But Sir, General Dino ordered us to stay put and wait." The soldier hesitated. The major glared at him. "I hold the highest rank on this ship. Right now, you will follow my orders. If General Dino blames me, I will take responsibility." The soldier hurriedly ran into the cabin, and shortly after, the cruise ship began to move slowly, sailing away from the pirate ship, trying to escape. The pirate captain sneered and waved his hand, commanding the pirates, "Lower the sails, everyone row with the oars. We can't let them get away." Generally, pirate ships were relatively slow, so many had been modified for dual use, sailing with sails in normal conditions and relying on manpower when necessary. The two ships chased and fled quickly, disappearing from the sea area of Magic Valley Town and the once turbulent sea gradually returned to calm. Caught. After an unknown amount of time, a piercing cry rang out from the sky, followed by a large black bird bursting from the clouds. On Old Black's back, Dino's expression was grim as he unleashed his observation Haki, yet he could not sense the presence of the cruise ship. Enel, use your mind network to see if there are any people nearby. After consuming the rumble fruit, Enel's range of observation Haki had far surpassed Dino's. Enel transformed into lightning and flew into the air. Lightning exploded in the sky, forming strands of fine lightning spreading in all directions. Brother, there are no human presences nearby. Enel's voice came from above. Search to the left, or if you encounter anyone dressed like me, protect them. Hearing Dino's words, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance, thunder rumbling in the sky. Once Enel had left, Dino continued to speak to the large black bird beneath him. You go look as well. Old Black knew that Dino was on the brink of fury, but dared not speak further, and flapped its wings, flying towards another sea area. Dino suppressed his inner unease, cursing himself for being careless, and began searching across the vast sea with moonwalk steps. Just as Dino and the others were searching separately, the Navy on the cruise ship officially engaged in a close-quarters battle with the pirates. Quick, take the lady away first. The Major slashed his sword, forcing the pirates back, shouting to the naval soldiers behind him. He knew that the Navy on the cruise ship could not possibly defeat the pirates, and prioritized protecting the lady and child. The soldier dashed into the cabin without looking back. Madam, we must leave immediately if the pirates have boarded. Upon seeing Lu Jiu, the naval soldier said anxiously. Lu Jiu tightly hugged Ace, following closely behind the naval soldier. As they reached the dock where the small boats were stored, a burst of maniacal laughter erupted from behind. Ha ha, there's another exquisite beauty. Not bad, really not bad. The naval soldier and Lu Jiu turned around simultaneously, facing the pirate captain standing before them. The soldier pulled Lu Jiu behind him, saying, Madam, you go first. They'll hold him off. Lu Jiu took a deep look at the soldier and ran deeper into the dock with Ace in her arms, whispering to Ace as she ran. Ace, these people are your benefactors. When you grow up, you must repay them well. The pirate captain merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jiu's retreating figure before shifting his focus to the naval soldier. Navy, you're no match for me. Step aside, and he'll grant you a way out. Pirate, the soldier brandished his long knife to block the pirate's advance. This is General Dino's cruise ship. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. When General returns, you won't be able to leave either. The pirate captain paused mid-step, his expression fluctuating. Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh. If that's the case, he'll just have to kill all of you. This way Dino won't know I took his ship. Having made up his mind, the pirate captain no longer hesitated, swiftly closing in on the naval soldier and raising his heavy blade to strike down at him. Clang! The soldier raised his knife to block, but the tremendous force sent him flying, crashing into the dock's wall before coming to a stop. He knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Oomph! The pirate captain sneered coldly, lifting his foot towards the direction Lu Jiu had fled. After taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly halted. The pirate captain looked down to see the severely injured and dying naval soldier had somehow reached behind him, clutching his calf tightly. The soldier raised his bloodied face, speaking with unwavering determination, As long as I am alive, you shall not pass. An ant trying to shake a tree. The pirate captain coldly uttered 4 words, and with a twist of his wrist, the long knife pierced through the naval soldier's chest. The naval soldier's gaze gradually dimmed, but his hands still clung tightly to the pirate captain's leg, not allowing him to advance an inch. Rumble. As the pirate captain raised his blade to sever the hands clutching his calf, a deafening roar shook the heavens. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the ground before the pirate captain, and slowly coalescing into the form of AI and I Lu. Damn it, damn it, damn it. AI and I Lu raised his right hand, blue-white lightning gathering around his fist, as he thrust a punch through the air toward the pirate captain. I said I'd protect them, and you dared to kill him. I want you dead. A flash of lightning. The pirate captain turned to charcoal and fell stiffly backward. AI and I Lu vanished and reappeared on the cruise ship's deck, cradling the lifeless marine soldier in his arms, his body erupting into plasma. On the deck, the marines had been cornered by the pirates, all grievously wounded. Of the original dozen or so marines, only 6 still clung to survival, while the others lay on the ground, their breaths faint. Without a moment's hesitation, AI and I Lu gently set down the fallen soldier and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging into the pirate crowd. Captain, save me. What kind of monster is this? Run. In mere seconds, more than a dozen pirates were electrocuted and collapsed on the deck. Terrified by this grotesque and uncanny spectacle, the inexperienced pirates screamed and leaped off the cruise ship, fleeing back to their own vessel. The marines were equally stunned. Bolts of lightning like sentient serpents struck the pirates' heads with pinpoint precision. Lieutenant Commander, The 6 remaining Marines gathered around the lieutenant commander, their eyes fixed warily on the lightning field before them. What is this? The lieutenant commander tightened his grip on his weapon, speaking solemnly, "Don't move. This is not something we can." Unlike the ignorant soldiers, the lieutenant commander was far more knowledgeable. He quickly deduced that this phenomenon was likely the work of a devil fruit user. Before long, leaving behind dozens of charred corpses, the pirates finally broke free from the lightning field. Without looking back, they leaped onto their damaged ship, staring in horror at the blue-white electric field crackling across the cruise ship's deck. The violent lightning field gradually subsided, coalescing into a human form midair. AI and Lu floated there, breathing heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. "Go, leave this place now." The moment the pirate vice captain saw AI and Lu, he barked orders to the pirates behind him. He now understood the source of the sudden lightning: a devil fruit user and the most fearsome type of Logia. These pirates who couldn't even use Haki were no match for a Logia user. "The captain hasn't returned. Are we?" a pirate whispered to the vice captain. The vice captain spun around and slapped the man across the face, roaring, "Idiot! If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Set sail immediately." "Yes, sir." The man covered his cheek and ran into the cabin. With the efforts of dozens of pirates, the ship quickly turned and sped away toward the other side of the sea. "You think you can escape?" AI and Lu gritted his teeth, summoning the last of his strength to launch a final attack at the retreating pirate vessel. Rumble. With a colossal roar, a dark cloud silently formed above the pirate ship, white lightning crackling wildly within the cloud layer. "It's over." The pirate vice captain stared blankly at the cloud overhead, his weapon slipping from his hand onto the deck. Boom. A blinding column of white light crashed down onto the pirate ship with a thunderous explosion. When the light faded, the ship was gone. Only a few shattered planks floated on the sea. A faint smile crossed AI and Lu's face. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell from the sky, landing spread-eagled on the deck, his chest heaving violently. "Lieutenant Commander, what do we do?" A Marine soldier nudged the officer in front. "Don't move. They'll go ask him." The Lieutenant Commander exhaled deeply, approached I and Lu, and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save us?" AI and Lu sat up on the deck, pointed at the Lieutenant Commander, and said calmly, "My brother sent me." Perplexed, the Lieutenant Commander nevertheless bowed to AI and Lu. "Thank you for saving us. Could you tell me your brother's name? I will report this to Marine headquarters. The Fleet Admiral will surely reward you." The Lieutenant Commander inquired so thoroughly because he wished to identify this mysterious Logia user. If he could recruit him into the Marines, the reward from headquarters would be enough to secure him a promotion to commander or even captain. AI and Lu waved his hand. "My brother is Dino. You should know him." "What?" the Lieutenant Commander exclaimed, grabbing AI and Lu's shoulders excitedly. "Vice Admiral Dino is back." "Where is he?" AI and Lu glanced at the hands on his shoulders and frowned. He disliked others touching him, except Dino. He transformed into lightning, distancing himself from the Lieutenant Commander, and said with a pout, "Stay here. I'm going back to find my brother." With that, he vanished in a flash of lightning. Phew. The Lieutenant Commander exhaled heavily and turned to order the Marines, "Assess the damage, treat the wounded. Vice Admiral Dino will return soon." "Yes, sir." The 5 Marines responded loudly and set to work. The Lieutenant Commander also found Lugio at the dock, who had already boarded a speedboat preparing to escape. "Madam," the Lieutenant Commander called to Lugio, "the pirates have been eliminated. You are safe." Holding ace, Lugio ran to the Lieutenant Commander, hope shining in her eyes. "Is Vice Admiral Dino back?" The Lieutenant Commander nodded and led Lugio toward the cabin. When AI and Lu arrived above the cruise ship with Dino and Lauhe, the Marines and Lugio were already waiting on the deck. Dino leaped down from Lauhe's back, landing steadily on the deck. He scanned his surroundings and asked calmly, "What are the casualties? Which pirate crew is responsible?" The Lieutenant Commander stepped forward and saluted, reporting to the Vice Admiral, 12 Marines are severely injured, 1 is dead. The attackers were the One-Eye pirate crew. "One-Eye," Dino muttered. He had no recollection of that crew, mere fledglings out at sea. He waved his hand and said, "Focus on treating the wounded. Submit the names of the fallen." For the next half-month, the cruise ship remained anchored while the soldiers recovered. Dino used the downtime to educate AI and Lu about the vast sea. Today, all the seriously wounded Marines had finally recovered, and the cruise ship began to sail slowly toward the East Blue. In the cabin, Dino stared at the documents in his hand, his expression dark. Alan Ballou, deceased in battle, a native of O'Hara with an elderly mother and a younger sister, who happened to be a scholar of O'Hara. What a coincidence. Dino stubbed out his cigarette, rose, and walked to the bow. Facing the biting sea breeze, he gazed toward the West Blue. 7 days later, the cruise ship finally entered the East Sea from the Grand Line. Dino lay on the deck, smoking a cigarette, while Lauhe stood beside him, watching the battle not far away. Before the cruise ship on the surface of the sea, a pirate ship was surrounded by lightning, and Enel was laughing wildly in midair. "Haha, you bunch of pirates, accept my punishment." Dino's mouth twitched continuously. He never expected that within less than a month the originally shy Enel would become so dramatic. Lao He turned to Dino, emitting a cry while drooling. Without even looking at it, Dino continued to smoke and said lightly, "I told you no more eating humans. Aren't the sea kings and mountain beasts enough for you to eat?" Lao He protested with a squawk, its eyes filled with disdain, as if it was complaining that the flesh of sea kings was not as tasty as that of humans. "If you dare eat humans, I'll stew you, understand?" Though Dino's voice was soft, Lao He felt a chilling aura wash over it. It hurriedly wrapped itself in its black wings and shook its head frantically at Dino. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky as Enel descended from above, landing next to Dino's lounge chair. "Brother, I wiped out those pirates." His expression was like that of a child waiting for adult praise, completely different from when he faced the pirates. Dino nodded slightly, saying, "In the future, use martial arts more. Relying solely on your fruit ability won't make you a strong fighter." At that moment, Enel hung his head, his earlier excitement completely gone. Just then the ensign who had come out of the cabin jogged to Enel's side, lightly nudged him with his elbow, and then saluted Dino, saying, "Report, Major General, the supplies on the ship are running low. We need to head to Lobetown for resupply." Then let's go to Lobetown first." Dino replied casually, continuing to lie down and bask in the sun. The ensign took Enel away from the deck. The two had become familiar over the past half-month, and Enel no longer resisted him touching him. "Thanks, Uncle Gamlin, otherwise I wouldn't know how long I'd be lectured by my brother," Enel said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Gamlin, and lit one for himself with his fruit ability, smoking leisurely. "Yo, this good stuff is usually not something a major general can smoke." Gamlin smiled, accepting the cigarette and lightly patting Enel's shoulder. "Major General Dino is really good to you." "Good stuff." Enel glanced at the cigarette in his hand and pouted, "I don't think it's that great." "You don't understand, this is a symbol of status. Only a few people in the entire Navy, including Major General Dino, are qualified to smoke this kind of cigarette." Gamlin carefully put away the cigarette, then took out his own and lit it, chatting idly with Enel. "Once we return to the Navy headquarters, you will officially join the Navy, right? With your strength and your relationship with Major General Dino, you should be able to be promoted to an officer regardless of the rules." As he spoke, a hint of envy appeared in Gamlin's eyes. He was nearly 40. If nothing unexpected happened, the rank of ensign would be his peak, worlds apart from Enel. Enel shrugged. "Uncle Gamlin, next time we encounter pirates, come with me, and I'll share some military merit." "That sounds good. Don't forget then." Gamlin smiled as he walked into the cabin, while Enel headed to the training room. Dino had arranged a series of training programs for him, mostly focused on enhancing his physique. During the subsequent voyage, Dino did not encounter any more foolish pirates. The next morning, the cruise ship slowly sailed into the port of Lobetown. "Captain, this cruise ship looks unusual. Should we consult the boss before taking action?" On the coast, a young man in a black suit asked a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh beside him. "No need. No matter who it is, once they reach Lobetown, they must pay us a management fee." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted fiercely as he waved his subordinates toward Dino's cruise ship. "Stop! Who are you?" A furious shout interrupted the progress of the middle-aged man's group. He looked up in the direction of the voice and nearly collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, a nearby lackey quickly helped him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in public. "In Navy," the man stammered, shoving away the lackey who was supporting him and performing a clumsy military salute to Gamlin. "Sir, it was Colonel O.L. Luca who sent us to welcome you." "Wait here, I'll go report to Major General Dino." With that, Gamlin quickly returned to the cabin. Only after Gamlin's figure disappeared did the middle-aged man wake up abruptly. He immediately said to his lackey, "You go back and tell the boss that a Navy Major General has arrived in Lobetown. Have him notify O.L. Luca to get ready." The lackey did not dare hesitate and ran back toward Lobetown. Not long after, Dino walked from the cruise ship to the middle-aged man, followed by Enel and Gamlin, with Lugio also carrying Ace behind them. "Are you also Navy?" Dino asked, frowning slightly at the middle-aged man. "Why, yes, sir. I am a subordinate of Colonel O.L. Luca." The middle-aged man replied, bowing respectfully. "Are they too?" Dino pointed to the group of people in black suits behind the middle-aged man, his tone gradually turning cold. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, nodding. "Yes, we are all subordinates of O.L. Luca." "Heh," Dino chuckled lightly. "Lead the way to the Navy base." "This?" The middle-aged man froze in place, not knowing how to respond. "My." Dino snorted coldly, slightly releasing a trace of Conqueror's Haki, pressing down on the middle-aged man, and said coldly, "Do you not know the location of the Navy base?" The middle-aged man was drenched in cold sweat from the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, a sense of impending doom hovering above him. He did not dare hesitate and hurriedly said, I know. I'll take you there right away, sir. Lead the way, Dino said coldly. The middle-aged man hastily called his lackeys to lead the way, and the group marched toward Logtown. As they walked, all the villagers knelt along the sides of the road. They wore thin clothing, and their emaciated faces were frozen purple by the cold wind. In the corners a few figures lay down covered in flies, and a foul odor emanated from them, clearly having been dead for a long time. Dino walked expressionlessly behind the middle-aged man. As they approached the Navy base, he pointed to two villagers kneeling on the roadside bare-chested, and said to Gamlin, "Take them with us." Gonlon immediately stepped forward, and in the fearful gazes of the two elderly men, he slowly crouched down and said softly, "Elders, our Major General invites you to come with us." "Please spare us, sir. Please spare us." The two elderly men kept bowing to Gonlon. "I still have half a sack of gray rice at home, and I'll fetch it to offer to you. Please don't kill me." Hearing the elders' pleas, Dino paused in his steps. He turned to the elders and spoke gently, "Elders, come with me. I will seek justice for you." The two elders stared blankly at Dino, their eyes filled with hope, but even more so with fear. Dino helped them up, waved Gonlon and Enel over, and directly took off the Navy coats from their bodies and draped them over the elders. At the Rogtown Navy base commander Aor Luca suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted at the person in front of him, "What does that Navy look like? He seems very young and has short hair." The subordinate stammered, startled by Aor Luca's sudden action. Aor Luca pondered for a few seconds, then immediately returned to his desk and took out a communication device from the drawer. "Don't babble." Half a minute later, someone finally answered the communication device. Aor Luca anxiously asked, "Major General Leda, is there a Major General coming to inspect Rogtown from headquarters?" "Inspection?" A puzzled voice came from the communication device. "I haven't heard any notifications about." Phew. Aor Luca's racing heart finally settled. As long as it wasn't an inspection from headquarters, it was fine. Moreover, the person coming might not even be a Major General. It could be a misunderstanding from his subordinate. "What's going on? Has someone gone to Rogtown?" The voice on the communication device asked again. "It seems so, but he hasn't arrived at the base yet, and I don't know who it is." Aor Luca sat back in his chair, crossing his legs, his expression returning to its previous calm. "Yes, we must bring him over. We cannot let the matters of Rogtown reach headquarters, or no one will be able to save you." After finishing that, the other side hung up. Aor Luca put away the communication device and ordered Enzo beside him, "Go to the treasury and bring a box of gold, no 2 boxes." Enzo left on his orders, and as he exited the office door, he bumped into a soldier who looked flustered. "You insolent fool, barging into the base commander's office, I will deduct a month's salary." The soldier bent over panting and said, "Lord Enzo, old Zhang has brought 3 Navy personnel to the base. Go in and inform the commander immediately." Enzo said a word to the soldier and hurriedly left. When Dino arrived at the base entrance, he was shocked by the luxurious scene. The grand gate was resplendent, with 2 giant pillars at the front carved with dragons and phoenixes coated in gold, resembling a royal palace. The 2 elderly men behind him shrank back, not daring to take a step forward, as if afraid of dirtying this luxurious Navy base. Dino turned around and softly reassured them, "Don't be afraid, I will take care of everything." The old man fixed his gaze on the righteous coat behind Dino, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward. At that moment, Aor Luca also walked out of the base with a group of subordinates. Upon seeing Dino, his face first turned pale, then immediately flushed red. This flush was not due to fear, but rather the sight of hope, seeing an opportunity to be promoted to brigadier. He could plunder wealth and oppress civilians in Rogtown only because Major General Leda was backing him. If he could win over this youngest Major General in history, his future career path would be bright. The rank of Major General was already the highest for Leda. He had no room for further promotion and could not provide Aor Luca with more protection and resources. Dino, however, was different. The rank of Major General was merely his starting point, and it was almost a certainty that he would become an admiral in the future, or even a marshal. The opportunities were not absent. If Aor Luca could follow Dino and one day become an admiral, he might also have a chance at a Major General's position. Thinking of this, Aor Luca hurriedly approached Dino, saluting him with utmost respect. "I am Aor Luca, greetings to Major General Dino." Dino merely glanced at him and said coolly, "Let's go, I happen to have some questions for you." With that, he gestured for Gonlon and Inalu to bring the 2 elderly men along as they entered the base. Aor Luca, initially flushed with excitement, turned pale as a sheet upon seeing the 2 elderly men. His eyes lost their light as he followed behind the group, unaware of when they entered the office. "Now tell me what exactly is going on." Dino sat in the chair, pointing to the 2 elderly men. Seeing Aor Luca frozen and not answering Dino's question, Gonlon nudged him and said, "The Major General is asking you a question. Oh, why are you dazing off?" Oh. Aor Luca, jolted awake, looked up at Dino and said, "What would you like to know, my lord?" He had been pondering the purpose of Dino bringing the two along. Was it to take him back to headquarters for inquiry? Or was it to pressure him into extracting more money? I ask you, what is their situation? Dino looked at Luca, enunciating each word, his eyes barely containing murderous intent. I don't know them. Luca pretended to observe carefully, then quietly asked the elderly man, were you robbed by pirates? Rest assured, as the base commander of Rog Town, I will definitely capture those pirates and give you an explanation. The two elderly men were so frightened that they almost knelt down to plead. They looked up at Dino, their eyes overflowing with a desperate plea. Dino furrowed his brows, releasing his conqueror's Haki to suppress Luca, then approached the two elderly men and said, what did he do in Rog Town? The two elderly men looked at Dino, then furtively glanced at Luca, unsure if they should speak. If Luca remained unscathed, it would be them and their families who would suffer. Elderly friends, if you do not report his crimes, I will have no way to help you. Dino waited for a long time, but the two elderly men remained silent. He sighed slightly and turned back to his chair, gesturing for Gamlin. Take them away. Luca observed everything. Although he was immobilized by the conqueror's Haki, he was secretly sneering. Major General Dino, you are thinking too simplistically. These lowly people would not dare to oppose me. Just as Luca was feeling pleased, a voice of despair suddenly echoed in the office. An elderly man ran in front of Dino, kneeling before them, and cried out hoarsely, please, Great One, stand up for us in Rog Town. He is a demon that devours people without spitting out their bones. The elderly man shouted while angrily pointing at Luca. We were living a comfortable life in Rog Town, but everything changed when this devil arrived 2 years ago. The elderly man had completely lost his fear, disregarding the potential repercussions as he accused Luca of his various evil deeds to Dino. As soon as he arrived in Rog Town, he forcibly conscripted us to build the base. Not only did he not pay us, but he also didn't allow us to rest. To complete this base, we lost hundreds of lives. He also hired a bunch of thugs as his subordinates, collecting a hefty security fee from us every month. If we couldn't pay, we had to pawn our belongings. My land and my house have all been taken away by them, and as the elderly man said this, he suddenly got up from the ground, ran in front of Luca, and began punching and kicking him, shouting, where's my granddaughter? You return my granddaughter to me. Dino's face darkened like water, and he gestured for Gamlin to pull the elderly man away, releasing his hold on Luca, and looked at him with cold eyes. Do you have anything to add? My lord. Luca knelt before Dino, grabbing his pant leg. I am wronged. How could I possibly do such things? It's all him framing me. As he spoke, Luca turned to glare fiercely at the elderly man. Bang! Dino kicked Luca, sending him crashing into a nearby bookshelf. Wronged. Do you take me for a fool? Those people outside fear you more than they fear pirates. Is this how you manage your town? Lying on the ground, Luca watched as Dino slowly approached him, desperately raising his hand and shouting, I am a Navy colonel, you cannot kill me. If you do, Major General Leda, and the Marshal will not let you go. Leda? Dino scoffed. You should go test the waters. It won't be long before he comes looking for you. With that, Dino shot a finger gun, accurately piercing Luca's forehead. Leda? Dino scoffed. You should go test the waters. It won't be long before he comes looking for you. With that, Dino shot a finger gun, accurately piercing. The Navy was a formal organization with its own laws. Generally, any Marine who broke the law had to be sent back to headquarters, where the fleet admiral and the admirals convened to decide the punishment. Summary execution was strictly prohibited. Moreover, Dino was only a vice admiral, with even less authority to privately execute a Marine captain. Dino shook his head. Handle the rest. And I'll assist him. Kill all who have broken the law. Don't worry about a shortage of personnel. After a moment's hesitation, Gamlin had Enel take the two elderly men away. He himself cleaned up the office, then picked up Luca's body and left. Dino sat silently at his desk, smoking. After a long while, he took out a din mushy and called Fleet Admiral Kong. Dino, is something wrong? Came Kong's weathered voice over the line. At his age, he should have retired long ago, but the 5 elders felt Sengoku was not loyal enough, so they kept Kong in his position. Dino flicked the ash from his cigarette and said casually, I killed Luca, the base commander of Lowtown in the East Blue. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then Kong's roar, You bastard, why did you kill him? Dino held the din mushy away from his ear and rubbed his numb ear. He'll send you his evidence later. Right now, most of the base's Marines have been purged. Send some men to replenish Lowtown's forces. Kong smashed his desk with a single palm, strike his voice barely restrained, clearly on the verge of fury. Even if he was guilty, you couldn't kill him. Why didn't you send him back to headquarters for judgment? I don't have time to go back. I'm still on leave. Hearing Dino's flippant tone, Kong's veins bulged with anger. Come back immediately and explain yourself. Dino pursed his lips. I understand. He'll return in a month. Send someone over first. And about the base commander, no need to arrange someone. Gan from my ship is very suitable. He's wiped out many pirates recently and deserves a promotion. Kong slumped into his chair and weakly rubbed his forehead. I understand. He'll send people tomorrow. You, come back to headquarters as soon as possible. With that, Kong hung up the phone. He had no way to deal with Dino now. As long as Dino didn't betray the world government, no one would force a young man with peak Admiral-level strength to leave over a trivial matter. Sengoku, you'll have your hands full. Kong muttered to himself, recalling Garp's past, and suddenly chuckling. When Dino found Gan, the latter was disbanding the Marines of Logtown. Most of them had colluded with Ol Luca. The core members had already been executed by Enel, while the rest, swept along by the tide, did not deserve death. Vice Admiral Dino, do you need something? Gan approached and asked. No, just to tell you that you no longer need. Before Dino could finish, Gan's face turned pale. Vice Admiral, have I done something wrong? Dino chuckled lightly. Don't worry. I spoke with the fleet admiral. You will be the new base commander of Logtown, and your rank will be promoted to lieutenant commander. In a few days, headquarters will send troops to reinforce your force. Gan's head shot up, disbelief in his eyes. Vice Admiral, my strength is insufficient to be base commander, isn't it? Indeed, as a logistics officer, Gan had no right to become a base commander by normal standards. Do a good job. The East Blue will settle down before long. Dino patted Gan's shoulder. However, Dino's tone turned ice cold. If you oppress civilians like Ol Luca, I will personally send you to meet him. Understood. Gan's body trembled. Please rest assured, Vice Admiral. If I ever dare to oppress civilians, I will end myself without your intervention. Take care. I leave Logtown tomorrow. It's yours. Early the next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, the cruise ship docked at Logtown's harbor, slowly set sail, heading deep into the East Blue. Soon it vanished into the vast sea. Vice Admiral Dino, I will never disappoint you. Gan swore silently toward the ocean. The shore was lined with villagers who had come to bid farewell, smiles on every face. The old man who had reported Ol Luca stood at the front. Old dang, what is Vice Admiral Dino really like? I heard he has 2 pairs of eyes and 4 ears, able to tell good people from bad at a glance. No, I heard Vice Admiral Dino is an angel with a pair of snowy wings, and the demon Ol Luca was burned alive by his judgment flames. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The 2 elderly men exchanged a glance and smiled. Vice Admiral Dino is just like us, an ordinary man. He is merely a kind and upright Marine. In the training room of the cruise ship, Dino was helping Enel awaken his armament Haki while exercising. Bang! Enel clutched his swollen head and looked pitifully at Dino. Bro, can this method really awaken armament Haki? I've been beaten by you for 5 days and I still can't sense it. Dino removed his training shackles and tossed them to Enel. Your physique isn't strong enough yet. Beating you isn't just for awakening armament Haki, it also helps strengthen your body. Enel was half doubtful, but he obediently put on the training shackles, using his devil fruit ability to electroshock his own head while exercising. Suddenly, a soldier's report sounded from outside the door. Vice Admiral Dino, 10 minutes to destination. Let's go have a look. Dino donned his justice coat, pushed open the training room door, and gazed at the distant island against the sea breeze. Enel stood beside him and asked, Bro, where is this? Why are we here? Dino smiled mysteriously. This is Shimatsuki village. Ace will live here from now on. As his elder brother, you must visit him often, understand? Huh? Enel looked puzzled. Isn't Ace coming back to Marine headquarters with us? Dino shook his head. He's still too young. He can only go to headquarters when he's older. Rouge emerged from the cabin. Enel ran over and took Ace from her arms, and the two began to play on the deck. Rouge watched the pair, who were as close as brothers, a smile spreading across her face. She looked up at Dino and asked, Is this the place where he'll live? Yes. A powerful swordsman lives here. You don't need to worry about safety. In the future, Ace can learn. Rouge asked curiously, as swordsman. Is he a Marine? Dino shook his head gently. No, he's just a reclusive swordsman. Perhaps he has some other purpose, Dino thought, but he did not intend to tell Rouge. Chief, a cruise ship has arrived at the coast, and someone has spotted people on board wearing naval uniforms. It seems the Navy may have discovered our whereabouts. In the Eastern Taoist hall, the young Ivankov rushed into the secret room and shouted at Dorag, who was conversing with Gung Shiro. Dorag gestured to Ivankov, saying, Gather everyone, or we will leave immediately. Once Ivankov left the secret room, Dorag stood up and bowed to Gung Shiro, saying, Please reconsider my proposal. I won't stay long, but I hope we can become like-minded comrades in the future. Gung Shiro merely squinted his eyes and continued sipping his tea, neither agreeing to Dorag's offer nor outright refusing it. Disappointment flashed in Dorag's eyes as he cupped his hands in salute to the seated Gung Shiro and quietly exited the secret room. Just as Dorag was about to leave the secret room, Gung Shiro, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. I admire the ideals of the self-reliance army, but I cannot leave with you. Dorag paused, turned to look at Gung Shiro, and then resolutely left the secret room, knowing that Gung Shiro had already chosen the side of the Self-Reliance Army. At this moment, 4 people had already gathered at the back mountain of the Eastern Daoist Hall, all of whom were veterans of the Self-Reliance Army: Ivankov, Bartholomew, Kuma, Ginny, and Crow. "Do you know who the Navy is that has arrived?" Dorag asked Ivankov as he arrived at the back mountain. "I'm not sure, we didn't dare to get too close." Seeing that only Dorag was alone, Ivankov anxiously asked, "Is he still unwilling to join us?" Dorag smiled nonchalantly, "Although Mr. Gung Shiro is unwilling to leave with us, he has already acknowledged our ideals. As long as we share common ideals, does it matter whether we are together or not? Let's go if it's not suitable for us to meet the Navy right now." Dorag withdrew his gaze and walked deeper. Before they had walked far, a sharp whistle suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Dorag looked up towards the direction of the sound, and as he released his observation Haki, he said with a serious expression, "A troublesome guy is coming. You all go ahead, I'll hold him off." Seeing Dorag's expression, Ivankov knew the situation was urgent. She simply told Dorag to be careful before rushing into the mountains with the younger ones. At this moment, it was the year 1501 of the Hyuan calendar, and the elders of the Self-Reliance Army were still young, unable to assist Dorag in any way. Old Black Dove from the sky with Dino on his back quickly arriving in front of Dorag. "Dorag, long time." Dino jumped off Old Black's back and greeted Dorag. Dorag did not dare to be careless. He maintained a heightened state of vigilance with his observation Haki, fully aware of the vast gap in strength between himself and Dino. Seeing Dorag's tense demeanor, Dino lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before continuing, "Am I really? What do you want?" Although they had once had a pleasant conversation in the Navy, Dorag had betrayed the Navy and even became a wanted criminal by the world government. He was unsure if Dino was here to capture him. "I heard you formed a group called the Self-Reliance Army. You've stirred up quite a bit in the South China Sea." Dino was referring to the events in the Salb Kingdom, where Dorag and Kuma had killed the former king and then elected a kind prince to take the throne. This incident had caused quite a stir among the higher-ups of the world government, and the Navy had naturally received the news. Dorag's expression changed drastically as he looked at Dino tensely and asked, "Are you here to capture me?" Dino smiled and nodded, "Yes, the world government has issued a death order to eliminate all of you. So if you obediently come back with me, I'll let those few inside go. You should know that none of you can escape in front." As Dino's voice fell, a violent burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body, crashing towards Dorag like a tsunami. Dorag broke into a sweat on his forehead, desperately releasing his own Conqueror's Haki to resist Dino's assault. Dino shook his head. "Is this how Carp taught you? With this level of strength you dare to betray the Navy?" Currently Dorag's strength was at most comparable to Sakazuki, having not even reached the threshold of an admiral, making him no match for Dino. Dorag glared at Dino fiercely. "The Navy is just the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. You should know better than I do." Dino's eyes turned cold, and the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki he had unleashed gradually receded into his body, concentrating in his fist. "The Navy is not for you to judge." The moment his words fell, Dino's figure vanished from his original spot, and before Dorag could react, a punch struck him in the abdomen. Bang! The punch, wrapped in ultimate Conqueror's Haki, hit Dorag's abdomen with a muffled sound, sending him flying like a whirlwind and crashing into a low hill behind him, creating a large hole before coming to a stop. Dino slowly walked towards Dorag, while smoking a cigarette. "Are you feeling puzzled? Why can't your observation Haki sense my movements?" Without waiting for Dorag to respond, Dino continued, "Carp really is something. He didn't even teach you this basic technique before letting you run around." Dorag spat out a mouthful of blood, transforming into an invisible whirlwind that surrounded Dino with wind blades raining down on him. Dino wrapped his entire body in armament Haki to withstand Dorag's attacks, while Conqueror's Haki erupted again, morphing into a giant red python that shot into the sky, directly breaking through Dorag's elemental form and forcing him out. Just as Dorag's figure was forced out, Dino stomped the ground, transforming into a red flash that flew above Dorag, his right foot wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, heavily crashing down on Dorag's shoulder. Boom! Even though Dorag had already defended with armament Haki, he was still kicked to the ground by Dino, creating a large pit and raising clouds of dust. Dino slowly landed on the ground, keeping his observation Haki locked on Dorag. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed Dorag's disheveled figure, half kneeling in the center of the pit, his chest stained red with blood. "You don't know how to wrap Conqueror's Haki. Your armament Haki is not refined enough, and your physical condition is average. Are you really Carp's son?" Dino's words were harsh, but they reflected Dorag's current reality. If Dino wanted to, he could easily kill Dorag within half an hour. Dorag, supporting his shattered shoulder, slowly stood up and looked towards the mountain direction, saying, "I will go back with you, and let them go." After 2 exchanges, Dorag had clearly understood the vast gap between them. He could think of no other way to ensure Ivankov and the others' safety. Dino merely glanced at Dorag. Back in the day, Carp could deal out high damage with his left hand and even higher damage with his right, relying on his Haki to crush every pirate. Yet his son wants to rely on devil fruit abilities. How ironic. You. Dorag glared at Dino, but found no reason to refute him. Forget it. If I really capture you, Carp would probably come after me in a rage. Saying this, Dino turned and walked towards Old Black in the distance. He just wanted to see how far Dorag had come and had no other intentions. Halfway there, Dino suddenly stopped and a calm voice came from his mouth. If you have time, go visit O'Hara. There's also. The Salt Kingdom did not become better just because you changed the king. The people there are living even worse than before. Don't think that simply replacing the king with a kind person will change everything. Human hearts cannot withstand tests. After saying this, Dino jumped onto Old Black's back, and Old Black immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the coast. Dorag stood dazedly watching Dino fly away, softly murmuring, O'Hara. Salt Kingdom. He didn't believe what Dino said, and he intended to go see for himself in the Salt Kingdom. Soon after Dino returned to the cruise ship, Lugio had already packed her belongings. Dino ordered the soldiers to replenish supplies in Xuanyue village, while he took Lugio to find a suitable residence. Lu followed behind them, carrying AIC in his arms. How about this place? Dino pointed to a white two-story building in front of him and asked Lugio, standing nearby. The building was not very large, but it was extremely clean. Most importantly, there was a courtyard in front of the house filled with flowers and plants. Even in the winter of November, blossoms continued to bloom, their fragrance soothing the soul. Lugio was very pleased with the house Dino had chosen for her, but it was clearly already occupied. She asked softly, isn't this house someone else's? Are you going to forcibly take someone else's house? Dino chuckled lightly. I'm a Marine. How could I do such a thing? Wait for me here. He'll go in and negotiate with the owner. Half an hour later, Dino emerged from the house followed by a man wearing a broad smile. Dino took AIC from Lu's arms. Go to the ship and fetch 5 million berry for him. Lu transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished on the spot. Soon he descended from the sky carrying a safe and handed it to the man. Take the money. This house no longer belongs to you from now on. Dino raised his chin slightly and spoke to the man indifferently. Yes. Yes. The man took the safe, pulled a key from his pocket, and handed it to Lu. Then, clutching the safe, he ran off without looking back. Go in and take a look. If anything is missing, ask Lu to buy it. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Lugio looked at Dino with gratitude. For the first time, she felt someone cared for her so deeply. Even Luo Jia had never been so attentive. That evening, the Marines who had sailed with Dino held a banquet at Lugio's new house. The next morning, the cruise ship slowly departed the harbor. Lugio stood on the shore holding AIC, waving incessantly until the ship vanished beyond the horizon. Only then did she turn back, carrying AIC. At the same time, in the dense forest behind the Isin dojo, Duo Lagu sat on the ground, his body wrapped in bandages. Ivankov and several others sat opposite him. Chief, the Marines have left. Suddenly a crow flew from a distance and landed on the shoulder of a figure. Phew, they're finally gone. We're safe. Ivankov patted his chest and let out a heavy sigh. Let's go too. This place isn't safe anymore. Duo Lagu said in a deep voice. Although Dino had spared him, he couldn't place his hopes on others. I heard that the king of the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue has been oppressing the common people for years. Let's go overthrow him. Jean Ni shouted beside him, her eyes blazing with determination. The others nodded in agreement. The self-sustaining army had just been formed and had yet to face any setbacks. These young people were filled with hope. Duo Lagu gently shook his head. We're leaving the East Blue and heading to the South Blue. Although the group was puzzled by Duo Lagu's decision, they did not object. First, the self-sustaining army was founded by Duo Lagu, making him their leader. Second, Duo Lagu was the oldest and strongest, so naturally these young people followed his lead. In the first half of the Grand Line, Dino stood at the bow, his brow slightly furrowed as he stared at the battle ahead. Have you identified the pirate crew? A soldier behind him quickly took out a wanted poster and reported, Sir, they are the Bloodwolf pirates. Captain Bloodwolf Jia Tung, a Zoan-type ability user with a bounty of 58 million berry. Dino nodded lightly. No wonder Lu couldn't defeat him. 58 million berry is considered a major pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, when Crocodile became a warlord, his bounty was only 81 million berry. Bounties in 1501 were quite different from 20 years later. No time left. Use your ability. Dino called out to Lu before turning and walking back into the cabin. Hearing this, Lu leaped into the air to avoid Jia Tang's attack, his grin stretching to his ears as he let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. Now this is a real fight. Are you ready to face my judgment, pirate? Jia Tang licked the blood on his claws and sneered, a fight. It's already over. As his voice echoed, he slightly bent his legs and sprang toward Admiral-Level in midair. In his werewolf form, his hands became sharp claws, his eyes blazing with bloodthirsty madness. Admiral-Level raised his right hand, lightning dancing in his palm. He flipped his wrist downward and softly uttered 2 words, divine punishment. A pillar of light formed from thunderbolts shot out from his palm. The lightning struck Jia Tong with a crackling sound. His charging figure halted in midair, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted from the sky onto the deck of the pirate ship. Admiral-Level gave him no time to recover, transforming into bolts of lightning that rained down upon Jia. Whoa! Jia Tong roared skyward. With lightning speed, he couldn't dodge. He could only fully transform into a red-furred blood wolf and endure Admiral-Level's attacks with his body. One attacked, the other defended. Both were testing who would break first. However, Jia Tong had overestimated the defense of a Zoan-type user. After only 10 seconds, the lightning had paralyzed his entire body. His skin began to crack open and streams of blood dripped onto the deck, only to be evaporated by the lightning's heat, leaving dark purple stains. Just as Jia Tong grew frantic, countless lightning bolts converged into a cyan-white thunder dragon that coiled in the sky. Admiral-Level's figure gradually materialized. Final strike, sending you off. Thunder Dragon Judgment. Admiral-Level roared, veins bulging on his neck as he pressed his right hand downward with force. The Thunder Dragon let out a roar, rolled once in the sky, and then charged at Jia Tong with bared fangs and claws. The Blood Wolf roared skyward, eyes glowing red, and opened its gaping maw toward the Thunder Dragon. Boom! The moment the Thunder Dragon made contact with the Blood Wolf, it exploded. A blinding light illuminated the entire sea. When the light faded, Jia Tong's figure had vanished. A large hole was blasted through the deck of the pirate ship, and seawater poured in through it. Admiral-Level carefully sensed with his observation Haki, confirming that Jia Tong's presence had disappeared. He turned into lightning and flew back to the cruise ship, saying to the soldiers on deck, "The rest is up to you." 3 soldiers immediately took a speedboat toward the sinking pirate ship. There was a rule on Dino's ship: of any valuables found on pirate vessels, he took half, and the remaining half was divided equally among all Marines. Over 10 minutes later, the 3 soldiers returned to the cruise ship on the speedboat, beaming with joy. Each carried 2 boxes. A clear sign of a bountiful haul. Over the following 10 days, Dino's cruise ship encountered 5 pirate crews, most of them small-time thieves, just setting out to sea. Admiral-Level alone could wipe them all out with no need for Dino to intervene. Today, the cruise ship finally sailed into the waters of Marineford. Admiral-Level stood at the bow looking ahead and occasionally asking the Marine beside him, "What should I be careful about when I arrive at headquarters? I heard there are several people at Marine headquarters like me, Logia-type users. Are they stronger than me? Also, will the fleet admiral allow me to join the Marines? And when I join, can I still stay by my brother's side?" The soldier gave Admiral-Level a reassuring look. "With Vice Admiral Dino here, you don't need to worry about anything. He'll take care of everything." "What? That bastard Dino has finally returned." In the marshal's office, Carp rolled up his sleeves and headed outside as soon as he heard the news. Sengoku quickly grabbed his arm and shouted, "What are you planning to do? This is Marineford. Do you want to destroy this place?" Carp was momentarily speechless as he couldn't tell Sengoku that Dino had played him and Rayleigh regarding Ace. If Sengoku and Kong found out that he wanted to secretly take in Roger's child, they would surely skin him alive. "All right," Kong glared at Carp and ordered the soldiers outside. "Go bring Dino here and call all the vice admirals still at headquarters to the conference room. Prepare for a meeting." Soon Kazan Borsellino Crane. The vice admirals arrived at the conference room. Zephyr originally didn't want to come, but when he heard the meeting concerned Dino, he hurried over. Akainu was still guarding the G1 base and couldn't attend the meeting. Dino's yacht had just docked at Marineford, and a messenger hurried over to relay Marshal Kong's orders. "Vice Admiral Dino, the Marshal wants you to come to the conference room immediately for a meeting." Dino nodded and turned to Enel. "You come along, and he'll help you with the paperwork." A nearby soldier hesitated, but ultimately led the way. As they walked to the conference room, Enel followed behind Dino, observing the people and things around him, while secretly muttering, "This Marine headquarters is just like this. There aren't any strong fighters." Dino, walking ahead, sensed Enel's observation. Haki, scanning the area, frowned and scolded, "Don't recklessly use Haki in Marineford. Put it away." Observation Haki is a form of spiritual power that can easily be detected by other strong users. Generally, no one would carelessly release it at Marine headquarters, as it not only provokes the authority of the Marines, but also shows a lack of respect. Hearing Dino's reprimand, Enel quickly withdrew his Haki and obediently followed behind him. They soon arrived at the conference room door, where a soldier saluted Dino and pushed the door open, saying, "Vice Admiral Dino, the Marshal's orders are that only those with the rank of Vice Admiral or above may enter. What do you think?" Dino understood the soldier's meaning and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to the Marshal." With that, he directly brought Enel into the conference room. Kong first scrutinized Enel for a long time before nodding to Dino, saying, "Hurry and take your seat. We've been waiting for you." Others looked curiously at Enel, who was following Dino, unsure why Dino brought a stranger to a high-level marine. As soon as Dino sat down in his position, Sengoku pointed at Enel and questioned Dino, "Who is he? Do you realize this is a meeting for vice admirals?" Dino smirked, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said leisurely, "Marshal, this is Enel, my newly recruited." Kong nodded. "Let someone take him to handle his onboarding. I'll let his rank start from lieutenant." "No way." Dino shook his head with a chuckle. During this time, Enel has wiped out 7 pirate crews, including the Blood Wolf Kato, worth 58 million berries. A lieutenant is too low for him. Moreover, Dino smiled mysteriously at Sengoku. "Enel is also a devil fruit user. He possesses the rumble fruit ability, so I believe the rank of captain suits him better." "What?" The conference room suddenly erupted in an uproar, everyone turning their gaze to Enel, their eyes filled with envy. The fame of the rumble fruit is well known, but unfortunately it has not appeared for hundreds of years. Dino returned from his vacation and brought back a rumble fruit user. With a bit of training, the rank of vice admiral would be within reach. As for the admiral rank, it not only requires immense strength, but also recognition from the world government and the 5 elders, and one cannot simply attain it due to possessing a powerful devil fruit. Kong, regaining his composure from the shock, spoke more seriously than before. He just joined the Marines. Promoting him directly to captain would be unfair. Why not let him hone his skills at the major rank for a while? Dino hesitated for a moment before agreeing, saying to Enel behind him, "You go with him to handle the onboarding application first." As if recalling something, Dino added to the naval soldier preparing to lead Enel away, "I have a large bird on my ship. Go prepare some food for it." The soldier quickly nodded and said, "Yes," swiftly taking Enel out of the conference room and closing the cough. Kong cleared his throat to interrupt the discussions among the crowd, slowly standing up with a serious tone. "Today's meeting concerns Colonel O.L. Luca of Lowtown. Dino, please explain the details first." Dino, with a cigarette in his mouth, shrugged and said, "O.L. Luca oppressed civilians in Lowtown and privately extorted goods. I killed him once I discovered this to prevent him from damaging the reputation of our Marines. Is there a problem with that?" Sengoku slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Whether O.L. Luca is guilty or not is not for you to decide. Even if he is guilty, you cannot take action privately. If everyone kills without trial like you, what will the Marines become?" Sengoku is right. Even if O.L. Luca is truly guilty, it should go through headquarters trial. We cannot agree with Vice Admiral Dino's actions. Someone voiced support for Sengoku. If such things became the norm, how could their safety be guaranteed? If a colonel was killed today for oppressing civilians, would they themselves be killed tomorrow for the same reason? This would instill fear in the Marines. Whether the evidence against O.L. Luca is true or not is uncertain. Is Vice Admiral Dino being too hasty? What will you do if you wrongfully accuse a good person? Dino turned towards the voice. It was the protector of O.L. Luca, Vice Admiral Red King. Dino sneered. "Vice Admiral Red King, do you need me to bring back the Marines from Lowtown for the Marshal to question? Perhaps we might uncover some rotten elements within the Navy." Red King's face turned pale with anger, and he pointed at Dino, ready to curse. Though he was an old Vice Admiral, he wasn't afraid of Dino's retaliation within the Navy's hierarchy. Seeing the tension rise between both sides, Kong interrupted. "There is no doubt about O.L. Luca's guilt. I have already sent people to investigate, and it is indeed as Vice Admiral Dino stated. This meeting is to discuss the punishment for Vice Admiral Dino's private judgment of O.L. Luca." Kong directly defined the content of the meeting. The people present exchanged glances, and no one dared to make a suggestion. Dino was not an ordinary Vice Admiral. Although they disapproved of Dino's actions, they also did not dare to offend him. Even Sengoku, who had always wanted to suppress Dino, fell silent. If this matter was not handled well, it could drive Dino to the edge. If Dino defected from the Marines, it would be a serious problem. However, Sengoku didn't want to let this matter slide easily. If Dino faced no punishment at all, the Navy's judicial authority would be undermined and questioned, making it difficult for him to manage his subordinates, even if he were promoted to Marshal in the future. One corrupt Marine dying is nothing. Do you really want Dino to pay with his life? Zephyr stood up to support Dino. Although he also disagreed with Dino's actions as a teacher, he had to show his support for Dino. Some Vice Admirals following Zephyr also chimed in, and the conference room descended into chaos as the Marine Vice Admirals argued passionately. After prolonged debate, the group still failed to reach a consensus. Marshal Kong gestured for the Vice Admirals to cease their discussion and turned to Zhang, asking, "What do you think we should do?" Kong intended this to bolster Zhang's standing. Advanced in years, he could not remain as the Navy's Marshal for much longer, and Zhang was his sole successor. Thus, before his retirement, Kong needed Zhang to fully assume control over the entire Navy. Dino was the most troublesome figure within the Navy. Although Ka Pu possessed immense strength, he and Zhang Guo were longtime comrades, and generally deferred to Zhang Guo's authority. Neither Sakazuki nor Borsellino had yet reached Admiral-level strength, so Zhang Guo could keep them in check. Only Dino, young and rapidly growing in power over the past 2 years, had already surpassed Zhang Guo. Now only Ka Pu could still outmatch him. In this world, strength ultimately dictated all. Had Ka Pu not stood as the foremost bulwark, dragon would have been annihilated by the Navy on the very day he defected. If Zfa possessed strength comparable to Ka Pu's, who would have dared to scheme against his wife and child? It was merely because Zfa's ability was barely at the Admiral level that he was so vulnerable. Dino also watched Zhang Guo with keen interest, completely unconcerned that the Navy might take action against him. Unless Kong and Zhang Guo had lost their senses, they would not press the issue further. This grand public confrontation was merely an attempt to reprimand him. Dino recognized that his conduct was improper, but he could not yield. Once he did, his formidable persona would collapse, and Zhang Guo would cease to fear him in the future. After a long silence, Zhang Guo slowly spoke. Considering Vice Admiral Dino's years of service to the Navy, I propose a major demerit 2-year salary forfeiture and leave suspension, plus the capture of 10 pirates with bounties over 100 million before he can return to headquarters. Kong nodded slightly, swept his gaze across all those present, and seeing no objections, immediately announced the verdict. So be it. Vice Admiral Dino, this time it ends here. If there is a next offense, not even your merits can save your life. Have you understood? Kong said this to inform the others that Dino had escaped unscathed only because of his immense contributions. If anyone wished to emulate him, they should first examine whether they had the strength to single-handedly take down a legendary pirate or to stand head-to-head against the strongest pirate of all, Whitebeard Newgate. If they lacked such power, they should stay in line and not entertain idle thoughts. Since Marshal Kong and Zhang Guo had shown him leniency, Dino was not one to be ungrateful. He stood up, saluted Marshal Kong with a crisp military gesture, and declared loudly, "Thank you, Marshal. I will never make such a mistake again. Please rest assured." Kong waved his hand. Meeting adjourned. Thus the high-level Navy meeting concluded hastily. Dino walked beside Zfa, and the two headed together toward the training grounds. "What's the story with Enel? Where did you find a Logia-type user?" "Secret." Dino gave a mysterious smile and handed Zfa a cigarette, saying, "I didn't just find one user. I also found a devil fruit." "Oh." Zfa raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He had always championed physical techniques and Haki and held devil fruits in low regard. "Master, I'd like to entrust Enel to you for training." Zfa paused mid-step, turning to look at Dino. "You're willing to hand him over to me?" "The rumble fruit is unlike any other devil fruit. Why would I be unwilling? Haven't I achieved my current strength entirely through your guidance?" Zfa smiled faintly. "Very well. It's time that brat Lu Chi had a worthy rival, so he doesn't grow arrogant in the training camp." Although Lu Chi was only 14, no one in the entire camp could defeat him. Even Smoker, a Logia user, was soundly thrashed by him. Mentioning Lu Chi made Dino's expression turn serious. He produced the devil fruit he had obtained on Sky Island and asked, "Master, with Lu Chi's talent, do you think he can one day reach my level?" Zfa took the devil fruit, examined it carefully, and after confirming he didn't recognize it, returned it to Dino. "What? You plan to have him eat this?" Dino nodded slightly. "With his talent, it's uncertain whether he can even achieve Admiral-level strength. Perhaps this thing can give him an extra push." The two soon arrived at Zfa's office. Zfa pulled a booklet from his drawer and tossed it to Dino. "This is the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. I have no use for it, so you take it." The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia was extremely precious, especially the one Zfa gave Dino, which recorded the most comprehensive information, a compilation of the world government's 8 centuries of knowledge. Dino hastily opened the encyclopedia and meticulously compared the fruit in his hand against the illustrations. Zfa did not disturb him. He left the office and instructed a soldier to summon Lu Chi. As soon as Lu Chi entered the office, he first greeted Zfa, then rushed excitedly to Dino. "Vice Admiral, when did you return? Can you take me on your next voyage? I've already defeated everyone in the camp." "Not bad. You've made great." Dino patted his shoulder lightly. "I've brought you a gift. Once you fully master it, I'll take you out to sea." With that, he placed the devil fruit in front of Lu Chi. Vice Admiral, Lu Chi's eyes blazed at the sight of the fruit. "This is for me, eh?" When Dino nodded, he quickly asked, "What ability does it grant?" Unlike Enel, Lu Chi knew which fruits could enhance his strength and which were useless to him. Dino chuckled softly, leaning back on the sofa, and said to Lu Chi, "You're in luck. It's a mythical zone." Lu Chi's pupils contracted, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Mythical zone." He looked at Dino in disbelief. "That's right, the bird fruit, mythical zone model, vermilion bird. Eat it." I hope you won't let this fruit down. Dino himself wasn't sure what specific abilities the fruit granted, as the encyclopedia contained only limited information. Like the thunder fruit, it hadn't appeared in the world for centuries. Lu Qi slowly picked up the fruit from the table, his eyes once again seeking Dino's confirmation. He knew how precious a mythical zoan was. In the entire Navy, only Marshal Jean Guo possessed one. He couldn't understand why Vice Admiral Dino would give away such a rare treasure rather than consume it himself. Eat it. I told you it's a gift. Train hard and strive to become my capable assistant in the shortest time possible. Your current strength simply isn't enough. Dino encouraged Lu Qi with a smile. Yes, Vice Admiral. I will train diligently and never disappoint your expectations. Lu Qi gave Dino a solemn promise, then without further hesitation stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. Dino's mouth twitched. After Lu Qi swallowed the fruit, he asked, so, what abilities do you have? Though he could guess roughly from the name, curiosity still burned in him. Zfa, standing nearby, was also filled with curiosity. Though he disdained eating devil fruits, he understood how much a powerful one could aid a user. Caught! A sharp cry rang out as Lu Qi transformed into a massive vermilion bird, its entire body wreathed in orange-earth flames. The moment the bird appeared, the furniture in Zfa's office was incinerated by the searing heat, and even Dino felt an unbearable scorching wave. Damn it, Lu Qi! Look what you've done! Zfa roared as the fire blazed, then flashed in front of Lu Qi, his fist wrapped in dense armament Haki, and slammed hard into Lu Qi's head. Damn it, Lu Qi! With a dull thud, the massive bird slowly vanished, and Lu Qi reverted to his original form. Ignoring the huge lump on his head, he shouted excitedly to Dino, Vice Admiral. I can not only launch flame attacks, but also control natural flames. I'm the god of fire. Dino was fairly satisfied with Lu Qi's abilities. Although he couldn't control multiple elements like Kai Duo's Qinglong, the flames of the Zhu Ke far surpassed those of Kai Duo's Qinglong, and its flight speed should far exceed Kai Duo's as well. This was crucial. Coupled with the monstrous physique and recovery speed of a mythical zoan, Lu Qi finally had the capital to rank among the top-tier admirals. As for king level, that was not something a single devil fruit could compensate for. Reporting Admiral Zfa, the person has been brought. Let him in. Zfa responded, finding a relatively intact chair to sit down. Zfa answered, and found a fairly intact chair to sit on. The door slowly opened, and Ni Lu walked in, wearing a major's uniform. The justice coat behind him fluttered without wind, evidently because he used his fruit ability to make the cape float. Bro, do you think this outfit looks cool on me? Ni Lu came before Dino and spun around vainly. Alright, let me introduce you to two people. Dino interrupted Ni Lu, showing off, pointing at Zfa, and said, Admiral Zfa, also my teacher. Hearing this, Ni Lu obediently gave Zfa a military salute. Greetings, Admiral Zfa. I am Ni Lu. Zfa nodded lightly. Not bad, but you're a bit weak. Dino then pointed at Lu Qi and said, he is Lu Qi like you, he is also my younger brother. You two should get along well in the future. Ni Lu followed Dino's finger and met Lu Qi's scrutinizing gaze. Ni Lu's lips curled slightly into a disdainful expression, and he extended his right hand to shake hands with Lu Qi. Lu Qi did not hesitate, and likewise extended his right hand. Their palms clasped tightly in midair. Hello, Ni Lu. The friendly scene abruptly changed in the next instant, as both of them simultaneously tightened their grip, trying to give each other a show of force. Having lacked systematic training for years, Ni Lu quickly lost in the contest of strength. The stinging pain in his right hand made him frown. He clenched his teeth secretly, and suddenly strands of lightning leaped from his right hand, numbing Lu Qi's hand with electric shocks. Lu Qi refused to be outdone, and immediately coated his right hand with armament Haki, while unleashing all his strength to crush Ni Lu's hand. Ni Lu was shocked inwardly. He never expected this kid, apparently younger than himself, to have already awakened armament Haki. His pride would not allow him to lose to a brat, so he stopped holding back and fully unleashed his fruit ability. A series of crackling sounds rang out in Zfa's office. Ni Lu's right hand had completely transformed into lightning, and the fierce power of thunder shattered Lu Qi's Haki. Oomph! Lu Qi let out a muffled grunt from his throat. He secretly glanced at Dino beside him, and seeing that Dino had no intention of stopping them, he immediately activated his fruit ability, turning his entire arm into claws. Orange-earth flames spread from his palm to his entire arm, actually burning Ni Lu's lightning into a red hue. Dino watched with great interest on the side, even taking out a cigarette and lighting it with an expression of enjoying the show without caring about the trouble. Whether they wanted to show off in front of Dino or had truly gotten heated, the two no longer controlled their fruit abilities. Countless lightning bolts and flames spread from their bodies, filling the entire office in an instant. Dinua's hair stood on end from the electricity, and the cigarette in his hand was burned to ashes by the flames. He glared fiercely at the two. "Go all out, let me see what level you've reached." Saying that, he flashed to their side, grabbed one with each hand, and threw them out of the window. After doing this, he turned to Zfa and said, "Teacher, let's go watch together, so you can understand their specific condition." When Dinua and the others arrived at the training ground, Lu Chi and Ai and I Lu were already fighting. Ai and I Lu floated in the air, constantly striking down bolts of lightning at Lu Chi, while Lu Chi defended with armament Haki and his powerful physique, occasionally spouting flames toward the sky. One had strong defense, the other had high speed, and for a moment they could not decide the victor. This showed the importance of Conqueror's Haki. If Lu Chi had Conqueror's Haki, he could use it to suppress Ai and I Lu, preventing him from elementalizing. If his Conqueror's Haki were strong enough, he could even forcibly fix Ai and I Lu's position. This was also why Dinua could overwhelm Duo Lago. Under Dinua's Conqueror's Haki suppression, Duo Lago could not use the elementalization of his Gale ability, nor could he keep up with Dinua's speed, so he could only be beaten. The battle not only attracted the attention of others in the training camp, but even powerful figures like Marshal Kong Zhonghua and Kapu were alerted and rushed over. Kong came to Dinua and asked, "What's going on? Who is Ai and I Lu fighting?" Zhonghua on the side remained silent, but his grave expression showed that he was not calm inside. Dinua was not only powerful himself, but even his suddenly appeared deputy was extremely strong. If Ai and I Lu were allowed to grow, Dinua would soon have a subordinate with Admiral-level strength. Dinua smiled calmly, pointing at the Zhu Ke in the training ground, and said, "Marshal, are you asking about him? He is Lu Chi, who ate a mythical Zoan devil fruit." "What?" Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. Kong and Zhonghua stared at Dinua in shock. This gave them an even stronger shock than Ai and I Lu. They had long been mentally prepared for the power of the Rumble fruit, so although Ai and I Lu's performance surprised them, it was not unacceptable. But how old was Lu Chi? At 14, he was not only undefeated in the training camp, but had also inexplicably obtained a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Was another Dinua about to be born? Zhonghua suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. Now with Dinua alone, he could do nothing to stop him. Once Lu Chi and Ai and I Lu grew up, wouldn't the Marines be under Dinua's control? What meaning would his position as Marshal have then? With the power of the Rumble fruit and Lu Chi's talent, perhaps they would grow up soon. How frightening, Dinusen. Are you going to end the pirate era? Bo Lu Sali Nu said slowly with pursed lips, his gaze fixed on Dinua instead of the battlefield. "So cool. They'll definitely do my part and eliminate all pirates," Kuzan shouted excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Kapu pursed his lips and muttered quietly, "Based on them, it's still centuries too early to end the pirate era." Kapu had experienced the Battle of God Valley, and he knew better than anyone that the pirate era would end or not depended entirely on Emu's mood. Even someone as formidable as Luo Kusi could not escape the fate of being controlled. He couldn't think of anyone who could defeat Emu. It was precisely because of this that he was not enthusiastic about promotions and didn't want to meddle too much. Since he couldn't change things, he chose to slack off, at least that way he could live more easily. Just then Dinua suddenly noticed a white-haired kid outside the training ground, clenching his fists with a face full of unwillingness. He thought for a moment and walked towards CMO Go. CMO Guest's attention was entirely on the battlefield, and he didn't even notice Dinua approaching him. Tina beside him reacted and kicked CMO Go hard, then shouted to Dinua, "Greetings, Vice Admiral Dinua." Only then did CMO Go come to his senses. He quickly withdrew his gaze and saluted Dinua. Dinua waved his hand to stop him and said calmly, "Don't envy them. Your fruit is no less powerful than theirs. If you want to know how to develop your fruit, come to me, and I'll teach you." Having said this, Dino departed under Smoker's astonished gaze. Dino held a favorable impression of the Smoker from the original story. Though his strength was limited, his unwavering commitment to justice never faltered. Dino wished to spare him the repeated defeats he suffered in the original tale, hence his decision to offer aid. "Smoker, did Vice Admiral Dino just say he would personally instruct you?" Tiana seized Smoker's shoulders in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she shouted. "It seems so." Smoker was also too stunned to speak. Though Garp was hailed as the hero of the Marines, his exploits were deliberately concealed by the world government. Young Marines like Smoker knew nothing of them, so they did not hold him in such high esteem. But Dino was different. Whether it was slaying Golden Lion or fighting Whitebeard, he'd in the world government, and the Marines had vigorously publicized his deeds. New recruits in the Marines had already regarded Dino as the second hero of the Marines, their admiration for him far surpassing that for Garp. Thus, when Dino offered to teach Smoker, both Smoker and Tiana were overcome with excitement. This was an opportunity not granted to just anyone. Some even attributed Lucci's strength to Dino, claiming that it was Dino's deliberate cultivation that enabled Lucci to dominate the training camp undefeated. Time slipped by slowly. The sun had already descended from its zenith toward the edge of the sea. The shimmering waves were dyed golden by the sunlight, resembling a field of full ripe wheat. The battle on the training ground had reached its climax. Though the vermilion bird into which Lucci had transformed was in a sorry state, its aura had become steady. In contrast, Enel, who had been on the offensive all along, was now panting heavily, his face deathly pale, his clothes soaked with sweat, a clear sign of extreme physical exhaustion. This can only be settled with one final strike. If I keep dragging this out, I'm bound to lose. Enel murmured to himself, ceasing his attacks and soaring into the clouds. In the next instant, the once clear sky became overcast with dark clouds. The faint sunlight was blocked by the clouds, plunging the entire training ground into dimness. Immediately after, bolts of lightning continuously darted out from the clouds, forming a sea of thunder above the training ground. Occasionally golden waves surged within that thunderous sea, a sight both beautiful and perilous. The vermilion bird let out a sharp cry, gathering all the flames spreading around into its beak, forming a ball of light. The scorching heat. The vermilion bird let out a sharp cry, gathering all the flames spreading around into its beak, forming a ball of light. The scorching heat radiating from that ball distorted the space around it. At the same time, the sea of thunder in the sky converged into a massive sword of lightning, its tip gleaming with dazzling golden light. Not good. Everyone fall back. Leave the training ground. Kong's face changed drastically as he bellowed at the Marine recruits still watching. Veteran Marines quickly sprang into action, each picking up several recruits and retreating. The area around the training ground suddenly became empty, with only a few powerful individuals remaining. We can't let them destroy the training ground. Use Haki to protect it. Kong ordered everyone present, and he was the first to use armament Haki, coating the surrounding land. Sengoku, Garp, and the others followed suit. In an instant, the entire training ground and nearby buildings were enveloped in armament Haki, creating an atmosphere of deadly tension. Only Dino remained still, his entire attention fixed on Lucci and Enel, ready to intervene at any moment. These two were his future right and left hands. He would not allow any mishap. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by as Lucci and Enel both shouted in unison. Blazing heaven! Sword of judgment! The ball of light and the lightning sword struck each other simultaneously, colliding midair. Countless bolts of lightning and raging flames exploded, evaporating all the surrounding air. After merely a moment of stalemate, Enel's lightning sword shattered inch by inch. Countless bolts of lightning turned into electrical plasma, scattering across the training ground, forming a sea of thunder. Lucci's ball of light, with an unstoppable momentum, shattered the lightning sword and continued undiminished. Enel could only watch helplessly as the lethal ball of light drew nearer. He had no strength left to dodge, not even to turn into lightning. Just as Enel closed his eyes awaiting death, Dino's figure appeared before him. Dino gently raised his right hand, and the ball of light launched by Lucci was steadily caught in his palm. Dino's hand, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, clenched with force. The ball of light, containing extreme heat, was crushed in his grip. The blazing flames were trapped within his Haki, not a single wisp escaping. Enel waited for a long time, but the attack never landed. He slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a majestic back. At least in Enel's eyes, Dino's back at that moment was indeed majestic. He could hold on no longer. His body plummeted from the sky, but his gaze remained fixed on Dino's back, his eyes filled with guilt, the guilt of having been defeated. Just as Enel was about to crash into the ground, a blur flashed past. Lucci, who had already reverted to human form, spread his arms and caught him securely. Are you all right? Enel looked into Lucci's sincere eyes, opened his mouth, and finally uttered just two words. Dino shook his slightly numb right hand, slowly descended before the two, and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. We're heading home. Dino walked ahead with Lucci and Enel following closely behind. When he reached Smoker, Dino stopped, smiled at him, and asked, "Want to join us?" Are you asking me? Smoker pointed at himself, his eyes filled with anticipation, but even more with tension and fear. Dino nodded lightly. Of course. Little Tiana can come too. With that, he said no more and led Lucci and Enel slowly toward his small courtyard. Smoker and Tiana exchanged a glance, smiles breaking across their faces, and then they dashed after Dino and the other two. Kong approached Sengoku, patted his shoulder, and consoled him. No matter what, he's still a Marine. You should be happy. But Sengoku withdrew his gaze from Dino, turned to look at Kong, and finally let out a sigh. I understand. In truth, Dino was well aware that exposing Lucci's and Enel's strength might arouse Sengoku's, and even the five elders' suspicion of him. But he no longer cared. Leaving aside Sengoku, as long as the five elders were not fools, they would not target him openly. As for covert actions, he was not afraid. In less than 2 years, even Enel and Lucci would have nothing to fear. He only needed to protect them for 2 years. Secondly, there was the issue of military funding. If the 5 elders truly cut the budget, they would only push the Marines toward Dino. Do not forget that Dino possessed an entire city's worth of gold, enough to sustain the Marines' expenses for a decade, likely without issue. Although great pirates like Rox and Roger had died, many pirates still roamed the seas. To maintain the balance of the ocean, the 5 elders still relied on the Marines, so they could not drastically cut funds. At most, they would issue a warning to calm. But what did that have to do with Dino? The reason Dino revealed Lucci's and Enel's power was mainly to tell the middle and lower ranks of the Marines that not only was he himself strong, but his trusted subordinates were equally formidable. They could rest assured in siding with him without fear of being ostracized or oppressed by anyone. Dino did not intend to contend with Sengoku for the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. He knew the 5 elders would never agree. He simply wanted to display enough power to gain greater authority, while also implicitly warning the 5 elders, if pushed too far, he could easily raise a pirate crew that rivaled Whitebeard's at any moment. That evening in Dino's small courtyard, Smoker and Tina sat upright, gazing intently at Dino across from them, while Lucci and Enel busied themselves outside preparing dinner. Dino pulled out a cigarette and lit it, suddenly recalling that in the original story both Smoker and Tina were inseparable from their smokes. Ignoring the fact that they were still children, he extended the pack toward them. "Want to try?" Their young faces instantly flushed crimson, and they frantically shook their heads at Dino. Dino chuckled softly and said to Smoker, "Your ability is smoke. Intrinsically weak in offensive power. So you need to shift your mindset. Don't rely too heavily on your devil fruit. Focus instead on physical techniques and Haki." Smoker listened while lowering his head in contemplation. Of course, that doesn't mean the smoke ability is completely useless. If you could turn all the air in an entire space into your smoke, that would be a fine method of defense. The smoke fruit and the gas fruit were similar. Since Caesar Clown could extract air, Smoker should be able to do that. After a moment of thought, Dino continued, "Also, if you could mix some poison into your smoke, that would be even better." Smoker looked up in surprise, never expecting Dino to suggest using poison. In his mind, a strong man like Dino should disdain such dishonorable means and defeat enemies through sheer righteousness. Reading Smoker's thoughts, Dino gently shook his head. If it can kill pirates and restore peace to civilians, does the method really matter? Smoker pondered for a moment. Though he couldn't fully agree with Dino, he still wanted to give it a try. He immediately condensed a puff of white smoke in his hand, attempting to create toxic fumes. Dino watched quietly from the side. He merely offered ideas. The execution was entirely up to... After a long while, Smoker retracted his ability and shook his head at Dino, his tone dejected. "I can't produce toxic smoke." Dino sighed softly and comforted him. "It's fine, take your time. You're still young. There's plenty of time." That said, Dino no longer held much hope that Smoker could create poisonous smoke. Devil fruits did not truly obey physical laws, otherwise Borsellino, with his glint fruit, would be invincible. A kick at light speed would not only defeat Emu, but shatter the entire world. Theory remained just theory. Smoker nodded emphatically. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Admiral." Dino waved his hand and turned his gaze to Tina. Truth be told, he had little useful advice for her. The barrier fruit was of limited use against strong opponents, as she would be better off focusing on physical techniques and Haki. As for your ability, Tina, it must be paired with physical techniques and Haki. The fruit's power is ultimately just a supplement. Hearing this, Tina lowered her head in disappointment. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Admiral." Just then, Enel's voice came from outside the house. "Brother, everything's ready. Come on out." Dino stood up and smiled at Smoker and Tina. "Come on, let's go eat first." A banquet for 5 was held in Dino's courtyard. It wasn't until the dead of night that Smoker and Tina finally... Dino escorted them to the door. "Feel free to exchange ideas with Lucci and the others. You're all ability users. It might spark new thoughts." Unlike Dino's leisurely paced, Dragon at that moment was walking through the streets of the Sorbet Kingdom with a grim expression. Behind him, Kuma clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. The streets were filled with gaunt, elderly people. Not a single child or young person in sight. Dragon suppressed his anger, approached an old man, and asked softly, "Elder, what happened here?" The old man slowly lifted his head. The moment his cloudy eyes met Dragon's, they blazed with overwhelming hatred. He recognized Dragon. Back when the kingdom was overthrown, Dragon had followed the Revolutionary Army. "It's you, all because of you." The old man grabbed Dragon's collar and pounded his fists against his cheeks. "It's because you killed the old king that we ended up like this." Dragon stood frozen, staring blankly at the old man. He didn't understand. When he overthrew the old king, the people had agreed had been joyful. Why were they now filled with hatred for him? Unable to bear it, Ginny stepped forward to separate them and shouted at the old man, "Back then you all agreed to kill the king. How can you blame us now?" The old man fell to his knees and wailed, "They're gone, all gone. My children and grandchildren, all gone." Dragon pulled Ginny away, crouched down, and helped the old man up. Elder, I will help you find your son. First tell me what happened here. The old man clung to Dragon's hand like a lifeline, sobbing. After you left, the new king ordered the reconstruction of the palace. He sent soldiers to seize all the able-bodied men in the country. Not only did the king take the young, he even captured children. He demanded money and grain under all sorts of pretexts. In just half a year, all our savings were taken by the kingdom. Ginny, listening nearby, couldn't contain her rage. She punched a nearby pillar, shattering it, and growled, "Damn it. We were tricked by Arthur. I never thought he'd be this kind of person." That was how Dragon's revolutionary army operated, without much planning. They deemed a king bad, overthrew him, and replaced him with someone they thought was good, and that someone had to be the king's son. Such an approach not only failed to improve the commoners' plight, but often made their lives even harder. After all, the old king, having plundered for years, wouldn't drive his own people to death. The new king was different. Newly in power, if he was kind-hearted, he might not oppress the people. But if he was greedy, he would only exploit them more ruthlessly. After all, a famished new king was always hungry. After listening to the old man's wails, Dragon said, "Don't worry. Since we're here, we won't let this continue." With that, Dragon led Kuma and the others quickly toward the palace. The atrocities along the way made him question himself for the first time, question whether the revolutionary army's methods were right. Soon they arrived before a newly built colossal city. Towering walls soared into the clouds, lined with. In the middle stood a vermilion gate, heavily guarded, blocking a crowd of elderly people from entering. Ginny stepped forward to intervene, but Dragon held her back and shook his head. "First find Arthur." Then Dragon used his devil fruit ability. A gale surrounded everyone and carried them flying toward the palace. Unlike the famine outside the city, the inside was a paradise. New houses stood in orderly rows. Though the streets were sparsely populated, every passerby was well-dressed and well-fed. When they reached the palace, they were once again stunned. Contrary to their imagination of grandeur and luxury, the newly built palace was exceedingly plain, much like the common houses, only larger in scale. A soldier on duty spotted Dragon and hurried over. "Mr. Dragon, what brings you here?" His tone was not fearful, but excited and proud. Dragon glanced at the soldier and said solemnly, "Where is Arthur?" "Take me to him. King Arthur should be in his office. I will take you to find him. He will surely be very happy to know you have returned," said the soldier as he led Dolag into the palace. After passing through the corridor and the main hall, Dolag finally arrived outside the office, and the soldier gently knocked on the door. "Reporting to the king, Mr. Dolag has arrived." Clang. Inside the office, the sound of chairs being pushed aside was heard, followed by the door being flung open. Arthur, with a beaming smile, rushed out and embraced Dolag, laughing. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Dolag furrowed his brows and slowly pushed Arthur away. "Let's go inside first. Do I have something to ask you?" Seeing Dolag's unusual expression, Arthur was about to speak when he caught sight of the cold gazes from the big bear and others. He realized that something serious was about to happen and immediately ordered the soldiers. "Everyone step back. No one is allowed within 50 meters. Mr. Dolag and I have important matters to discuss." With that, Arthur pulled Dolag into the office. They sat on the sofa, and Arthur asked with confusion, "Have you encountered difficulties?" "Rest assured, I and the people of the entire Sulb Kingdom will do everything we can to help you through this crisis." Looking at Arthur's sincere expression, Dolag was momentarily unsure which one was the real him. The hot-tempered Ginny could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "Arthur, stop pretending. We know everything you have." Arthur looked at Ginny in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "You." Ginny pointed at Arthur, her finger trembling with rage. Dolag waved his hand to interrupt their argument and asked Arthur, "What do you have to say about oppressing the commoners and seizing their property?" Arthur jumped up from the sofa, pointing at himself, and said, "You say I oppress the commoners and seize their property." Saying this, Arthur lifted his pristine white coat to reveal the tattered inner garment underneath. "If I were seizing property, would I wear this? If I were seizing property, would I only drink a bowl of thin porridge for every meal?" The more he spoke, the more wronged Arthur felt, and he began to cry in public. "I used to be a prince, although controlled by my father, I had endless meat and money every day. Since becoming king, not only do I have endless matters to deal with every day, but I've hardly had any meat to eat. Now, to be wronged by you, I'll give up being this king. You can find someone else." The big bear stepped in front of Arthur, gripping his shoulders tightly, and asked, "Why are there so many starving old people outside? They all say you rob their food. How do you explain that?" Facing the big bear's question, Arthur pushed him away and shouted, "Everything I do is for the Sulb Kingdom." Arthur walked to the window, pointing to the bustling city outside, and said, "Look at them. They have clean streets, brand new houses, beautiful clothes, and delicious food. All of this is brought to them by me. I'm asking you, why are there so many starving old people outside?" The big bear looked at Arthur, his tone growing colder. Arthur withdrew his gaze, scanning everyone present, and fervently said, "How can there be such a thing as perfection in this world? For the happiness of the majority, sacrificing a small portion is inevitable. Besides, they are old and won't live much longer. What's wrong with sacrificing their lives for the sake of their children? Not only them, but I too when I grow old will leave this world quietly waiting to die outside, leaving the limited resources for the younger generation. Only the young are the future of this nation. Everyone present was stunned into silence by Arthur's madness. This completely overturned their perception of him. Arthur's actions were not for himself. They were torn between blaming his ruthlessness and admiring his decisiveness. In this resource-scarce nation, Arthur's approach could be seen as a desperate measure for survival. Those old people are also citizens of this kingdom. They too have the right to live. Everyone present was stunned into silence by Arthur's madness. This completely overturned their perception of him. Arthur's actions were not for himself. They were torn between blaming his ruthlessness and admiring his decisiveness. Arthur shouted with red eyes. I forced the young people to enter the royal city, abandoning all the old people outside. In this way, no one will feel guilty for living happily at the cost of sacrificing their family. They will only blame me. Arthur was not only ruthless to the old, but even more so to himself. In order for Solb to become the ideal nation in his heart, he was willing to bear the eternal infamy. Dolag didn't know how to refute Arthur. Everyone has their own ideals. His ideal is to make the commoners live happily, and so is Arthur's. Only the methods of the two differ. No matter what, we cannot let the old starve to death. I will find a way to solve the food issue. You let everyone inside first so they can reunite with their families. Dolag said slowly, his tone not allowing refusal. Hey, Arthur sneered. Dolag, can you solve today's food issue, this year's food issue? Can you solve it for a lifetime? The Solb kingdom is this big with this much arable land. How can we feed everyone? There will be a way, Dolag said, firmly thinking of what Dino had told him. He was going to O'Hara to find a way to save the Solb kingdom. That day, as the brave soldiers took over the administration of the Solb kingdom, Dolag's first act was to bring all the old people outside the city into the royal city, allowing them to reunite with their families. Then he opened the granaries, distributing all the kingdom's reserve food to the people. Dolag then arranged for the Big Bear and others to organize the young men of Solb to go out to sea for fishing. I need to go out for a while, possibly for several months, or even years. The Solb kingdom is in your hands now. Oh, be sure to pay attention to safety. If the world government finds you, you must withdraw immediately. After giving instructions to Ivankov, Dolag left the Solb kingdom, that day sailing alone to the West Sea. What he didn't know was that O'Hara was about to face a disaster. Spandam had already uncovered Alvia's identity and was reporting to the Gorsiai. Sir, the person researching the taboo is Nico Alvia, a scholar from O'Hara. Understood, Satan said coldly, gripping his cane tightly. You go to O'Hara and bring out everyone involved. Yes. Spandam slowly exited the power circle, unable to contain his inner joy, and laughed out loud. Ha ha, finally. Finally, there is a chance for promotion. Finally, there is an opportunity for advancement. In the circle of power, the Gorsiai exchanged glances. One of them broke the silence, first looking at Satan and asking, since it has been confirmed that it's people from O'Hara, why not let CP secretly execute them all? The blank 100 years must not be leaked. Satan smiled mysteriously and said slowly, this matter must be handled by the Navy. Don't they pride themselves on being just? If they launch a demon-slaying order against ordinary civilians, do you think they can still maintain their sense of justice? Dino had stayed in Malinfando for over half a month, and today he was finally setting sail again. After all, he had 10 missions with bounties exceeding 100 million to carry out. At the bow of the ship, Dino waved goodbye to Lucci and Inalu on the shore, saying, I hope you all become stronger by the next time I return. Just then a messenger rushed over from the square, shouting at Dino. Major General, the Marshal wants to see you in the office. Dino asked in confusion, what happened? The messenger shook his head and replied, I don't know either, but you should hurry. Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku are already waiting for you in the office. Dino leaped off the warship and followed the messenger to the marshal's office. The two quickly arrived outside the office. Just as Dino was about to push the door open, he heard raised voices inside. No, I disagree with Kazan getting involved. You will only harm him this way. Kapu, this matter is not for us to decide. If Kazan doesn't participate, he will have no chance of being promoted to admiral. Don't you understand? Hearing the conversation between Sengoku and Kapu, Dino paused in his motion to open the door, took out a cigarette, lit it, and quietly listened from outside. If you want freedom, you can't hold a high position. Even if you become an admiral, you become so petty having to listen to those pigs and everything. Kapu. Sengoku suddenly yelled, and then there was silence inside. Seeing that there was no more to listen to, Dino pushed the office door open and strode in. Marshal, you called for me. Kong nodded slowly, pointing to the sofa and saying, please sit down. We have matters to discuss once everyone arrives. Dino had already guessed what it was about. He walked straight to Kapu's side, took a pack of sunbae from the coffee table, and handed it to Kapu, saying, it's not good for your health to be so angry. Here, eat some sunbae to calm down. Kapu grunted coldly, took the sunbae from Dino, and plopped down on the sofa, sulking by himself. Soon Kazan saw and the weasel who had been at the Navy headquarters arrived in the office one after another. They greeted everyone, and then obediently stood to the side waiting. Dino glanced at the people present and smiled at Kong, saying, "Marshal, are you planning to take down Whitebeard or Charlotte Linlin?" Kong shot Dino a glare and slowly replied, "Sakazuki hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Isn't he a G1? When is he coming back?" Dino said this while preparing tea for himself. He was notified this morning, so he should be arriving soon. Once Dino had brewed the tea, he first poured cups for Kapu and Sengoku, then personally served a cup to Kong. On his way back, he noticed Kazan and the others standing there blankly, and said with a smile, "What are you standing around for? Come over and have some tea. Who knows how long we'll have to wait." The three exchanged secretive glances at the seated marshal. Only when Kong nodded slowly did they dare to follow Dino and join him on the sofa to enjoy tea. They didn't know how long they had waited. As the sun gradually set, the office door suddenly swung open and Sakazuki rushed in looking disheveled. Kong scanned the room and nodded slightly at Sengoku, then said in a deep voice, "The 5 elders have a mission for us. Sengoku will be the commander. You all cooperate with him well, and then discuss amongst yourselves." After saying that, Kong stepped out of the office, handing over authority to Sengoku. Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku cleared his throat and slowly said, "The 5 elders have ordered the Navy to execute a demon-slaying order against O'Hara in the West Sea." Except for Kapu and Dino, who already knew the situation, everyone else looked at Sengoku in disbelief. Kazan jumped up from the sofa and questioned, "Admiral Sengoku, what crime has O'Hara committed that warrants a demon-slaying order?" Faced with Kazan's questioning and the puzzled looks from Sakazuki and the others, Sengoku clenched his fists secretly. He ultimately lacked enough prestige to command all the Navy to follow orders without question. Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, Sengoku explained, "The world government has determined that the scholars of O'Hara are researching taboo subjects attempting to destroy the world, so they must be completely eradicated." "I don't believe it." This time it was Saul who spoke up. He also stood up from the sofa and shouted, "How could a group of defenseless scholars possibly want to destroy the world? It must be a mistake by the world government." Bang! Sengoku slammed his hand on the coffee table and scolded Saul, "What? Is your intelligence more accurate than the world government?" Sengoku glared fiercely at a few people and continued to shout, "This is an order. No one is allowed." Seeing the situation becoming tense, Dino slowly said, "All right, everyone sit down and let Admiral Sengoku finish speaking." But Saul still wanted to say something, but Dino shot him a glare. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted, coalescing into a tremendous lightning python that struck Saul coldly, saying, "I said sit down first." Saul, stunned by Dino's Conqueror's Haki, slumped back onto the sofa. Dino then shifted his gaze to Kazan and said lightly, "What about you? Do you also need me to ask?" Kazan met Dino's icy gaze and ultimately relinquished his resistance, sitting back down on the sofa. Having intimidated the two, Dino turned to Sengoku and asked, "Admiral Sengoku, since the demon-slaying order is aimed at the scholars, how should we handle the civilians in O'Hara?" Sengoku looked deeply at Dino. He hadn't expected that merely 2 years later Dino would grow to such an extent that even he felt intimidated by the previous display of Conqueror's Haki. Sighing inwardly, Sengoku said, "The CP has already completed the identification of the civilians in O'Hara. Evacuation boats will take them away." Dino nodded slightly. "Since that's the case, I have no objections." Dino didn't see any issue with destroying O'Hara. The world government, being the only legitimate authority in this world, had explicitly prohibited certain studies, yet the scholars of O'Hara insisted on researching them openly, without the means to protect themselves. If they weren't eradicated, who would be? As for the historical truth that held no significance for ordinary people, every regime has its dark side in the struggle for power. Since ordinary people live under the rule of the world government, they should not challenge its authority. Otherwise, they would only meet their doom without achieving anything. I have no objections either. Following that, Sakazuki and the Weasel also expressed their positions. Now only Kapu, Kazan, and Saul remained. Sengoku looked at Kapu with a somewhat pleading gaze. Kapu gritted his teeth, slumping dejectedly on the sofa, and said in a muffled voice, "I have no objection." Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief, no longer seeking Kazan and Saul's opinions, and directly commanded, "Kapu, you will guard the G1 base. Dino, Sakazuki, Kazan, Weasel, and Saul, you are to lead the team to O'Hara to execute the demon-slaying order." "Yes." Dino acknowledged and stood up, walking towards the office door with the others following behind him. Suddenly, Sengoku's voice rang out, calling Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, wait a moment. I have another task to assign to you." Although Sakazuki was puzzled, he still stopped in his tracks. Once everyone else had left the office, Sengoku stepped in front of Sakazuki and spoke in a low voice. "The 5 elders' order is total annihilation. You know what to do, right?" Sakazuki stared coldly at Sengoku, saying, "If others object, they'll say it was your order." Sengoku shook his head gently. The five elders do not wish to see the Navy's reputation tarnished, so this must appear as a personal action on your part. Sakazuki sneered. And if I refuse? Sengoku turned and sat back on the sofa speaking slowly. This is the prerequisite for your promotion to Admiral. Furious Sakazuki shattered the door of the Marshal's office with a single punch and stormed off knowing that the blame for killing civilians was firmly pinned on him. Early the next morning 8 warships slowly departed from Marineford Harbor sailing toward the West Sea under the morning sun. As for why 8 warships, it was because Saul and Momonga had already left ahead to CP's station to retrieve Spandine and Alvia. On the ship, Dino lounged on the deck with his legs crossed. Standing beside him was Kazan. The new year is almost here, and instead of giving us leave, the Marshal sends us all the way to the West Sea on a mission. When we get back, I'm definitely taking a long vacation to rest properly. Kazan ignored Dino's muttering and said, Why aren't you on your own ship? What are you doing on mine? Dino pouted, Can I even stay on that ship? That old Blackbeard has taken it over completely. Kazan said nothing more, walked to the bow and gazed out at the distant sea, his heart still resisting this. Dino had a sailor bring him a drink, walked up to Kazan, raised the glass, and said, Come make me some ice. You? Annoyed by Dino's antics, Kazan used his devil fruit ability and instantly froze the drink in Dino's hand into a block of ice. Sensing Kazan's inner conflict, Dino said slowly, You think we shouldn't be carrying out this mission? Of course. Kazan turned to face Dino. Our duty as Marines is to fight pirates. The scholars of O'Hara are just civilians. Dino shook his head gently. You're oversimplifying things. Setting aside whether the scholars of O'Hara deserve to die, I ask you, is the world government only made up of the Marines? Kazan, not understanding the implication, asked, puzzled, What do you mean? Besides us, the world government has the CP organizations. They could carry out this mission too. If CP took charge, the casualties would hardly be limited to scholars. Moreover, if we refuse the mission, the world government will have an excuse to cut the Navy's budget. Without pay, why would the soldiers risk their lives for you? Justice can't fill their stomachs. Kazan was stunned by Dino's words. He had never considered these issues. In his view, the Navy's duty was to capture pirates and uphold justice. But now Dino was telling him that the Navy was merely a tool for the world government to maintain its power, and that people joined the Navy not for justice. Dino patted the stunned Kazan on the shoulder. Justice isn't just about protecting civilians. Maintaining the normal functioning of the world and ensuring a stable life for the majority is also justice. With that, Dino returned to his deck chair to bask in the sun. He had said all he could do. It was up to Kazan to understand. 10 days later, just as the fleet was about to enter the West Sea, Sengoku called. Saul has escaped with the prisoner. If you encounter him, bring him back for court-martial. On the other end, Sengoku's face was grim. The desk before him lay shattered. Wasn't Momonga with him? How did he manage to escape with the prisoner? Several vice admirals gathered around the den, mushy, utterly baffled. Saul attacked the guards while Momonga was resting. By the time Momonga discovered it, he was nowhere to be found. Sengoku hung up. He still had to report to the 5 elders and beg for forgiveness. Interesting. Dino gave a faint smile at the hung-up call, thinking to himself, the plot deviates, but still follows the original story. That afternoon, Kong and Sengoku arrived at the Chamber of Authority in Marigios. All 5 elders were present, the atmosphere oppressive. If you cannot handle even this, how can we trust you to manage the Navy? Sengoku offered no excuses, merely giving assurances to the elders. Please be assured I will definitely capture Saul and the criminal. Saturn waved his hand and said, Leave Saul for later. The O'Hara mission must not encounter any problems, understand? Rest assured, Sakazuki has taken the mission. There will be no mishaps. Satisfied with Sengoku's guarantee, the 5 elders nodded and said, You may leave. After Kong and Sengoku left the Chamber of Authority, the 5 old men resumed their discussion. What are your thoughts? Silence fell, and after a long while Warcury voiced his opinion. Loyal enough, but lacking in ability. No matter, Nostro said as he casually wiped his weapon. As long as his loyalty is sufficient, ability is not important. Correct. Too much ability would instead make it hard for us to control the Navy. Someone seconded Nostro. Let's set Sengoku aside for now. Let's discuss the pirate problem. The Navy has grown too powerful. We must hasten the recruitment of the 7 warlords. Saturn interrupted the discussion, steering the meeting to another topic. Warcury, as the matter fell under his purview, shook his head slightly. Those in the New World refused to join the 7 warlords. Only Mihawk and Crocodile have shown interest, and negotiations are still ongoing. Can we clip Dino's wings? Find an opportunity to deal with the 2 brats by his side. Mars proposed a different approach. No, Peter waved his hand. Those 2 brats are not weak. They possess powerful devil fruit abilities. Ordinary people can't handle them. Then before they grow up, push through the 7 warlord system to counterbalance the Navy. The 5 reached a consensus, and the Chamber of Authority fell silent. At that time Dino was unaware that the 5 elders were plotting against him. His fleet had already entered the West Sea and rendezvoused with Momonga, who had arrived earlier. As soon as he saw Momonga, Sakazuki demanded, "Momonga, did you intentionally let Saul escape?" It wasn't unreasonable for Sakazuki to suspect Momonga was far stronger than Saul. Normally Saul wouldn't stand a chance against him. Momonga's face flushed red, but he found no words to defend himself. Dino stepped between them and said to Sakazuki, "Marshal Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong will handle his case. For now, let's focus on completing the mission." Sakazuki snorted coldly, turned, and returned to his own ship. Momonga thanked Dino and went back to his vessel as well. As for Spandine, he had already gone ahead to O'Hara. The ships set sail again, heading toward O'Hara. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, a lone warship was also speeding toward O'Hara. On that ship, Alvia looked at Saul with concern. "You let me go? The Navy and world government will never let you." Dereshishishi. Saul laughed heartily. "Don't worry about me. I'm really strong. You and the scholars aren't pirates. I won't allow the Navy to carry out a buster call on civilians." Saul spoke sincerely. Alvia, looking at him, couldn't hold back her tears. "Saul, thank you." Saul blushed, scratched the back of his head, and sat there grinning foolishly. In the afternoon 5 days later, 9 warships lined up along the shore of O'Hara. Dino pointed to a nearby evacuation ship and said to Old Black, "Keep an eye on that area. If anyone attacks, you must block them for me." Caught. Old Black let out a sharp cry, unfurling his wings and flying into the sky, circling above the evacuation ship. Dino glanced at Sakasaki and Kazan, who were also standing at the bow of the ship, and said, "Shall we go take a look together?" Sakasaki stood silently, not intending to disembark. Kazan hesitated for a few seconds before following Dino into the village. When the two arrived outside the village, CP agents had already surrounded the entire area. Spandane was holding a den mushi, reporting the situation to the 5 elders. Master 5 elders, the self-proclaimed hero Dorag, and that giant General Sauron, are protecting the scholars of O'Hara. We have them surrounded. When will the Navy arrive? We can't hold on much longer. Even if all of you die, you must hold them back. Not a single scholar can escape. I will contact the Navy now. A cold voice from the den mushi belonged to Satan. "No need." Dino approached Spandin, snatching the den mushi from his hand, and said, "Our Navy has already arrived." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Satan's voice continued. "Dino captured Dorag and Sauron." The tone of the command made Dino's heart burn with anger, but before he could speak, Satan had already hung up the den mushi. Dino let out a cold laugh, throwing the den mushi back to Spandin, and turned to walk toward the shore. The Navy's mission was to execute the demon order. Dorag was not within the scope of the mission, and he wanted to see how CP would deal with Dorag. Before Dino could take a few steps, Spandane blocked his path and said arrogantly, "You are not allowed to leave. Go back and capture Dorag immediately." Dino stopped slowly, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with interest, "Are you ordering me?" "Bastard!" Spandane shouted angrily, pointing at Dino. "This is the command of the 5 elders. Are you going to defy the Navy?" Before his words fell, Dino was already in front of Spandin, gripping his fingers tightly and slowly bending them back, coldly saying, "Are you trying to order me?" "It hurts. It hurts. Let me go," Spandane pleaded loudly, gripping Dino's wrist tightly. A glint of cold light flashed in Dino's eyes as he forcefully twisted his hand forward. With a crisp sound of bone breaking accompanied by Spandin's wails, Dino released his grip and looked at Spandin, who was kneeling on the ground, saying lightly, "Remember, to order me, you need to bring Admiral Kong. If you dare to keep babbling next time, it won't be your fingers that break, but your neck." Having said that, Dino turned to walk into the village. The moment Dorag saw Dino, he instinctively unleashed his conqueror's Haki, protecting himself and the scholars behind him, and asked Dino in a deep voice, "Why is the Navy trying to slaughter them? They are just a group of scholars. You are not qualified to question the Navy." Dino glanced at Dorag, then slowly shifted his gaze to the scholars behind him, and said, "Who is Alan Luna?" The scholars exchanged glances, then angrily stared at Dino. Albia stepped out of the crowd and shouted at Dino, "We will not hand over Luna, you world government lackeys." "Unscrupulous," Dino coldly uttered for words, his figure transforming into a shadow, appearing in front of Alvia, his right hand tightly gripping her throat. "Who do you think you are? In the name of researching history, you openly violate the taboos of the world government, not only harming yourselves, but also endangering the entire population of O'Hara." "Stop!" Dorag reacted and shouted at Dino. Dino turned his cold gaze toward Dorag. "Do you really think I won't kill you? Without you, the Revolutionary Army can still be established. Close your mouth obediently before I lose my temper, or I won't spare Kapu's face either." Dorag felt a chill in his heart under Dino's icy gaze. He opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to say more. Dino ignored Dorag and addressed the scholars again. "Alan Luna, step forward. I will allow 2 of you to live." The scene fell silent for a few seconds until a 17 or 18-year-old girl broke free from Dr. Cloba's restraint and stepped out of the crowd, saying to Dino, I am Alan Luna. I can go with you, but you must first let Sister Alvia go. Dino looked the girl up and down and asked, Is Alan Blue your brother? Upon hearing her brother's name, Alan Luna could not hold back her tears. Her brother was a Navy officer, and not long ago she received news of his sacrifice. Now the Navy wanted to kill her, targeting the family of a Navy officer who died while on duty, as she felt it was unjust for her brother. Seeing her expression, Dino was already certain that she was Alan Luna. He tossed Alvia aside and said to Alan Luna, Come with me. After saying that, Dino slowly walked toward the outskirts of the village. Alan Luna looked back reluctantly at the scholars before covering her face and following Dino. When Dino reached the side of Dorag, he stopped and said lightly, You can take 2 people with you, not including them. Dorag followed Dino's finger and saw that Dino was pointing at Alvia and Dr. Cloba. But before Dorag could finish, Dino waved his hand to interrupt him, saying coldly, If you say one more word, you won't take any of them. That's what I said. After finishing all this, Dino took Alan Luna out of the village. Kazan watched the whole scene, but did not speak to stop him, nor did he plead for the scholars. He knew the world government would not allow these scholars to live. Seeing that Dino was bringing out a girl, Spandane was about to step forward to question him, but met Dino's emotionless gaze, which frightened him into collapsing to the ground, not daring to voice any opinions. Dino approached Spandane, pointed to Alan Luna behind him, and asked, Who is she? She. Spandane struggled to find words for a long time, but could not say anything. Dino frowned and released a hint of Conqueror's Haki toward him, his gaze growing colder. Spandane was startled and shouted, I don't know her, I didn't see anything. Dino nodded in satisfaction. If I hear any nonsense, they'll kill your entire family. Do you think those 5 old men can protect you? They can. Spandane nodded frantically, having been scared out of his wits. No one had ever dared to call the 5 elders old men. Can they? Dino stepped forward, his Conqueror's Haki pressing down on Spandane even more. No, Spandane reacted, shaking his head repeatedly. I didn't see anything. All right, Dino waved his hand. Have your people leave quickly. Execute the demon order in 10 minutes. After saying that, Dino took Alan Luna and Kazan back to the warship. He did not care who Dorag would take away, or as long as the 2 primary criminals did not appear on the sea again with CP's cover, the 5 elders would not know for a while that there were still scholars alive in O'Hara. Following Dino back to the warship, Alan Luna's initial terror gradually gave way to bewilderment. Upon entering the cabin, she could no longer contain herself and asked, Why did you save me? Dino gestured to a nearby chair waiting for Alan Luna to sit before speaking slowly. Alan Bruck was my subordinate, killed in the line of duty. I won't allow his family to be bullied. As for the others, I could not save them. Whether you understand or not, I will have someone escort you to the evacuation ship shortly. Go find your mother. 10 minutes passed quickly. Dino picked up the Den Mushi and dialed Sakazuki and the others. Time's up. Commenced the buster call. Unbeknownst to himself, Dino had become the commander of this mission, and even the hot-tempered Sakazuki dared not act until Dino gave the order. Boom, boom, boom. At Dino's command, the 9 warships opened fire simultaneously, shells raining down upon O'Hara like a curtain of lead. The once peaceful island was instantly transformed into a living hell, with raging flames consuming the entire land. Amid the thunderous roar of cannon fire outside, Alan Luna curled up in her chair, burying her face in her knees to hide her tears from Dino. I don't know what ideals you hold, but heed my warning. As ordinary people, you'd best not touch the world government's bottom line. Otherwise, what awaits you is not the truth, but the blade. Alan Luna jerked her head up and shouted at Dino, We only wanted to learn the truth of history. What wrong is? Confronted by Alan Luna's accusation, Dino smoked in silence, then said slowly, You are not wrong, nor are we. It's just that you are not strong enough. If you were stronger than us, this would never have happened. Alan Luna was about to retort when a sharp, urgent screech cut her off. Cree. Dino frowned and walked slowly out of the cabin, thinking, Is Sakazuki attacking civilians after all? When he reached the bow, he saw Sakazuki and Kazan confronting each other in midair, using Jeppo, their smoke and frost intertwining the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. On the sea, Sakazuki's warship had somehow turned its guns on the evacuation ship and was pouring shells into it. Fortunately, under Old Black's protection, the evacuation ship was temporarily safe. Everyone stop. With Dino's roar, a violent burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire sea. The soldiers on Sakazuki's ship were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming pressure, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. What's going on? Why attack the evacuation ship? Dino flashed between the two and demanded of Sakazuki. Knowing he had lost his chance to complete the mission, Sakazuki withdrew his devil fruit ability and flew back to his warship, using Jeppo, refusing to answer Dino's question. Dino turned to Kazan and said, Let's go down first. See if there are any survivors on the island. The two descended together, and their eyes met a scene of utter devastation. The entire island had been burned to rubble by the fire. "Have you finished the inspection?" Dino asked Spandam. The Navy's only responsibility was the buster call. The rest was left to CP's agents. Spandam instinctively backed away a few steps and answered hastily, "All clear. The scholars of O'Hara have been completely annihilated. The Navy has fulfilled its mission flawlessly." Dino nodded. "Then report to the 5 elders. We're in a hurry to get back for the new year." "Why, yes, sir." Spandam hastily fumbled for his den mushy and contacted the 5 elders. "My lords, the mission is complete. All scholars of O'Hara have been eliminated. Only the scholars. And the civilians." Confronted by the 5 elders' interrogation, Spandam opened and closed his mouth, then cast a pleading look at Dino. Dino snatched the den mushy. "Saturn. Sane, I presume. Are you suggesting that we should kill all the civilians on O'Hara?" "Oh, there's a bird taking photos in the sky." Saturn understood Dino's implication. If he insisted on the Navy continuing to massacre civilians, the news would be all over the world by the next day, which would not benefit their rule. Dropping the matter of the civilians, Saturn continued, "What about Dragon? Did you capture him?" "Sorry, he got away." Hearing Dino's perfunctory reply, Saturn suppressed his inner rage and said flatly, "Since the mission is complete, you may return. My Lord Marineford is short on personnel. Let me take these refugees back." Dino's request for the refugees wasn't because Marineford truly needed them. He simply didn't trust the CP to handle them. Given the world government's nature, those people would never leave O'Hara alive. The moment the Navy left, the evacuation ships would likely be sunk. Saturn was well aware of Dino's intention. He coldly spat out agreed, and then crushed the den mushy. "We must speed up the recruitment of the 7 warlords. Dino is becoming more and more lawless." Saturn's furious roar echoed through the chamber of authority, audible even to the guards outside. Warcury frowned and asked, "Then shall we grant them the right to lawful plunder?" "Granted. Contact those in the New World as well. If they agree to join the 7 warlords, the terms can be negotiated." Saturn said in a deep voice, tired of the Navy's perfunctory attitude. In 800 years, no Navy officer had ever dared to treat them like this. The other 4 exchanged glances and unanimously agreed with Saturn's proposal. In their eyes, an uncontrollable Navy was even more detestable than pirates. They had to curb the Navy's arrogance. Spandam was struck dumb by Dino's boldness. What had he just witnessed? A Navy vice admiral actually dared to negotiate terms with the 5 elders, and the elders had agreed. Only now did Spandam fully realize how foolish his earlier behavior had been. He had actually dared to command this madman. His eyes darted as he began scheming. "I must build a good relationship with him. It might yield unexpected gain." No sooner thought than done. Spandam called out to Dino and Kazan, who had already walked away, and scurried up to Dino with a fawning smile. "Vice Admiral Dino, if you're at ease, you can entrust the refugees to me. They'll take care of them properly." "Oh." Dino's interest was piqued. He looked Spandam up and down. "You want to help me?" Not at all, not at all." Spandam quickly waved his hands and smiled. "We're all colleagues. Mutual assistance." Dino immediately understood Spandam's meaning. He stepped forward, draped an arm over his shoulder, and leaned in to whisper, "Then let's work together." "Pleasure doing business with you," Spandam replied in a low voice, producing a den mushy and handing it to Dino. "If you ever need anything, Vice Admiral, just command me. And should I encounter difficulties, I hope you'll lend a hand." Dino pocketed the den mushy and patted Spandam on the shoulder. "Easy enough. They're in your hands now. Don't disappoint me." "Rest assured, Vice Admiral. I may lack other talents, but handling such trivial matters is no problem. They'll notify you once everything is settled." Spandam thumped his chest in assurance, lowering his own status considerably, almost calling Dino "my lord." "Then I'll await your good news." Dino smiled, turned, and left. Together with Kazan, he returned to the warship. Throughout the journey, Kazan's gaze never left Dino. Annoyed by the scrutiny, Dino asked, "Had enough staring. Is there a flower on my face?" Kazan shook his head lightly. "When did you two become such good friends?" Dino rolled his eyes at Kazan. "When I need them to be." Dino and his companions hurried back, but failed to return to Marineford before the new year. By the time the fleet arrived, it was already the beginning of the year 1502 in the maritime calendar. The lanterns in the square had been taken down, leaving only the Fu characters pasted on every door and window. The Navy personnel gradually returned to their posts, and Marineford returned to its former desolation. The 4 entered the marshal's office, where Kong and Sengoku had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Sengoku saw Dino and his companions, he shot a fierce glare at Sakazuki, who had failed to complete the secret mission and was reprimanded by the 5 elders. Kong put down the documents in his hands and coldly said to the 4, "Although the mission was completed, why didn't you bring back Soro?" Due to this matter, the 5 elders have decided to cut military funding by 10%. Sakazuki, Kazan, and the Weasel turned to look at Dino in unison. Although it hadn't been stated who was the commander of the mission, they had long tacitly acknowledged the strongest Dino as the leader, so accountability would naturally start with him. Dino lit a cigarette and said lightly, "Marshal, there was not only Sorrow on the scene, Karp's son Dorag was also there. You should understand his strength. It's already impressive that we could complete the mission. Is it really necessary to demand so much?" Dino emphasized the name Karp heavily, and Kong naturally understood his implication, helplessly waving his hand. "All right, let's leave it at that." Sakazuki and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, giving Dino a thumbs up in their hearts. Among the entire Navy, only Dino dared to confront the Marshal with his Vice Admiral rank, while even Karp would show Kong some respect and rarely refute him directly. "Marshal, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave," the Weasel quietly said to Kong. Upon receiving Kong's signal, the three were about to turn and exit the office when Dino interrupted their actions. "Marshal, ever since Roger opened the era of pirates, the number of pirates has been increasing, and not only has the world government not increased our Navy's funding, but they are also cutting it. Without pay I won't work." "You bastard!" Dino. Kong slammed his palm down, shattering the desk in front of him, and shouted at Dino, "What do you mean? Are you planning to quit? Do you even uphold the concept of justice?" Dino ignored Kong's fury and turned to Sakazuki and the others, asking, "What about you? Will you work without pay?" The three were at a loss for words, silent for a few seconds before Sakazuki finally broke the silence. "I haven't had a break in a long time. It seems I should take a good vacation for a while." Though Sakazuki didn't dare to be as blatant as Dino, his meaning was clear. If the world government cut military funding, he would also go on strike. With Sakazuki taking the lead, Kazan also stood firm, saying to Kong, "Marshal, I also want to take leave." All right, Kong replied, 3 times glaring at the silent Weasel and asking, "What about you? Do you need a vacation?" The Weasel quickly shook his head. No need. You can go rest." Kong waved his hand to dismiss the Weasel, then turned to stare intently at Dino. "What exactly do you want to do? Are you planning to betray the Navy?" Dino quickly raised both hands, adopting a surrendering posture. "Marshal, why don't you dare to confront those 5 old men? Without us in the Navy holding the line against the pirates, how could they govern the world so peacefully?" "Nonsense!" Kong shouted loudly, glaring fiercely at Dino. "The purpose of the Navy's existence is to maintain the world government and protect the celestial dragons." Hearing this, disappointment flashed in Dino's eyes. If Kong were to be persuaded by him and lead the entire Navy's high command to put pressure on the 5 elders with the celestial dragons' resources, they might not be able to handle the Navy. Once I took action, Dino would understand her strength. Even if they couldn't win, the celestial dragons wouldn't dare to completely eliminate the Navy's high command. That would only plunge the seas into chaos, destabilizing their rule and even risking being overthrown by pirates. Unfortunately, Kong's loyalty to the celestial dragons exceeded Dino's expectations. Since there was no way to persuade Kong, Dino didn't push the issue as he had time on his side. "Marshal, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Let's consider the holiday to begin today." Saying this, Dino disregarded whether Kong agreed, grabbing Sakazuki and Kazan to leave the office, leaving behind a scowling Kong and a stunned Sengoku. Boom. As soon as Dino and the others left the office, a series of explosions erupted from within, clearly Kong venting his inner fury. "Are we really okay doing this?" On the way, Kazan couldn't help but turned to ask Dino, who was in the middle. Sakazuki also looked at Dino. Although he didn't speak, his eyes were full of inquiry. He was willing to cooperate with Dino not only due to his dissatisfaction with Sengoku's previous threats, but also because he was unhappy with the world government's interference with the Navy. However, neither Sakazuki nor Kazan had any intention of betraying the Navy. Their loyalty to the Navy was not so easily shaken. Dino curled his lips. What problem could there be? "We are just taking a vacation. It's not like we're planning to betray the Navy." Dino stopped in his tracks, his expression becoming serious. "It is precisely because Marshal Kong and Sengoku heed the commands of the celestial dragons in everything that people on the seas call our Navy their lapdogs. Soon I will contact Borsalino. As long as the 4 of us present a united front, the world government will not dare to manipulate us. The purpose of the Navy's existence is to uphold justice, not to serve the celestial dragons." Sakazuki and Kuzan were stirred by Dino's words, their gazes towards him shifting slightly to carry a hint of admiration. Dino noticed their expressions and was surprised that his casual words had gained their belief. Seizing the opportunity, he said to them, "Let's go find Teacher Zephyr for a good drink and casually discuss how to deal with the possible changes ahead." The 3 made their way to Zephyr's home, but halfway there they were blocked by a beam of golden light. Before Borsalino's figure appeared, his lazy voice was already heard. "Did I miss something? You arrived just in time. I was about to contact you," Dino said with a smile. Borsalino's figure slowly emerged from the light, revealing his lewd expression as he asked, "You actually came looking for me? That's rare. Let's go, I have something to discuss with you," Dino said, stepping towards Zephyr's house, while Sakazuki and Kazan silently followed behind him. Borsalino watched the 3 with interest, hesitating slightly before lifting his foot to follow. He was no fool. The three were the most likely candidates for promotion to admiral. If he didn't participate, he might be sidelined in the future. No matter how strong your power is, as long as you want to stay in the Navy, it's best not to do anything that goes against the group. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the Navy unless you have the ability to overturn the table and cook a new feast. Clearly, neither Dino nor Borsalino had the strength to prepare a new feast, so they could only obediently abide by the Navy's rules. That evening, Zifa's yard was brightly lit with Lucci and Inalu bustling by the fireplace, sending plate after plate of grilled meat into the living room, where Zifa, Dino, Sakaski, Kazan, and Borsalino sat together. Dino-san, can we discuss the matter now? Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku wouldn't want to see us five gathered together, Borsalino said slowly while sipping his drink. Seeing that the others were about to discuss serious matters, Zifa stood up to leave as he had already retreated from the front lines, and it was inappropriate for him to be involved in these matters. Dino hurriedly called out to him, "Teacher, please don't go, stay and give us some advice." Zifa paused, looking at Dino's sincere gaze, and sat back down. Dino's gaze swept over the others before finally resting on Borsalino, slowly saying, "The world government wants to cut the Navy's military budget, and we disagree, which has led to a falling out with Marshal Kong." "Admiral Dino is quite frightening," Borsalino exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. "Are you all planning to betray the Navy? But I find it rather comfortable in the Navy and don't wish to leave just yet." Dino gently shook his head. "We are not planning to betray the Navy, but rather to resist, to oppose the world government's arbitrary control over us." "Oh." Borsalino became interested. "How do you plan to resist?" Dino leaned back in his chair, silently smoking, and replied faintly, "It's simple, we just want work. Without the suppression of the four of us, can the sea remain stable?" Borsalino smiled knowingly. "If it's a break, I'm more than willing. I've been chasing Morgans for a while, and haven't had a proper rest in ages." "No way," Zifa interjected. "If you all rest, and don't go to sea, it will ultimately be the ordinary people who suffer." Zifa's sense of justice did not allow such a thing to happen. The others, upon hearing Zifa's words, also understood the severity of the situation, and turned to look at Dino, eager to see what other solutions he might have. Dino lowered his head and thought, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he asked Borsalino, "You must have Morgan's snail phone, right?" Borsalino looked at Dino in confusion, then pulled out a snail phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. Dino nodded in satisfaction. "Since we cannot disregard the civilians, we will help the world government with a little task that won't harm civilians, but will keep them busy." Although Dino couldn't remember what happened in the year 1052 of the Sea Circle calendar, he knew that the world government highly valued the scientist Vegapunk, who was currently hiding in Dressrosa, along with the sea stone from Wano and the sky gold to be harvested by the end of the year, all of which could be manipulated. Under the gaze of the four, Dino slowly said, "I know Vegapunk is hiding in Dressrosa. As long as we let Morgan spread this news, whether it be pirates or celestial dragons, they will rush to seize it. Without our involvement, do you think the world government can outcompete the pirates of the New World?" Vegapunk. Sakaski, who had never heard of this person, asked in confusion, "Who is he, and why would pirates and the world government compete for him?" Vegapunk. Sakaski, who had never heard of this person, asked in confusion, "Who?" Dino smiled faintly. "He is a scientist who has eaten the brain fruit. He has the ability to create an inexhaustible source of energy. Once the world government learns of this, they will never allow the pirates to take him away." "We cannot let the pirates take Vegapunk away." Zifa once again rejected Dino's proposal. "If the pirates use him to create that kind of energy, the first ones they will target will surely be us, the Navy." Dino waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, teacher. Even if Vegapunk can create it, it will take a long time. We are fully capable of retrieving him before he finishes. With the strength of the four of us, which pirate crew could withstand us? Moreover, the world government is not made of paper. They have ruled the world for 800 years and possess countless hidden cards that we are unaware of. This is a good opportunity to see their true strength." This time Zifa no longer opposed. He stood up and said to Dino, "I won't oppose whatever you decide to do, but you must promise me not to sacrifice civilians." "Rest assured, teacher, I am a Navy, and I bear the weight of justice behind me." With Dino's assurance, Zifa slowly left the living room to join Lucci and the others in grilling meat. The four turned their attention back to each other, and Sakaski asked, "When do you plan to start?" "No rush," Dino replied slowly. "Starting tomorrow, the four of us will set sail together wherever we go, but we must stay away from the New World. I will arrange for Morgans to gradually reveal some information about Vegapunk. When you receive the news that Vegapunk can produce unlimited energy, you will turn off all your snail phones and not answer any calls regardless of who it is. We will just quietly wait for the situation to unfold." Dino paused, looking at Kazan. "If Carp contacts you, can you ignore him?" Kazan opened his mouth, unable to give a definitive answer. His relationship with Carp was similar to that of Zifa and Dino, and he could not just watch Carp in danger without helping. Dino sighed slightly. "I know. By then I will find a way to get Carp back to the East Blue, he won't be in danger. Thank you. Kazan raised his glass and tapped it against Dino's. The matter had been settled, and the remaining time was filled with the four of them exchanging drinks, creating a harmonious atmosphere. During this time, Kazan asked Dino, what level of strength have you reached now? When asked about Dino's strength, not only Kazan, but Sakaski and Porisolino were also curious. Dino raised his fist and chuckled, saying, all three of you together, and I can take you all down. Humph. Really? That's scary. Although the three spoke different words, they all carried a tone of disbelief. Don't believe it. Then let you experience what despair truly feels like. As Dino's voice fell, an overwhelming conqueror's Haki erupted in Zifa's living room, and before the three could react, the violent conqueror's Haki converged into three giant lightning pythons, striking fiercely at the three. How is this possible? The three showed a hint of horror in their eyes. Their fruit abilities were suppressed and could not be used, and just from this point they understood the vast gap between themselves and Dino. In just a breath's time, Dino withdrew his Haki and resumed eating grilled meat. Sakaski clenched his fists, slumping back in his chair, smoking, feeling a wave of bitterness rise in his heart. Do you want to awaken the conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing Dino's words, the three suddenly looked up, their eyes fixed intently on Dino. If they previously looked down on the conqueror's Haki, now all that remained in their eyes was desire. You have a way to awaken the conqueror's Haki? Sakaski asked excitedly. Dino first nodded, then shook his head, saying, I'm not sure if it can be awakened, but there is at least a chance. The question is whether you dare to try. What do we need to do? Sakaski exclaimed, standing up, his eyes burning with intensity. How among the three his desire for strength was exceptionally strong. Dino looked at the three before him, a mysterious smile appearing as he leaned in close to their ears and whispered, kill a celestial dragon with your own hands. This method might not guarantee success, but it certainly had a great chance of awakening the conqueror's Haki at least. Sakasiji and the other two stood frozen on the spot, staring incredulously at Dino, trying to discern from his expression whether his words were true. Dino calmly sipped his wine, no longer continuing to speak about awakening the conqueror's Haki. He had already presented a path. Whether to take it depended on the choices of Sakasiji and the others. The news of Dino and the others gathering at Zaifa's house had already reached Marshal Kong's ears. He walked over to Zhang Guo's side, gently patting his shoulder. You should be happy, at least it proves that the next generation of our Marines are very united. This collective clustering was actually good for the Marines, but if Zhang Guo could not suppress the unruly Dino, then after he became Marshal Dino, and Sakasiji and the others might only obey orders but not carry them out, which would unprecedentedly weaken the Marshal's authority. In the original story, the reason Zhang Guo could control the Marines was precisely because the three admirals were not united. Zhang Guo was not only the Marshal, but also could act as an intermediary to mediate their conflicts. Now that intermediary had been replaced by Dino, leaving Zhang Guo with no advantages. After all, he had few truly loyal subordinates, and their strength was not great, giving them little influence in the Marines to help Zhang Guo much. Brother Kong. Zhang Guo started to speak, but stopped, finally forcing a faint smile and saying, rest assured I can manage the Marines well. Kong nodded lightly, pulling Zhang Guo to sit on the sofa. In the coming period, Dino and the others might take collective leave. How do you think we should arrange the work? Zhang Guo pondered for a long time, walked to the map, and pointed at the markers. The G1 base should still be guarded by Ka Pu, only he can deter the pirates of the New World. The first half of the Grand Line will be handled by Jia Ji, his strength should be sufficient. As for the Zhang Guo hesitated slightly, and said slowly, let he temporarily set aside the staff department and go to the North Sea to guard for a while. Ji Yuan will go to the South Sea. For the remaining East and West Seas, let Wu Shu and the others go, assign 2 headquarters vice admirals to each sea. Kong was fairly satisfied with Zhang Guo's arrangement. As long as no particularly powerful pirates appeared, this arrangement should ensure the stability of the seas. Just do as you said, you will be in charge of the arrangements. Kong instructed, stood up, and was about to walk to his desk. Don't. Before Kong could sit down, the Den Den Mushi exclusive to the Wu Lao Xing in the drawer rang. Zhang Guo was about to arrange personnel transfers when he saw it was a call from the Wu Lao Xing. He stopped, wanting to see what the Wu Lao Xing wanted with the Marshal. Zhang Guo was about to arrange personnel transfers when he saw it was a call from the Wu Lao Xing. He stopped, wanting to see what the Wu Lao Xing wanted with the Marshal. Half a minute later, Kong hung up with a grim face. Zhang Guo saw that Kong's expression was off, walked over to him, and asked, Marshal, what happened? Kong looked at Zhang Guo with vacant eyes, slumped in his chair, sighing. The Wu Lao Xing just informed me that the world government is going to form an organization called the 7 Warlords of the Sea, inviting famous pirates from the seas to join the 7 warlords, allowing them the right to legally plunder. What? Zhang Guo couldn't help but shout. Why are the Wu Lao Xing doing this? What do they take us Marine? Kong propped his forehead with his right hand and said softly, perhaps I should agree with Dino's point. Just then the telegraph machine suddenly rang, and a report sent from the power room arrived at the marshal's office. Zhanghua hurriedly picked up the report to read. When he clearly saw its contents, his face instantly turned pale, and the right hand gripping the report trembled violently. Kong snatched the report from Zhanggua's hand. After a quick glance, he gave a bitter smile and gave orders to the messenger outside. Go and summon all vice admirals to the conference room for a meeting. Call Kapu back immediately. The soldier acknowledged and left. Kong looked at Zhanghua. Go to Zaifa's house and bring Dino and the others here. Kong worried that the soldier couldn't persuade Dino, so he had to send Zhanghua and Admiral personally. When Zhanghua arrived at Zaifa's house, what he saw was Zaifa busy barbecuing Lu Qi and AI, and Lu had already been sent back to the training camp. Zhanghua, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in? Zaifa saw Zhanghua and pulled him into the yard. I just arrived, Zhanghua said as Zaifa pulled him into the living room. Dino and the other two had already heard their conversation and stood up to greet Zhanghua. Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Bo Lu Sali Nua? Zhanghua, not seeing Bo Lu Sali Nua, asked. Admiral Zhanghua is here looking for Bo Lu Sali Nua. He has already left. Dino sat back down on his chair and said indifferently. Zhanghua, unconcerned with Dino's attitude, said in a deep voice, call him back. Something big has happened. What happened? Kuzan asked, seeing Zhanggua's grave expression. Zhanghua shook his head. The marshal is waiting in the conference room. He will explain everything when you get there. Let's go. Kuzan and Sakasiji turned to look at Dino, waiting for his reply. Dino thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out. They'll notify Bo Lu Sali Nua right now. Zhanghua watched the 3 leave together, a mix of bitterness and envy welling up in his heart. In the past, he Kapu Zaifa and he were also like that, but somehow their relationship had changed, becoming the most familiar strangers. What exactly happened? Zaifa grabbed Zhanggua's shoulder, his eyes full of concern. Zhanghua looked at Zaifa's sincere gaze, then slowly lowered his head. Let's go. The marshal will explain at the conference room. With that, he quickly left Zaifa's courtyard, not daring to meet Zaifa's gaze. Back then, Zaifa's wife and child were killed. Although Zhanghua was not the mastermind, he was also responsible for knowing and not reporting. That was why Kapu gradually distanced himself from him and no longer confided in him. As soon as Bo Lu Sali Nua received Dino's call, he turned and flew toward Ma Lin Fan Duo. When he arrived outside the conference room, Dino and the other 2 had just arrived as well. Bo Lu Sali Nua came over to them and asked, I had just reached Xiangbo Di Kun Dao when you called me back. If it's not something major, you'll have to compensate me for my massage expenses. Dino gave him a glare and was the first to push open the conference room door. At that moment, the room was already full of people, with only the front few seats still empty. Dino led Sakasiji and the other 2 to the front seats and sat down. He looked at Kong and asked, Marshal, are you planning to attack Mali Xiaoya? Kong only glanced at Dino faintly and said weakly, stop being glib. Wait until everyone is here, I have something to announce. Kong's reaction surprised Dino. Normally, if Dino dared to speak like that, Kong would have flown into a rage and scolded him soundly. Why was he so different today? You're not going to step down, are you? Dino leaned forward slightly and asked carefully. Kong forced a smile. If only I could step down. All right, something big must have happened, Dino thought, obediently sitting down without asking further. Soon Zhanghua brought Zaifa and he into the conference room together, leaving only Kapu absent. The 3 found their seats, sat down, and leaned back with eyes closed, resting. Kong also showed no intention of speaking, obviously waiting for Kapu's arrival to begin the meeting. This wait dragged on for half a day until night fell and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Only then did Kapu rush back from the G1 base in the New World. As soon as Kapu sat down, Kong impatiently rose from his chair and announced with a grave expression, everyone stop talking. The meeting begins now. As the sound of Kong's voice fell, the conference room fell into silence. All eyes turned to him at the front, waiting for the content of the meeting. Today, the world government has passed a proposal to officially establish the 7 Warlords system. What is the 7 Warlords system? Everyone had not heard of the 7 Warlords and began to question Kong. Dino was first surprised, and then a glint of light erupted in his eyes. He was worried about not having the opportunity to force the world government's hand, and unexpectedly the 5 elders provided him with an excellent opportunity. As long as Marshal Kong articulates the nature of the 7 Warlords, no one present in the Navy would agree, as this would rub the Navy's face in the dirt. Ahem ahem. Kong lightly coughed to suppress the murmurs of the crowd, glancing at Dino from the corner of his eye. His greatest concern was that Dino would lead a protest upon hearing the news of the 7 Warlords. This was far more severe than merely cutting military funding. After some thought, Kong decided to use an indirect approach to convey the necessity of the 7 Warlords system to everyone. As we all know, ever since Roger opened the era of great sailing, the number of pirates has been continuously increasing. Before Kong could finish, Dino stood up and slammed the table. Marshal, has there been another pirate attack somewhere? I will set out immediately to eliminate all the pirates. Kong glared at Dino and said in a deep voice, sit down first and let me finish speaking. After Dino sat down again, Kong continued, due to the intensification of pirate forces, the world government had no choice but to negotiate with the pirates, which led to the birth of the Seven Warlords system aimed at curbing the development of piracy. As soon as these words came out, some Navy personnel could no longer sit still. Ghost Spider, biting his cigar, shouted angrily, we are fighting hard against the pirates in front, yet the world government is secretly negotiating with them. Do they not regard us Navy personnel at all? The only fate for pirates is to die at sea. Doberman spoke up in support of Ghost Spider. These two were representatives of the radical faction. Dino pretended to glare at Kong with anger, but in reality, he was overjoyed. He hadn't even spoken, and someone had already jumped out to oppose the proposal. Shut up, Kong bellowed, glaring fiercely at Ghost Spider and Doberman. Although the two were dissatisfied, they did not dare to defy the marshal and could only sit down obediently. Kong's sharp gaze swept across the conference room, and only after everyone had fallen silent did he continue. This is the decision of the world government, and everyone must comply. Seeing that the crowd was intimidated by Kong's imposing presence, Dino slowly spoke. Marshal, you haven't specified the personnel powers and duties of the Seven Warlords. Are you expecting us to obey unconditionally? This isn't right. After all, they are pirates, and how many of our comrades have died at the hands of the pirates? The world government cannot simply make a light statement and expect us to coexist peacefully with the pirates. Exactly, Sakazuki crossed his arms over his chest, his face darkening as he said, if we are to establish the Seven Warlords, it must be under the leadership of the Navy. Kong stared at Dino for a long time, sighed softly, and handed the materials in his hand to Sengoku. Distribute them. Marshal, are you really going to distribute them? Sengoku took the materials from Kong's hand, knowing that once they were distributed, even Marshal Kong would be unable to suppress the rebellious Navy personnel. For the first time, Kong felt exhausted. Even when dealing with rocks in the past, he had solutions. For the first time, Kong felt exhausted. Even when dealing with rocks in the past, he had solutions, but this time, he truly found himself powerless. The world government's actions were something even he disagreed with, let alone others. Sengoku gritted his teeth and approached Dino, leaning close to his ear to warn softly. If you don't want to ruin the Navy, don't act recklessly. After saying that, Sengoku began distributing the materials one by one. Dino glanced at the materials and crumpled them into a ball, unleashing his conqueror's Haki, instantly shattering all the chairs in the conference room. What nonsense! When have pirates ever had the right to stand on equal footing with our Navy? I will go and eliminate Wang Ji and Silver Axe right now. Let's see who dares to join the Seven Warlords. Dino's cold voice echoed in the conference room. Hearing Dino's words, the people present snapped out of their shock, all standing up and shouting, exactly. Anyone who dares to join the Seven Warlords must be taken down. The Navy will not allow anyone to join the Seven Warlords. Kong slowly closed his eyes, looking at the chaotic conference room. He did not want to deal with this matter any longer. He was unable to do so. Dino observed Kong's actions and thought that since Kong was unable to handle it, it was time for him to step in. He slowly raised his right hand and coldly said, silence. The admirals exchanged glances, all shutting their mouths in anticipation of Dino's next move. They had already regarded Dino as their leader, the leader opposing the Seven Warlord system. Seeing that all the admirals obeyed Dino's orders, Sengoku sat down in despair, taking off his hat and covering his face to hide his loneliness. Dino first looked at Kong, then shifted his gaze to Carp, asking, Deputy Admiral Carp, what do you say? Do you agree or disagree? Carp met Dino's gaze, spreading his hands and saying lightly, I will follow the marshal. Dino nodded slightly, and then looked at Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, what about you? Do you agree or disagree? Sengoku did not remove his hat from his face, but simply waved his hand. I will also follow the marshal. Dino's lips curled slightly, and he coldly laughed, inwardly walking to the marshal's side. Marshal, what about you? Do you agree with the world government's establishment of the Seven Warlords, or oppose it? Kong slowly opened his eyes, looking at Dino's youthful face with a knowing smile, then shifted his gaze to the multitude of Navy personnel below, saying, do whatever you want. Dino saluted Kong and turned to face the Navy below, asking, are you afraid of death? The conference room fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into rounds of furious shouts. For justice, fight to the death. For justice, fight to the death. For justice, fight to the death. Dino stepped down from the podium, and the admirals automatically formed 2 rows, clearing a path in the middle. Walking down the aisle, Dino swept his gaze over everyone present, saying, let's go demand an explanation from the world government. All the Navy admirals followed Dino, a group of them boarding the warship and heading towards Mary Geos. Kong looked at Sengoku, and the other 3 left in the conference room, speaking solemnly. You 3 should also go. Make sure to protect them. They are the future of the Navy. Carp laughed heartily. That little rascal Dino can really cause a ruckus wanting to go demand an explanation from those 5 old men. This really suits my taste. After saying that, Carp took Zifa and left the marshal's office. Sengoku told Kong, "Don't worry," and turned to chase after Carp and Zifa. Kong withdrew his gaze from Sengoku and looked at Crane, saying, "With the deputy admirals gone, the soldiers below cannot cause any unrest. Go and calm them down." At last, when only Kong remained alone in the conference room, he walked to the window, gazing toward Mary Geos, whispering, "I'm sorry, I cannot let the Navy be destroyed on my watch, even if it means disobeying orders." Kong's loyalty to the Celestial Dragons and the world government had never changed, but he was even more loyal to the Navy. "Stop. Without the order of the 5 elders, no Marine is permitted to set foot in the Holy Land." Dino and his party had just arrived at Mali Chiaoya when they were halted by the guards. Dino cast a nonchalant glance at him and said, "Lead the way. We wish to see the 5 elders." "How insolent!" the guard bellowed, pointing at Dino. "Withdraw at once or be slain without mercy." Dino let out a cold laugh, beckoned to the Marines behind him, and said with indifference, "Kill anyone who dares to obstruct." The moderate vice admirals hesitated. They had followed Dino to the Holy Land, hoping to pressure the 5 elders into abolishing the 7 warlords system, not to make outright enemies of the world government. The radical faction led by Guizhi Zhu, however, harbored long-standing grievances against the Holy Land guards and CP agents. Upon Dino's command, they drew their weapons and charged at the guards, unleashing a blood-soaked massacre. These outer guards were no match for the Marine vice admirals. Guizhi Zhu and his men advanced unimpeded, leaving a trail of corpses behind. The Holy Land guards dispatched reinforcements to slow the Marines' advance, while one of them dashed frantically toward the meeting hall where the 5 elders and the 7 warlords were convening. A frantic knock echoed, bang, 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 and the guard shouted urgently from outside, "Report, my lords. The Marines have launched a surprise attack on the Holy Land and have already reached the plaza." "What did you say?" The door was thrust open from within, and the figure of Sa Ten appeared before the guard, his face frozen with fury. The other 4 elders followed closely behind Sa Ten, demanding of the guard, "What is the situation? Why have the Marines attacked Mali Chiaoya?" The guard fell to his knees in terror. "My lords, over 20 Marine vice admirals suddenly arrived. We tried to question them, but they killed anyone in their path without offering any explanation." Upon hearing that it was only vice admirals, the 5 elders breathed a silent sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they proceeded together toward the plaza. The guard fell to his knees in terror. "My lords, over 20 Marine vice admirals suddenly arrived. We tried to question them, but they killed." Na Shou Lang cradled his longsword and nodded in agreement. The Marines grow increasingly reckless. "It is time for a purge." The other 3 remained silent, but the grim expressions on their faces spoke volumes. In the meeting room, the 7 pirates invited to become warlords exchanged knowing smiles. They were the first generation of the 7 warlords, vastly different from the original lineup. To suppress the Marines, the 5 elders had recruited far more formidable pirates. In the meeting room, the 7 pirates invited to become warlords exchanged knowing smiles. They were the first generation of the 7 warlords, vastly different from the remaining 2 were also infamous sea rogues, Qing Jiao, captain of the 8 Treasures Navy, who had once escaped from Kapus clutches, and Bang Diwa Da, who had been imprisoned and impelled down for many years. The last was Jin Bei from Fishman Island. His conditions for joining were simple. Fishman Island would become a member state of the world government, which would also aid in searching for the missing Taigo. Though Jin Bai's current strength might not compare with the others, he possessed an advantage none of them had. He was a fisherman, nearly unbeatable in the sea. The main reason these pirates agreed to become warlords was not the legal plundering rights granted by the 5 elders, but the permission each warlord received to occupy a country as their base, free from marine and world government regulation, with the promise of protection when needed. This was the real trump card that attracted silver medalists like Wang Ji. Wang Ji swept his gaze across everyone present and proposed, "Shall we go out and take a look? If the Marines truly clash with the Celestial Dragons, we might be able to gain some advantage. If the Celestial Dragons give me an extra country, I wouldn't mind lending them a hand and wiping out the Marines entirely." Infu laughed heartily, rising and striding out. Wang Ji, Kaluo Kuda, Qing Jiao, and Bang Diwa Da, ambitious men all, were not to be outdone and followed Infus led. Mihua Ku and Jin Bei, lacking ambition and unwilling to involve themselves in the conflict between the Marines and the Celestial Dragons, remained seated in the meeting room waiting. When the warlords arrived at the plaza of Ma Li Chiao, the 5 elders and the Marine vice admirals were already locked in a standoff. The god of law with Xiao Li cast a cold glance at the bodies littering the ground and said to the assembled Marines, "What do you think you are doing? Where is Kong? Is this how he manages the Navy?" The Marine Vice Admirals split into two rows, clearing a path. Dino, clad in his justice coat, slowly stepped forward from the rear. The Fleet Admiral is not here. You may address any concerns to me. The hot-tempered Sa-Tan, enraged by Dino's arrogance, immediately activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into the eight-legged Gyuki form. His conqueror's Haki erupted, bearing down on Dino and the Vice Admirals behind him. Dino silently took out a cigarette and lit it, making no move to stop Sa-Tan. Though the Marines behind him were suppressed, none showed signs of weakness. The five elders' conqueror's Haki was not enough to intimidate these Vice Admirals. That bit of Haki is nothing but an embarrassment. As Dino's words fell, a wave of conqueror's Haki far surpassing Sa-Tan's exploded outward, shattering Sa-Tan's aura and spreading relentlessly until it enveloped all of Mali Qiaoya. Under the crushing weight of this conqueror's Haki, both guards and CP agents alike foamed at the mouth and collapsed unconscious. You have gone too far. Seeing Sa-Tan's Haki shattered, Na Shoulang immediately drew his longsword and slashed at Dino with such speed that even Sa-Ka-CG and the others beside Dino could not react. Dino simply raised his right hand to block. Na Shoulang's blade struck Dino's fist, producing a deafening screech. Don't underestimate me. Sa-Ka-CJ's face darkened, thick smoke billowing from his fist as he unleashed a hound blaze at Na Shoulang. Na Shoulang attempted to retreat, but Dino sneered inwardly, turning his fist into a claw and gripping the blade tightly, preventing him from pulling back. Schlurp. Sa-Ka-CJ's fist pierced through Na Shoulang's body, yet the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, black mist spread from within Na Shoulang, quickly engulfing him. When the mist dissipated, a half-horse, half-human monster stood before them. Na Shoulang, now in his horsebone form, charged at Sa-Ka-CG with his longsword, his speed great. Sa-Ka-CG, undaunted, coated his fists in thick armament, Haki molten lava dripping from his cheeks. He stomped the ground and launched himself forward, locking into a fierce brawl with Na Shoulang. The clash between the two sounded the war horn. The other five elders each activated their devil fruit abilities and attacked Dino. But before their strikes could reach him, Kuzan, Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo and the others intercepted them. Kuzan and Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo, relying on their devil fruit powers, found it challenging to defeat the five elders, but they could hold them off for a time. Jia Ji and Shi Yuan, however, were overpowered by the elders. The moment the battle began, they were forced into a constant retreat. Sa-Tan surveyed the battlefield and said slowly to the Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo before him, I never imagined that even you would blindly follow Dino. Is this your loyalty, Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo? Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo spread his hands helplessly and replied, I don't want this either, but you pushed the Marines to the brink. The Navy will never tolerate the existence of the seven warlords. Dino observed Jia Ji and Shi Yuan being battered without any chance to fight back, surprise flickering in his eyes. In the original story, anyone could trade blows with Sa-Tan evenly. He had assumed the five elders were only quasi-admiral level, but now it seemed they were at least admiral level, though merely entry-level admirals, still far beyond the capabilities of vice admiral candidates like Jia Ji. As the battle commenced, Dino unleashed his observation Haki, yet he could not detect the presence of Imu anywhere. If I eliminate one of the five elders, will you still hold back? He mused, setting his sights on Ma Zi, who was locked in combat with Qi Yuan. Dino flashed before Qi Yuan grasped the claw of Jin Tianjun and turned to say, leave him to me. Go support Jia Ji. Ma Zi, feeling the conqueror's Haki pressing down on him, revealed a look of shock. The undying ability bestowed by Lord Imu was being completely suppressed. He turned to face Wang Ji and the others behind him, shouting in desperation, aren't you going to help? Wang Ji stepped forward and said with a smile, the agreement did not require us to fight the Marines. Exactly, Yin Fu chimed in. We can act, but only if you offer appropriate compensation. Mozi's face flushed with anger as he realized that the seven warlords were untrustworthy. He did not expect them to be so disrespectful, yet he dared not lash out, suppressing his inner fury and shouting, let's fight. Whatever conditions you want, we will agree. Dino turned to glance at Wang Ji, unfazed by the group of pirates, a band of scattered soldiers that could not amount to much. Collaborating with pirates, should I kill you, Mozi? A cold glint flashed in Dino's eyes as he condensed his furious conqueror's Haki into a crimson lightning bolt, striking Mozi in his transformed state of Jin Jintian. Under Mozi's horrified gaze, Dino's fist struck Jin Jintian with tremendous force. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Mozi was sent flying, crashing through the square and creating a dark hole. Dino slowly walked towards the hole, disdainfully saying, with such weak strength, I truly do not understand what Admiral Kong is afraid of. Damn it! Mozi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without the immortality granted by him, every attack from Dino could injure his true form. Spitting out a jet of fire, Mozi flew out from the bottom of the hole, circling in the air. He called to the seven warlords, Let's all go together. As long as we kill him, you can propose any conditions you want. Wang Ji and the others exchanged smiles slowly surrounding Dino, and said to Matzi in the sky, "Remember what you said." Dino's expression darkened. With Matzi at the strength of a general, and 5 others at the strength of general candidates among the 7 warlords, it would take him quite some time to resolve this. However, it was unclear if Akainu and the others could hold out that long, especially Kazan and the others, as the gap between them and the Gorosei was still quite apparent. Moreover, the Yeto appeared Galen and Im were what Dino was most worried about. His misjudgment had placed the Navy in a precarious situation. With the addition of the 7 warlords, Matzi regained his confidence and coldly said to Dino, "The authority of the world government is not something you can shake. Not only will you die here, but all participating Navy forces will be punished as well." Ignoring Matzi's threats, Dino turned to Wang Ji and the others coldly stating, "If you leave now, I will treat this as if nothing happened. But if you dare to attack, I will find you one by one and eliminate all of you." Clang! Wang Ji drew his long sword, striking at Dino with a flying slash, saying, "If you want a future, today is your day of doom." Dino dispersed the incoming strike with a punch, staring intently at Wang Ji. "Let's go together and take him down." Wang Ji shouted, charging at Dino first, with the others following closely behind, reaching Dino's side in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a red cross star shone in the sky and a loud laugh echoed from above. "Ha ha ha, the audacious pirates dare to invade Mariewa." Accompanying Karp's voice was a shockwave formed by Conqueror's Haki. This all happened too suddenly. The 7 warlords and Matzi could not react in time, and could only wrap their Haki around themselves to face Karp's attack. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire square violently, and the howling winds blew away the Navy vice admirals and the guards of Mariewa. As the smoke cleared, Dino remained standing in the square, surrounded by several 7 warlords who were bent over, gasping for breath, having exhausted all their strength to withstand Karp's assault. "Karp Sengoku." Matzi looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with fury. Karp and the others descended from above, attacking the 7 warlords without a word. Wang Ji and the others, sensing the danger, turned and ran towards the battlefield's edge. "Ha ha ha, don't run. Come with me to impel down." Karp laughed heartily, leisurely pursuing them. Sengoku and Zifa glanced at Dino, and then chased after Wang Ji and the others. Since things had come to this, there was no point in saying more. They could only see how far Dino could go. Watching the 3 leave, Dino secretly breathed a sigh of relief, lighting a cigarette and leisurely smoked. Matzi flew in front of Dino, his gaze fixed on the Navy before him, stating, "Stop them, and we can let the past be the past, otherwise we will eradicate all of you." "Can you actually do that?" Dino looked at Matzi disdainfully. "How about letting Galen come out too? Well, shall we also call for him?" With Karp and the others joining, Dino truly wasn't afraid of him. He didn't believe that he and Karp could lose. "You?" Matzi was taken aback, as he did not expect Dino to know about Lord IM's existence. Suppressing his shock, Matzi coldly said, "The power of the Lord is beyond your imagination. If you don't want the Navy to be completely wiped out, stop immediately." "What a coincidence." Dino threw down his cigarette, crushing the butt underfoot, and roared viciously, "I want to see what abilities she truly possesses." A wave of Conqueror's Haki, far surpassing before, erupted from Dino, forcing Matzi out of his Ijin Jintian form and reverting him to human shape. At that moment, Dino's Conqueror's Haki finally broke through to the king level, allowing him to stand on equal footing with Karp and Whitebeard. The others, still in battle, stopped their actions, looking at Dino in disbelief. At that moment, thunder suddenly roared above Mariewa, and countless dark clouds quickly gathered, blocking out the sunlight. Subsequently, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted from deep within Mariewa, shattering Dino's Conqueror's Haki with ease. The Gorosei immediately knelt down, banging their heads on the ground, terrified, and pleading, "Lord, please calm your anger. Lord, please calm your anger." Some Navy vice admirals, overwhelmed by this Conqueror's Haki, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on. Only Akainu, Kazuru, and Kazan were still struggling to hold on, forcefully slamming their slowly bending legs. Their pride would not allow them to kneel. Dino turned to look deep into Mariewa, his pupils constricting, his military uniform drenched in cold sweat. He knew Im was powerful, but he did not expect that just with Conqueror's Haki, Im would make him feel dizzy and breathless. If Im personally took action, Dino dared not imagine the consequences. Perhaps none of them would be able to leave. This overwhelming Haki came quickly and left just as fast. In just a few breaths, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki vanished without a trace, and the dark clouds above gradually dispersed, allowing warm sunlight to once again pour down on the land of Mariewa. The Gorosei respectfully bowed 3 times towards the depths of Mariewa, before slowly standing up, saying to Dino, "Let's go, we need to talk." Dino withdrew his gaze, first glancing at the Navy vice admirals lying unconscious on the ground, then exchanged looks with Akainu and the others before gently nodding to the Gorosei. On the outskirts of Mariawa, Sengoku gazed at the distant battlefield, softly muttering, "What is happening?" Just now he and Zifa had also been shaken by IMS Haki, their movements becoming sluggish. Carp's face was as dark as water as he slowly said, "It was she who killed Rocks back at God Valley." Seeing Sengoku and Zifa still in a daze, Carp stepped forward, firmly patting their shoulders. "Let's go back. We'll leave the rest to the younger generation." The three of them walked towards the elevator together. Their purpose for coming here was merely to protect Dino and the others. Now that the war was over, it was time for them to leave. Dino and his three companions followed the five elders into the Chamber of Power. Before they could even take their seats, Warcury, one of the five elders, addressed Dino. "Tell us the reason for your attack on the Holy Land." "Attack the Holy Land?" Dino sneered at Warcury. "You were the ones who struck first without any distinction between right and wrong." "Enough," interrupted Saturn. "State the Navy's intentions directly." Dino stepped forward, pulled a document on the 7 warlords from his pocket, and slapped it onto the table. "The Navy's only demand is to abolish the 7 warlords system." "Impossible," Nasajiro said, flatly glancing at the papers. "The decree has already been disseminated worldwide and cannot be rescinded." Dino had anticipated this outcome. By proposing a condition the 5 elders would never accept, he aimed to facilitate subsequent negotiations. If the first demand was rejected, and the second as well, surely the third would have to be granted. Otherwise, wouldn't the Navy's uproar be in vain? Feigning outrage, Dino adopted a stern tone. "Then there's nothing more to discuss. They'll take my men and eliminate all 7 of them." "How dare you?" Saturn glared coldly at Dino, threatening. "Would you defy Lord IMS orders?" The mention of him sent a chill down Dino's spine, for the impact of IMS Conqueror's Haki just moments ago had been overwhelming. Seizing Saturn's threat as an opportunity, Dino backed down gracefully and proposed his second condition. If abolishing the 7 warlords is off the table, then they must be placed under the Navy's management. "Impossible," the 5 elders refused again, even more resolutely. Their purpose in establishing the 7 warlords was to counterbalance the Navy. Allowing the Navy to control them would contradict their original intent. Bang! Dino smashed the table before him, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, which shattered the doors and windows of the Chamber of Power as he glared ferociously at the 5 elders. "Do you truly believe the Navy is afraid? If it comes to it, well, fight to the bitter end." Seeing Dino on the verge of eruption, Peter, who had remained silent, intervened to ease the tension. "It's not that we refuse to let the Navy manage the 7 warlords. When the agreement was signed, it was clearly stated that the 7 warlords hold equal status with the Navy. There is no question of one managing the other." "Exactly," Warcury added. "Apart from the issue of the 7 warlords, we are willing to accommodate any other demands the Navy may have." Those were the words Dino had been waiting for. He gradually retracted his Conqueror's Haki and said, "In that case, the Navy will establish bases in all countries occupied by the 7 warlords. It is our duty to supervise them and prevent harm to civilians." The 5 elders exchanged glances and gave a slight nod, agreeing to his terms. However, Warcury raised one condition of his own. The Navy may oversee the 7 warlords, but they must not take military action against them. With the 7 warlords and the Navy co-locate, conflicts were inevitable. The 5 elders secretly hoped for friction between them, as it would serve to check the Navy's power. With the issue of the 7 warlords settled, it was time to discuss the Navy's affairs. Dino sat down beside Saturn and said slowly, "From today onward, the Navy will collect its own military funds, 3/10 of the heavenly tribute." Saturn, already fuming at Dino's presumptuous behavior, could no longer contain his anger when the matter of funds was brought up. He pointed at Dino and bellowed, "What exactly does the Navy intend? To secede from the world government?" The other 4 elders fixed icy glares on Dino. This crossed a red line. They would rather beseech Lord M to annihilate the Navy than allow it to slip from their grasp. Forcing down his rage, Warcury said coolly, "We shall not accede to this demand." "Save yourself." Dino had merely been testing the waters. He never expected the 5 elders to agree. Military funding was their leverage over the Navy, and unless they were foolish, they would never concede such a thing. After a few seconds of feigned contemplation, Dino pretended to be forced into compromise, saying reluctantly, "The world government must not arbitrarily cut military funds. They must be paid in full and on time. Not a day late, not a berry short." "Agreed." Nasajiro, who oversaw finances, nodded. "Furthermore, from today, the Navy shall have the right to free trade without interference from the world government." This was Dino's final demand and his ultimate aim. Once the Navy gained the right to trade, he could secretly smuggle the gold from Skypiea to fund the military. A heavy silence fell over the Chamber of Power as the 5 elders closed their eyes to communicate telepathically. "We cannot agree. His goal remains to free the Navy from our control. I believe we can allow it. Trade requires capital, and the Navy has no surplus funds. Moreover, the entire world is under our dominion. We can decide whether anyone does business with them. There's no need for excessive worry. I'd. The five quickly reached a consensus. Nasajuro, as the god of finance, represented the five elders in approving the Navy's trade demand. Seeing this, Dino intended to press further. Just as he opened his mouth, Nasajuro drew his long blade, his eyes turning sinister as they fixed on Dino. In an instant, the entire chamber of power was shrouded in frost. One must learn the virtue of knowing when to stop. Otherwise, we would have no qualms about wiping out the Navy entirely and replacing them with another group. I trust we are capable of that. Dino met Nasajuro's gaze. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and in the end Dino conceded. He lacked confidence in dealing with the mysterious Im, and since his ultimate goal had been achieved, there was no need to stir up further trouble. Remember what you have promised. With those words, Dino rose from the sofa and strode toward the exit. Sakazuki and the other two followed silently. From the very beginning, they had offered no opinions, well aware that with their current strength, they had no standing to negotiate with the five elders. Only after they were far from the chamber of power did Sakazuki speak up. We caused such a commotion, and in the end the seven warlords are still being established. What was the purpose of all this? Dino did not stop walking. He sighed softly. At least we made them understand that the Navy is not a pushover. When cornered, we too can bite. Then a cold smirk curled at the corner of Dino's mouth. Besides, since we'll be in the same place as the seven warlords, naturally the one with the strongest power will have the final say. The three men were first taken aback, then delight dawned on their faces. If the Navy could dominate the seven warlords, the countries they occupied would fall under Navy control, and all the heavenly tribute would belong to the Navy. Just as Dino and his group were returning to Marineford with the unconscious Navy vice-admirals, the five elders convened in the Chamber of Flowers deep within Marigios. The five knelt and prostrated themselves before the immense throne on the dais. We pay our respects to Lord Im. Their voices echoed through the hall. Though no one answered, they dared not rise, remaining reverently on their knees. After a long pause, a melodious, ethereal voice suddenly rang out. 22 years remain. During this time, you must ensure the stability of the world. We shall safeguard the world's stability, rest assured, Lord Im. The five elders pressed their foreheads to the ground, fine beads of sweat covering their brows. After another long silence, the voice spoke again. You may withdraw. The five elders rose, slowly bowed, and cautiously exited the hall. The sun gradually set as a warship slowly sailed into the port of Marineford, illuminated by the twilight. As soon as the ship docked, Dino immediately issued orders to the soldiers on the shore. Take them back to rest. At this moment, more than 20 naval vice-admirals lay on the warship, all knocked out by IMS Conqueror's Haki. After arranging for the vice-admirals, Dino and his companions quickly headed towards the marshal's office. When they pushed open the door to the office, Kong, Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa were already waiting inside. Back already? Kong looked at the four young men in front of him and spoke softly. Dino, not holding back, sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, took a big sip, and then said to Kong, I brought everyone we took out back, without leaving a single one behind. Kong nodded. So how did your discussion with the five elders go? Dino spread his hands in helplessness, saying, not successful. The news about the seven warlords has still been sent out. However, we can establish naval bases in the countries they occupy. Although the Navy cannot take action against them, we can supervise them. Not bad. Carp smiled and patted Dino on the shoulder. It's the first time those five old geezers have compromised with the Navy. Dino shot Carp a glare, saying, if you don't stop, I'll go find Dragon and treat him the same way. Carp's hand froze in midair as he sheepishly handed his sunbae to Dino. Ignoring Carp, Dino turned to Kong and continued, the five elders have also promised that they will not cut our military budget any further. You can boldly ask them for military funds now. Kong's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected that Dino's commotion would not only secure the right to supervise the seven warlords, but also resolve the issue of military funding. He stood up from his seat, slightly bowed to Dino and his companions, and said solemnly, you've worked hard. This bow from Kong was not just a show of formality, but a heartfelt thanks to Dino. Having been a naval marshal for decades, he understood all too well how strictly the five elders controlled the Navy's budget, frequently cutting military funds for various reasons. Sakazuki and the others were startled by Kong's gesture and quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept the marshal's bow. Dino also stood up from the sofa and quickly approached Kong, gently helping him up, saying, Marshal, you're too humble. Kong was helped up by Dino and carefully regarded the young man before him, gently patting Dino's shoulder as he said, the Navy will rely on you all from now on. I'm getting old and no longer of use. Don't say that. Dino chuckled lightly. Are you planning to retire? Besides, we still have General Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp holding the fort, right? Sengoku, hearing Dino mention himself, inwardly scoffed, holding the fort. Who listens to me anymore? Kong also looked at Sengoku. He knew in his heart that after this incident, Dino's status in the Navy would rise immensely. If he were to step down, Sengoku might not necessarily be able to maintain the position of marshal, and once Dino emerged as a contender, most vice admirals would likely choose him. Just as Kong and Sengoku were troubled, Dino spoke again, his tone serious. There's another important matter I need to discuss with you. An important matter? Kong looked at Dino in confusion. What could be more important than the Navy's budget? The 5 elders have agreed to grant us the right to engage in business. Business? Kong and Sengoku spoke simultaneously. As the Navy was barely scraping by on its budget, where would it find extra funds for business ventures? Dino sensed their confusion and explained engaging in business doesn't necessarily require capital. Do you know what our Navy's greatest advantage in business is? Kong and Sengoku pondered for a moment, then slowly shook their heads. We don't produce anything, nor do we have startup capital. What advantage do we have in business? Dino returned to the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly said, aren't we the largest and strongest organization at sea? Upon Dino's reminder, their eyes lit up as they began to understand what he meant. Are you suggesting we engage in transportation? Dino snapped his fingers. Exactly. Our Navy is spread across the 4 seas. Who could possibly compete with us in transportation? Upon Dino's reminder, their eyes lit up as they began to understand what he meant. Are you suggesting we engage in transportation? Dino snapped his fingers. Exactly. Our Navy is spread. Currently, the world government is unaware of Vegapunk's existence, and the Navy's warships rely on sails for navigation. In terms of both size and speed, they don't hold an advantage compared to specialized transport ships. Dino waved his hand and said, I'll take care of that. Not only can we increase the size and speed of the warships, but we can also enable them to traverse the doldrums. Really? Sengoku approached Dino excitedly, asking if Dino truly had a way to allow the warships to cross the doldrums. It would significantly increase the Navy's speed across the seas, and efficiency in pursuing pirates or supporting battlefields would multiply. If I dare to say it, I have a way to achieve it. Dino gave a confident answer. However, this matter needs to be approached gradually. Right now, the most important thing is to ascertain where the 7 warlords plan to occupy. We must expedite the establishment of our bases and send people to keep watch over them. I'll have Crane handle the matter of gathering intel, but the Navy doesn't have enough personnel to keep an eye on all 7 of them. Kong rubbed his temples, saying helplessly. Dino chuckled lightly. We don't need to send out 7 people. Mihawk and Jinbei probably won't occupy territories. We just need to keep an eye on the other 5. 5. Kong murmured softly, then slapped his thigh decisively. Sakazuki, Kizaru, Kazan, you 3 are responsible for Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Green Pepper, while the remaining Bonnie Wald and Crocodile can only be dealt with by Jiyuan and Kaji. Jiyuan and Kaji may not be strong enough to suppress those 2, but the Navy had no better candidates. Carp needed to guard the G1 base in the New World. Sengoku had to stay in Marineford to assist Kong with naval affairs, and Dino was in charge of the Navy's business tasks. Everyone was fully occupied. Sakazuki and the others had no objections to Kong's arrangement. They exchanged glances, and Sakazuki, as the representative, spoke. If they engage in illegal activities, can we take action? Although this question was directed at Kong, Sakazuki's gaze was on Dino, who was sitting on the sofa. Of course, Dino leisurely smoked his cigarette and coldly said, once you take action, wipe them out. Don't give them a chance to report to the Holy Land. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Sakazuki grinned and smiled silently at Dino. Kong looked astonished at the conversation between the 2, clenching his fists tightly in anger, then suddenly laughed, waving his hand. Go on, I'm getting old and can't manage so much anymore. Take care of yourselves. Dino approached Sakazuki, placing his hand on his and Kazara's shoulders as they headed out of the office. Kazan, seeing this, quickly bid farewell to the marshal and hurried to catch up with Dino and the others. Perhaps under their leadership the Navy can find a different path, Kong muttered under his breath as he withdrew his gaze. The next day, news of the world government's establishment of the 7 warlords was sent around the world. The pirates of the New World merely glanced at the newspaper and dismissed the matter. In their eyes, those who submitted to the world government were not worthy of their attention. However, the reaction from the pirates and civilians in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line was exceptionally intense. Some pirates had already set their sights on these 7 individuals, planning to bring them down and take their place. Civilians fell into panic and chaos, all worrying whether their countries would be occupied by the 7 warlords. Thus, countless calls were made to the world government seeking an explanation from the 5 Elder Stars. The response from the 5 Elder Stars was very straightforward. The 7 warlord system cannot be cancelled. Everyone must cooperate. Unable to get the answers they sought from the world government, some kings turned their attention to the Navy. Admiral Kong was busy in his office early in the morning, tirelessly answering calls from all over the world. Rest assured, the Navy will not allow pirates to run rampant, not even the 7 warlords. Kong assured through the transponder, Snail, his eyes filled with helplessness. At that moment, Dino pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Admiral Kong's distressed expression, he snatched the transponder Snail from Kong's hands and said as long as you are willing to fund the establishment of a Navy base in your country, the Navy can guarantee that your country will not be invaded by pirates. If you are unwilling to spend money, then there is nothing we can do. After speaking, Dino hung up the transponder snail and smiled at Kong, saying, this way, we don't have to spend our own money, and we can establish Navy bases around the world. This not only significantly enhances the Navy's support speed and curbs the development of pirates, but it also lays the foundation for our future transportation. But Kong hesitated as he looked at Dino, worriedly asking, will the 5 Elder Stars agree to this? The establishment of Navy bases requires their approval. Dino shrugged nonchalantly. What objections could they have? We aren't spending a single penny of theirs to build the bases. Kong slowly nodded and curiously asked, Dino, what brings you to me? Dino immediately stated his purpose. I need to go to sea for a while to prepare for business with the Navy. Go ahead. Kong waved his hand. Communicate promptly if you encounter any issues. Just as Dino left the Admiral's office, the hovering Old Black immediately swooped down and obediently landed in front of Dino. Dino gently leaped onto Old Black's back. Old Black flapped his wings fiercely, stirring up a whirlwind as they soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. After about half a day, Old Black delivered Dino to the sky above Water 7. After instructing Old Black not to stray too far, Dino jumped off Old Black's back. Walking along the streets of Water 7, Dino admired the scenery while dialing the transponder snail for Spandam. Soon Spandam's voice came through the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Dino, you were looking for me. Is your man in Water 7 watching, Tom? I want to take him away. There was a brief silence on the other end of the transponder snail before Spandam's cautious voice replied, Tom is connected to the Pluto. The 5 Elder Stars have issued a death order. He cannot leave Water 7 alive. Please don't make this difficult for me. Dino pondered for a moment, hung up the transponder snail, and redialed the 5 Elder Stars number. Dino, what is it you wish to discuss? On the other end of the transponder snail, Satan's voice was low and slightly angry. Dino was unfazed by Satan's attitude, replying lightly, I have information concerning Pluto. The other 5 Elder Stars paused at the mention of power dynamics, turning their attention to Satan. The matter of Pluto was of great importance and could not be taken lightly. After communicating telepathically for a few seconds, Satan asked Dino, where is Pluto? Dino's nonchalant voice came through the transponder snail, I want Tom. Tom. The 5 Elder Stars were puzzled as they had no recollection of anyone named Tom, implying he was not an important figure. He is the fisherman who built the ship for Roger. CP9 suspects he knows information about Pluto, but I can guarantee he does not know where Pluto is. Upon hearing Dino's explanation, the 5 Elder Stars realized that Spandam had reported this before, but they had not taken it seriously. They all knew that Pluto could not possibly be in Water 7. The only reason for ordering Tom's elimination was that he might know something about Pluto, which was sufficient. Compared to the real Pluto, Tom appeared insignificant. As long as they could obtain accurate information about Pluto, it wouldn't matter if they let Tom go. Tell me the information about Pluto, and you can take the person, Satan replied, but also warn Dino, he must live under the Navy's supervision and cannot communicate with outsiders. Unbeknownst to him, Dino had already reached the outside of Tom's shipyard, where 4 black-clad CP agents blocked his path. Dino beckoned to the 4 and said to the transponder snail, Pluto is sunk at the bottom of Wano country. After saying this, Dino directed the transponder snail towards the black-clad CP agents. The 5 Elder Stars wish to speak with you. The CP agents looked at Dino, their expressions skeptical, just as Satan's voice came through the transponder snail with an order. Hand him over. Upon hearing Satan's voice, the CP agents immediately knelt and shouted yes. By the way, Kaido should be in Wano, and Roger's crewmate Kazuki Oden is also there. You'd best send some powerful people over. After saying this, Dino directly hung up the transponder snail and strode towards the shipyard. The reason he informed the 5 Elder Stars about the situation in Wano was to stir up trouble in the New World. As for Pluto, Dino didn't care at all. Not to mention whether Pluto truly possessed the ability to destroy islands. Even if he did with Tom and the blueprints, the Navy could certainly create something. Moreover, Dino was not only looking for Tom. Water 7 was merely his first target. Who are you? As Dino stepped into the shipyard, a small figure appeared in front of him, arms outstretched to block his path. Dino looked at the little boy in front of him and thought to himself, this is young Frankie, who seems to go by Flam now. I am the Navy, here to see Tom about something. You are not welcome here, leave immediately. Upon hearing that the newcomer was from the Navy, Frankie immediately shouted at Dino. Little brat, I am your savior. Dino flashed in front of Frankie, grabbed his collar, and dragged him toward the shipyard. The commotion had already alerted Tom, and before Dino could take a few steps, Tom's towering figure appeared before him. Tom looked worriedly at Frankie, and upon seeing he was unharmed, asked Dino, what does the Navy want with me? Didn't the world government agree that I could finish building the sea train before being judged? Dino curiously sized up Tom, tossing the still-collared Frankie to Iceberg beside him, and said slowly, from today onwards you are being conscripted by the Navy. Come back to Marineford with me. No way. Before Tom could speak, Frankie pushed Iceberg aside and ran in front of Tom, spreading his arms protectively behind him, glaring fiercely at Dino. Master Tom hasn't done anything wrong, but what gives you the right to take him away? Dino was unfazed by Frankie's question, his eyes fixed on Tom, as he said blandly, you will come with me to the Navy headquarters to continue your research on the sea train. Tom knew he had no right to refuse. He anxiously looked at Frankie and Iceberg, raising his head to ask Dino, what about them? How will you handle them? Them? Dino rubbed his chin, thinking for a few seconds. You can bring them with you back to the Navy headquarters, but once they're there, freedom will be restricted. Alternatively, you can leave them in Water 7. The world government and the Navy will not target them, you can rest assured. Tom secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, I will go with you. They can stay in Water 7. Can you give me some time to say my goodbyes? Dino waved his hand as he walked out. Don't make it a scene of parting, as if it were a life and death separation. You are going to build ships for the Navy, not to the gallows. There will be opportunities to come back and see them. About half an hour later, Tom slowly walked out of the shipyard with a package on his back, while Frankie tried to follow, but was firmly held back by Ice Mountain. Dino knew that Tom must have already handed over the design of the Pluto to Ice Mountain, but he didn't care. At this stage, the Navy had no use for Pluto, and whenever it was needed in the future, he could retrieve it at any time without urgency. The two of them mounted Old Black together and flew towards Marineford. While Dino was taking action, the five elders were also busy. Upon learning that Pluto was hidden in Wano country, they immediately sent people to Wano, preparing to seize Pluto's ownership. That evening, a warship exclusive to the world government stealthily departed from the lift platform, sailing rapidly towards Wano. On board were not only Saturn, but also the chief of CP and a large group of CP0 members. Although their actions were covert, the New World was after all the domain of pirates. Just 2 days later, the world government's ship was discovered by pirates from the New World. As soon as Whitebeard, known as the King of the Seas, and Charlotte Linlin received the news, they knew that something big was about to happen. They dispatched reinforcements to follow the world government's ship, hoping to discover Saturn's intentions. After dropping Tom off at Marineford, Dino wasted no time and flew towards the New World on Old Black. Halfway through the flight, Dino encountered the pirate fleet of Wang Ji and Silver Axe, which was currently resupplying on an island. A strong gust of wind swept by as Dino appeared before Wang Ji and Silver Axe. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a Navy Rear Admiral. Are you here to protect us? Wang Ji raised an eyebrow and smiled at Dino. Ignoring Wang Ji's provocation, Dino immediately activated his observation Haki, covering half the island. However, the information sensed by his observation Haki made Dino's eyes turn cold. Wang Ji and Silver Axe's crew were plundering the villagers of this nameless island. You're courting death. Dino shouted angrily, and a violent conqueror's Haki erupted from him, with countless red lightning bolts filling the sky like ethereal serpents. The pirates rampaging in the town were knocked unconscious by Dino's conqueror's Haki, and this astonishing scene terrified the remaining villagers, who knelt and begged for mercy. After dealing with the pirates in the town, Dino gradually withdrew his Haki and turned to Wang Ji and Silver Axe, coldly stating, I'll give you a chance to live. Eliminate all of them. Wang Ji and Silver Axe knew who Dino meant by them. Although they feared Dino, they did not wish to engage in actions that would harm their reputation. Moreover, they were now part of the 7 warlords and directly under the world government's jurisdiction, so the Navy could not act against them. Thinking of this, Wang Ji stood up and yelled at Dino, Dino, do you dare to attack the 7 warlords? The 5 elders will not let you off. Ignorant fool. Before Dino's words finished, he had already moved before Wang Ji, delivering a punch wrapped in Conqueror's Haki directly to Wang Ji's chin, sending him flying. Following this, Dino leaped high, his foot enveloped in Extreme Conqueror's Haki, launching another attack on Wang Ji, aiming to eliminate him. Bang! Silver Axe threw his giant axe in front of Dino's foot, and as Dino's attack was deflected, he flew to Wang Ji's side, pulling him aside just in time to evade Dino's strike. Since you've made your move, leave your life behind. Dino coldly laughed, merging his Conqueror's Haki with his observation Haki, enveloping his entire aura. Observation kill. Silver Axe shouted in terror. Having been in the sea for so many years, he had only seen a few powerful individuals possess this ability, each of whom was an existence he could only look up to. He knew they were in big trouble. If they weren't careful, both he and Wang Ji could very well be killed by Dino here. Wait, let's discuss this. As Silver Axe was about to speak, Dino had already moved. The two dared not hesitate and fully activated their armament Haki, covering themselves, swords and axes raised defensively in front of their chests, preparing to face the impending attack. However, they had overestimated their defensive capabilities. Dino, with his Conqueror's Haki surpassing the rank of a king, was not something they could withstand as mere vice admiral candidates. Dino's Conqueror's Haki easily broke through Wang Ji's armament Haki defense, and the rich armament Haki flowed into Wang Ji's body, wreaking havoc. Walk. Wang Ji was sent flying again, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in the air, his eyes dim and lifeless. Just 2 strikes. With only 2 strikes, Wang Ji, who had the strength of a vice admiral candidate, was severely injured by Dino. Silver Axe was drenched in cold sweat. He was equal in strength to Wang Ji, and if Dino could incapacitate Wang Ji in 2 strikes, he could do the same to him. He dared not think further, and immediately pulled out his Den Mushi to call the 5 elders, all while quickly running outside. Dino frowned, ultimately giving up on the idea of killing Wang Ji. He knew that even if he killed Wang Ji, the 5 elders would still recruit someone to fill the vacancy in the 7 warlords. It was impossible to disband the 7 warlords just like that. Dino grabbed the half-kneeling, bloodied Wang Ji and slowly walked towards Silver Axe. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to die, or will you take action and eliminate all the pirates attacking the village? Let's do it, we'll do it. Silver Axe hurriedly shouted, raising the Den Mushi towards Dino. The Den Mushi slowly transformed into the figure of Walchuli, and a deep voice came from it. Dino, are you going to breach the contract? I have not breached the contract, Dino said, casually tossing aside the weakened Wang Ji, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, addressing the Den Mushi nonchalantly. Walchuli suppressed his anger. The most pressing matter was Wano and Pluto, and he did not want to create conflict with Dino at this critical moment. Let them go, and we'll treat this as if nothing happened, or the Navy can expect to face the wrath of the adults. After saying this, Walchuli directly hung up the phone, believing that Dino would not dare to use the Navy as a wager. Dino curled his lips and pointed at the slumped Wang Ji on the ground, saying to Silver Axe, go take them out. If one is missing, I'll break one of his limbs. You? Silver Axe was about to get angry, but was directly intimidated by Dino's conqueror's Haki. If you utter another word, I'll take you all down. Do you think those 5 old guys would hesitate to go to war with the Navy for you? Dino's tone was calm, but Silver Axe had no doubt that if he opened his mouth, he would be met with Dino's storm of attacks. With no other choice, Silver Axe could only comply with Dino's demands and execute all the subordinates involved in the ambush. Half a day later, Silver Axe approached Dino, his giant axe stained with blood, saying, all done, or are you satisfied now? Dino nodded, whistling at Old Black in the sky. As Old Black flew lower, Dino leaped onto its back and glanced down at Silver Axe, and Wang Ji coldly stating, from now on be polite when you see the Navy. After saying this, Dino lightly patted Old Black's feathers, and the 2 of them quickly flew deep into the new world, vanishing from Silver Axe's sight in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Silver Axe cursed angrily as he approached to help Wang Ji up, asking, do we still have any need to join the 7 warlords? Not only do other pirates mock us for it, but now even the Navy does not take us seriously. We can't go back, there's no place for us in the new world anymore. We can only walk this path to the end, Wang Ji said, spitting out the blood in his mouth. The current new world is different from the future. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin are at their peak, and the pirate spirit is high, united against outsiders. Naturally, they will not allow the 7 warlords who are aligned with the world government to occupy a place in the new world. Wang Ji and Yin Fu's encounter with Dino had not spread across the sea, but the fact that Yin Fu personally killed his own crew members was witnessed by all his subordinates. Though they dared not question their captain, seeds of dissatisfaction and doubt had been sown, waiting for some unknown moment to burst forth. The world government's ships were still speeding toward the direction of Haki country. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin's subordinates followed closely behind, neither stepping forward to stop them nor ever leaving. Sir, we will reach the waters of Haki country in 3 days. The pirates behind are still following. Shall we intercept them? Satan, upon hearing the CP chief's report, pondered for a few seconds and said indifferently, don't bother with them. If they want to follow, let them. Satan was not worried that these pirates would disrupt his operation. First, he was not yet certain that the Pluton was truly hidden in Haki country. Second, even if the Pluton did exist, he could activate the teleportation array and bring the other 4 over. The situation remained under control. Based on their route, their destination is likely Odin's hometown, Haki country. On the bow, Marco murmured as he stared at the familiar island in the distance. He immediately returned to the cabin to report this news to Whitebeard. If the world government's goal was indeed Haki country, the Whitebeard pirates could not stand by idly. They had to step in to support Odin. After all, Odin was their comrade. The position of 2nd Division Commander had remained vacant, reserved for him. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard set down the transponder snail and gazed toward Haki country. After a long pause, he ordered Jozu beside him, gather everyone. We're going to Haki country to find Odin. The Whitebeard pirates' actions soon reached Charlotte Linlin's ears. Mama, Newgate, the 5 elders. What exactly are you plotting? Since she could not figure it out, she might as well join in. As one of the rulers of the new world, the big MOM pirates could not afford to fall behind. Daifuku, have the fleet set sail and follow the Whitebeards. Mom. Daifuku glanced at the pregnant Charlotte. Lean hesitated, but eventually lowered his head and left the room to arrange the voyage. Though Charlotte Linlin had not yet become the obese figure of the future, she had already begun bearing children endlessly. The foundation of Tato Land was slowly taking shape. The movements of the two great pirate crews in the New World did not affect Dino in the slightest. After parting with Wang Ji and the others, Old Black carried Dino through 2 days of flight and finally landed outside the city of Pankahazade. At that time, Pankahazade had not yet been destroyed by Caesar's experiments. The streets were bustling with people, the citizens living in peace and contentment. Dino was in no hurry to seek out Vegapunk and the others. Instead, he strolled around Pankahazade. Finding a lively restaurant he was about to enter when several figures suddenly rushed out from both sides, blocking his path. Pirates! Dino glanced at the crowd wielding swords and guns surrounding him, speaking indifferently. You dare to show yourselves in front of a marine? Do you want to be sent to impel down? The pirates paid no heed to Dino's challenge. They slowly spread out into a fan-shaped formation, clearing the path before him. A grizzled old man walked slowly from the outer edge, stopping before Dino and declaring, Marines are not welcome here. Leave. Dino raised an eyebrow. I was wondering who was so bold. So it's you, Crocodile Magnum. Crocodile Magnum was a notorious pirate who had made his name in the New World long ago, sailing even before rocks. Now nearly 90 years old, he clearly had only a few years left to live. If you're old, stay put. This body of yours won't survive the torment of impelled down. Seeing Dino's contemptuous attitude toward the Magnum, a young man nearby could no longer contain his anger. Pankahazade has always been under Lord Hunter's protection. I won't allow you to insult him. Dino looked at the young man with surprise, then glanced at the civilians peering from a distance, and realized that Pankahazade's peace in the New World was entirely thanks to this old man's protection. Dino sighed softly and said slowly, I came here only to take one person away. If you don't obstruct me, I'll give you the chance to spend your remaining years in peace. Magnum knew he was no match for this marine, but he would not allow Dino to arbitrarily take someone from the island. Who do you want to take? Dino sneered at Magnum's interrogative tone and replied coldly, Before I change my mind, take your men and get lost. The Marines don't need to report to you. Sensing the faint conqueror's haki emanating from Dino, Magnum clenched his teeth, ordered his men to withdraw, and then said to Dino, I hope you won't harm the civilians on this island. Dino gave a wry smile. As a marine, he was being warned by a pirate. Nothing could be more absurd. Seeing the disgust in the eyes of Pankahazade's residents, Dino lost his desire to continue strolling. He released his observation Haki, sweeping across the area, and quickly pinpointed Vegapunk's location. It was not that Dino's observation Haki could distinguish Vegapunk's presence. Having never met him, that was impossible. Rather, he sensed two powerful auras together. If nothing went wrong, those auras belonged to Miss Bakken and Queen. When Dino's observation Haki swept over Bakken and Queen, who were conducting experiments, also sensed the Haki passing. They immediately stopped their work, ran to the laboratory door, and peered warily into the distance. After a long while, Dino's figure slowly emerged from the dense forest. As soon as Queen and Bakken saw the marine uniform on Dino, they instantly turned and shouted at the guards, Contact Dufeld immediately. Tell him that Marine Vice Admiral Dino has raided the lab and to send people to protect us right now. Without waiting for the guard's reaction, Queen turned and sprinted toward the other side of the lab, pulling out a transponder snail to call Kaido. As soon as the snail was answered, Queen blurted out in panic, Boss Kaido, Dino is here. You have to Dino. Kaido shot up from his seat, his drunkenness dissipating instantly. You mean Marine Vice Admiral Dino? Yes, it's him. Queen shouted into the transponder snail while still running. I'm on my way. Hide well. Kaido immediately transformed into his dragon form, about to soar into the sky. But King quickly stopped him. Boss Kaido, Haki country is at its most critical moment. You cannot leave. Arbor, I leave Haki country to you. He'll be back soon. As long as we use the citizens of Haki country as hostages, Odin won't dare to resist. With that, Kaido's dragon form shot straight into the clouds, vanishing into the vast sky. But the direction he flew was not toward Pankahazade. It was toward Charlotte Linland's stronghold, Dangao Island. Kaido knew that alone he was no match for Dino. Only by joining forces with Charlotte Linland did he stand a chance of snatching Queen and the others from Dino's grasp. Dino had already seen Quinn and Bakken fleeing, but he didn't care. This time, besides taking Vegapunk, he intended to take the entire laboratory as well. It was unavoidable. The Navy lacked sufficient resources to rebuild Vegapunk's laboratory for him. This wasn't just a matter of funds. Some rare materials were the most difficult to obtain. As Dino arrived at the laboratory entrance, the guard had already called Dufeld via Den Den Mushi. My master wishes to speak with you. The guard raised the Den Den Mushi toward Dino and said, So it's you, the vermin of the underworld. What business do you have with me? Dino asked calmly, observing the transformed form of the Den Mushi. Dino asked indifferently as he watched the Den Mushi's projected visage. Called vermin by Dino, Dufeld was not angered. Instead, he spoke in a conciliatory tone. Vice Admiral Dino, we've always kept our paths separate. Could you show mercy and spare the members of MADS? Oh, are you bargaining with me? Dino's tone was contemptuous, showing no regard for the so-called king of the underworld. Dufeld continued in a negotiating manner. If you are willing to show leniency, I will personally donate 1 billion berries to the Navy as a token of appreciation for their years of maintaining peace on the seas. 1 billion. Dino laughed scornfully. Though inflation hadn't reached the severity of 20 years later, 1 billion berries was nothing. Any notable pirate in the New World had a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Not to mention Whitebeard and Charlotte Lean 1 was hailed as the strongest man by New World pirates with a bounty of 3.5 billion berries from the world government. The other possessed the talent of an iron balloon and unmatched defense, with a bounty also reaching 3 billion berries. As for Kaido, he was still in his growth phase, far from becoming one of the 4 emperors. The world government had set his bounty at 1.5 billion berries, on par with Wang Zhi and Silver Axe, who had not yet become warlords. Shanks was still a rookie, yet to gather his crew and not active in the New World, so he had not caught the attention of the world government or the Navy. What do you take the Navy for? Do you think you can dismiss me with 1 billion berries? Sensing Dino's fury, Dufeld immediately revised his offer. 50 billion. I'm willing to pay 50 billion berries if you let Vegapunk and the others go. Not enough. Make it 100 billion. Hand over 100 billion berries, and I'll let them off. Rage flared in Dufeld's eyes. Though 100 billion wouldn't cripple him, being threatened by Dino left him deeply resentful. Remembering that MADS, in which he had invested substantial funds, was still in Dino's hands, he suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth to accept Dino's demand. He'll have the 100 billion berries delivered to Navy headquarters. You can leave now. Dino hadn't expected the other party to agree to his casual demand. He smiled wryly and said into the Den Mushi, I will leave, but Vegapunk has committed offenses. I need to take him with me. No. Dufeld could no longer contain himself and roared. If you dare lay a finger on them, you won't get a single berry, and you'll face the revenge of the underworld. Dufeld was unaware of the Navy's assault on Mary Geos. He merely regarded Dino as a special vice admiral of the Navy, hence his audacity to threaten him. Revenge on me. Dino sneered coldly. Listen here, you bastard. I'm not only taking Vegapunk, but you'll also deliver every single berry of the 100 billion you promised to Navy headquarters. Otherwise, I'll wipe out the entire Dufeld family, every last one of them. With that, Dino ignored Dufeld and the guard before him, stepping forward toward the laboratory. Stop. The guard, though frightened, mustered the courage to block Dino. Without the boss orders, you can't enter. Truly. Reckless. Dino raised his right hand and shot several flying finger guns toward the guard. With a sharp piercing sound, the flying finger guns precisely struck the guard's forehead. Without sparing a glance at the fallen guard, Dino strode into the laboratory. What greeted him was a dim corridor, the walls flashing with glaring red lights. Clearly the alarm had been triggered. Passing through the corridor, Dino finally entered a spacious hall. By then the hall was filled with guards wielding firearms. The moment they saw Dino, they opened fire on him. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down upon Dino like a curtain. He simply punched forward, and the terrifying force of his fist reduced the incoming bullets to dust. Then Dino raised both hands and unleashed the flying finger guns again. A barrage of air bullets flew through the smoke-filled hall, piercing the guards' foreheads. Monster. He's a monster. Run. One guard, terrified by the bloody scene, collapsed to the ground and scrambled frantically deeper into the laboratory. But before he could crawl far, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and he slumped to the floor lifeless. Having finished his work, Dino continued deeper, stepping over pools of blood and filth. He used armament Haki to shield his feet, preventing any blood from staining them. Vegapunk had heard the alarm long ago, but his experiment was at a critical juncture. Even in danger, he could not. Caesar, his assistant, had long been distracted. He kept glancing toward the laboratory entrance, cursing inwardly, damn Vegapunk, still doing experiments at a time like this. You should flee for your life. There's no need to stay with me, Vegapunk said calmly, noticing Caesar's panic. Hearing this, Caesar asked anxiously, what about the experimental data? Let me take it. The reason he was willing to be Vegapunk's assistant was twofold. First, his own research abilities were indeed inferior to the others, and staying with Vegapunk allowed him to learn much, but most importantly, he coveted Vegapunk's research data on lineage factors. Once he obtained the data, no matter where he went, he would be treated as an honored guest and earn respect. Vegapunk paused his work, glanced at Caesar, took a hard drive from his pocket, and sighed slightly. Take it. If I die here, at least the fruits of my research will survive. I only hope you won't use it for evil. Caesar snatched the hard drive from Vegapunk's hand and was about to run out with a laugh, when suddenly a voice rang out from outside the laboratory. "Sorry to interrupt your experiment." Caesar's foot froze midair as he looked up at the figure outside the lab door. When he recognized the military uniform on Dino, his pupils contracted sharply. He stumbled back several steps until he hit the wall of the laboratory, then screamed in terror, "The Navy! Why is the Navy here?" Dino flashed, appearing before Kai saw, snatching the hard drive from his hand. While tossing it, he asked Bei Jiapengku, "May I ask what experiment are you conducting?" It was only when Dino spoke that Kai Sa snapped back to reality. Ignoring the disparity in their strength, he shouted at Dino, "Bastard, give me back the hard drive." Dino's gaze turned icy as he delivered a punch to Kai Sa's stomach. A dull thud exploded as Kai Sa collapsed, clutching his abdomen, his eyes rolling back. Startled by Dino's action, Bei Jiapengku crouched down, covering his head with both hands, and yelled, "Bloodline factor. We were experimenting on the bloodline factor." During experiments, Bei Jiapengku could be utterly absorbed, disregarding his own safety, but in everyday life, he was actually a cowardly and timorous man who feared death. "Don't worry. I just came to invite you to work in a different environment," Dino said with a smile, as he helped Bei Jiapengku up. "A different environment." Bei Jiapengku looked at Dino in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Dino patiently explained, "I mean, you'll move to the Navy headquarters. The Navy will cover all your research expenses. Of course, besides studying the so-called bloodline factor, you'll also have to help the Navy refit their warships." Dino had no intention of worshipping Bei Jiapengku like an ancestor. He could conduct his experiments, but the Navy's needs took priority. His personal research would have to wait. "The Navy supports my research." Bei Jiapengku was skeptical, cautiously asking, "My experiments require immense funding. Can the Navy really afford it?" Dino's face darkened with exasperation. In the eyes of the world, the mighty Navy that dominated the seas was apparently inferior to a rat in the underworld. He found it ridiculous. But upon reflection, Dino could understand. In terms of funds, the Navy was hardly affluent. It was actually strapped. Low-ranking Marines were often owed wages, and many would have left if not for other ways to earn extra income. "Rest assured, research funds won't be lacking." Dino waved his hand, but then his tone turned stern. "But I must warn you, if you dare misuse the Navy's funds, they'll strip you naked, tie you to the bow, and let the sun bake you dry." No, I will conduct proper research and waste not a single berry of the Navy's budget." Bei Jiapengku shook his head vigorously, making a solemn vow. "All right, take a look at what needs to be moved. I don't have enough money to build you a new lab from scratch." Hearing Dino's words, Bei Jiapengku pursed his lips, silently complaining, "Can't even afford to build a lab, yet he says funds won't be lacking." Despite his discontent, Bei Jiapengku thought seriously. After a long pause, he said to Dino slowly, "If possible, I hope the Navy can take the entire laboratory. Everything here serves a purpose." Dino's lips twitched. He turned and walked out of the lab, saying, "Get some rest. A Navy warship will arrive soon." Outside the lab, Dino used a den mushy to call Fleet Admiral Kong. Bring. Dino, aren't you handling the Navy's commerce affairs?" "What's the issue?" Just as Dino was about to answer, a violent explosion sounded in the distance. "Have Sakazuki and the other two bring the warships to Punk Hazard. Speed is essential." Dino hung up and dashed toward the explosion. When he reached the coast, he saw Kai Duo and Xia Luo lingling surrounding an old man, with Kai Duo launching a fierce assault. Damn, Kuei-in already has ties with Kai Duo this early. Dino hadn't expected that in Sea Circle year 1502, before Kai Duo had even fully secured Wano country, he would come all the way to Punk Hazard to compete for the same person. Dino's sudden arrival also startled the three engaged in battle. Kai Duo abandoned his opponent and stood alongside Xia Luo, lingling, watching Dino approach. Dino hand over Kuei-in. Dino gave Kai Duo a brief glance, then turned to the old man and said, "Get out of here. They'll handle them." The old man steadied his chaotic breath, cast a deep look at Dino, and silently walked away. He didn't go far, stopping at a distance to observe the situation. After watching the old man leave, Dino shifted his gaze back to Kai Duo and chuckled. "Did you not encounter any world government ships on your way here? Your base is almost gone, and you still have time to waste with me." Kai Duo's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Dino. "What do you mean by that?" Dino shrugged. "Aren't you fighting Odin for control of Wano? The five elders also have their eyes on Wano. If you go back too late, you might only find your men's corpses." Hearing this, Kai Duo wanted to transform into a dragon and rush back to Wano. Although Kuei-in was important, he wasn't as crucial as Jin Dahi and the others. Kai Duo wouldn't abandon his child and most important partners for Kuei-in. Xia Luo lingling reached out to stop Kai Duo. "Wait, they'll hold him off. You go take Kuei-in and Bei Jiapengku." Xia Luo lingling had come with Kai Duo because she heard that Bei Jiapengku possessed the technology to make people gigantic. She wasn't about to give up so easily. "You dare?" Dino roared, unleashing his overwhelming conqueror's Haki, with full force pressing it against Kai Duo and Xia Luo Lingling on the shore. The once clear sky churned with dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts struck down from the clouds onto the two. Sand on the beach was swept up by the gale, exposing the bedrock beneath. Trees nearby toppled and rose, and even the seawater was pushed back by the conqueror's Haki, forming waves several meters high. Feeling Dino's conqueror's Haki, Xia Luo Lingling couldn't help but recall Garp and Roger. At this moment, Dino gave her the exact same sensation as facing Garp. With a strange cry, Xia Luo Lingling gritted her teeth and charged at Dino, the hat on her head transforming into a massive sword in her hand. Elbaf spear, Ikoku. A shockwave blasted toward Dino. He wanted to dodge, but thinking of the laboratory behind him and the town in the distance, he could only punch toward the shockwave. A deafening explosion erupted. The force of the blast sent Dino sliding back several meters, his navy coat tattered from the impact. Seeing that Dino was trying to protect the lab and the town, Xia Luo Lingling laughed at him. Mama. So you want to protect these ants? How laughable. Ants. Didn't you grow from an ant yourself? Dino stomped the ground, shattering it, and shot forward, leaving afterimages in the air. In an instant, he was before Xia Luo Lingling, his fist wreathed in conqueror's Haki and aimed squarely at her forehead. Although Xia Luo Lingling's observation Haki couldn't perceive Dino's movements, her years of combat experience allowed her to catch the direction of his attack. Maser cannon. She swung the giant sword downward with all her might, meeting Dino's fist. Fist and sword clashed in a power struggle, with countless bursts of conqueror's Haki lightning exploding around them, pulverizing the rocks beneath their feet into dust. In a contest of strength, I fear not even Garp. Xia Luo Lingling roared, gripping the hilt with both hands and forcing Dino back several meters. Although Kaido was shocked by Dino's conqueror's Haki upon seeing Charlotte Linlin able to contend with Dino, he no longer hesitated and transformed into a giant dragon flying towards the laboratory. Seeing this, Dino immediately condensed his conqueror's Haki into a massive lightning python and struck fiercely at Kaido in the air. Kaido felt the weight of the conqueror's Haki pressing down on him. He wanted to unleash his own conqueror's Haki to resist, but he could not break free from Dino's suppression, his form firmly fixed in midair, unable to move an inch. Before Dino could make his next move, Charlotte Linlin had already flown to him on Zeus, slashing down with her long knife, imbued with tremendous force, exclaiming, Mama, don't underestimate me. How dare you distract yourself while fighting me? Dino had no choice but to retract the conqueror's Haki, pressing on Kaido, wrapping it around his fist instead, and struck hard against the descending long knife. Bang! The clash of the fist and the long knife produced a piercing roar. This time, Dino no longer grappled with Charlotte Linlin, but instead, using her force, propelled himself backward toward Kaido. Damn it, Kaido roared at Dino with his massive dragon mouth, exerting all his strength to envelop his entire dragon head with armament Haki, crashing fiercely into Dino. Dino's eyes flashed with a glint of sharpness. He was not afraid of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin teaming up against him. Kaido, whose strength had not yet reached the level of a general, posed no threat to him. What he feared was Kaido not fighting him, but instead causing destruction in the laboratory. Boom. Dino's fist wrapped in conqueror's Haki struck Kaido's head, rapidly breaking through Kaido's armament Haki. A large amount of armament Haki surged through the breach into Kaido's head, beginning internal destruction. Roar. Kaido crazily twisted his massive body, the sharp pain in his head driving him to lose his sanity. His dragon tail swept fiercely at Dino, causing the raging wind to blow down the fallen trees. Dino smirked coldly, standing firm against the sweeping dragon tail, raising his leg to deliver a whip kick imbued with conqueror's Haki. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kaido's dragon tail was immediately torn, and blood gushed out, falling to the ground like rain. Kaido, what the hell are you doing? Get out of the way. Seeing Kaido's plight, Charlotte Linlin shouted as she rushed towards Dino, purple lightning continuously striking down from the dark clouds above. Dino turned and unleashed a conqueror's shockwave towards Charlotte Linlin, then launched another attack against Kaido. Bang! Sensing Kaido's aura rapidly diminishing, Charlotte Linlin rushed into the dust, picking up Kaido, who had reverted to his normal form, asking with concern. Sensing Kaido's aura rapidly diminishing, Charlotte Linlin rushed into the dust, picking up Kaido, who had reverted to his normal form, asking with concern, Hey Kaido, are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. Kaido spat out blood, chuckling self-deprecatingly, I really am in dire straits. I never thought I would die here. After saying this, he pushed Charlotte Linlin aside and charged at Dino with his Kanabo, gathering all his armament Haki into the weapon, completely abandoning defense. Charlotte Linlin also withdrew all the homies floating around her, her head igniting in fierce flames. Her originally graceful form became even more enchanting as the child within her had been fully refined. After saying this, he pushed Charlotte Linlin aside and charged at Dino with his kanabo, gathering all his armament Haki into the weapon, completely abandoning. The two charged towards Dino in tandem, prepared to fight to the death. Dino's ferocity was also stirred. The thought of avoiding the confrontation vanished. He infused both his hands with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, gripping tightly against the incoming kanabo and fist. Boom! A tempest rose and lightning danced. The ground beneath Dino cracked inch by inch, quickly forming a deep pit several meters wide. With a powerful toss of his left hand, he flung Charlotte Linlin aside. Then, with a strong grip of his right hand, he crushed Kaido's kanabo. Before Kaido could react, Dino seized the bullhorns on his head and launched a Conqueror's Haki-infused punch toward his chest. Bang! This punch was delivered with such force that it plowed a trench over 10 meters wide and several meters deep into the ground behind Kaido. Wow! Kaido coughed up a mouthful of blood. The writhing bits of his internal organs mixed with the blood. Sensing Kaido's diminishing life force, Dino tossed him aside, sighing, "I didn't want to deal with you this way, but unfortunately you sought death. You bastard Navy. You actually killed Kaido. Unforgivable, unforgivable." Charlotte Linlin also felt Kaido's gradually fading presence. She opened her mouth wide, her eyes turning crimson, and frantically charged at Dino. "Killing one is the same as killing two. If necessary, I'll find a way to deal with him myself." A surge of killing intent rose within Dino as he sprinted towards the oncoming Charlotte Linlin. Bang! Slightly crouching to evade Charlotte Linlin's punch, Dino landed a blow to her abdomen. The moment his fist made contact with her abdomen, Dino frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that while his Conqueror's Haki successfully broke through her Haki, his armament Haki was firmly blocked outside, unable to inflict internal damage. This was not Charlotte Linlin using Haki for defense, but rather relying on her innate physical gifts. If internal damage could not be inflicted, it would be impossible for Dino to quickly take her down. What a monster, and no wonder others say that a serious Big Mom is invincible in the world. With a sigh of admiration, Dino retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to engage Charlotte Linlin in battle. One look at her, and it was clear she had entered a state of hunger mania. According to the original story, as long as she could not eat satisfactory food, she would continue to go berserk until she collapsed from exhaustion. Just as Dino took out a cigarette to light, Charlotte Linlin suddenly appeared behind him, engulfed in white flames, and firmly grabbed Dino's shoulders. "You killed Kaido, I want you to pay with your life." After a furious roar, Charlotte Linlin violently headbutted Dino's forehead. Dino attempted to escape Charlotte Linlin's grasp, but her current strength was far greater than before. With Dino's power, there was no way he could break free. He could only cover his head with Haki, bracing for Charlotte Linlin's headbutt. Bang! Dino was sent flying by Charlotte Linlin's headbutt, crashing into a group of trees before finally stopping. Although he was unharmed due to his Haki defense, the immense impact still left him feeling dizzy. Charlotte Linlin wanted to pursue, but the sudden sound of laughter interrupted her steps. "Oh ho ho, I actually..." Along with Kaido's boisterous laughter, a powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body, scattering the dark clouds overhead. Charlotte Linlin turned her head to look at Kaido, the blazing flames on her body gradually extinguishing, the crimson in her eyes receding entirely as clarity returned. Mama Kaido, are you alright?" Charlotte Linlin approached Kaido and asked with concern. Kaido gripped his iron club and roared to the heavens. "I have never felt better." He lifted his eyes to Dino, channeling his Conqueror's Haki onto the club. "Let's continue." With that, Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, shattered the ground with a kick, and shot forward like a beam of light. In an instant, he was before Dino, raising the club imbued with Conqueror's Haki high to smash down onto Dino's face. With that, Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, shattered the ground with a kick, and shot forward like a beam of light. In an instant, he was before. However, Kaido, who had broken through to Admiral-level strength, was no longer the same. He concentrated all his Haki into his chest, preparing to withstand Dino's heavy punch, while raising the club again, crackling with lightning, aiming a vicious blow at Dino's head, trading wound for wound. Seeing this, Dino had no choice but to divert some Haki from his fist to shield his head, transforming his right hand from a fist into a claw, intending to tear through Kaido's defenses and flesh for a fatal strike. Bang! Splat! The sounds of impact and tearing rang out almost simultaneously. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki failed to breach Dino's Haki defense, causing no harm. Their levels of Conqueror's and armament Haki were simply not comparable. Although Dino had diverted part of his Haki to defend, his far superior quality easily tore through the flesh on Kaido's chest, ripping away a large chunk and exposing pale ribs and a vivid red heart. Kaido let out a pained roar, his dragon tail coiling around Dino's ankle like a steel whip, pressing the club against his chest to prevent Dino from attacking his wounded right side. "Linlin, what are you doing? Attack him together." Hearing Kaido's call, Charlotte Linlin rode her thundercloud toward the battlefield. Her massive blade turned scarlet from being infused with Conqueror's Haki. Dino abandoned his assault on Kaido, attempting to retreat, but Kaido's tail held his ankle fast. "Wororo Dino, today is your day of death." Kaido grinned wide, showing blood-stained teeth, his expression savage and maniacal. "Then let's see who dies." Dino's ferocity was fully ignited. Ignoring Charlotte Linlin's incoming attack, he channeled both colors of Haki into his right arm, the Conqueror's Haki flowing with a deep crimson glow. Dino pressed his right palm together, his eyes wild with frenzy, and drove it toward Kaido's heart. Kaido's observation Haki screamed a frantic warning, urging him to flee. This strike possessed overwhelming piercing power, and once hit, it would surely leave a gaping hole. But the distance was too close. Kaido had no time to evade, and could only brace himself. Yet he had underestimated Dino's might, or perhaps overestimated his own newfound strength. The moment Dino's palm touched Kaido's club, the Haki on the club shattered like tattered cloth, instantly routed. The unyielding club itself cracked into fragments, scattering like dust in the gale. At that instant, Kaido felt death's proximity with startling clarity. In the next second, he might perish. With all his might, he managed to crouch slightly, just before Dino's hand could pierce his heart, evading the fatal blow. Though his heart was spared, his entire right arm and shoulder were obliterated by Dino's strike. Blood gushed from the severed stump, like a fountain staining the earth a dark crimson. Kaido's eyes dimmed. He could no longer maintain his hybrid form, and reverted to human shape, collapsing straight backward. Dino dared not pursue, sensing a great peril approaching from behind. Charlotte Linlin's attack had arrived. With no time to dodge and insufficient time to defend, he could only take the blow at minimal cost. As Charlotte Linlin's slash descended, Dino shifted his body slightly, and the blade meant for his heart landed on his shoulder instead. Splat! Charlotte Linlin's sword sank into Dino's shoulder. She sought vengeance for Kaido's lost arm, but Dino's shoulder bone locked her blade tight. With no choice, she forced a surge of armament Haki into Dino's body, withdrew her sword, and retreated swiftly. Reaching Kaido's side, she had no time to examine his wounds. She scooped him up and flew into the distance. "Kaido-sama, wait for me." Just then, two figures burst from the dense forest, shouting to Charlotte Linlin. The arrivals were Queen and Bakken, who had sensed the great battle on the coast, and rushed over without pause, arriving just before Charlotte Linlin's retreat. A flicker of surprise crossed Charlotte Linlin's face at the sight of Bakken, but she dared not linger. Sending Zeus to pick them up, she fled headlong into the depths of the sea, without looking back. "Think you can run? Drown in the sea." Dino's eyes blazed crimson. He stepped forward with his left foot, raised his right hand, and concentrated all his Conqueror's Haki into his fist, forming a gleaming ball of red light. Fleeing Charlotte felt the terrifying aura behind her, her heart clenching painfully. Glancing down at the unconscious Kaido, she gritted her teeth and tossed him to Bakken. "Take Kaido and go." With that, she turned to face Dino on the shore, white flames reigniting on her body. Soul extraction. At her roar, wisps of white mist emerged from the seabed, all channeled into the long sword in her hand. The blade Napoleon transformed, ignited with a white flame containing faintly leaping crimson lightning. By the time Charlotte finished, Dino's attack had already been launched. A red glow streaked across the sea, pressing the water aside on both sides, leaving a dark chasm dozens of meters wide. Soul sacrifice, soul slash. The red orb and the white slash collided midair. For a second, the world fell silent. Waves ceased to churn, wind stopped blowing. The next moment, a thunderous explosion tore across the sky as Charlotte Linlin's slash shattered against the red orb. The orb, undiminished, hurtled towards Charlotte Linlin. Boom! The orb struck Charlotte Linlin, erupting in a blinding flash. The sea was gouged into a bottomless pit, and a roaring gale surged outward from the blast center, raising multi-meter-high tsunamis toward the shores of Punk Hazard. When the light faded, Prometheus had shrunk by a full size. Charlotte Linlin, bloodied, knelt on the thundercloud, hurtling toward the deep sea at breakneck speed. Dino could only watch helplessly as the other party escaped. Although Charlotte Linlin's strike did not sever his arm, the bone was already shattered. If he did not address it immediately, his arm could very well become useless. It was not worth crippling himself just to kill Charlotte Linlin. Dino first took off his shirt and tied it around his shoulder to stop the bleeding, then he pulled out a communication bug and dialed Marshal Kong's number. As soon as the call connected, Kong's anxious voice came through. "What was that explosion earlier?" "It's nothing," Dino said as he lit a cigarette. "I just had a fight with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, but they both—" "What?" Kong exclaimed. "Are you injured?" "I'm not dying, just have Sakazuki and the others bring some medics over." Kong let out a heavy sigh. "I'll arrange it right away. The fleet is ready to go, and will set off soon." Currently, Dino's importance to the Navy even surpassed that of Sengoku. If anything happened to him, the hard-won situation for the Navy would be lost, and they would face the most ferocious suppression from the Five Elders. After chatting with Marshal Kong for a bit, Dino hung up and walked towards the tycoon, who had been watching from a distance. Standing in front of the tycoon, Dino pointed to his injured shoulder and said, "Get me something to eat." The tycoon scrutinized Dino for a long time before notifying his subordinates to bring food. He was astonished by Dino's strength. At just over 20 years old, he possessed such power. By the time he reached his 40s or 50s, how terrifying would this navy become? Dino devoured the food and immediately used the life return skill to stabilize his injuries. As for healing, life return couldn't achieve that. He also couldn't understand why Luffy in the original work could recover from injuries just by eating meat. He certainly couldn't do that. While surface wounds were manageable, injuries to bones and internal organs required professional medical attention for complete recovery, otherwise they would pose hidden dangers. Half a day later, Dino returned to the laboratory where only Vegapunk was present. Earlier during the battle with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, Dino could not spare any energy to pay attention to this side. He could only ensure that Vegapunk remained within his observation Haki's perception. As for when Caesar had escaped, Dino was unclear. After the battle, Dino once again used his observation Haki to search, but there was no trace of Caesar in Punk Hazard. Seeing Dino's figure, Vegapunk asked, "Who did you fight with by the coast?" Dino waved his hand, found a spot to sit, and casually replied, "Charlotte Linlin and Kaido." "What?" Vegapunk exclaimed, running up to Dino with eager eyes. "Did you manage to collect their blood?" Dino was taken aback, suddenly recalling Vegapunk's ability to create artificial devil fruits. His eyes lit up as he pulled Vegapunk to sit beside him. "What do you need their blood for?" Vegapunk rolled his eyes at Dino and said, "Of course, to study the lineage factors. I've never seen Kaido's Oni bloodline, and I heard Charlotte Linlin has a special constitution as well. Their blood is a precious experimental material. Help me get some when you have the chance." "No," Dino asked anxiously, "aren't you supposed to be researching artificial devil fruits?" "Artificial devil fruits?" Vegapunk looked at Dino in confusion. "I haven't researched devil fruits. If you need it, I can develop that direct." Dino smiled and patted Vegapunk's shoulder. "Good. As long as you research artificial devil fruits, feel free to mention any conditions you have. Once Vegapunk successfully develops artificial devil fruits, I wonder what expressions the 5 elders and Im will have when each Navy member has a mythical Zoan fruit." Dino thought, secretly, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, his expression looking extremely lewd and twisted. Time slowly passed, and 3 days flew by. Today, the Navy's warships finally arrived at Punk Hazard. As soon as Sakazuki and the others disembarked, they saw Dino already waiting on the shore. "I heard you ran into Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. How badly are you hurt?" Sakazuki looked at the fresh flesh growing on Dino's shoulder, concerned. Dino approached the 3, handed out cigarettes and smiled. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of a bone injury. A period of rest will be fine." Borsellino took the cigarette Dino offered, exaggeratingly said, "How terrifying. You actually got in." Dino's relaxed expression faded as he seriously told the 3, "Kaido's strength has already broken through. Be extremely careful if you encounter him in the future." "Damn!" Sakazuki and Kazan simultaneously exclaimed, their fists clenched tightly. As renowned strong figures on the sea, how could they accept that a pirate managed to break through before them? Dino felt puzzled as well. He had already fought alongside Sakazuki and the others against the 5 elders. Logically, they should have all had the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Yet the truth was that none of the 3 had successfully awakened. Dino did not believe that all 3 lacked talent. There must be other reasons. As for the method of killing celestial dragons, Dino had already lost hope. If he couldn't awaken even after fighting the 5 elders, killing an ordinary celestial dragon was unlikely to grant him awakening either. "Alright, you were just 1 step away from breaking through. Don't worry too much about it." Dino hurriedly comforted the 3. Such matters could not be rushed. When the time was right, they would naturally break through. If the timing was off, no matter how hard one trained, they wouldn't be able to awaken. Having said that, Dino brought the 3 to the laboratory. Upon arriving, Dino first introduced Vegapunk to Sakazuki and the others, then said solemnly, "You must protect Vegapunk well, and not let anyone take him away, understood?" Kazan quickly asked Dino, "Aren't you coming back to the headquarters with us?" Dino slowly nodded. "I can't go back yet. You go back first and settle Vegapunk." 3 days later, the Navy finally cleared out the laboratory in Punk Hazard, and the warships slowly departed from the shore, heading back to Marineford. During these 3 days, Dino received treatment while discussing ship modifications with Vegapunk. Vegapunk stated that he could meet all of Dino's demands. Steel battleships, electric propulsion, crossing the doldrums. None of these posed a problem for Vegapunk, but he did raise one issue: materials. To cross the doldrums, the battleships must be embedded with sea prism stones to evade detection by sea kings. However, sea prism stones are a scarce resource. Even the world government has a pitifully low stock. Dino could only set his sights on Wano. While Dino flew to the land of Wano, on Old Black, a drastic upheaval occurred there. Saturn's arrival was like a pebble dropping into a calm lake, completely disrupting the situation in Wano. The extremely xenophobic samurai of Wano, upon encountering Saturn and his group, vented all their resentment toward Kaido and their disappointment with Odin upon them, igniting a fierce battle between the two sides. As both Saturn and CP Chief Doran possessed Admiral-level strength, the samurai of Wano quickly succumbed. Many were slain by Saturn, leaving a field of corpses as they fled to the capital of flowers seeking Odin's aid. Odin, who had been performing a naked dance, could no longer restrain himself upon learning that his loyal retainers, Kayashiro Kikunajo and Inuyarashi, had been killed by Saturn. He led all his vassals and samurai into another great battle against Saturn's forces. With Odin and Admiral-level powerhouse joining the fray, the samurai of Wano gained the upper hand through numerical advantage. They drove the world government's forces back step by step, leaving only the last 3 CP0 agents on the ship. Even Doran was severely wounded by Odin's blade. During the great battle, King secretly evacuated all key members of the Beast's pirates from the vortex of conflict in Wano, so the Beast's pirates suffered no significant losses. Seeing that his own forces were nearly depleted, Saturn ceased his wait and directly summoned Nushiro and Warcury. The three of them unleashed a bloody massacre upon Wano. Kurazumi Higurashi still sought cooperation with the 5 elders, but their target was Pluton. They would not even involve the Marines, let alone ally with Kurazumi. In their eyes, everyone in Wano must be eliminated, and only the celestial dragons should control Pluton. Kurazumi's subordinates and clansmen were slaughtered by the 5 elders to the last, with only Kurazumi himself managing to escape under the protection of Kurazumi Semimaru. Left with no other recourse, Kurazumi temporarily allied with Odin to jointly resist the 5 elders. Even with Kurazumi's involvement, the situation could not be changed. 5 elders with Admiral-level strength were beyond the capacity of Wano's native forces to withstand. Though Odin could suppress one of them, he could not inflict effective damage. The other samurai could collectively hold off one of the 5 elders for a short time, but the remaining one was beyond anyone's ability to counter. Thus, during the 3-day pursuit, Odin's retainers fell one by one, leaving only the strongest 4 Kinemon, Ashura Doji Kawamatsu and Hyogoro. Even with Kurazumi's involvement, the situation could not be changed. 5 elders with Admiral-level strength were beyond the capacity of Wano's native forces to withstand. Though Odin Kinemon, you must deliver Momonosuke safely to Hyori. Facing Odin's instructions, Kinemon knelt on both knees and bowed heavily. Lord Odin, rest assured. I would rather die than fail to bring the young master out safely. Where do you think you're going? A sudden voice came from beneath the earth, followed by an enormous white worm bursting out of the ground and snapping its massive jaws at Kinemon. Barrier. Defend. Kurazumi Semimaru erected a green barrier behind Kinemon, blocking the sandworm's ambush. Damn it, they've caught up. Odin's eyes blazed with fury as he looked past Warcury in his sandworm form toward the approaching Gyuki and Bakatsu in the distance. Kurazumi collapsed in terror and crawled to Kinemon's side, shouting, "Get me up! Take me away from this accursed place!" Kurazumi and Odin had long since reached an agreement. Kinemon was to send not only Momonosuke away, but also Kurazumi himself. None of you will escape. Saturn approached Warcury and activated his evil eye ability, intending to glare Kurazumi to death. Having fought them for 3 days, Odin knew Saturn's Gyuki ability well. He immediately unleashed Conqueror's Haki to block Saturn's evil eye. Kinemon, go now. With these words, Odin charged forward, wielding Enma and Amanamurakumo no Mikoto against Saturn. The samurai followed closely, launching a suicidal charge at the 5 elders. Kurazumi Semimaru turned to look at Kurazumi, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. My lord, you must survive. The Kurazumi clan will regain its glory under your leadership. With that, he resolutely chased after the samurai, determined to fight the 5 elders to the death. The battle erupted. Conqueror's Haki clashed in the air, slashes flew in all directions, carving neat trenches into the battlefield. Kinemon rushed to Momonosuke, scooped him up, and dashed toward Wano's shore. Kurazumi scrambled to his feet and followed behind Kinemon. They soon reached the coastline, where a small boat lay quietly in the distance, their only means of escape, the sole vessel left in all of Wano. Carrying Momonosuke, Kinemon ran toward the boat, while glancing back into the depths of Wano, where Odin and the others were locked in battle with the 5 elders. This departure would be their eternal farewell. Kinemon placed Momonosuke on the boat and was about to untie the mooring rope when a half-dragon figure appeared in the distance. My orders are to annihilate everyone in Wano. Can you kindly die obediently? The newcomer was none other than CP Chief Doran, whom Odin had gravely wounded in his beast fruit ancient model Tyrannosaurus Rex form. The moment he recognized the figure, Kinemon drew his long sword and shouted to Kurazumi beside him, "You must protect the young master." Then Kinemon leaped off the boat and kicked it over the waterfall. He had no time to worry whether Kurazumi could protect Momonosuke. He knew Doran's strength well. His only option was to hold him off desperately so Momonosuke could escape. Bastard. You let them go. He'll kill you. Doran's eyes were bloodshot. If the 5 elders learned that someone had slipped through his grasp, the punishment would be unbearable. Doran charged toward the shore. His massive frame thundered across the sand with loud thuds, the ground trembling with every step. As long as I live, you'll never harm the young master. Kinnaman slashed out a flying cut to block Doran's path, then flickered several times to appear before him. Then I'll kill you first. Doran roared at Kinnaman and swung his thick dragon tail in a sweeping arc. Kinnaman raised his sword in defense, a pinkish haki flowing along the blade. Ryuo, unique to Wano and mastered by nearly every strong samurai. However, Ryuo's effect was far inferior to true internal destruction, both in penetration and in the volume of haki it could transmit. Clang! The dragon tail struck the blade, sending Kinnaman flying over 10 meters before he tumbled several times on the sand and barely managed to steady himself. And this was only with Doran still recovering from his injuries. At full strength, a single blow from Doran would have grievously wounded Kinnaman. Doran gave Kinnaman no respite. He charged again on both feet, his enormous size not slowing him in the least, and reached Kinnaman from behind in 2 breaths. Dolan lifted his enormous dragon foot and stomped heavily behind Jin Weiman. In a split second, Jin Weiman rolled on the ground to evade Dolan's stomp, but the fierce wind created by Dolan's foot striking the sand sent him flying several meters, crashing against the rocks by the shore. Damn it! Jin Weiman spat out the blood in his mouth, anxiously glancing towards the waterfall below, silently praying, "Young master, you must escape." Dolan looked at Jin Weiman's disheveled state and sneered. Do you think they can escape just by stalling for time? This vast ocean has no place for them to hide. Having said that, Dolan's massive beast form gradually shrank, transforming into a normal-sized dinosaur beast man. In just a brief encounter, he had assessed the strength of the warrior before him, an agile fighter skilled in speed, but with average strength. As the captain of the CP, Dolan possessed a wealth of battle experience and knew which form was most effective against. Jin Weiman understood that his strength was vastly inferior to Dolan's, and to hold him back, he had to strike first. Jin Weiman shouted, "Fire Willow Flash." The fierce aura and flames enveloped his long sword, and the air around became unbearably hot the moment the flames appeared. Immediately, he darted forward, appearing before Dolan in the blink of an eye, swinging his sword horizontally towards Dolan's abdomen. Clang! The long sword was firmly grasped by a giant claw covered in scales. Dolan showed no concern for the aura and flames on the blade, gripping it tightly and yanking it. In a contest of strength, Jin Weiman was no match for Dolan. After merely a few seconds of struggle, Jin Weiman had to release his grip, abandoning his weapon. Dolan casually tossed the long sword behind him, looking down at Jin Weiman with cold indifference. Without a weapon, Jin Weiman's strength had decreased by at least 30%. Already outmatched, he found it even harder to resist Dolan. He glanced with the corner of his eye at the spot behind Dolan, quickly pondering how to retrieve his weapon. However, Dolan did not grant him any extra time. He lifted his right foot, delivering a flying slash to seal off Jin Weiman's escape route, then pushed off the ground, launching himself toward Jin Weiman. What? Jin Weiman was greatly alarmed. Dolan's speed was simply too fast. He could not even discern Dolan's trajectory, and there was no time to evade. Jin Weiman could only cross his arms in front of his chest to protect his vital points. Uff! Dolan's sharp claws pierced through Jin Weiman's aura, sinking deep into his arm. Vivid red blood flowed out along the edges of his clothing, dripping onto the beach. The sting in his arm contorted Jin Weiman's expression into one of rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he opened his mouth to bite Dolan's throat. Dolan, witnessing this scene, revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes and opened his own mouth wide, exposing his menacing fangs. Snap! Stop! The sound of bones cracking, accompanied by a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki, swept across. Jin Weiman's entire head was crushed by Dolan's bite, but instead of joy at defeating his opponent, his face was filled with terror as he looked towards the massive ship charging up the waterfall. The ship's bow resembled a fierce whale baring its sharp teeth at him, and the pirate flag with 2 prominent white mustaches was especially eye-catching. It was the Moby Dick of Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard's towering figure stood at the ship's bow. A thick red lightning bolt erupted from his body, wrapping tightly around Dolan. Jin Weiman. Aizu leaped down from the Moby Dick, running, while firing 3 shots at Dolan. Bang! 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 All 3 shots struck Dolan, 2 in the heart and 1 in the brow. Normally, Dolan could easily evade such attacks, but at this moment he was being thoroughly suppressed by Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, and maintaining his beast-human form was the extent of his capabilities. Aizu picked up Jin Weiman, crying and shouting, "What has happened in Wano country?" He regretted not joining the fight alongside Whitebeard sooner. Perhaps if he had come up earlier, Jin Weiman wouldn't have died. Dolan, Whitebeard approached Dolan step by step, the veins on his neck bulging like a prison, his crimson eyes fixated on Dolan as he coldly asked, "What is your purpose in Wano country?" Dolan knew he could not match Whitebeard, so he immediately brought up the 5 elders, hoping to intimidate the Whitebeard pirates. Newgate Satin and the others are in Wano country. If you don't want the Whitebeard pirates to perish, you better leave immediately. Satin, do you think I would fear him? I am Whitebeard. With that, Whitebeard extended his large hand and pressed Dolan's head into the sand. A white light slowly emerged, enveloping Dolan's entire head. Feeling the terrifying energy surrounding his head, Dolan frantically pounded the sand, shouting, "Newgate, you can't kill me. If you do, the 5 elders won't let you off. Not only will I destroy you, but I will also kill that bastard Satin. I will not spare anyone who harms Odin." With Whitebeard's voice, the power of the tremor fruit erupted completely. Boom. After a tremor that shook the earth and mountains, Dolan's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white blood splattering everywhere, leaving a glaring blood puddle on the beach. After dealing with Dolan, Whitebeard turned to Izu and said, "Take his corpse, we are leaving." Although Whitebeard was proficient in observation Haki, he could not cover the entire Wano country with it, and thus did not sense Odin's presence. Hearing Whitebeard mention Odin, Izu did not dare to linger, picking up Gene Wyman's corpse and sprinting towards the flower capital. Whitebeard led his crew behind him, anxiety evident on their faces. This also revealed that while Whitebeard claimed everyone on his ship was his son, the ones he truly cared about were only Marco and Odin. In the original story, he was not like this with Ace. Even dragging his broken body alone, he would storm into Marineford, risking the lives of thousands in his crew to save Ace. At this moment, Odin was still unaware that his reinforcements were about to arrive. He was attacking Satin while keeping an eye on the 2 battlefields. With the protection of the barrier fruit from Kurizumi, Simimaru, the samurai of Wano country, although not a match for Nashru and Biter, had not yet suffered any casualties, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Unfortunately, this balance would not last long. While the barrier fruit's defense was invincible under the fierce assault of the 5 elders, the elderly Kurizumi Semimaru had long exhausted his energy. The only reason he was still holding on was due to the dwindling vitality he had left. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, Kurizumi Semimaru could no longer survive. Clang! The horsebone struck the barrier with a single blow. Though the green barrier had been frozen into ice, it remained utterly immovable, and the samurai behind it emerged unscathed. After this, that fruit too shall be reclaimed. Nasi Sholong rubbed his wrist, numbed by the recoil force, and spoke in a flat tone. For 800 years, the celestial dragons had been collecting all manner of devil fruits. They did not necessarily need to consume them, but they would never allow others to acquire abilities that might threaten their dominion. Although they could not yet break through the barrier before them, Naisishu Lang and Bite were not anxious. They could see that Heightened Chanwan was already at the end of his strength. The longer they delayed, the more advantageous it became for them. Tom was always on their side. Yution also sensed that Heightened Chanwan could not hold out much longer. Once the barrier vanished, those people would be no match for the 2 opponents. The only chance to turn the tide was to kill Satan before Chanwan perished. With this thought, Yution's attacks grew even fiercer. He channeled all his conqueror's Haki and armament Haki into his blade, abandoning all defense entirely. Swoosh! A flash of light. 2 of Satan's spider legs were severed cleanly at the base by Yution. The legs plunged into the ground, and purple toxin corroded the floor with a sizzling sound. Satan retreated a few steps, his face dark as he glowered at Yution. A wisp of black mist rose from his body, once more coiling around the severed stumps. After a few breaths, the black mist gradually dissipated, and Satan's form reappeared before Yution. The forelimbs that had just been severed were restored as if new. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Yution cursed, a flicker of fear in his eyes. No matter how many times he wounded his opponent, a black mist would always emerge, healing the injuries completely. This phenomenon defied his understanding. Faced with the unknown, human hearts instinctively cower. Even a warrior like Yution could not escape it. After recovering, Satan turned to look at Naisishu Lang and Bite, who stood motionless. A spark of anger kindled in his eyes. Yution's conqueror's Haki had already begun to consume the immortal black mist bestowed by him, though the consumption was too slow for Yution to perceive. Finish them quickly, then come help me deal with this bastard. Satan urged the 2 through telepathic communication. Although Yution could not truly harm him, the immortal black mist granted by Lord M was not infinite. If Yution drained too much, his safety would be compromised. Satan would never allow that to happen to himself. Hold on a little longer. We'll dispose of them now. Replying casually to Satan, Naisishu Lang and Bite launched another assault on the warriors. Clang! Boom! Crash! The earth trembled violently, dust flew into the air. Under their fierce attacks, Heightened Chanwan's barrier shrank further, his eyes gradually losing their luster, turning lifeless and hollow. We can no longer wait idly. Heightened Chanwan can't hold on anymore. Bao Wulong drew the blade at his waist and slowly walked toward Naisishulang. Hitong and Axilo Tongzi exchanged glances, then looked back at Yutian, who was still battling Satan in the distance. They whispered softly, "Lord Yutian, we go on ahead." The two strode forward following Bao Wulong, ready to fight to the death with Naisishulang. Seeing their movements, the others realized there was no retreat. Drawing their long swords, they charged at Bite with a roar. "I thought you were waiting for the turtle shell to break before coming out." Naisishulang raised an eyebrow lightly. With a powerful swing of his long blade, he unleashed a massive frozen slash that sped toward Bao Wulong and his two companions. The three raised their swords to block. The immense force of the slash sent them flying several meters back, gouging 3 deep trenches into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Before Bao Wulong and the others could shake off the force imbued in the slash, extreme cold had already frozen their weapons solid. The three instantly erupted with their full haki to dispel the freezing aura from their blades. Then, coordinating their strength, they deflected Naisishulang's slash upward into the sky. Before Bao Wulong and his companions could catch their breath, Naisishulang, transformed into a horse skeleton, charged at them with his sword, unleashing his conqueror's haki simultaneously. Clang! A seemingly casual strike from Naisishulang required the combined effort of all three to pay. If Bao Wulong and his two companions could barely hold off Naisishulang's attacks, the samurai facing Bite were simply being slaughtered. The gargantuan sandworm merely opened its maw and sucked in with tremendous force, instantly devouring 3 samurai, who perished on the spot. The other samurai seized the chance to strike at Bite, but their blades only left wounds, oozing black mist on the sandworm's hide. Bite did not even bother to defend, utterly indifferent to the warrior's attacks. "Ah, you monster! Why did you come to Hijigwa? Why treat us like this?" A samurai, his spirit shattered, screamed as he charged into the sandworm's gaping maw, wildly swinging his sword, yet unable to harm Bite in the slightest. In less than 10 minutes, only 6 of the 30-odd samurai who had besieged Bite remained. "Wretched insects being slain by us is your honor. Why do you resist?" Bite reverted to human form, his gaze devoid of any emotion as he looked at the 6 samurai. In his eyes, the people of Hijigwa were no different from roadside weeds. Killing them was like trampling grass. "You demons! One day our young lord will avenge us and restore the glory of Hijigwa." The 6 samurai shouted in unison. They cast one last glance toward Hua Ji Du, shed a trail of bloody tears, and charged together at Bite. Yet they could not even get close to Bite. As they ran, the ground beneath their feet turned to quicksand, dragging them down until their bodies sank completely into the earth. Within Yutian's observation, Haki familiar auras vanished one after another. He let out a mournful cry, crossed his twin blades before him, and flashed directly in front of Bite. Peach Garden 10 strikes. A crimson flash. Bite was cleaved into 4 sections by Yutian's blade. "He'll kill you, kill you." Ignoring Satan, who was pursuing him, Yutian relentlessly swung his sword at the corpse on the ground, his ceaseless slashes reducing Bite's body to fragments. By the time Yutian finished, Satan had already appeared behind him, his forelimb dripping with purple venom, aimed directly at Yutian's back, ready to strike. Yutian sensed the lethal threat behind him, but there was no time to dodge. He glanced at Bao Wulong and his 2 companions, still struggling desperately, then slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. He was exhausted, truly exhausted. He could protect no one. In just 3 days, Hijigwa had suffered catastrophic devastation. Not only had countless civilians been slaughtered, but even the 9 loyal retainers who had followed him since childhood were now few in number. Perhaps death was also a release. Just as Satan's venomous stinger was about to pierce Yutian's back, a Naginata descended from the sky, severing Satan's forelimb cleanly. "Satan, long time no see." The voice of Whitebeard, seething with boundless fury, reached Yutian's ear. Yutian opened his eyes in disbelief, the sight before him, a tall, upright silhouette. The emblem on the captain's coat moved him to tears. "Yo, Yutian, a man shouldn't cry." Yutian looked up toward the voice, seeing Merrick flying in midair, waving. "Yutian, we're here. Anyone who dares harm a member of our Whitebeard pirates, I'll annihilate them. Let's wipe out those scum from the world government and avenge Yushin's country." The members of the Whitebeard pirates arrived one after another, encircling Yutian, their eyes full of concern. Yutian broke down, sobbing, clutching Whitebeard's leg. "Pops, thank you all." Whitebeard turned and pulled Yutian up, speaking solemnly. "We are family." At that moment, Itsong pushed through the crowd, carrying the body of Jin Wyman, and knelt heavily before Yutian. "Lord Yutian, I'm sorry. If I could have returned sooner, Jin Wyman wouldn't have died, and Wayno wouldn't have become like this." "Itsong." Yutian began to lift Itsong, but his movements suddenly froze. He stared incredulously at Jin Wyman's body. Only half a head remained, lying still on the ground. Dazedly he asked, "Jin Wyman? Was this Jin Wyman? Was this Jin Wyman?" The 3 of Bao Wulong had already withdrawn from the battlefield. They came to the center of the crowd first, staring in shock at Jin Weiman's corpse, then shouting frantically, "Jin Weiman, Lord Yutian ordered you to protect the young master. How could you die? How dare you die?" Hearing Bao Wulong's cry, Yutian grabbed Yikang's shoulders, urgently demanding, "Eat Song, where is Tao Zhizhu? Have you seen him?" Seeing Yutian on the verge of losing control, Whitebeard pulled his hands apart and bellowed, "Pull yourself together. We haven't seen the boy's body, so he's still alive. The most important thing now is to deal with the immediate problem. Later, I'll help you find Tao Zhizhu." Chastened by Whitebeard's scolding, Yutian finally regained his composure. He wiped away his tears and glared fiercely at the trio of Satan, the murderous intent in his eyes almost palpable. Satan paid no attention to Yushin's glare, instead fixing a grave look on Whitebeard. "Newgate, do you intend to oppose us? To oppose the world government?" The situation left them no room for carelessness. Whitebeard was different from Yutian. He truly had the power. "Oppose you?" Whitebeard stepped forward, his conqueror's Haki erupting violently. Countless red lightning bolts descended from the sky, dyeing the entire battlefield crimson. "I am a pirate. What's wrong with opposing you?" Seeing Whitebeard's unyielding stance, Nazichalang couldn't help but threaten, "Don't forget what happened back then. There are still beings in this world who can kill you." Whitebeard raised his fist and unleashed his devil fruit power at Nazichalang. The ground where the three stood instantly shattered, and they were blown into pieces by the blow. "I am Whitebeard. Let her try to kill me if she dares. The question is whether she can even show up." The tremors gradually subsided, and 3 wisps of black mist spread from the cracked fissures, reforming into the figures of the 3 Five Elders. "Newgate, are you truly determined to fight us?" As Nazichalang questioned Whitebeard, he mentally conferred with Satan and Bite. "Newgate plus the entire Whitebeard pirates. We have no chance of winning. Should we call for marine backup?" "No," Satan flatly rejected Nazichalang's suggestion. "Pluton must be controlled only by us." "That's right. The current marines are untrustworthy." Bite supported Satan's view. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Should we summon Mass Saint or Warcury Saint instead?" Satan and Nazichalang shook their heads simultaneously the moment Bite finished speaking. Garling Saint is not in the Holy Land now. The two of them need to maintain security there. They cannot leave unless absolutely necessary. Before Satan and his group could reach a decision, Whitebeard had already lost patience. Clutching his Naginata, he swung a horizontal slash at the 3. The dense conqueror's Haki slowed their movements. Nazichalang raised his sword to block, but Whitebeard's strength was too much for him alone. Bite, seeing Nazichalang sent flying by the slash, was about to join forces when a flying slash blocked his path. Yutian stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bite, and said in a cold tone, "Today, I will use your head to avenge Inuarashi and the others." Angered by Bite's words, Yutian raised Yinma and Tianyu Yuzhan and attacked him with swift ferocity. Bite looked down upon Yutian with contempt. The 5 elders, except for the few truly powerful beings capable of killing them, regarded everyone else as mere insects. Yutian clearly fell into that category. Angered by Bite's words, Yutian raised Yinma and Tianyu Yuzhan and attacked him with swift ferocity. Seeing the battle had begun, the other Whitebeard pirates swarmed forward, encircling Satan. Satan was unfazed. Without extremely powerful conqueror's Haki, even if he stood still and let Merrick and the others attack, they couldn't kill him. "It seems it's time to clean up the pirates on the seas." With that, Satan unleashed his evil eye technique, instantly glaring several weaker pirates to death. Witnessing this, Merrick shouted, "Everyone else scatter. Leave him to the commanders." Though reluctant, the other pirates understood that staying would only burden the commanders, not help them. They fled, leaving the battlefield to Whitebeard and his commanders. Just as the great battle in Wano erupted, Tao Zhizhu and Kurizumi Orochi, who had already escaped to the sea, were met by an unexpected visitor. Dino had journeyed from Punk Hazard to Wano, hoping to claim a share before the war ended. To his surprise, he encountered Tao Zhizhu and the other in Wano's waters. "Old Black, go down and meet an acquaintance." Dino smirked and directed Old Black to fly toward the small boat carrying Tao Zhizhu. "What is that monster?" Seeing Old Black circling overhead, Kurizumi Orochi broke into a cold sweat. Dino leaped from Old Black's back, landing steadily on the deck of the small boat, and scrutinized the 2 figures before him. "Who are you?" Kurizumi Orochi grabbed Tao Zhizhu and held him in front as a shield, demanding loudly. Dino glanced at him and asked, "What's the current situation in Wano?" I don't know," Kurizumi Orochi stammered, unnerved by Dino's gaze. "When I left, Yutian was leading Wano's samurai in a great battle against 3 invaders." "Oh," Dino asked with surprise. 3 people invaded Wano. What did they look like?" Dino didn't know which of the 5 elders had been sent to Wano. If he could find out in advance, it might aid his subsequent. Kurizumi Orochi dared not hide anything and immediately described the appearances of the 3, Satan, Nazichalang, and Bite. "So it's the 3 of them in person. No wonder even Yutian couldn't withstand them." As these thoughts ran through Dinuo's mind, he flicked a finger gun at Kurizumi Orochi. The latter's head burst open, instantly blood splattering onto Tao Jiju, staining his clothes red. Terrified by the sudden turn of events, Tao Jiju began to wail loudly, "Father! Father, save me!" Dino was irritated by the cries of Momonosuke, giving him a fierce glare and coldly saying, "If you make another sound, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Momonosuke could only bite his lip tightly to keep himself silent, while Dino ignored him and turned to look at the headless corpse of the black charcoal snake. Tisk, your ability is quite impressive. You can't even sense a hint of life with observation Haki, though anyone who doesn't understand would truly be deceived by you. Hearing Dino's teasing words, the black charcoal snake realized that its secret had been exposed and hurriedly grew a new head to plead with Dino. "I surrender, please do not kill me." Dino contemplated seriously for a moment. Currently, the black charcoal snake seemed to hold no value for him. If the only pirates in Wano were Kaido's crew, he could emulate Kaido and have the black charcoal snake take control of Wano while he operated as the mastermind behind the scenes. However, the 5 elders were currently in Wano, and they would never allow anyone else to take control. He was already regretting exchanging the matter of the Pluto for the assistance of the 5 elders just for a Tom. But now that the situation had occurred, regretting it was futile. His goals did not align with the 5 elders, and perhaps there was still room for negotiation. Dino wasted no more time, and once again flicked a finger gun piercing through the newly formed head of the black charcoal snake. Having been killed by Dino twice in quick succession, the black charcoal snake realized that its opponent would not let it go. Thus it decided to stop hiding and immediately used its devil fruit ability to transform into a giant Yamata no Orochi. Dino looked at the Yamata no Orochi, which now had only 6 heads remaining, and chuckled lightly. "Perfect, no need to wait for you to grow back slowly." The 6 heads of the Yamata no Orochi twisted and roared at Dino before striking out with their fangs. To Dino, the attacks of the black charcoal snake seemed incredibly slow and clumsy. He grabbed the bewildered Momonosuke and leaped into the air, while Old Black swiftly flew beneath him, providing a landing spot. The black charcoal snake stood frozen, thinking that a grand battle was about to unfold, but the opponent simply fled. Had it overestimated the opponent's strength? While the black charcoal snake was lost in thought, 7 flying slashes came from above, instantly severing the remaining 6 heads, and the last slash cleanly cut the small boat in half, which was then swallowed by the waves, disappearing into the vast sea. Dino even took the time to wait for a while, as facing such a peculiar power user required utmost caution. Only after confirming he could no longer sense the black charcoal snake did he ride Old Black towards Wano. Something's not right. As Dino arrived at the waterfall, he saw the headless corpse lying not far away and the beach cracked by Whitebeard. He immediately asked Momonosuke beside him, "Are there any other outsiders besides those 3 old men?" The cracks on the beach were not caused by ordinary slashes, as most warriors in Wano used swords as their weapons. Dino guessed that there must be other forces involved. Other outsiders. Momonosuke thought for a moment, suddenly raised his head and shouted at Dino, as if returning to Wano had given him immense courage. "Aren't you one? Hurry and let me go, or my father will not spare you. My father is a general of Wano." Dino was utterly baffled, not understanding why this little brat dared to threaten him. If his general father Odin could deal with the 5 elders, why would he have to flee with the black charcoal snake? Indeed, the son of an idiot is also an idiot. Dino thought of Odin's actions in the original story and couldn't help but murmur softly, "What did you say?" Momonosuke pointed at Dino and reprimanded sharply, "My father is a general. How dare you insult him?" Dino's gaze turned cold as he reached out and grabbed Momonosuke's fingers, slowly bending it back. "I don't care if you are an idiot or a child. If you say another word, I will kill you." Saying this, Dino directly snapped Momonosuke's finger. The excruciating pain from the severed finger caused Momonosuke's body to convulse. While clutching his broken finger, he cried out, "You bastard! If you hurt me, my father will not spare you. Father, save me." Dino frowned again, reaching out to grasp Momonosuke's neck and lifted him to his eye level, speaking in a chilling tone, "I didn't want to kill you so soon, but you are really pushing my buttons." Upon finishing his words, Dino exerted a slight force with his palm. Crack! With a crisp sound, the once frenzied look in Momonosuke's eyes dimmed, his head slumping to the right as he lost consciousness. Dino casually tossed Momonosuke's body aside like trash, just about to turn away, when 3 mournful cries suddenly rang out behind him. "Young master!" The newcomers were none other than the recently returned Bep and his companions. With the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, the Satan trio had been steadily retreating. Bep came to the shore to check on Momonosuke, worried about him. Upon arriving at the shore, they witnessed the scene that had just transpired, unable to believe that this was real. Odin's son, the next general of Wano, had died right before their eyes. How could they explain this to Odin? "I will kill you." The hot-headed Ashura Doji charged at Dino with a blade, tears streaming down his cheeks, filled with overwhelming hatred. Bep and Kappa, seeing Ashura Doji making a move, did not hesitate, drawing their long swords simultaneously to unleash slashes at Dino. Dino extended his hands and crushed the 2 slashes flying towards him, kicking Ashura Doji, who charged in a way, while asking Bep, "Is Whitebeard here to support Odin?" As the 3 were Odin's retainers, and among the strongest in Wano, their appearance indicated that the battle between Wano and Satan's forces was in an absolute advantageous position. Combined with Momonosuke's earlier escape and the cracks on the beach, even Dino, no matter how foolish, could guess the general situation. Bep and the others shielded the kicked-away Ashura Doji behind them, gazing at Dino with solemn expressions. "Who are you? Why did you kill the young master of Wano?" Bep, the strongest and eldest among them, remained the most rational. The scene of Dino effortlessly crushing their slashes was still vivid in his mind, and he knew that this suddenly appearing figure was not one they could contend with. Before determining the outcome on Odin's side, they could not allow a stranger with great power to come to Wano. Even though their hearts were burning with hatred towards Dino, Bep still wished to negotiate with the one who had killed the young master of Wano, at least to buy enough time for Odin. Dino was surprised by Bep's reaction, secretly lamenting that the other was a flexible character. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and smiled at Bep, saying, "I am the Navy." Navy? Bao Wulong lowered his head in thought. Having spent his entire life in Hijigua, he had no idea what the Navy was. Dino flicked the ash from his cigarette and said casually, "Utian should know me. Can you take me to see him?" Upon hearing Dino mention Utian, Ashura boy, who had just caught his breath, pushed past Bao Wulong and the other person, demanding an explanation from Dino. "Since you know Lord Utian, why did you kill his offspring?" Dino spread his hands, looking helpless. "What can I do?" He didn't listen. "You?" Ashura boy, enraged, was about to charge at Dino again, but Bao Wulong grabbed his wrist from behind. "Don't be impulsive. Lord Utian needs time." Although their conversation was low, Dino overheard it clearly with his observation Haki. However, he was not in a hurry. The current situation suited him well. He planned to wait until Satan and the other 2 were about to collapse, then appear and use the sea stone as a bargaining chip to help Satan repel Utian and conquer the entire Hijigua. Dino had no intention of taking the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 of the 5 elders. He knew it was impossible. Even if he managed to kill a 5 elder by chance, Imu could revive them again. Without eliminating Imu, killing 1 or 2 5 elders would be futile. Time slowly passed in silent mutual understanding among the 4 until Dino extinguished his 5th cigarette and spoke again. "I've given you enough time. Now can you take me to Utian?" Clang. The sound of a long blade being drawn answered Dino. Bao Wulong and the other 2 pointed their swords at Dino. "If you wish to see Lord Utian, you will have to step over our corpses." Dino shook his head lightly and sighed. "I thought you were a sensible man, but it turns out you are just as blindly loyal to Utian." "Nonsense. Lord Utian is the shogun of Hijigua. We samurai must be loyal to our shogun, loyal to Lord Utian." This time it was the silent Hitong who answered Dino. He had been raised by Utian since childhood. In his eyes, Utian was both his sovereign and his father. Truly, just like what country, not only the ruler is odious, but the people as well. As Dino's voice fell, his figure simultaneously vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Dino was already in front of Hitong. His fist, wreathed in Supreme Conqueror's Haki, smashed toward Hitong's chest. Hitong's long blade along with his chest was pierced through by Dino's fist. "With such little strength, how dare you seek revenge against Kaido?" Dino was referring to the original storyline. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido couldn't even kill clowns like them, and Dino honestly couldn't understand why. "Hitong!" Bao Wulong shouted, slashing upward at Dino's arm, while Ashura boy attacked at the same time, thrusting his blade, imbued with Luing Haki, toward Dino's back. "Interesting," Dino said, ignoring Ashura boy's attack. His observation Haki could clearly sense that Ashura boy's Haki was insufficient to breach his own Haki defense. With a twist of his wrist, Dino caught Bao Wulong's blade as it slashed toward him, carefully studying the peculiarities of the Luing Haki. The internal destruction of armament Haki was not something everyone could achieve. It was not merely a matter of technique, but also required a high quality of armament Haki. Luing, however, was different. Its ability to break defenses, though inferior to internal destruction, had no requirement for Haki quality. Mastery of the method sufficed. Ding! How is that possible? Ashura boy stared in disbelief at his weapon. He could not believe that his full-powered strike had failed to even breach the opponent's defense, a situation entirely unlike that with Nasi Sholong. One situation where the defense was breached, but no damage was inflicted, and the other where even the defense could not be breached. "Can you tell me the technique of Luing?" Dino held Bao Wulong's blade tightly and smiled. "In exchange, you'll spare his life." "Bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Azura Boy, provoked by Dinua's disdain, brandished his long blade and launched a frenzied assault on Dinua. Clang, clang, clang. The blade rang against Dinua's body, but still could not break through his defense. Pity. You had your chance and didn't take it. Seeing Bao Wulong did not answer, Dinua used his right hand to forcefully fling Bao Wulong and his blade aside. Then he turned and caught Azura Boy's long blade between two fingers. Blame your companion. It was he who caused your death. With these words, Dinua used a finger gun to pierce Azura. In Dinua's eyes, Azura Boy and the others were no different from ordinary people, all eliminated with a single move. You. Bao Wulong stared at Azura Boy as he slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes blood-red as he glared at Dinua, his lips trembling, but unable to utter a word. Dinua slowly crouched down and wiped the residual bloodstains from his fingers on Azura Boy's clothes. After cleaning all the blood, he slowly stood up and walked toward Bao Wulong. Don't give me that murderous look. I only want the cultivation method of Luing, not the moon from the sky. He'll kill you. The deaths of his two comrades drove Bao Wulong completely mad. He swung his long blade wildly, slashing at random on the beach. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. Seeing Bao Wulong's deranged state, Dinua awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I'm a Marine. How am I acting like a villain? That won't do. After muttering to himself, for a while Dinua strode deeper into Hijigua. He had already wasted considerable time here. If he delayed any longer, Satan and the others would grow impatient. As he walked, a burst of foolish laughter came from behind. Jinwei men, Hitong, Azura Boy, come quickly. Lord Yutian is holding a banquet. Dinua looked back and saw Bao Wulong sitting cross-legged on the beach with a sand pile that had inexplicably appeared in front of him, laughing and talking to the empty air beside him. Alas, leaving you alone in the world is also a torment. Do a good deed and see it through to the end. Dinua muttered softly, then kicked out a tempest kick that sliced Bao Wulong in two. Having dealt with the 3D, Dinua whistled as he left the shore, his figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, the battle in Hijigua had reached a fever pitch. Under Whitebeard's relentless assault, Nasi Sholong had already shown signs of weakness, the black mist around him had thinned, and his recovery ability had greatly diminished. Retreat. Neo Gate does not know our true purpose here. Pluto is safe for now. Feeling his remaining undying energy was nearly depleted, Nasi Sholong proposed once again. This was not the first time he had suggested retreat. Earlier, when he first started fighting Whitebeard, he had proposed the same, but Satan and Pit immediately overruled him, wanting Nasi Sholong to hold on a little longer until they finished off their own opponents, and then join forces to take down Whitebeard. 5 elders with Admiral-level strength coupled with their freakish, undying ability might not be able to defeat Whitebeard, but they could wear him down since Conqueror's Haki was limited and could not be fully unleashed for extended periods. Unfortunately, Satan and Baite overestimated their own strength. Not only was Baite, who was fighting Yutian, consistently suppressed by Yutian, but even Satan couldn't break through the encirclement of Ma-Er-Ku and the others. Hold on a little longer, he'll deal with Ma-Er-Ku and them immediately. Satan once again refused Nasi Sholang's proposal, his attacks becoming increasingly ruthless, each strike carrying venom that could corrode rock. Damn it! Nasi Sholang was once again pierced through the head by Whitebeard's Naginata, which was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. This time his recovery was extremely slow. When the black mist dissipated, the figure of the horsebone reappeared, but unlike before, a faint red mark was left on Nasi Sholang's forehead. Ha, Nasi Sholang, you're finally injured. Whitebeard twirled his blade in a flourish, a smile appearing on his grim face for the first time. Once the main body was injured, it meant that Nasi Sholang's undying energy had been depleted. From then on, every attack would harm him until he was killed. Open the teleportation array immediately. My undying power is exhausted. Nasi Sholang shouted in his mind to Satan and the others. Without the undying energy, he couldn't even activate the teleportation array. Satan and Baite also realized the severity of the situation. They never expected Whitebeard to deplete Nasi Sholang's undying energy within just an hour. After all, among the 5 of them, there was a hierarchy. The strongest was Wichioli, whose strength was close to a peak, Admiral, followed by Nasi Sholang. Even Nasi Sholang could only hold out for an hour. If it were them, they might last even less time. Knowing they couldn't delay any longer, the sandworm that Baite had transformed into retreated to a distance under Yutian's attack. A large amount of black mist billowed from his body, and a faint pentagram array lit up beneath his feet. Before the pentagram array could solidify, Whitebeard blasted out a Conqueror's Haki shockwave, shattering the teleportation array under Baite's feet. After stopping Baite, Whitebeard came to Yutian and instructed him, "Don't let him open the array, that thing can summon others here." Years ago at God Valley, Whitebeard had witnessed it, so he was quite familiar with teleportation arrays. "I understand," Yutian replied, and immediately chased after Baite. Having to constantly monitor the other two battlefields, Whitebeard couldn't focus on dealing with Na Si Lang, as before giving Na Si Lang a brief chance to catch his breath. As time slowly passed, Na Si Lang was still injured by Whitebeard. The two were fundamentally not on the same level of strength. Rumble. Whitebeard slammed Na Si Lang, flying with a hook punch infused with his devil fruit ability. Na Si Lang's clothes were shattered, hanging on him like rags. His arms, back, thighs all had wounds of varying degrees. Blood slowly flowed from the wounds, staining the ground beneath. Na Si Lang a touch of crimson. Seeing that Bai Te had no chance to open the teleportation array, Sa Tan had to do it himself. None of his opponents possessed Conqueror's Haki, so no one could stop him. Then beneath the oxtamen that Sa Tan had transformed into a tide-like purple liquid surged outward. The pirates knew it contained lethal poison, so they leaped away, not daring to approach. After driving back the pirates, Sa Tan stopped releasing venom. A mass of black mist enveloped his body, quickly covering the venom under his feet. A star array was quietly taking shape. With me here, you'll never open that teleportation array. Just as the array was about to form, Whitebeard's blade, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, slashed toward Sa Tan. Sa Tan had no choice but to stop activating the array and was forced to retreat. Na Si Lang held him off. Frustrated by Whitebeard's interruption, Sa Tan turned and shouted at Na Si Lang. When he saw Na Si Lang's current state, his pupils constricted involuntarily, and a rare look of terror appeared on his face. At this moment, Na Si Lang lay in a deep pit covered in blood. If not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, Sa Tan would have thought Whitebeard had already killed him. While Sa Tan was still shocked by Na Si Lang's situation, Whitebeard had no intention of wasting time. He said to Ma Ku and the others, "Leave him to me. Go take care of that guy over there." This time Whitebeard was determined to kill. He would definitely eliminate one of the 5 elders to make the world government understand that the Whitebeard pirates were not to be trifled with. Once provoked, there would be casualties. Upon hearing this, Ma Ku and the others immediately abandoned Sa Tan and rushed together toward the dying Na Si Lang. Sa Tan wanted to stop them, but Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki constantly pressed down on him, greatly increasing his pressure. "Newgate, stop immediately. We are willing to leave Wano, and can even offer you some compensation," Sa Tan compromised. Compared to his own life, neither Wano nor Pluton mattered. "Stopped." Whitebeard sneered. "Who do you think I am? You can start a fight, and stop it whenever you want. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm the family of the Whitebeard pirates must face my wrath." "You?" Sa Tan glared at Whitebeard. How many years had it been? As one of the exalted 5 elders, no one had dared to be so insolent toward him for a long time. Just as Sa Tan and Whitebeard were speaking, Bai Te, who was fighting Ution, roared, "If you dare to kill him, we will slaughter the Whitebeard pirates to the last, even if we have to chase them to the ends of the earth, to the heavens above and the abyss below." Hearing this, Sa Tan stopped talking with Whitebeard and looked toward Na Si Lang. The sight before him made his eyes widen in fury, and he couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" Facing their shouts, Bai Ta remained unmoved. He raised his twin swords above his head and aimed them at Na Si Lang's neck, slashing down. Rumble. Just as Bai Ta's blades touched Na Si Lang's neck, a sudden thunderclap echoed, and immediately after, a crimson dragon formed from Conqueror's Haki descended from the sky and struck Bai Ta. In that instant, his twin swords aimed at Na Si Lang's neck froze in place. "Who is it?" Ma Ku, Chiao Zi, Sa Chi, and the others stared in horror at the lightning dragon that struck Bai Ta, their bodies trembling slightly. "Why is he here?" Whitebeard's hand, gripping the Naginata, unconsciously tightened, his gaze fixed on the depths of the dense forest. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps came from the dense forest. Everyone present stopped fighting and turned their gazes toward the forest, eager to be the first to know who was coming. The sound grew closer, and everyone's heartbeat involuntarily synced with the footsteps, their faces gradually turning red. Whitebeard noticed the strangeness in Ma Ku and the others and immediately warned, "Stay calm, don't follow his rhythm." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from the forest. "Newgate, long time no see." The speaker was none other than Dino. He slowly walked out of the forest, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a faint smile on his face. "Why are you here?" Whitebeard's face darkened. He erupted with Conqueror's Haki, dispersing the Haki that had frozen Bai Ta, and ordered Ma Ku and the others to return to his side. Dino just smiled lightly, walked to the edge of the pit, and looked down at Na Si Lang lying in the middle. How pathetic. Na Si Lang. Sage. Dino's arrival made the situation on the battlefield enigmatic. Logically speaking, as a member of the Navy, he should stand with the 5 elders. However, just recently Dino led the Navy to assault Mariewa, leaving everyone uncertain whether he would seize the opportunity to eliminate the 5 elders and free the Navy from the world government's control. Dino turned to face Satan and Peter, and noticing the silence, he broke it. "Saint Satan, it seems your situation is rather grim. Do you need assistance? Satan and Peter exchanged glances, never having considered commanding Dino. The superficial peace between them relied entirely on IMS support behind the scenes. What conditions do you require? Satan asked Dino, knowing he wouldn't offer help without a reason. Dino pretended to ponder, not in a hurry to reveal his intentions. Meanwhile, Yutian approached Whitebeard and quietly asked, Whitebeard, who is he? Having stayed in the closed Wano country, Yutian was unaware of the situation at sea, so it was quite normal for him not to recognize Dino. Whitebeard's gaze remained fixed on Dino. Their reunion felt completely different from the last encounter. The former Dino was sharp and radiant like a blazing sun in the sky, but the current Dino had become calm and introverted, leaving others puzzled. His name is Dino, a powerful member of the Navy. Yutian looked at Dino in shock. It was rare for someone to be called powerful by Whitebeard, as each such individual was a renowned figure in these waters. Whitebeard shifted his gaze from Dino to the crowd, speaking to Yutian in a deep voice. Yutian, brace yourself, a Wano country is likely to fall. If Dino were to join the battle, he lacked confidence in quickly dispatching the opponent. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Whitebeard pirates. Although Marco and the others could hold off Satan, they couldn't inflict substantial damage. However, Satan was different, as each attack was infused with potent toxins, which would inevitably lead to mistakes for Marco's group over time, with life-threatening consequences. Seeing that Whitebeard was willing to abandon Wano country, Yutian immediately opposed. Wano was not only his homeland, but also a place the Kazuki clan vowed to protect at all costs. No, we cannot lose Wano country. You? Whitebeard looked at Yutian helplessly. To him, people were always more important than territory. As long as people remained alive, there would always be opportunities to reclaim Wano. Yutian bowed deeply to Whitebeard, pleading, Whitebeard, you must help me. Sigh. Whitebeard sighed softly, tightening his grip on the Naginata, his gaze becoming resolute. Then drive them out of Wano country. Dino glanced at Whitebeard and said nonchalantly, this position is quite suitable. It would make an excellent base for the Navy. Dino was informing Whitebeard not only would he not leave, but he also intended to seize Wano as a base. Saint Satan, what do you think of my proposal? You can take that item, we only want Wano country. Satan pondered for a few seconds and nodded at Dino, saying, we agree to your conditions, but you must ensure Saint Nazashira's safety and deal with Newgate. Deal. Dino replied with a smile, striding toward the pit where Nazashiro was located. Whitebeard would not give Dino the chance to rescue Nazashiro. He warned Yutian and Marco to be cautious, and then charged at Dino with his Naginata. Just in time, Dino abandoned Nazashiro before him and turned to unleash a punch at the air. The punch, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, collided with Whitebeard's Naginata, unleashing countless red lightning bolts from their clash. The ground cracked under the impact, and rocks were pulverized, swirling in the air. Feeling that his Conqueror's Haki could not break through Dino's as it once did, Whitebeard remarked, indeed, you too have reached this level. Dino smirked, though I've made some progress, am still no match for you seasoned powerhouses. As soon as they clashed, Dino realized he was still a step behind Whitebeard. It wasn't that his Haki was inferior in quality, but rather that his control over it was lacking compared to the other. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki was like a blade focused at a point, while Dino could only increase his output of Conqueror's Haki for defense. As a result, the consumption of his Haki was far greater than Whitebeard's. While he could match him for a short time, the longer it went on, the more apparent his disadvantage became. Fortunately, with Dino's reserve of Conqueror's Haki, he should be able to hold his own against Whitebeard for 2 or 3 days. That much time would be enough for Satan and the others to deal with their opponents. The clash between the two sounded the horn of war, with Yutian being the first to act, launching a fierce assault. Satan moved towards Nazashiro, but Dino was already engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, unable to attend to the severely injured Nazashiro. He intended to rescue Nazashiro. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates split into 2 groups. One, led by Marco, consisting of strong members like Joseph Vista and Sachi, stood before Satan, preventing him from rescuing Nazashiro. The other group, meanwhile, stealthily approached Nazashiro, aiming to eliminate the severely injured elder. During the Dino and Whitebeard exchanged punches from a distance, again sneering. Newgate, are your sons here to deliver themselves to death? The battlefield was close to Nazashiro. Should these less powerful captains get caught up, they could face immediate death. Whitebeard remained silent, his strength becoming increasingly ferocious as he sought to force Dino back away from Nazashiro. Oomph. Dino snorted coldly, unleashing all his power to battle Whitebeard. In an instant, a violent gust of wind roared around them, tossing Nazashiro and the approaching captains into the air. Conqueror's Haki also uncontrollably spread out, causing some nearby individuals to be stunned by the pressure, and the severely injured Nazashiro fainted. Run, Dad is going all out. The captains who hadn't been stunned shouted as they fled, casting fearful glances at the battlefield engulfed in red lightning. Once a powerful individual unleashes their full potential in battle, they must divide their focus to control other Haki and skills, such as observation Haki martial arts sword techniques, and devil fruit abilities, making it impossible to accurately control Conqueror's Haki. Yutian sliced the sandworm into 3 segments and stepped forward to support Whitebeard, knowing that the key to breaking the deadlock rested with him. Just as he took 2 steps, the hard ground suddenly softened, and a sandworm erupted from beneath Yushin's feet, opening its massive jaws to swallow him whole. Baitei's move might work against the weak, but it cannot harm Yutian, who is stronger and capable of coating his attacks with Conqueror's Haki. Puchi. 2 sword beams shone from within the sandworm, ripping a large hole in its abdomen. Yutian's figure burst out through the hole and returned to the battlefield. Damn it, why can't I kill it? Watching the sandworm's body slowly repairing itself with black mist, Yutian's expression turned extremely grim. Baitei looked disdainfully at Yutian. How could a mere mortal like you harm a god like me? Accept your death obediently. Their eyes locked, and they charged at each other, once again locked in combat. The 2 battlefields were raging fiercely. In particular, Dino and Whitebeard had sunk the ground for hundreds of meters, forming a huge basin. Satan, on the other hand, appeared quite at ease. His enemies were the 13 commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, none of whom could truly damage his real body, not even deplete his undying ability. Thus, Satan abandoned defense and focused solely on offense, leaving the Whitebeard pirates' commanders struggling. As time slowly passed, the 13 commanders besieging Satan gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Their Haki had been depleted, leaving them unable to resist Satan's venom. When the sun rose the next day, only Ma-Er-Ku, Xiao Zi Sa Chi, and Bai Si Ta remained struggling desperately. The battle had become a one-sided affair. On the other side, Dino had been fighting Whitebeard for a whole day. Not only did he show no signs of weakness, but he also grew braver, his control over Haki becoming more exquisite, nearly matching Whitebeard's level. Baitei, who was fighting Yutian, had also gone from being suppressed at the start to now being evenly matched, and even showed signs of suppressing Yutian. Although Baitei's undying energy was also being depleted by Yutian, it was evidently more abundant compared to Yutian's Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard sent Dino staggering back with a single slash, then turned his head to look at the battlefield where Ma-Er-Ku and the other 3 were fighting. After battling thus far, he knew he had to make a decision. Take all the remaining civilians and leave. Abandon the Hijigua. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Yutian, while fending off Baitei's attacks, pleaded loudly to Whitebeard. Dad, hold on a little longer. He'll come help you right away. Please don't give up on Hijigua. Dino frowned. If Yutian were not dealt with, even if the Navy built a base in Hijigua in the future, it would not be peaceful. Thus, Dino used Moonwalk to leap into the air and launched an attack on Yutian. Sky slash 1,000 blades. Finger gun Gatling. Flying slashes and air bullets rained down like a curtain, engulfing Yutian and Baitei. If you dare harm Yutian. Whitebeard glared at Dino, gathering white light on his blade and slashing at Dino in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The light vanished the moment it left the blade, and then the space around Dino shattered like glass piece by piece. Dino simply coated his entire body with armament Haki to withstand Whitebeard's ability attack. He slowly landed on the ground and said to Whitebeard, Newgate, is it worth sacrificing your entire pirate crew for a fool? Given the current situation, Ma-Er-Ku and the other 3 could not hold out much longer. Once Satan defeated them, he could join Baitei in besieging Yutian. With Yutian's strength, he could not withstand their combined assault. There was only one outcome: death. Whitebeard ignored Dino, his gaze fixed on the battlefield where Yutian was. As the dust slowly cleared, the previously flat ground had become pitted and scarred with countless bottomless fissures crisscrossing. The sandworm that Baitei had transformed into was chopped into countless pieces scattered on the ground. Although Yutian was not injured, his heavy breathing indicated that the price he paid to withstand Dino's attack must have been considerable. Having steadied his breath, Yutian straightened up, turned to look at Whitebeard, and a smile appeared on his bloodstained. Pops, will take care of my opponent soon. You have to trust me. As Whitebeard was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of the regenerated sandworm opening its massive mouth to bite Yutian. He hurriedly shouted, Yutian, watch out. His blade coated with Conqueror's Haki, he was about to slash at the sandworm. How could Dino give him that chance? He wished Baitei would kill Yutian. Then even if Whitebeard wanted revenge, he would not seek it from the Navy. The moment Whitebeard struck, Dino also launched an attack. 2 shockwaves of Conqueror's Haki collided. Boom, boom, boom. After a blinding red flash, a violent explosion resounded across the battlefield. Countless red lightning bolts burst forth, knocking out a large number of Whitebeard pirates members who were about to leave. Whitebeard had no time to mind them. His attention was entirely on Yutian, his eyes filled with anxiety. The sandworm's massive mouth was tightly clamped onto Yutian's left arm, blood slowly oozing out along its sharp teeth. Clang. Tian Yuyuzhan and Yu Tian's left hand fell to the ground. The excruciating pain of his bones being crushed nearly made him pass out. But when he thought of the suffering of He Jigua, the hatred in his heart surged like a blazing fire, dispelling the pain. He raised Enma in his right hand, and with a ferocious expression slashed at the sandworm's neck. Poochie! The sandworm's neck was severed with a sound. The head that was firmly biting Yu Tian's left hand turned into black mist and vanished. Yu Tian! Whitebeard bellowed and started to move, but Dino flashed in front of him and said calmly, "Are you That wouldn't be very nice, would it?" Whitebeard's Tsong Yun Xia creaked under his grip. He did not stop walking. His aura was like a volcano about to erupt, his eyes coldly fixed on Dino. "Move aside." Dino slowly shook his head and said, "That won't do." In response, Whitebeard delivered a fury-filled slash. Dino was not to be outdone. He countered with a punch imbued with Supreme Conqueror's Haki. The ground trembled violently under the impact. Pitch-black cracks rapidly spread from beneath their feet, the earth sinking layer by layer. Stones that flew into the air were instantly shattered into dust and blown away by the gale. Whitebeard glared at Dino fiercely. "Even if I have to destroy this place, I won't let you have it." With that, Whitebeard launched a ferocious assault on Dino. Unlike before, he no longer used Haki, but fully unleashed his devil fruit ability. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions echoed, the earth trembled violently, and the cracks, originally only about half a meter wide, were forcibly torn open into ravines 5 or 6 meters across. Distant hills slowly collapsed, large swaths of trees fell in the dense forest, and even the rocks on the waterfall began to peel off layer by layer. A scene of apocalypse. The pirates searching for survivors felt the shaking beneath them, and shouted to the civilians of Hijigua beside them, "Hurry and follow us. We must leave before Pops destroys Hijigua." The civilians who had been hesitating dared not linger any longer. They followed the pirates and ran toward the shore. Whitebeard's unrestrained assault left Satan and Bitter unable to move freely, affording Marco and the other three a moment to catch their breath. Marco first glanced at the battle between Whitebeard and Dino, then turned his gaze toward Odin. When Marco discerned Odin's predicament, his expression shifted dramatically as he spoke to Jozu beside him. "Hold the line here, I must go reinforce Odin." Jozu exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. "We've got this, go without worry." Seeing Marco about to depart, Satan ignored the attacks from others and lashed his forelimbs like venomous serpents toward Marco, thwarting his intention to support Odin. Odin was now at the end of his strength. Under normal circumstances, he could have held out longer, but Dino's earlier assault had drained much of his stamina. Coupled with a careless moment that allowed Bitter to ambush him, his left arm was severely crippled, leaving him able to unleash only 60% of his full power, far from enough to contend with Bitter. Bitter withstood a slash from Odin, then seized the moment when Odin's strength waned to coil tightly around him, opening its maw to tear at Odin's head. "Damn it!" Odin struggled fiercely, writhing to break free from the sandworm's bind, his eyes filled with. Amidst the foul stench rushing toward him, Bitter's voice echoed in Odin's ear, "Do you see? Your future is already sealed. Even if you kill me and conquer Wano, Momonosuke will one day drive you out and restore the country." As if taking an oath or pleading to the heavens, Odin ceased his struggle after uttering those words, closed his eyes, and calmly accepted the arrival of death. A snicker escaped Dino. Heh. In a moment of inattention, he was blasted away by Whitebeard, landing not far from Odin. "Sorry to break it to you, but that Momonosuke you were counting on to restore your country, I've already killed him." Hearing Dino's voice, Odin's tightly shut eyes flew open, 2 streams of blood tears trickling down from the corners. "Why did you kill him?" Before Odin could finish, Bitter's attack finally struck. The piercing pain in his head lasted only an instant, then a flash of white light passed. Odin felt the bindings vanish. He looked around in bewilderment, his gaze landing on a stupefied Whitebeard. The figures of Bitter, Satan, and Dino had vanished without a trace. "What happened?" Odin murmured as he struggled to rise from the ground. "I..." Whitebeard opened his mouth, but found no words, for he too was at a loss. A ball of white light had appeared abruptly. When it faded, the enemies had disappeared, and even his observation Haki could not sense their presence. Just then a voice rang out from afar, "Pops. All survivors from Wano have assembled." Whitebeard and Odin turned toward the sound, and Odin's confused face instantly turned pale. Behind the speaking pirate stood a beautiful young woman, now sitting on the ground with a grim expression, her eyes half open as she strained to look in Odin's direction. "Toki." Odin dropped the Enma in his hand and dashed recklessly toward the woman, reaching out his right hand to grasp the figure, so close yet so far. The woman also raised her hand with difficulty, her crimson lips parting slightly, but only a name audible to herself escaped. "Oh, Den." Just as Odin was about to seize her hand, the woman's arm fell limply, and her straining eyes lost all light. "Toki, what's wrong? Answer me, Toki." Odin cradled her head tightly against his chest, weeping bitterly. Only when Odin's sobs grew hoarse did Whitebeard approach him and gently console. Odin, this is not the time for grief. We must leave immediately. If they return, we'll be in danger. Odin shook his head at Whitebeard, then lifted Toki's corpse and began walking slowly toward the capital of flowers. They won't be coming back. Whitebeard stood frozen until Odin's figure was about to disappear before he hurried after him. Odin, what exactly happened? Toki had only revealed her ability to Odin, so Whitebeard knew nothing of it. Odin halted, raised his head to meet Whitebeard's gaze, and could no longer hold back his tears. He threw himself into Whitebeard's chest and wailed. Whitebeard, Toki is dead. She died to save me. Whitebeard's hand hovered midair. Battle he could handle, but words of comfort eluded him. After a long silence, Odin suppressed his sorrow and recounted Toki's ability to Whitebeard. She sent them into the future, but I don't know which year. Having heard Odin's explanation, Whitebeard was astonished, but accepted it. After all, with devil fruits no ability was too strange. Even so, we must not lower our guard. Given Dino's strength, he might reappear at any moment. Whitebeard's vigilance was justified, as Odin had said Toki could only send people into the future, but their location remained unchanged. So when Dino and the others reappeared, they would still be in Wano. Over the next 3 days, the Whitebeard pirates scoured all of Wano. They found no one else, but on the shore they discovered the corpses of Kawamatsu, Kinemon, and Momonosuke. When Odin received the news, he locked himself in his room for over 10 days. Had Whitebeard not broken in, Odin would likely have starved to death. In that battle, all of Odin's family and retainers perished. The samurai of Wano were nearly slaughtered, with less than 1/10 of the populace surviving. The entire country was draped in mourning. Whitebeard grabbed Odin by the shoulders and roared, Odin, you must pull yourself together. Wano needs you, your people need you. At Whitebeard's voice, Odin's vacant eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He shoved Whitebeard away and shrieked maniacally, yes, I'm still alive. I must avenge Toki, Momonosuke, Kinemon, and all the others. The Navy, the 5 elders, the world government. They are all murderers of Toki. I will make them pay. Seeing Odin in this frenzied state, Whitebeard released his conqueror's Haki to suppress him. Snap out of it. Are you abandoning Wano? Wano. Odin sneered, unleashing his own conqueror's Haki to push back Whitebeard's pressure. Wano is no more. This place is no longer Wano. In that moment, Odin broke through to the pinnacle of Admiral-level strength, and a profound change took root in his heart. He was no longer the shogun bound by the Kazuki clan's oath to protect Wano. He had become a man consumed solely by vengeance. Whitebeard breathed a silent sigh of relief and patted Odin on the shoulder with a smile. Don't worry. Our entire crew will help you get your revenge. For Whitebeard, Odin's willingness to leave Wano was the best outcome. They were pirates after all, and couldn't stay in Wano forever. Had it not been for the fear of Dino and his group suddenly reappearing, Whitebeard would have set sail long ago. The next morning, Odin boarded Whitebeard's Moby Dick and departed, leaving behind a devastated and ruined Wano. On the very day the battle in Wano concluded, Mercury and Mars, who had been in the Holy Land, received orders from Imo. They swiftly made their way to the chamber of the empty throne within Pangaea Castle. As they entered the chamber of the empty throne, they saw Imu, who had not shown themselves for a long time, seated grim-faced on the empty throne. Mercury and Mars immediately knelt before Imu. We pay our respects, your majesty. Imu stared at them for a long while before finally uttering coldly, why did Nasajiro die? What a... Mercury and the other raised their heads abruptly, staring in shock at Imu on the throne. Their voices trembled as they explained, we knew not, my lord. Not long ago we received intelligence that the ancient weapon Pluton, missing for 800 years, was hidden in Wano. Thus Saturn led his men to Wano to investigate. There he encountered fierce resistance and summoned Nasajiro and Pittsburgh as reinforcements. After hearing Mercury's account, Imus' eyes shot a red light, unleashing their conqueror's Haki to pressure the 2 kneeling figures. Why did you not inform me beforehand? Mercury and the other were pressed flat against the ground, and Imus' emotionless interrogation sent cold sweat pouring down their backs. They cried out loudly for mercy. Calm your fury, my lord. We merely wish to investigate thoroughly first, with no intention to conceal anything from you. Please spare our lives, my lord. Imu cast one deep final glance at Mercury and the other, then their form dissolved into black mist, slowly vanishing from the throne, their voice growing ethereal. Investigate the matter of Pluton. Im wishes that upon awakening they shall see Pluton already present in Mary Geos. As Imu vanished, a wisp of black mist suddenly rose beside Mercury, slowly coalescing into the form of Nasajiro. The moment Nasajiro appeared, he knelt on the ground, bowing to the empty throne. Thank you, your majesty. For a long while there was still no reply from the throne. The 3 exchanged glances, then slowly rose and withdrew from Pangaea Castle. Back in the chamber of authority, Mercury and Mars surrounded Nasajiro, asking anxiously, Nasajuro, Saint, what happened in Wano? Why did you die there? And Saturn Saint and Pittsburgh Saint. Nasajuro also sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately disclosed everything he knew. As for why Saturn Saint and Pittsburgh Saint have not returned, I do not know. Someone must be sent to Wano to inquire. The news of Dino and the others' disappearance had not spread. Even Nasajuro was unaware, believing they had already taken Wano. Warcury thought for a moment and said in a grave tone, "We cannot leave the Holy Land. Im has fallen into deep slumber, and we must ensure the safety of this place." Hearing Warcury's words, Nasajuro raised his gaze toward the direction of Wano, his expression growing ever more stern. "Notify the Marines. Have them send men to Wano, and while they are at it, eliminate the Whitebeard pirates." Hearing Warcury's words, Nasajuro raised his gaze toward the direction of Wano, his expression growing ever more stern. "Notify the Marines. Have them." Kong remained completely unaware of this. He was busy assigning tasks to Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan, Gion, and Tokakake. The 7 warlords had already begun their operations. Kings of seized countries had all agreed to fund the construction of marine bases in their nations and requested marine troop deployments. As Dino predicted, Mihawk and Jimbei have not occupied any countries. We only need to keep an eye on the other. As he spoke, Kong's gaze darkened as he stared at the map on his desk, his finger pointing to Low Town in the east blue. "Sakazuki, Borsalino, the 2 of you go there. Keep a tight watch on Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Whether to provoke the Marines or to take advantage of Low Town's prime location to plunder passing merchants and pirates, the 2 strongest warlords had chosen the relatively small Low Town as their territory. Having assigned Sakazuki and the other, Kong turned his attention to the Land of Flowers in the west blue. Shinjo had publicly declared that the Land of Flowers was his territory and that the world government and Marines were forbidden to approach. "Kazan, Shinjo is your responsibility." Kazan withdrew his gaze from the map and replied loudly to Fleet Admiral Kong, "I swear I will keep Shinjo pinned down in the west blue and never let him set foot outside the Land of Flowers." Kong nodded slowly. He had little concern for Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan. Their strength was more than enough to suppress their respective opponents. However, Gion and Tokakake gave Kong pause. The remaining warlords, Crocodile and Burndy World with his Machi Machi no Mi, were beyond their capability to handle. After pondering for a long while, Kong finally made up his mind. He lifted his gaze from the map and looked intently at Gion and Tokakake before him, speaking solemnly. "Gion, you will go to Arabasta. Do not engage Crocodile in conflict, simply watch him. As for the last one, Water 7, it falls to Tokakake. Your task is also to keep Burndy World in check without taking any rash action." Having finished, Kong was about to wave them off to set sail when the Den Den Mushi in his drawer suddenly let out an urgent ring. Brr 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 brr. Kong opened the drawer, picked up the Den Den Mushi, and asked in confusion, "Warcury, Saint, what business do you have with me?" From the other end of the Den Den Mushi came Warcury's somber voice. "Kong, dispatch all available Marines to Wano in the New World. Eradicate everyone in Wano and the pirates entrenched there." Kong's expression shifted dramatically. He asked anxiously, "My lord, what has happened in Wano? Why launch a sudden assault? If the entire Marine force advanced into the New World, the pirates, they would certainly not remain passive. They would undoubtedly unite to resist the Marines, and then the Navy would be facing not just Wano, but all the pirates of the New World. No further questions. Gather all Marines from the 4 seas now. Set sail in 10 days. Warcury was adamant and offered no more explanation to Kong. But Kong tried to speak again, but the voice on the Den Den Mushi suddenly intensified. "This is an order. Do you 2 intend to defy our command, Kong?" Kong wearily pressed his hand to his forehead and said into the Den Den Mushi, "Understood." After Kong hung up, Kazan asked urgently, "Fleet Admiral, why do the 5 elders want the Marines to attack Wano?" "There is no report of anything in Wano that threatens the world government." Kong shook his head slowly. "Contact Dino. Let's see what he thinks." Kong did not want to carry out the 5 elders' orders, but he could not refuse either. He could only summon Dino. If Dino refused, he would have a reason to halt the operation. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki took out his Den Den Mushi and dialed Dino's number. However, Dino's Den Den Mushi remained unreachable. Sakazuki could only put the Den Den Mushi away and shake his head silently at Kong. Seeing this, a foreboding feeling rose in Kong's heart. He suddenly stood up from his chair and ordered, "Keep calling. We must get through. Summon Sengoku and Zephyr." Pausing, Kong gritted his teeth and added, "Also notify all personnel with the rank of Rear Admiral or above to return to Marineford immediately." Upon receiving the notice, Sengoku and Zephyr arrived at the Fleet Admiral's office, where the oppressive atmosphere caused both of them to pause. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Sakazuki stepped forward and said to Kong, "Fleet Admiral, we still can't reach Dino." Bang! Kong crushed the teacup in his hand and shouted at the group, "Wasn't he fine when you left Punk Hazard? Why can't we reach him? Keep calling until we get through." After his outburst, Kong finally suppressed the unease in his heart and continued, "When you parted ways, did he mention where he was going?" Borsalino and Kazan exchanged a covert glance. Kazan shook his head slightly and said, "No, he only said he had something to do and told us to escort Vegapunk back first." "That bastard Dino, why didn't he report his whereabouts to me?" Kong cursed under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Sengoku and Zephyr just entering and beckoned them over. "Something's happened." "What's wrong?" Sengoku asked cautiously, a flicker of relief rising within him, but he concealed it well. Zephyr, less guarded, pressed Kong urgently, "Fleet Admiral, has something happened to Dino?" Kong slowly shook his head. What could happen to him? Kong indeed wasn't worried about Dino's safety. With Dino's strength, no one in the world could kill him silently. What concerned Kong was that Dino might suddenly leave the Marines like dragon vanishing without a trace. Zephyr's heart, which had been in his throat, settled heavily. Since it wasn't about Dino, he didn't want to stay any longer. Now semi-retired, he felt it inappropriate to be heavily involved in internal Marine meetings. So Zephyr said to Kong, "There's something at the training camp, he'll take my leave." With that he turned to go, but Kong immediately stopped him. "Wait, this matter concerns all Marines. You should hear it too." Zephyr paused in his tracks, pondered briefly, then walked to the sofa and sat down, wanting to hear what the Fleet Admiral had to say. Kong slowly rose from his seat, his voice heavy. "The Five Elders, St. Wycherley has issued a direct order to the Marines. In 10 days the entire Marine force will set out for the New World to destroy Wano country." "No," Sengoku shouted. "Wano is Kazuki Oden's country. If we destroy it, we won't just be fighting the native samurai. New Gates and Roger's remnants won't stand idly by. We'll be caught between enemies, unable to complete the mission, and likely lost in the New World." Kong didn't refute Sengoku. He simply asked quietly, "Can we defy the orders of the Five Elders?" "What about Dino?" "He won't agree," Sengoku blurted out without thinking. As soon as he said it, he froze, realizing his first thought had been of Dino. As Sengoku stood stunned, Kong sighed and said softly, "We can't reach Dino." Snapping back to reality, Sengoku's face turned pale. "Has he left the Marines?" Like Kong, Sengoku believed that losing contact with Dino meant he didn't want to be found, not that an accident had occurred. Dino had led Marine vice admirals in an assault on the Holy Land and emerged unscathed. No one in the world could harm him except perhaps the mysterious figure lurking in the Holy Land. Even she couldn't kill Dino unnoticed at Marineford. After all, Marineford wasn't far from the Holy Land, and a battle involving someone of Dino's caliber would surely create enough commotion for Marineford to detect. Dino would never leave the Marines, Zephyr declared firmly. He stood up from the sofa, looked around at Sakazuki and the others, and asked, "Do you all think he would leave?" Meeting Zephyr's gaze, Sakazuki took a deep drag of his cigar and said calmly, "Of course I believe Dino won't leave. He's a man I acknowledge." Beside him, Borsalino pursed his lips and added, "Old man also believes Dino's and won't leave the Marines." "That's right," Kazan chimed in. "Dino just led us to attack Mary Geos. How could he possibly leave?" Kong raised a hand to silence them. "I believe in Dino too, but we can't reach him right now. What we need to discuss is the Five Elders' order." "Fight." Sakazuki crushed his cigar into the ashtray. "Whether it's Wano, the Whitebeard pirates, or Roger's remnants, if they dare stand in the Marines' way, we'll annihilate them all." Sengoku glanced at the battle-hungry Sakazuki and said slowly, "This isn't just about the Marines against Whitebeard and Roger's remnants. The pirates of the New World won't allow the Marines to advance into their territory in force." "So what?" Sakazuki snorted coldly. "The Marines don't need pirates' permission to act." Unable to convince Sakazuki, Sengoku turned to Borsalino and Kazan. "What about you two? Do you agree with Sakazuki's approach?" "It's troublesome, but Sengoku-san doesn't seem to have a choice but to follow the Five Elders' orders, does he?" Borsalino's tone was questioning, but the sarcasm was unmistakable. Sengoku clenched his fists silently. He indeed lacked Dino's courage to rally a group of vice admirals against the world government and the Five Elders. His gaze passed over Borsalino, settling on Kazan with hope. "I'm not trying to defy the Five Elders, but we need a long-term plan. We must find a way to complete their mission while avoiding conflict with Whitebeard and the others, preserving the Marine strength." Meeting Sengoku's eyes, Kazan countered, "Admiral Sengoku, isn't the purpose of the Marines to combat pirates? Why should we avoid the Whitebeard pirates?" "I do everything for the Marines," Sengoku shouted, breathless from the interrogation. "If we engage in a major war with the New World's pirates, now how many Marines would survive? Who would maintain peace in the Four Blues? Those who choose to be Marines must be prepared to sacrifice at any time," Sakazuki retorted coldly, his stance unyielding. "Enough." Kong raised his hand to halt the argument. If it continued, the Marines would split before the war. "Everyone go make preparations. In 10 days we march into the New World and destroy Wano." Kong issued the order, then turned to Zephyr. "Zephyr, you want to take part in this operation. The new recruits need your guidance." Zephyr rose and headed for the door. Fleet Admiral, I am still a Marine Admiral. If I don't stand at the front at a time like this, how can I be worthy of the code of justice I wear? With that, Zephyr reached for the doorknob, but before his hand could grasp it, the door was violently shoved open from the outside. A figure rushed into the office, heedless of the blood-soaked boots dirtying the floor, and reported loudly to Kong. Fleet Admiral, G1 base has been ambushed by pirates. The Marines have suffered heavy losses. Please send reinforcements. Kong helped the Navy soldier who was about to fall, questioning. Isn't Carp stationed at base G1? How could he be ambushed by pirates? The soldier opened his mouth, thick blood sliding down from the corner of his lips. It's Whitebeard. They launched an attack on base G1 Carp. Kong was dragged by Whitebeard. Before he could finish speaking, the Navy soldier spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in Kong's arms, lifeless. Newgate. Kong, with red eyes, slowly laid the soldier down and turned to Sengoku, issuing orders. Gather all the Navy from Marineford and eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the anger filling Kong's eyes, Sengoku dared not say more and hurriedly left the marshal's office, running towards the port while conveying the marshal's orders to the soldiers beside him. Zifa, Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kazan, Gion, and the others followed Sengoku with grim faces. Half a day later, over 100 warships departed from Marineford's port, slowly sailing towards the New World. Meanwhile, as the Navy rushed to the New World to support Carp, the battle at base G1 was nearing its end, with only Carp and Bogart still fighting against Whitebeard and Yuta. Sensing through Kinbunshika Haki that the aura of Navy soldiers was disappearing one after another, a rare frost appeared on Carp's face. Newgate, how dare you slaughter Navy soldiers? This is unforgivable. Yuta pushed Bogart back with a single strike and turned to Carp with a sneer, saying, not only do they have to die, but we will also kill our way out of the New World and slaughter every Navy soldier. Damn it, I will kill you. Carp angrily unleashed a conqueror's Haki shockwave towards Yuta. Carp, your opponent is me. Don't even think about attacking Yuta. Seeing this, Carp shouted to Bogart, who had lost his left arm, to Yuta, look for an opportunity to escape. Carp, your opponent is me. Don't even think about attacking Yuta. Seeing this, Carp shouted to Bogart, who had lost his left arm, to Yuta, look for an opportunity to escape. Don't worry about me. Escape, eh? Yuta smirked, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, once I chop off both of his legs, let's see how he runs. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuta's figure transformed into a series of afterimages as he charged towards Bogart, wielding his dual swords to deliver 2 slashes in midair. Bogart attempted to block with his sword, but Yuta kicked it away. The disparity in strength between them was too great. Yuta had already reached the peak Admiral level, while Bogart only had the strength of an Admiral candidate. If it weren't for Yuta's desire to toy with him, Bogart would have been defeated long ago. Puff! The flash of the sword passed, and Bogart's legs were severed. 2 jets of blood gushed from the stumps as Bogart's half-body fell to the ground. Bogart! Carp roared to the sky, his conqueror's Haki enveloping him as he charged towards Yuta like a meteor. Whitebeard blocked in front of Carp, the blade of his Naginata infused with formidable conqueror's Haki, thrusting fiercely towards Carp's chest. Boom! Carp smashed his fist against the blade, causing numerous deep cracks to appear in base G1, with seawater surging in through the fissures. Marco flew in midair, looking down at the island that had already shattered into pieces, shouting to his companions, get out of here quickly, this island is going to sink. The pirates also felt the ground beneath them being engulfed by seawater. Not daring to linger, they all rushed towards the shore. Bogart slumped in a pool of blood, ignoring the pain in his body. He looked up at Carp and murmured, Carp, I can't be by your side anymore. Ha ha ha. Yuta laughed heartily. Just like that leopard Wulong, does he look like you? Don't worry, he is just the first one. Bogart withdrew his gaze from Carp, raised an eyebrow at Yuta, and said disdainfully, Pirate, do you think I'm afraid? I have fought alongside Carp against rocks, how could I fear a mere pirate? As he spoke, Bogart suddenly sprang from the ground, lunging towards Yuta's chest, opening his mouth to viciously bite Yuta's neck. Yuta, caught off guard, was bitten by Bogart. The stabbing pain in his neck twisted his face into a grimace as he slowly pried open Bogart's mouth, with both hands forcefully crushing all of Bogart's teeth. Too bad. Bogart spat out the broken teeth and blood, smiling as he said, the blood of pirates really gives off a foul odor. Yuta's eyes flashed coldly as he twisted his wrist to directly cut off Bogart's tongue, shouting, speak. Seeing Bogart's tragic state, Carp did not threaten or curse, but silently erupted with all his strength, launching the most frenzied attacks against Whitebeard. Whitebeard also noticed Yuta's actions. He frowned slightly and scolded Yuta. What are you doing? He is a real Navy soldier. You can kill him, but you cannot humiliate him. Hearing Whitebeard's admonition, the twisted smile on Yuta's face slowly faded. He leaned down to Bogart's ear and whispered, you won't be alone on the road to hell. If you go slowly, you might even wait for Carp. Pock. Bogart spat out a mouthful of blood at Yuta. Want to kill Carp? You're still 100 years too. Yuta casually wiped the blood off his face, and with a flash of red light from his sword, Bogart's head was set. That splash of crimson entered Karp's vision, and he felt a tightness in his chest, as if he could hardly breathe. Huff, huff. Karp's chest heaved violently as he looked at Bogart's remains, tears falling for the first time from the eyes of this Navy admiral. Flashes of memories of Bogart following him in battle passed through his mind: the 8 Treasure Navy against Qingjiao, the earth-shattering battle at God Valley, the time spent chasing Roger. In half of his life's battles, Bogart had always been at his back. Go in peace. I will definitely take Yuta's head as revenge for you, Karp silently vowed in his heart. After dealing with Bogart, Yuta charged into the battlefield between Whitebeard and Karp, joining forces with Whitebeard to besiege Karp. Seeing this situation, Karp showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he shifted his target from Whitebeard to Yuta. Boom, boom, clang. The three engaged in a frantic battle amidst the ruins of Base G1. As time passed, Karp had already sustained numerous injuries, but the light in his eyes became even more brilliant, for he could clearly feel that Whitebeard's punches were growing weaker. It wasn't that Whitebeard's stamina was greater than Karp's, it was indeed Karp who was at a disadvantage, surrounded by Yuta and Whitebeard. However, the battlefield situation was not optimistic for Whitebeard. The entire G1 had already been submerged by seawater reaching up to Whitebeard's knees at the deepest point, hindering his full power. The situation on the battlefield was rapidly reversing. Karp was slowly turning from a disadvantage to an even footing. As time passed, Karp's advantage of not consuming resources would become more pronounced until he completely suppressed both Whitebeard and Yuta. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the seawater had already risen to Whitebeard's chest. At this moment, every swing of his blade felt as if 1,000 tons of force were pressing down on him, allowing him to unleash barely 30% of his full strength. Although Odin was not suppressed by the seawater, his strength was inherently inferior to Garp's, and being specifically targeted by Garp, his just-healed left hand was once again broken by Garp's strike, and even his side was battered until it was a bloody mess. In contrast, Garp's body, though covered in dense sword wounds from Odin, none of them struck a vital point, and his spirit remained vigorous. Whitebeard knew there was no longer an opportunity to capture Garp. Just as he was about to order a retreat, Marco flew above him and shouted, "Dad, the outer crew members report that the Big Mom pirates and the Kaido pirates are heading this way, and they'll be here in just 10 minutes. Though surprised, Whitebeard was not entirely taken aback. Their operation had not concealed their movements, and Charlotte Lean, another sovereign of the New World, could not have been unaware of their whereabouts. However, Whitebeard was uncertain about their true purpose here, unsure whether they were allies or foes. To be safe, he ordered Marco, "Keep an eye on their actions and report any changes to me immediately." As Marco flew off, Whitebeard said to Odin, "Hold for now. Let's see what Lin and the others intend to do." Odin raised his sword to parry Garp's punch, using the force of impact to quickly retreat to Whitebeard's side, his gaze still fixed intently on Garp. Seeing the enemy halt, Garp ceased his pursuit. Though he appeared to hold the advantage, the stamina he had expended far exceeded Whitebeard's. If Charlotte Lin and Kaido were to join the fray and turn against him, he would surely meet his end here today. Odin raised his sword to parry Garp's punch, using the force of impact to quickly just as both sides harbored their own ulterior motives. Marco flew back with a grave expression and reported to Whitebeard, "Dad, it's not just Big Mom and Kaido. The Violent Fist Emperor, the Wild Swordsman, and the Flying Eagle Pirates have all come out in full force. And the Underworld Emperors, feared Womite Jibison and Piakillo, have also dispatched a large number of their men, all targeting this place." Whitebeard was taken aback, muttering quietly, "Why are Shuntai and the others here? Could they be hoping to reap the benefits while we fight the Marines?" Seizing the moment Whitebeard was distracted, Garp suddenly propelled himself high into the air, using Jeppo to attempt an escape. Imperial Sword, Ripple Blade. 3 Mountains, Fall of the Demon. 2 shouts shattered the silence of the battlefield. Charlotte Lin and Kaido had appeared above Garp without warning, their sword and club coated in Conqueror's Haki, smashing fiercely toward the back of Garp's head. Though caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the two, Garp instinctively brought his hands up to protect his head, while coating his entire body with armament and Conqueror's Haki for defense. Boom. The sword and club struck Garp's fist the immense force, sending him hurtling from the sky and crashing into the sea, creating a colossal splash. "Mama Garp, you've never looked so pathetic. Orocho, where's Dino? I want to fight him, Onion." Charlotte Lin and Kaido's arrogant shouts echoed across the sea. Lin, what are you doing here?" Whitebeard raised his naginata, pointing at the two in the sky, his tone filled with fury. Charlotte Lin glanced at Whitebeard, now half submerged in the seawater, and her tone grew even more arrogant. "Newgate, we're here to settle scores with the Marines. If you dare to obstruct us, we won't hesitate to take you out first." Just as Whitebeard was about to retort, Odin, who had been focused on Garp, shouted, "Damn it, Garp is trying to escape." So saying, he leaped up dove into the sea and pursued Garp. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also unleashed their observation Haki, locking onto Garp's frantic escape beneath the waves. Charlotte Linlin rode a thundercloud above Garp, swinging her massive sword repeatedly, sending shockwaves slicing into the sea. Kaido transformed into his dragon form and spewed several pillars of flame into the sea. The extreme heat vaporized the seawater, creating a mist-covered area on the surface. Sensing the overwhelming slashes and the impending pillars of fire, Garp could only stop and punch upward to block. Clang, clang, clang. As Garp focused on deflecting the slashes, his observation Haki suddenly warned him of a sharp strike aimed at the back of his neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Garp abandoned his defense against the slashes and flame pillars, pivoting to grab the blade aimed at his neck. Simultaneously, he gathered dense Conqueror's Haki on his right fist and unleashed a fist-bone impact toward Odin. Boom. The sea exploded as Odin's figure flew backward from beneath the waves. A fist-sized bloody hole punched through his abdomen, with intestines spilling out. Marco flapped his wings to catch the unconscious Odin, using his devil fruit ability to heal his wounds as he spoke to Whitebeard. Dad, Odin is severely injured. I need to take him back to the ship for treatment. Whitebeard nodded slightly, stepping on the air to fly upward, his face burning with rage as he unleashed a devil fruit attack into the sea. Rumble. The sea was blasted into a kilometer-wide crater, and Garp's figure was hurled up by a tsunami exposed before the three. Almost all powerful pirates could use airborne techniques like Jeppo, but such skills consumed stamina comparable to a full burst of armament Haki, so no one chose to fight in the air unless absolutely necessary. Garp floated on the surface using Jeppo, looked up at the three surrounding him, and couldn't help but laugh. To take me down, the remnants of the Rock's pirates have allied again. Quite an honor. Don't get cocky. Kaido swung his dragon tail at Garp in a horizontal sweep. I'm looking for Dino. Tell him. Garp abruptly shifted his position upward to dodge Kaido's attack, sneering at Kaido's words. Kaido, with your level of strength, you're no match for Dino. Go train for a few more years. Enough talk. We'll take you down first, then find that brat Dino for revenge. Charlotte Linlin raised her sword and joined the fray, the three engaging in a fierce aerial battle. Whitebeard observed for a long time, knowing that Garp likely couldn't escape today. He sighed softly and stepped on the air to fly toward the Moby Dick. He had been willing to join forces with Odin to avenge him, which had already crossed his own limits. Since Odin was no longer present, he would never ally with others to fight no matter what. That was the last shred of pride of the world's strongest man. Just as Whitebeard turned around, an icy voice rang out from afar, and the sea began to freeze over at a visible rate. Today none of you will leave. The ice surface blinked and froze the entire ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Accompanied by the cracking sounds, a massive block of ice slowly transformed into the likeness of Kazan. Vice Admiral Garp, leave the next battle to me. Garp landed beside Kazan, grinning at him, then looked up at Whitebeard, his tone chilling, as he said, Newgate, the real battle is just beginning. Whitebeard stared at Garp, also landing on the ice surface. Sensing the Conqueror's Haki spreading towards the distance, his expression suddenly darkened. I didn't expect that you Marines would mobilize all your forces. Are you planning to wipe us out in one go? That's right, today is the day of reckoning for you pirates. A resonant voice responded to Whitebeard. Akainu, dressed in a maroon shirt, walked over behind Sengoku, his justice coat billowing in the wind. Beside Akainu was Borsalino, still wearing a lewd expression, his eyes darting behind dark sunglasses, as he lazily said, how terrifying. The G1 base was actually sunk by you. Hearing Borsalino's words, the Marine rear admirals and captains behind him all glared at Whitebeard with unfriendly expressions, their anger about to ignite into flames. As the only Marine base in the New World, G1 was stationed with nearly 10,000 Marine soldiers, all of whom had been slaughtered by the Whitebeard pirates. This enmity must be avenged by the Marines. Sengoku came to Garp's side, looking at Garp's body covered in wounds. He asked, how are you? Can you still fight? Garp grinned silently at Sengoku, saying, the warm-up is just finished. I am now filled with power. Then, Sengoku slightly nodded, radiating dazzling golden light as he transformed into a massive golden Buddha. With a powerful wave of his right hand, he commanded, eliminate all the pirates. At this point, he could no longer afford to hesitate. The Marines had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers to the pirates, and an entire base had been destroyed. If he dared to cower in battle, the enraged Marines would devour him alive. With Sengoku's command, Akainu was the first to strike, launching a magma fist towards Kaido's chest. You are not my opponent, let Doflamingo come. Kaido roared angrily, lifting his kanabo to smash down on Akainu's fist. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the silence. Magma splattered like raindrops, falling onto the ice surface and scorching deep fist-sized craters into the hard ice. Kill. Eliminate all the pirates. It was unclear who shouted, but the Marine rear admirals led the captains and other soldiers, charging forward, sprinting toward the frozen pirate crew. Whitebeard wanted to intervene, but Garp's observation Haki kept him in check, preventing him from taking any rash. If he dared to strike and kill those Marine rear admirals, Garp would definitely retaliate against Marco and the others, and countless lower-ranked soldiers would perish. Zifa glanced at the two confronting each other, and followed the Marine rear admiral's pace, charging toward the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard could no longer hold back. If it were just the Marine rear admirals, Marco and the others might be able to resist, but Zifa's involvement changed everything. Before Whitebeard could act, Garp had already burst through the ice surface toward him, his fist glowing with a red cross star radiance. Fist of impact. Whitebeard did not dare to be careless, and could only wield his Bicento to block Garp's punch. Both of them went all out from the start, eager to quickly defeat their opponent and reinforce their side. Mama, my opponent is you, Sengoku. I wonder how much strength you have left while hiding in Marineford. You'll find out if you try. Sengoku soared into the air and struck out a palm at Charlotte Linlin. An invisible shockwave carrying the power to shatter everything caused even the air to hum with a roar at that moment. Rumble cannon. Charlotte Linlin slashed out a shockwave and the attacks from her, and Sengoku collided violently in boom. After the explosion, the ice surface created by Kazan was stripped of its top layer, and the rolling heat waves could be distinctly felt even by Marco and the others in the distance. Marco stepped out of the cabin, flying into the air to speak to the recently arrived Shintai and the others, saying, no matter what your intentions are, our common enemy now is the Marines. How about we join forces to drive the Marines out of the New World first? Shintai ignored Marco, his gaze fixed intently on the burly figure in the distance. The beautiful flying eagle Lydiana glanced at Marco, speaking disdainfully, you want to negotiate with us? You are not worthy, I'll let Newgate come. Though Lydiana appeared young and beautiful, she was not any younger than Whitebeard, being a figure from the same era as the violent Punch King Shintai and the mad swordmaster Sunlan Bandya. While the few were chatting, Shintai suddenly shot out his fist wrapped in tyrannical power, aimed at Zifa. Zifa also raised his fist to clash with Shintai. Shintai's extraordinary strength bent Zifa's legs slightly, and the ice surface beneath them exploded with countless cracks rapidly spreading outward from the two. Zifa, it's been many years, you've grown weaker. Zifa, with his left hand enveloped in advanced armament Haki, delivered an uppercut to Shintai's chin, forcing him back. Your strength is even more pitiful. Relying on a devil fruit, you have no future. Shamed by Zifa's taunt, Shintai's expression darkened, and he charged at Zifa once more, his fist carrying even more overbearing power. Then you can taste the flavor of 100 times the power. Bang! The two clashed fists again, with Zifa being blasted away by Shintai's terrifying power into the ice surface, but Shintai's fist also cracked, with two small wounds, blood seeping through the cracks and staining Shintai's fist red. Zifa rose from the ice surface, brushing off the ice shards on his body, and showed Shintai a mocking grin, saying, your Haki is still as weak as ever. Shintai's eyes turned cold, and he shot out again, flickering around Zifa, searching for an opportunity to strike. Power equals speed, with 100 times the strength. Shintai's speed was also incredibly terrifying. Zifa could not keep up with his naked eye, and could only rely on observation Haki to track Shintai's movements. The two engaged in a fierce battle of attack and defense, neither able to resolve the other in a short time. Borsellino, seeing Shintai's incredible speed, immediately became interested. He brought his hands together and pulled them apart, revealing a light sword in his hand. Before Borsellino could join the fray, a sharp flying slash came at him, moving at incredible speed, with Borsellino transformed into light particles and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, a blood-red saber was already cleaving towards his chest. Borsellino raised his light sword, redirecting the saber's attack upward lazily, saying, so it's the mad sword master Sunlan Bandya. No wonder the swordsmanship is so fierce. It seems I will have to go all out. Although Borsellino had a lewd expression on his face, he did not dare to be careless, for his opponent Sunlan Bandya was the greatest swordsman of the era, with strength reaching the level of an admiral. The Marine's monster vice admiral, possessor of the glint fruit. Borsellino, you are worthy of dying by my side. Sunlan Bandya erupted with Conqueror's Haki, pressing down on Borsellino to prevent him from using elemental intangibility, while swinging his long blade, unleashing a dense web of flying slashes that enveloped Borsellino. Borsellino, realizing he could not evade the attack through elemental intangibility, frowned slightly, his light sword sweeping horizontally forward. A golden slash tore a large hole in the sword net, and his form vanished instantly, breaking free from the encirclement. Conqueror's Haki is indeed quite handy. Borsellino thrust his sword at Sunlan Bandya, who was closing and speaking with a hint of envy in his tone. Sunlan Bandya deflected Borsellino's sword tip, his face full of disdain. Under the world government's subjugation, you will never possess Conqueror's Haki. Borsellino, while parrying Sunlan Bandya's assault, pouted and said, but your Conqueror's Haki seems inferior to Vice Admiral Garp's, and also to Vice Admiral Dinos. The two continued fighting while exchanging taunts. In the short term, Borsalino might hold his own against Shang Lanbandia, but as time passed, the gap in their strength would become apparent, and Borsalino would ultimately face defeat. The battle here raged fiercely. Kazan also encountered his opponent Fatian Ingludi and Na, who used her devil fruit ability. An ancient Zoan, a dragon-eating vulture, flew over Kazan, flapping its wings to produce countless wind blades that sliced Kazan into ice fragments. Garp's disciple, it seems you haven't inherited his true skills. The scattered ice fragments slowly coalesced, reforming into Kazan. He looked up at the dragon-eating vulture in the sky. I indeed haven't mastered Mr. Garp's true techniques, but they are enough to deal with you. As Kazan's voice spread, an ice pillar suddenly rose from the frozen ground, shooting toward the dragon-eating vulture above. The vulture swooped down, its sharp beak coated in armament Haki, piercing through Kazan's ice pillar and continuing its charge toward Kazan. Ice shield. Kazan raised his hand and clenched it, forming a shield of solid ice between him and the vulture. The extreme cold caused transparent ice crystals to form on the vulture's feathers. Bang! The vulture plunged into the ice shield, shattering the thick barrier into countless fragments. Kazan immediately shot an ice pillar at the shield, solidifying the broken ice and freezing the vulture along with it. Crack! The vulture broke free of the ice in an instant, transforming into a human-bird hybrid form, its hands becoming claws that lashed out at Kazan. Kazan, his fists wrapped in ice gauntlets, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Lu Di and Na. Both were evenly matched, nearing Admiral level, and the outcome would be determined only by who could endure longer. If the high-end forces were evenly matched, the middle and lower ranks of the Marines were at a decisive disadvantage. Gion and Gaji were tied up by Marco and Katakuri, and the remaining Whitebeard pirates commanders had no one to restrain them, especially the foremost ones, who were devastating to ordinary Marine vice admirals. Furthermore, King and Queen of the Beasts pirates acted like meat grinders, slaughtering Marine soldiers. Only 2 hours into the battle, 6 veteran vice admirals of the same generation as Sengoku and Garp had been killed in action, with countless rear admirals and lower-ranked soldiers also dead or wounded. Flame Dragon Emperor. Flower Sword Dance. While Momonga was preoccupied battling Jozu, King and Vista shook off their opponents and launched a surprise attack on Momonga. Momonga, watch out. Vice Admiral Red King, seeing that Momonga could not avoid the ambush, used his body to withstand attacks from Bragamon, and Raccoon, exploiting the force of the enemy, hits to launch himself forward, shielding Momonga, just as King's and Vista's attacks landed on him a second earlier. Slash. After the blade gleams and petals passed, blood spurted from Vice Admiral Red King's body. He struggled to turn and look at Momonga, the light fading from his eyes. The Marine's future rests on you. You must survive. The 7th and final veteran Vice Admiral died under the blades of King and Vista while saving Momonga. Ah, pirates, you deserve to die. Momonga swung his blade wildly, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone around him. Doberman, Enigmo, and Strawberry fought while converging on Momonga. Now at a disadvantage, they could only hold out until reinforcements arrived by forming a battle formation. Momonga, calm down. This is no time for grief. Doberman approached Momonga and scolded him. After the reprimand, Momonga regained his composure, though the hatred in his eyes was undeniable. Another 2 hours passed. Of the Marines, hundreds of warships and nearly 20,000 soldiers, few remained. All veteran vice admirals had fallen, and only the middle and younger generation vice admirals persisted, but their situation was grim. All were severely wounded and exhausted. Despite such heavy sacrifices, the gains were minimal. All of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders were unharmed, and while many lower-ranking pirates had died, it was not a fatal loss. They could be replenished soon. Similarly, the Big Mom pirates lost no major officers. This war was already lost for the Marines. Just as Momonga and the others were about to give, an extreme cold and searing magma suddenly swept across the battlefield. Before anyone could recover from the shock of the temperature shift, a blinding golden light blazed across the entire field like a sun. After a deadly struggle, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan finally broke through to Admiral-Level. Yet their breakthrough did not turn the tide. By then, Sakazuki and Borsalino were covered in wounds. Their opponents were stronger from the start, and they had only held on so long due to their unyielding will. Though Kazan was not severely injured, his stamina was greatly depleted, and he could not quickly overcome his opponent. After his breakthrough, Kazan sent Lu Di and Na flying with a single punch. Only then did he have the chance to survey the battlefield. As his gaze swept across, the elation from his power boost vanished, replaced by boundless rage. His eyes red, he came to Momonga and the others. Protect yourselves. Leave the rest to me. As his voice fell, his form merged into the ice and vanished from sight. Immediately, visible cold air rose across the battlefield, enveloping it in a blue barrier of frigid absolute zero. Kazan's voice echoed within the barrier. Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand to attack the barrier, but but Garp intercepted him with his own body. Lean break this barrier quickly. Before Whitebeard could finish time, seemed to freeze inside the barrier, even Whitebeard was locked in place. Whoosh! A breeze passed, and the blue barrier shattered into countless sparkling ice crystals scattered across the battlefield. Everyone defend with all your might. Whitebeard's shout had barely spread when the ice crystals landed on the pirates. Then the crystals emitted a blue glow. When the light faded, the pirates on the battlefield had been turned into ice sculptures of various shapes. Kazan's strike inflicted unimaginable damage on the pirates. All the pirates present were annihilated, leaving only the first 5 of the 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The big MOM pirates had fewer members, suffering less loss than Whitebeard, but both Owen and Daifuku were frozen into ice sculptures. As for Shintai Shunlan Bandia and Rudiana, none of their men survived. They were all slaughtered by Kazan's single blow, leaving them isolated. The luckiest was Kaido, who had only brought Jin and Queen with him. Kazan's attack did not harm them. Having unleashed such a terrifying blow, Kazan also paid a great price. At this moment, he lay deeply asleep beside the others, his chest rising and falling so faintly that it was barely perceptible. Whitebeard looked around, his gaze falling upon the ice sculptures. His expression gradually transformed from a sullen gloom to a horrific ferocity, and finally to a calmness as tranquil as water. He fixed his gaze on the unconscious Kazan and said slowly, "Marco, kill them all." Charlotte Linlin was engulfed in white flames, launching a fierce attack on Sengoku, while shouting in fury, "Kakuri, kill all the Marines and avenge your brothers." Jai shielded Shiryan and the others behind him, his eyes fixed on the approaching pirates. Xian find a chance to take Kazan and break through, will hold them off. Shiryan chuckled lightly, stepping forward to stand alongside Jai, playfully saying, "If you survive, I might consider accepting your invitation to dinner." Rudiana, flying in midair, sneered at the two, flirting at death's door. "He'll send you on your way." As her voice fell, Rudiana transformed into a birdman, diving from the sky, arriving before Shiryan in the blink of an eye. With her sharp claws, she aimed for Xian's forehead and heart, seeking to eliminate the enemy in one strike. Shiryan raised his sword to block, but was sent flying by Rudiana, crashing into the ice and creating a massive deep pit. Just as Jai was about to help, Marco and Katakuri had already teamed up to attack, and he dared not let them approach, having no choice but to brace himself and confront them. Without Shiryan and Jai's protection, the 4, Weasel, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain, struggled to protect Kazan in the middle with their injured bodies. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. The 3 remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates unleashed a fierce assault on them, and with Charlotte Perispero occasionally launching sneak attacks from the side, the defense of the 4 Weasel was shattered in just over 10 minutes, leaving them severely wounded and incapable of further resistance. Vista gave no respite to the 4 Weasel, leaping into the air to unleash countless slashes upon the 5 on the ground. Rose Dance. The slashes transformed into a flurry of red rose petals, rapidly descending upon the Weasel 5. Just at that critical moment, Garp's furious roar, laden with red lightning, echoed throughout the battlefield. "How dare you harm him?" Vista's attack was dispersed by Garp's roar, infused with Conqueror's Haki, and the vibrant petals, before they could touch Kazan's 5, turned to dust scattered by the gentle wind. While Garp's sudden explosion relieved the crisis for Kazan and the others, his Conqueror's Haki was completely drained, leaving him unable to use it in subsequent battles, which would put him at a disadvantage against Whitebeard. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard sent Garp flying into the sky, then concentrated a white orb of light on his right fist, launching a frenzied attack against Garp in midair. Crack, crack, crack. The space shattered like a mirror, and the hard ice beneath their feet was also shaken by this strike, resulting in several deep, bottomless cracks that extended to the horizon. Seeing that Vista's attack had failed to kill Kazan, Sachi rushed towards Kazan with dual swords in hand, flames of anger burning in his eyes. "Damn Marines, die!" Crossing his twin blades in front of him, Sachi aimed for Kazan's neck and struck down. Storm Kick. A sudden voice accompanied by a flying slash came from afar, accurately striking Sachi's twin swords. Everyone turned to see 3 figures dressed in CP uniforms, wearing strange masks, slowly approaching from a distance. Perispero's face turned grim as he muttered softly, bellow, the world government has even sent CP0. It seems this war won't end quickly." As he spoke, Perispero's gaze passed over the 3 who had drawn close, scanning the ice behind them, and finding no other CP members, he secretly sighed in relief. However, the presence of 3 CP0 members could not change the situation. On the pirate side, there were still Whitebeard pirates, Jozu, Sachi, Bista, and Charlotte Perispero, more than enough to deal with the 3 CP0. Moreover, Rudiana was fully suppressing Xian, and it wouldn't be long before she could deal with her opponent. Marco and Katakuri, teaming up, were beating Jai to a bloody pulp. He might become the first high-end combatant to fall for the Marines. "Hey, you go intercept those 3, They'll handle things here, Perispero said softly to Jozu and the others. No, Sachi turned and fixed his gaze on Perispero, pointing at Kazan, who lay unconscious on the ice, and said fiercely, only he must be killed by us of the Whitebeard pirates. Perispero shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Then please be quick. With that, he used his devil fruit ability to create a large bow, drawing it back to shoot at CP0. Suddenly the phone bug in his arms rang urgently, interrupting his action. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte Perispero chose to abandon the attack, taking out the phone bug to answer. Krija, I'm busy over here, what is it? An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone bug. The world government's ship has surrounded Cake Island. You need to hurry back. Upon hearing Krija's words, Perispero's expression changed drastically. He shouted into the phone bug while rushing towards Charlotte Linland's battlefield. We must defend Cake Island. They'll notify Mom to hurry back. Katakuri, who was still attacking Jai alongside Marco, heard Perispero's voice and immediately abandoned his opponent to chase after Perispero. What happened at Cake Island? Upon seeing Katakuri, Perispero recounted the situation at Cake Island. Katakuri's expression darkened. For him, his younger siblings on Cake Island were more important than anything else, and he would not allow them to be harmed in the slightest. If they dare to harm Broly, I will not let them go. With that, Katakuri shot out like a bullet, racing swiftly towards the Admiral battlefield. Arriving at the periphery of the battlefield, Katakuri shouted to Charlotte Linland, who was in the midst of pursuing Sengoku, Mom, stop. Something has happened on Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linland merely glanced at Katakuri, then continued her pursuit of Sengoku with a booming laugh. Mama, give me a little more time. Sengoku is about to break. Indeed, as Charlotte Linland claimed, Sengoku's condition was dire. A gash stretching from his left shoulder to his abdomen, inflicted by Charlotte Linland's blade, oozed blood relentlessly. Seeing that Charlotte Linland showed no sign of stopping, Katakuri erupted in fury, unleashing his conqueror's haki toward her. His urgent cry resonated across the battlefield. Whole Cake Island is surrounded by world government ships. We must go back and support Cracker and the others. What did you say? Kaido swung his spiked club, driving back Akainu before landing beside Katakuri to demand an explanation. How is Whole Cake Island? Has it been breached by the world government? The island wasn't home solely to the Big Mom pirates. Kaido's cadre remained stationed there as well. No, the world government ships have only encircled the island, launching no assault yet. Kaido's anxious heart slowly settled, and he began to transform into his dragon form to depart. At that moment, Charlotte Linland descended atop a thundercloud before Katakuri. Her first words were not inquiries about Whole Cake Island, but a rebuke to her son. My beloved son, you dared to raise your hand against your mother. Have you prepared yourself for punishment? Katakuri's pupils contracted, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Only when facing Charlotte Linland did he dare not show the slightest defiance. As the aura irradiating from Charlotte Linland grew increasingly frigid, a blue-white spiritual entity rose from atop her head. Her gaze cold and fixed upon Katakuri, she uttered 3 words: life or treat. Katakuri knelt on one knee, pleading, Mom, please spare me. Unmoved, Charlotte Linland intensified her devil fruit ability, reaching out to seize the soul hovering above Katakuri's head. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Kaido smashed Charlotte Linland away with a single swing of his club, cursing at her. You mad woman. Are you trying to kill Katakuri? Damn you, Kaido. Have you forgotten the debt of gratitude you owe me? Charlotte Linland roared back, slashing a powerful strike toward Kaido. Kaido chose to ignore Charlotte Linland, evading her slash before assuming his dragon form and soaring into the sky. He ordered King to bring Queen, and together the three flew toward Whole Cake Island, leaving behind a parting remark. Linland, since you don't want Whole Cake Island, give it to me. Along with your children. I, Kaido, will take them all. Kaido, dare to lay a hand on my family, and he'll slaughter you. Charlotte Linland shouted as she chased after Kaido atop her thundercloud. Katakuri and Perispero, seeing that their mother and captain had departed, dared not linger and quickly returned to their ship to set sail. Only when his observation Haki could no longer sense Kaido's presence did Akainu, his breathing ragged and his right foot fractured from the earlier clash, finally collapse onto the ice, panting heavily. Sengoku descended from the sky and slowly approached the group of Kazan and the others. The wound on his chest continued to seep blood, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. Seeing this, Whitebeard forced Garp back with a single punch, then stepped in front of Sengoku, turning to Marco and ordering withdraw immediately. The war is over. Thatch and Vista, hearing their captain's retreat order, were reluctant to let go of the chance to kill Kazan. They abandoned their opponents and sprinted toward him, unleashing several flying slashes with a flick of their wrists. Sengoku tried to intervene, but Whitebeard blocked his path. Garp and Akainu were too far from Kazan to prevent the attack. Damn it! Momonga cursed under his breath, turning and throwing himself over Kazan, intending to shield him with his own body. Just as the slashes were about to land on Momonga, Kizaru gritted his teeth and spun around, allowing the long blade of the mad swordsman Shenlong Bandya to cleave into his back. Meanwhile, he swung his light sword, generating a beam that shattered the slashes from Thatch and Vista. PSSH. A horrific sword wound tore open across Kazar's back, blood streaming like a river, staining his yellow suit a dark crimson. It seems our battle ends here. He'll claim your life next time. Shenlong Bandya sheathed his sword and strode toward the far end of the frozen plain. Shintai and Ludiana simultaneously shook off their opponents and followed Shenlong Bandya. Though not from the same pirate crew, the three had secretly allied to face the two emperors of the New World. Seeing that only his own forces remained on the battlefield, Whitebeard dashed over to Thatch and Vista, grabbed them by their collars, and flung them away. Marco, take them and go first. Pops. Marco cast a worried glance at Whitebeard, then flapped his wings and took off, scooping up Thatch and Vista along the way. Jozu followed closely behind, keeping watch. Only when the Moby Dick had sailed out of the battlefield did Whitebeard breathe a silent sigh of relief. He looked at the surrounding Garp, and Sengoku crossed his arms over his chest and wrapped his fists in a dense white glow. Before I go, let me leave you a parting gift. With that, Whitebeard unleashed his full power and delivered 2 punches to the surrounding air. Crack, crack, crack. As the space and ice shattered, the entire sky trembled violently. The endless frozen plain disintegrated into countless blocks of ice of varying sizes floating on the sea surface. Not good. The sea is about to overturn. Get Kazan and the others and leave immediately. Garp shouted, shot forward, scooped up Kazan and Mamanga just as they were about to sink into the sea, and leaped into the sky using Jeppo. Kizaru and Sengoku also grabbed the remaining Marines, Enigmo, Doberman, and Mamanga, and boom. No sooner had everyone left than the battlefield that Kazan had frozen suddenly sank rapidly into the sea, forming a massive bottomless chasm. Seawater rushed into the gaping void, filling it in the blink of an eye. Sengoku's heart trembled at the devastation Whitebeard had wrought. The Gura Gura Nomi, said to be capable of destroying the world, had indeed lived up to its fearsome reputation. When the sea calmed, the corpse-strewn battlefield had vanished without a trace, along with Whitebeard and his Moby Dick. Sengoku clenched his fists in frustration, left with no choice but to order the Marines to withdraw to Marine headquarters. 3 CP-0 agents blocked the path in front of the assembled Marines. Speaking coldly, Admiral Sengoku, the 5 elders command the Marines to proceed to Wano country immediately. Sengoku opened his mouth to curse, but the lead CP agent interrupted. Ships prepared by CP are waiting for you. The Marines may tend to their wounded on board, but the orders of the 5 elders must be obeyed. Sengoku shot a fierce glare at the CP-0 agent who had spoken, but ultimately carried out the orders of the 5 elders. After all, the Navy had suffered such immense losses. If even the initial mission remained unfulfilled, he could not bear it, let alone answer to Fleet Admiral Kong. The group followed the CP onto the ship, where medical personnel stood ready. Aside from Garp and Kazan, who had sustained only minor injuries, the others were severely wounded and in dire need of treatment. Before receiving treatment himself, Sengoku reported the outcome of the battle to Fleet Admiral Kong. Upon learning that the entire Navy force had been annihilated, Kong locked himself in his office for an extended period. The deaths of soldiers he could still accept. With funding from the world government, recruiting tens of thousands of new Marines was hardly a challenge. Yet the loss of over 100 commissioned officers was the heaviest blow to the Navy, especially the sacrifice of 7 veteran vice admirals, leaving their forces so stretched that even the stability of the 4 seas could no longer be maintained. Bring. The sudden sound of a transponder snail broke the silence in the office. Suppressing the rage within, Kong picked it up and answered. We are aware of the Navy's losses. Next year, the world government will triple the military budget allocated to the Navy, allowing you to initiate a global conscription. But the mission must be completed. The Navy only needs to ensure the CP enters Wano country safely. The rest is for the CP to execute. With no contact from Saturn and Pitt in the Holy Land, Warcury decided to increase the Navy's budget, both to stabilize the Navy and to ensure they could journey to Wano to find Saturn and the others, as well as confirm the status of Pluton. Warcury and the others had a premonition that Saturn and Pitt had likely met with misfortune. The only certainty was that they were not dead, though Warcury could not grasp the specifics. 10 days later, the world government's exclusive vessel docked at Wano country. Aside from Gion, Mamanga, Doberman, and Nigimo, and Tsuru, the injuries of the other Marines had largely healed. The weight that had pressed on Sengoku's heart finally lifted. With Garp, a king-level powerhouse, and the 3 who had broken through to Admiral-Level, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan, the Navy now boasted 6 top-tier combatants. Even if the pirates of the New World launched a surprise assault in unison, the Navy could face it with composure, their safety no longer a concern. The Navy is not to leave the shore. Leave the rest to us. The CP leader warned Sengoku, then summoned his men aboard the ship to enter Wano country. Sakazuki stepped forward, his eyes locked on the CP leader, his fists already shrouded in billowing black smoke, incensed by the man's insolent attitude. Startled by Sakazuki's move, the CP leader shouted at Sengoku, "Is the Navy defying the orders of the five elders?" Sengoku quickly strode over to Sakazuki, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, and said to the CP leader, "Rest assured the Navy will not disobey orders." Seeing Sengoku's subservient attitude toward a mere CP agent, Sakazuki brushed off Sengoku's hand and walked away without looking back. Borsellino and Kazan observed the entire exchange in silence. Though they said nothing, the disappointment in their eyes toward Sengoku was unmistakable. The CP leader ordered 2 of his men to stay and watch the Navy, while he himself led over 1,000 CP agents toward the cities of Wano country. Spread out and conduct a thorough search of Wano country. Leave no one alive. At the leader's command, all CP agents scattered like a swarm of locusts. When only 2 remained by his side, the leader uttered, "Move," and the 3 of them stomped the ground several times, their forms bursting forward, vanishing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. That night was the full moon, and also the traditional festival of worship in Wano country. Every citizen placed offerings before their homes, praying devoutly to the heavens, beseeching their blessings upon Wano. What awaited them was not fortune, but utter annihilation. Over 1,000 CP agents spread across every corner of Wano, killing anyone they saw. Men, women, young, or old, good or evil made no difference. In the hearts of the CP, their sole purpose was to unconditionally carry out the orders of their superiors. At first the people of Wano were unaware, but by the dead of night, when the CP set their sights on the flower capital, the realization dawned far too late. Watching as the CP mercilessly slaughtered those around them, some broke down in sobs. They had barely survived the last calamity, only for disaster to strike again a mere month later. Why? Why won't you spare us? All we want is to live. Others blamed Odin for everything, believing it was his departure from Wano that had invited catastrophe upon the land. Cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, and shouts of rage filled the flower capital. The CP agents remained unmoved, methodically carrying out their task. As time slowly passed, when the first rays of dawn dispelled the darkness, the flower capital lay strewn with corpses. Some had been shot through the brow, others cleaved in 2 by slashes, still others had their entire heads missing, leaving only shattered bodies. A thick, cloying mist of blood enveloped the entire flower capital, even dyeing the sunlight a pale crimson. The squad leaders of each sector produced their transponder snails to report to their leader. The flower capital has been completely cleansed. No trace of Saint Saturn or Saint Pit. Kuri has been completely cleansed. No trace of Saint Saturn or Saint Pit. Ringaku has been completely cleansed. No trace of Saint Saturn or Saint Pit. The leader listened silently to the squad leader's reports. Yet the final report sparked a glint in his eye. After ending the call with his subordinate, he immediately contacted Warkuri at the Holy Land. "My lord, no trace of Saint Saturn or Saint Pit has been found in Wano country." The leader paused, lowering his voice to a whisper, and continued, "The Pluton warship is indeed hidden beneath the sea off Wano, but it cannot be activated, likely due to insufficient energy." A prolonged silence came from the other end of the transponder snail. At long last, Warkuri's voice came through. "Did the Navy discover anything?" The leader's voice rang out with unwavering certitude. "Rest assured, my lord. The Navy has remained on the shore. They are unaware of the Pluton warship's existence. A job well done. Return for now." With that, Warkuri prepared to end the call. The leader promptly relayed the final discovery by the last squad leader in Wano. "My lord, during my search for Saint Saturn, I found that Wano possesses vast untapped reserves of seastone." Silence once again consumed the transponder snail. The leader dared not speak, waiting quietly for Saint Warkuri's next instruction. After yet another long, agonizing wait, Warkuri merely said, "Understood. From now on you are the chief of CP. Return." As Warkuri ended the call, the leader burst into triumphant laughter. "Finally. I am finally the chief." The status of the CP chief rivaled that of the fleet admiral, perhaps even surpassing it, for the CP chief had constant access to the 5 elders, and the officials of the world government feared the CP even more. On that day, the world government's ship set sail from Heziguo, returning to Malinfanguo. As for what mission the CP was executing on Heziguo, the Navy was not informed. Time flowed swiftly. Unbeknownst to all, the world government's vessel had already returned to the former battlefield. During the journey, the Navy encountered no obstruction from pirates. Sengoku believed they could complete the mission without incident, but a single call from Malinfanguo caught the entire Navy off guard. Sengoku picked up the Fleet Admiral's personal transponder snail and said in a relaxed tone, "Fleet Admiral, we have returned to G1 and will reach headquarters tonight." However, instead of Fleet Admiral Kong, it was the urgent voice of a messenger that answered. "Admiral Sengoku, this is terrible. Laidfeared has attacked Navy headquarters. The Fleet Admiral is wounded. Please return at once." Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then burst into a rage. Why wasn't I notified earlier about such a great... Clearly Leifjord had not just launched an assault on Malenfanguo. Given the fleet admiral's strength, even if he could not defeat Leifjord, he should have been able to hold out for a day or two. Now that the fleet admiral had been injured, it meant Leifjord had likely attacked Navy headquarters at least yesterday. The fleet admiral forbade us from informing you. The messenger stammered, intimidated by Sengoku's roar. Fool. Sengoku's face hardened with frost as he ordered the messenger, command everyone at Malenfanguo to support the fleet admiral. No matter the cost, the fleet admiral must not fall. Bolosolinuo has already rushed back. Standing silently nearby, smoking, Bolosolinuo transformed into a streak of light and vanished without awaiting further orders. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Malenfanguo, Kong lay in a pit, his body covered in sword wounds. Leifjord approached, slowly wiping blood from his umbrella sword as he spoke calmly. It is strange. You are clearly filled with fear. Why did you not order them to attack in mass? Though it would not change the outcome, it would have bought you more time. This was Leifjord's special ability. His observation Haki could sense the true thoughts within a person. Kong wiped the blood from his face, forced himself to stand, and looked toward the new Navy recruits in the distance. These are the saplings of the Navy still growing. As the fleet admiral, I must protect them. Leifjord nodded slowly. So this is what you call resolve. I shall grant your wish. I will only kill you and spare these children. Kong grinned. Then I suppose I should thank you. But a fleet admiral cannot be defeated. With that, he raised his bloodied fist and charged at Leifjord once more. Clang! Leifjord struck Kong's fist with his sword, but with a swift twist of his wrist, the umbrella sword traced an arc in the air, deflecting Kong's fist and aiming the blade directly at his heart. Blazing Inferno. Judgment Sword. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce the fleet admiral's heart, Lucci and Inalu intervened, defying the fleet admiral's orders. Lucci unleashed a stream of orange-earth flames radiating extreme heat toward Leifjord's head, while Inila's colossal lightning sword slashed at Leifjord's umbrella sword. Leifjord withdrew his sword, aimed at Kong, and unleashed a slash that scattered the fire pillar from Lucci. The slash continued unabated, reaching Lucci in an instant. It all happened too fast. Lucci had no time to react. He could only watch as the slash struck him. Shing! A flash of blade light. A massive gash opened on Lucci's chest and fragments of flesh mixed with blood gushed from the wound. Damn pirate! You dare wound Lucci. I will kill you. Enraged by Lucci's condition, Inalu transformed into plasma and surged toward Leifjord. Beside him, new Navy recruits like Simiji and Tina brandished their weapons and charged forward. Leifjord raised his umbrella sword, coating it with Conqueror's Haki, and sighed at the charging recruits. I intended to spare you. Why do you not cherish that mercy? With those words, Leifjord brought his sword down heavily from above. A dark red slash entwined with Conqueror's Haki, and carrying a fierce sword momentum cut through the air toward Inalu and the others. Just as the slash was about to hit the recruits, Fleet Admiral Kong drained the last of his strength, flashed forward, and stood in front of Inalu. Shing! The slash pierced through Kong's body and struck Inila's shoulder. Inalu reverted from his plasma form, falling from midair to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound on his shoulder, staining the floor crimson. Ignoring his own injury, Inalu caught the Fleet Admiral as he slowly fell backward. Pressing his right hand against the sword wound on the Fleet Admiral's chest, he shouted, Medic! Medic, come quickly! Kong struggled to pry open Inila's hand, opening his mouth to speak, but blood surged from his throat like a fountain, rendering him speechless. Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral! Inila's voice choked with tears. He tore off his uniform to staunch the wound. Dinuoj, where are you? The Fleet Admiral is dying. By then, Simiji and the others had also gathered around Kong. They formed a protective circle around the Fleet Admiral, their eyes fixed on Leifjord. Cough, cough. Kong cleared the blood from his throat and looked up at Leifjord. You promised to spare these children. Leifjord paused mid-step, gave Kong a deep look, then slowly sheathed his umbrella sword and turned to leave. Once Leifjord was out of sight, the last breath sustaining Kong dissipated. His body went limp in Inila's arms and he ceased to breathe. Inalu lifted Kong and ran toward the medical room, shouting, Quick! The Fleet Admiral is gravely wounded. He needs immediate treatment. But before he could run far, Inalu collapsed from blood loss due to his own shoulder wound, falling unconscious. When Bolosolinuo returned to Malenfanguo, the plaza was empty. A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. He immediately released observation Haki, scanning the area. However, Bolosolinuo's observation Haki detected no trace of Fleet Admiral Kong. Only the presence of many new Navy recruits crowded inside the medical room. Bewildered, Bolosolinuo hurried to the medical room. The sight that greeted him made even this man who never took anything seriously unable to hold back his tears. Bolosolinuo quietly retreated from the medical room. He did not know how to face this reality, nor what to say. Both he and Sakazuki had been brought into the Navy by Kong. Though they never showed it, their respect for Kong was no less than that of Sengoku or Kappu. Now this pillar of the Navy had fallen, killed by a pirate at Navy headquarters. For Bolusulinuo, and for the entire Navy, this was an unbearable loss. That night Marineford was exceptionally quiet, with sorrow etched on everyone's faces. Sengoku left the medical room with a stoic expression, spending a long time alone in the marshal's office. It wasn't until the next morning that the sound of the phone bug in the drawer shattered the heavy silence. Sengoku stood up dazedly from the corner of the wall and approached the desk to answer the call. After a long silence, the voice of the 5 elders came through the phone bug. We are already aware of the circumstances surrounding Kong, and the world government has raised the bounty on Ratefield to 5 billion berries. Furthermore, we have ordered CP to fully search for any news about Ratefield. Once found, he will be executed to avenge Kong. Sengoku simply replied, "Thank you," and fell silent. Sengoku, I know Kong's death is a heavy blow to the Navy, but now is not the time for sorrow. The Navy has suffered 2 major blows in succession, and it is precisely the time when it needs you to hold it together. Sengoku could no longer contain himself and yelled at the phone. You know the Navy has faced 2 significant blows. If it weren't for your insistence that the Navy go to the New World, would we have ended up like this? Kong the Marshal was killed because of you old geezers. Sengoku, mind your language. The phone bug transmitted Wachali's deep voice. Hearing the threatening tone from Wachali, Sengoku was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more reckless. Mind my language. I'm cursing at you, what can you do about it? Old man. Impudent, Wachali shouted angrily, his tone cold. Originally we intended for you to take over as admiral, but it seems you are still not composed enough. Sengoku sneered. Better let Dino take the position, I don't care about it. After saying this, Sengoku crushed the phone bug in his hand and shouted to the soldiers outside. Gather all the officers from the headquarters to the conference room, and all base commanders must also join the conference call. 10 minutes later, all the colonels from Marineford arrived at the conference room. Sengoku stood on the platform looking at the empty seats below and waved to the soldiers. Turn on the visual phone bug. The meeting will now commence. Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan glanced at Sengoku, leaning back in their chairs in silence. Although Sengoku held the rank of admiral, he could not command them, and their presence at the meeting was already a courtesy to Sengoku. Sengoku disregarded the attitudes of the 3 and asked Sakazuki, have we still not been able to contact Dino? Sakazuki nodded silently, his expression growing even gloomier. The Navy was already in turmoil, and Dino's continued absence ignited a flicker of anger in Sakazuki, who had always trusted him. Sengoku shifted his gaze from Sakazuki to the visual phone bug and stated, Marshal Kong has died. He was killed by Ratefield at Marineford. This news detonated like a nuclear bomb in the hearts of the base commanders. The crane sent by Kong to stabilize the first half of the Grand Line exclaimed, how is that possible? Marineford has so many Marines. Crane's voice grew smaller. She knew that Marineford was at its weakest during this time. Apart from Sengoku and others heading to the New World, the remaining Marines were dispatched by the Marshal to patrol various locations, leaving Marineford with only a group of inexperienced recruits. The Marshal's body is in the medical room, there is no doubt about this. Sengoku interrupted the discussions, his gaze piercing as he scanned the room. The sole purpose of this meeting is to avenge the Marshal. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, various shouts of anger erupted in the conference room. We must avenge, not just Ratefield, all pirates must be eradicated. The Marshal was killed by pirates at headquarters. If this news spreads, how can the Navy maintain its face on the seas? Sengoku raised his hand to suppress the shouts of the base commanders and looked at Sakazuki and the other 2 in the conference room, asking, what about you? Do you have any ideas? Only then did Sakazuki slowly open his eyes, exchanging glances with the other 2. Sakazuki spoke first, saying, they'll take care of the North Sea. All criminals deserve to die. Kazan slowly stood up, his face filled with menace. I will head to the South Sea. Sengoku nodded and turned to Borisolino, saying, you will handle the West Sea. The remaining East Sea will be taken care of by Carp. I have no problem, Borisolino replied lazily, putting his nail clippers into his pocket. Seeing that the 3 had all expressed their position, Sengoku reminded them, Ratefield is powerful. Once discovered, report to me immediately. Do not engage alone. The Navy's actions were swift and frenzied. Apart from the East Sea, handled by Carp pirates, and other seas faced the Navy's most frenzied pursuit. Any ship flying the pirate flag was destroyed by the Navy, especially the radicals like Sakazuki and the Ghost Spider, who became even more frenzied. They not only targeted pirates, but also the gang's criminals and human traffickers on the islands. As long as they deemed it necessary, they would wipe them all out. In a certain sea area of the North Sea, Sakazuki stood at the bow of the warship, staring intently at the more than 10 giant snail ships ahead, a mocking glint in his eyes. Why is Navy Sakazuki attacking me? I am the king of an allied nation. Gaji roared into the phone bug, his face filled with fear. The Germa's dozen snail ships had been reduced to just 12 by Sakazuki's assault. If it weren't for the slow speed of the Navy's warships, Gaji might not have had the chance to notify the 5 elders. In the Holy Land, Wachali said to Gaji, "Understood, I will have the Navy cease the sweep," before hanging up the phone bug. Nashiru sheathed his weapon and said, "Over the past 2 years the Navy's actions have become increasingly lawless. More than 10 kings of allied nations have called me to complain." Not only from allied nations, Maz also spoke up. "Some of our tribe's slave ships have also been attacked by the Navy. St. Roswald has expressed dissatisfaction with the Navy more than once. The 7 warlords have also faced attacks from the Navy. Green Pepper Bondwald and Crocodile have already lodged complaints. If the Navy does not cease its actions, they will withdraw from the 7 warlords. 2 years is enough time for the Navy to vent its frustrations. Notify Sengoku to have the Navy stop its actions." The 3 reached a consensus and immediately called Sengoku's phone bug. Sengoku, who was visiting the Alabaster Royal Palace, looked in surprise at the long silent phone bug and answered, "Sengoku, we have confirmed Ravefield's whereabouts. He has been in the New World, and the Navy can cease its actions in the 4 seas." Sengoku's expression turned grave. He knew the 5 elders' patience had reached its limit, but he still tried to probe, saying, "I can't command Sakazuki and the others." Wachali was not angered, speaking in a calm tone. "We have given the Navy 2 years. Bring Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kuzan to the Holy Land. If we do not see you within 10 days, the Navy will be disbanded." Although Wachali's tone was calm, Sengoku knew this was the 5 elders' final ultimatum to the Navy. If the Navy dared to disobey orders, the 5 elders would genuinely disband them and establish a brand new obedient Navy. Due to the hardline stance against pirates taken by Sengoku over the past 2 years, the attitudes of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji have shifted from initial estrangement to current trust. Although they are not fully obedient, they generally follow commands. Sengoku, while still holding the title of Admiral, now possesses the authority of a Marshal. Therefore, when Sengoku announced the start of a conference call, all naval officers set aside their tasks. Even Akainu temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Germa's warships to return to the cabin for the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Sengoku first commended the achievements of the Navy over the past 2 years. "Thanks to the relentless efforts of all my colleagues, the pirates across the seas have been completely eliminated over the past 2 years. On behalf of the people of the seas, I sincerely thank you all." Then Sengoku continued, "But do not forget our original goal to find Edward Weevil and avenge the Marshal." Upon hearing Sengoku mention the Marshal, all naval officers put away their smiles, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The 5 elders have located Edward Weevil. He has been hiding in the New World. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, someone shouted, "Charge into the New World, eliminate Edward Weevil, and avenge the Marshal." Sengoku slowly nodded and said, "The Marshal's vengeance must be avenged, but the New World is different from the seas. We must plan carefully. The seas are now stable, and aside from the base commanders, all officers will return to Marineford for further arrangements." Although everyone felt puzzled, they still obeyed Sengoku's orders and turned their warships towards Marineford. 10 days later, most of the Navy returned to Marineford, which had been empty for 2 years and was now bustling with activity. The family area was decorated and prepared to welcome the year 1505. In Sengoku's office, Garp Tsuru, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Gion, and Kaji all sat quietly on the sofa drinking tea and awaiting Sengoku's explanation. From the moment Sengoku ordered everyone to return to headquarters, they knew something was amiss. If it were merely to enter the New World to find Edward Weevil, Sengoku would not have needed to summon all the Navy back. Sengoku did not intend to hide the matter. Clearing his throat, he said, "The 5 elders issued me an ultimatum 10 days ago. If the Navy does not cease its actions in the seas, they will form a new Navy." Bang! Akainu crushed the teacup in his hand, standing up angrily and shouting, "How dare they?" "Calm down," Tsuru interjected, stopping Akainu. "The Navy still needs military funding from the world government. Now is not the time to turn against them." Akainu snorted coldly, sitting back down on the sofa. He also had no way to resolve the funding issue. At this moment, Kizaru's lazy voice broke the silence. "I say, what progress has been made on the proposal for the Navy to engage in commerce that Dino suggested back in the day?" Sengoku shook his head and said, "No progress. We have been busy eliminating pirates in the seas for the past 2 years and have had no time to focus on this matter. Furthermore, no one knows what Dino intends to do. He must handle this himself. Dino has been missing for 2 years. Could it really be?" Akiji did not say it outright, but everyone present understood his implication. Tsuru shook her head gently, her voice laced with doubt. "It's not just him who has disappeared. The 5 elders, Saturn and Pizarro, have also been missing for 2 years. I suspect this matter is related to them. Over the past 2 years, Dino's pet, Old Black, along with Lucci and Enel, has been searching for Dino's whereabouts in the New World. Although they have not found him, there are reports saying Dino is still alive and will reappear in the near future. Sengoku raised his hand to interrupt Tsuru. Let's put aside the matter of Dino for now. Akainu Kizaru Akiji, you three come with me to the Holy Land. The 5 elders want to see us. Is there going to be danger? Tsuru could not help but ask. The 5 elders had not been involved in Navy matters for the past 2 years, and now they not only demanded the Navy stop its purging of pirates, but also summoned several pillars of the Navy to the Holy Land. Tsuru had reason to doubt the true intentions of the 5 elders. Garp swallowed the sunbae in his mouth. I will go with you. We will go too. Gion and Kaji spoke up simultaneously. Their strength had significantly increased over the past 2 years, reaching the peak of their original narrative with only one step remaining to become admirals. After a moment of hesitation, Sengoku agreed to everyone's proposal. That afternoon, the 7 of them boarded a warship heading to the Holy Land. When they arrived outside the Hall of Power, the guard stopped them and said to Sengoku, Admiral Sengoku, the 5 elders want to see you, a Vice Admiral Garp, and these 2 Navy officers cannot enter. Garp stepped forward, releasing his conqueror's Haki into the Hall of Power, shouting loudly, Why can't I? I absolutely must go in. The guards were intimidated by Garp's conqueror's Haki. Their eyes rolled back as they fainted on the ground. At that moment, 3 waves of conqueror's Haki burst forth from the Hall of Power, dispersing Garp's Haki, while a deep voice came from within. Garp, put away your Haki, come in. Garp's mouth curled up slightly as he pushed open the door to the Hall of Power and swaggered inside. The others followed, sharing knowing smiles as they entered the Hall of Power behind Garp. Watchali first shot a fierce glare at Garp before shifting his gaze to Sengoku. The reason we called you here today is to announce something. A few of them frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with Watchali's behavior. What does it mean to announce something? To announce without discussion, what do they think the Navy is? Just as Akainu was about to make a move, Sengoku preemptively pressed down on his shoulder and asked Watchali, What is it that you wish to announce? Watchali glanced at Akainu, suppressing the anger in his eyes, and said blandly, The position of Navy Marshal has been vacant for 2 years. We have decided that you will take on the role. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji will all be promoted to the rank of Admiral, while Zifa can rest easy. As Watchali's words left the Navy personnel stunned. They thought the 5 elders were going to make things difficult for them, but unexpectedly, they were being promoted. Before Sengoku and the others could recover, Watchali continued, Not only that, we have decided to increase the Navy's funding, allowing you to initiate world conscription and bolster the Navy's combat power. Sengoku's fleeting joy vanished instantly. He knew that Watchali certainly had other demands, otherwise it would be impossible to promote Akainu and the others to admirals, while simultaneously increasing funding and allowing the Navy to initiate world conscription. You should clarify what your demands are first. Upon Sengoku's inquiry, Watchali did not conceal anything and directly stated, We have only one request: to quickly establish a safe route to Wano, and to hand over Vegapunk to us. The 5 elders seemed to have received news from somewhere. Vegapunk could restore the power system of the Pluton. Sengoku frowned. The first condition was acceptable. Although it carried risks, it was not impossible to fulfill. The second condition was difficult. A Vegapunk had been brought back by Dino, and he could not simply hand him over to the 5 elders. Just as Sengoku hesitated, Garp grinned and said, That guy is Dino's. If you want him, just ask Dino for him if you dare. As Garp's voice faded, a long silence fell between the powers, and Watchali and the others communicated telepathically for a long time before reaching a consensus. Vegapunk will still be under the jurisdiction of the Navy. We just need him to assist the world government with some research, and the funding will be fully covered by us. This time Sengoku did not refuse. He only needed to ensure that Vegapunk remained with the Navy. As for what the Elder Stars wanted to research, he did not care. I agree. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Watchali issued a dismissal order. You may leave tomorrow. We will announce to the world your succession to the position of Admiral, so please prepare to open the sea route to Wano as soon as possible. It was not until Sengoku and the others returned to Marineford that everything felt like a distant dream. The new era of the Navy had truly arrived. Sengoku immediately ordered the base commanders stationed in various locations to return to Marineford, as the inauguration ceremony for the Admiral and the new 3 admirals must be grandly held. Before that, Sengoku had to discuss the code names for Akainu and the others with Crane. According to Navy tradition, all admirals needed code names. In the office, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, the pillars of the previous generation of the Navy, sat on the sofa chatting. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the Navy is about to welcome a brand new era. It seems we are truly getting old. Garp handed the senbei in his hand to Crane. While Sengoku and I have aged, Crane hasn't aged a bit. She is still as beautiful as she was back in the day. Crane shot a glance at Garp and turned to Sengoku. There's no problem with Akainu and the others being promoted to Admiral, but how should we arrange for Dino? Sengoku's smile instantly froze, unsure of how to respond. Regardless of his achievements or strength, Dino was qualified for the admiral position. If he hadn't suddenly gone missing for 2 years, he might even have been qualified to compete with Sengoku for the position of admiral. It should be known that Dino was someone who dared to lead Marine vice admirals into battle against the Elder Stars. His prestige in the Navy was only slightly lower than that of Admiral Akiji. Sengoku once thought that the next admiral would undoubtedly be Dino. When he returns, we can just add another admiral position, Carp muttered quietly. Sengoku leaned back on the sofa and sighed. The tradition of 3 admirals is set. The Elder Stars will never agree to increase the number of admirals. Carp scoffed disdainfully, saying they won't have a say in this. That little brat Dino isn't as easy to deal with. Sengoku and Crane were momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly, scolding themselves for overthinking. They could leave the future matters to Dino, so why were they worrying about it? Ahem. Sengoku lightly coughed and asked Crane, what do you think Akainu and the others should use as code names? Upon discussing serious matters, Crane retracted her smile and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the unreliable Carp interrupted. Pirates at sea secretly call Akainu Mad Dog. I think we should use Red Dog as his code name, which matches his devil fruit ability. And for Borsellino, he is young, but has a face full of wrinkles like a monkey. He should be called Monkey Yellow Monkey. Crane also nodded in agreement. Carp's idea is pretty good. Red Dog, Yellow Monkey, Yellow Ape, and as for Kuzan, we can call him Blue Pheasant. Sengoku thought for a moment, and also found it appropriate, immediately affirming that the code names for the new 3 admirals would be Red Dog, Yellow Ape, and Blue Pheasant. After settling the code names for Akainu and the others, Crane looked at Sengoku again and said with a hint of grievance, I never had a share of the admiral position back then, and now the new admirals also don't include my family's GUN. It seems we women are still excluded from the Navy. Carp spat out the tea in his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Crane. After working together for so many years, he had never seen Crane like this before. Sengoku raised his hand, holding the teacup, pausing in midair. He knew that Crane was advocating for GUN to secure an admiral position, and if Dino could negotiate for an admiral position from the Elder Stars in the future, GUN might have a chance. In the Navy structure, although the power of vice admirals was considerable, it couldn't be compared to that of admirals. The admiral needed to consult before issuing orders to admirals, while orders to vice admirals could be given directly regardless of whether they were willing to execute them, except for unique vice admirals like Carp and Dino. After a brief thought, Sengoku compromised and said to Crane, GUN's strength is indeed lacking, so let her serve as an admiral candidate for now. Should an admiral position become vacant in the future, the first candidate to step up will be the admiral candidate. Adding Kaji, who is of comparable strength to GUN, can also be considered an admiral candidate. Seeing Sengoku say this, Crane said no more. After all, GUN's strength indeed did not reach the level of admiral, and securing a candidate position was already the best outcome. Though there wasn't much change in status, at least her reputation would be half a level above an ordinary vice admiral. Time quietly passed in the wait of Sengoku and the others. Today was the first day of the year 1505 in the Marine calendar, and also the day Sengoku was appointed admiral, with Akainu, Borsellino, and Kuzan being promoted to admirals. A tall platform had already been erected in the square of Marineford, which was filled with Navy officers returning from various locations. Although their numbers were not as many as before, they could still barely support a complete inauguration ceremony. Silence. On the platform, Branny shouted into a megaphone at the Navy officers below, the inauguration ceremony is about to begin. Next, let us invite Admiral Sengoku to deliver his inaugural speech. Sengoku took the megaphone handed to him by Branny and stepped up to the front, his gaze fixed intensely on the Navy officers below. Today is the first day of the new year, and it marks a new chapter for the Navy. I will lead all Navy personnel into the new world, completely eradicate the pirates of the new world, and let the Navy reign supreme. Whoosh! A refreshing breeze swept through, and suddenly enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Reign supreme! Reign supreme! Reign supreme! Sengoku nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next is the promotion ceremony for the Navy admirals. As Sengoku's voice echoed in the square of Marineford, Akainu, Borsellino, and Kuzan slowly walked up. Sengoku draped the justice coat, symbolizing the Navy admirals over the shoulders of the 3. From today onward, the Navy officially returns to the era of 3 admirals. Admiral Akainu, codename Red Dog. Admiral Borsellino, codename Yellow Ape. Admiral Kuzan, codename Blue Pheasant. The 3 don the justice coats, standing beneath Sengoku. Admiral Red Dog. Admiral Yellow Ape. Admiral Blue Pheasant. The square erupted with cheers again, each Navy officer filled with enthusiasm, as if it were themselves being revered by thousands on the platform. Sengoku raised his hand to silence the crowd, and once the cheers gradually quieted, he continued to speak. In addition to the 3 admirals, I have decided to add another position, admiral candidate. As long as one meets the requirements, anyone has the opportunity to become an admiral candidate. I hope everyone will work hard. Jiyuan and Kaji stepped forward to Sengoku, who draped the justice coat over them. The coat was not much different from that of a Navy Vice Admiral, except it had an additional gold trim. Admiral Sengoku! Admiral Sengoku! Admiral Sengoku! This time the cheers were even more fervent than before, shaking the clouds above the square. The position of Admiral candidate provided an opportunity for many Vice Admirals to be promoted, which elevated the support for Sengoku to its peak. On the outskirts of the square, Lucci and Enel glared angrily at Sengoku. Damn, how could there be no place for Dino among the Navy Admirals? Lucci patted Enel on the shoulder and turned towards the port, saying, "Don't worry about this. When Vice Admiral Dino returns, there's no way we'll be shortchanged." That very day, the delivery seagulls scattered the Navy's news across the world. The people of the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line celebrated the dawn of a new era for the Navy, for in the past 2 years, they had truly felt the Navy's protection. Pirates in the Four Seas had almost vanished entirely. When the people saw the Navy's recruitment notice at the end of the newspaper, countless throngs surged toward local Marine bases, eager to join the ascendant Navy and become revered guardians. In the East Blues, Xuanyue village Ace, now 6 years old, ran into the yard followed by 2 children of similar age. "Mom, I'm back. Guyaina and Sualong came with me. They're eating dinner at our place today." Guyaina and Sualong, trailing behind Ace, bowed deeply to Lu Jio and said, "Hello, Aunt Lu Jio." Lu Jio set the newspaper on the table, rose from her chair, and gazed at them with affectionate warmth. "Welcome to our home. Go on inside, I'll head to the market to buy groceries. Tonight we'll have roast lamb." After Lu Jio left, Ace picked up the newspaper and scanned the articles. When he saw the Navy's announcements, a look of contemplation, far too mature for his age, crossed his youthful face. The Navy again. Why does Mother always pay such close attention to Navy news? Guyaina and Sualong heard Ace mumbling and peered over concern in their voices. "Ace, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Ace replied, putting the newspaper back on the table. He grabbed the other 2 and ran outside. "Master taught us a new sword technique today. I'm definitely going to beat you both." The 3 children started sparring in the yard with wooden swords. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, Whitebeard tossed the newspaper aside, grabbed a bottle of sake, and gulped it down fiercely. "Sengoku, the 3 admirals. If you dare to enter the New World, destruction awaits you." Currently, the New World was divided into 4 major factions. The Whitebeard pirates still held the largest territory, encompassing nearly a third of the islands. The second largest force was the alliance between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Their territory bordered that of the Whitebeard pirates, and skirmishes frequently broke out between them, though they had not yet reached the point of open war. The third force consisted of the Trident Pirate Alliance, formed by the Fist King Shun Tai, the Mad Sword Master Shenlong Bandia, and the Skyhawk Lydiana. They remained within their own territory and never attempted expansion. The last faction was the solitary Redfield. Though he had no crew, no one in the New World dared to offend him. His legendary feat, single-handedly raiding Marine headquarters and killing the fleet admiral, had already become a tale whispered across the seas. To curb the Navy's rising momentum, a newspaper bearing the title Emperors of the Sea was scattered across the world one morning a month after Sengoku assumed the position of fleet admiral. Whitebeard, Newgate, Big Emon, Charlotte, Lean, the Navy butcher, Redfield, the pinnacle of the sea, the Emperor. The paper extravagantly glorified their power, proclaiming the New World forbidden ground for the Navy. In the fleet admiral's office at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Red Dog, his palms seething with molten magma, incinerated the newspaper. "What nonsense about Emperor pirates and forbidden ground for the Navy. Preposterous," he roared. Ignoring the seething Red Dog, Sengoku turned to Tsuru. "Garp, went back to the East Blue again." Tsuru nodded slightly. He said he wanted to visit his grandson. "Tell him to come back immediately." Sengoku rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officers. "The 5 elders have repeatedly urged us to enter the New World and open a sea route to Wano. But..." Tsuru stepped over to the chart, her finger tracing across the map. "Wano lies deep behind the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. To forge a safe route there, we must first destroy the Whitebeard pirates." Red Dog exhaled a puff of smoke and sneered. "Perfect. Wipe out Whitebeard and see who dares call themselves an emperor." Tsuru slowly shook her head. "If it were only the Whitebeard pirates, they could not stop us. But will the other pirates simply watch the Navy invade the New World? That is pirate territory. At present, the pirates of the New World were far stronger than in the original timeline. The Whitebeard pirates possessed not only the Emperor-level Whitebeard, but also Odin, a fighter at the peak Admiral level. The very presence of the Whitebeard pirates alone placed immense pressure on the Navy, and Redfield, a powerhouse nearly on par with Whitebeard, lurked nearby ready to strike. Add to that Charlotte Lean Kaido, and an assortment of others. A single small New World harbored 5 Admiral-level pirates and 2 Emperor-level pirates. If the Navy recklessly charged into the New World, the outcome might be even more disastrous than 2 years ago. So we just let them run wild in the New World. Then the Navy becomes a laughingstock. Frustrated as Red Dog was, the others were also at a loss. The Navy's overall combat strength simply could not match that of the New World pirates. Seeing the situation, Sengoku ended the discussion. Tsuru, notify Garp to come back. I will go to Mary Geos. If the 5 elders want us to open the route to Wano, they must send reinforcements to the Navy. That very day, Sengoku went alone to the Chamber of Authority. As soon as he met with Warcury and the other two, he came straight to the point. Your Excellencies, the Navy as it stands cannot enter the New World. I request that the world government dispatch reinforcements to the Navy. Warcury and the other two exchanged glances, then waved a hand. Understood. Go back. We will send reinforcements to the Navy. After Sengoku left, Warcury and the others discussed the situation. Sengoku is right. The pirates' strength has exceeded expectations. We must curb them. Perhaps we could send the 7 warlords to aid the Navy. They enjoy the privileges of the title. They must heed our... Mars shook his head, rejecting Nustaro's proposal. The 7 warlords are merely a tool to balance the Navy. They will not help the Navy attack the New World pirates. Warcury pondered for a few seconds. What if we dispatch the God's Knights? Nustaro snorted coldly. The God's Knights are not under our jurisdiction. Only the Elder can command them. Then stall. The Elder is in deep slumber and will not awaken soon. The energy for Pluto cannot be manufactured in the short term. Warcury ended the meeting. They had never considered taking the field themselves. Saturn and Peter were still missing, and they would not risk their own lives. Back at Marineford, Sengoku immediately began preparing the Navy. As soon as the world government's reinforcements arrived, he would lead the assault on the New World, elevating his prestige within the Navy to unprecedented heights. But Sengoku did not know that the 5 elders had already abandoned the plan to invade the New World. The Navy would wait. For 3 long years. Thunderous sky. Countless bolts of thunder cascaded from the heavens, blocking Marco, who was in pursuit. Enel tossed the notebook to Luffy, saying, "You go ahead, I'll hold him off." Luffy transformed into the vermilion bird, flapped his wings to catch the incoming notebook, and with a word of caution, "Be careful," turned to fly toward the horizon. Phoenix Seal. Marco kicked apart the thunderous sky, his gaze fixed on Enel. "Navy, why do you keep harassing our Whitebeard pirates? What do you want?" Enel transformed into a storm of plasma, surrounding Marco, ethereal voices echoing from all directions. "Where has my brother gone? The last time he appeared was during the battle with you in Wano." For the past 5 years, Luffy and Enel had not given up searching for Dino. Through various sources, they finally set their sights on the Whitebeard pirates. Unfortunately, most of those who knew the truth had already perished, leaving only 5 captains and a few surviving pirate members aware of it. Yet all remained tight-lipped, afraid to divulge even a hint of information. With no other choice, Enel and Luffy decided to infiltrate the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters, while Whitebeard and Odin were absent, leading to the current scene. Marco frowned and coldly stated, "Are you asking about Dino? He's dead, killed by Pops." With a scoff, Enel's disdainful laughter echoed, "My brother is not someone you can kill. Regardless, Dino was killed by Pops, believe it or not." After saying this, Marco attempted to leave, knowing from past encounters with Enel that he couldn't hold him back alone. A storm of plasma formed around Enel, taking his shape as a massive thunder sword hovered above him. "If you don't clarify, you won't leave today." Just as Enel was about to launch an attack on Marco, his observation, Haki, sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching. "Not good, Whitebeard is back." Enel exclaimed inwardly, directing the thunder sword towards Whitebeard's direction while he transformed into lightning and flew away. Boom. The thunder sword was shattered midair by a flying slash. As the light dissipated, Whitebeard and Odin appeared before Marco. "Those 2 brats again." Marco displayed a helpless expression and said, "Yes, they snuck aboard the Moby Dick while we were unprepared." Whitebeard darkly inquired, "Did anyone get hurt?" "No," Marco shook his head. "They just wanted information about Dino and didn't make a move." With a clang upon hearing Dino's name, Odin drew his sword Enma and slashed the sea in 2. Since leaving Wano with the Whitebeard pirates 5 years ago, he had never returned. The hatred buried deep within his heart surged uncontrollably upon hearing Dino's name, consuming Odin's reason. Whitebeard immediately unleashed his conqueror's Haki toward Odin. "Calm down, don't let hatred..." Odin took heavy breaths, finally managing to suppress his rage. After telling Whitebeard, "I'm fine," he then headed towards Kaido's territory. A year ago, Kaido officially parted ways with Charlotte Linlin to form his own beast pirates. Whitebeard knew that Odin was going to fight Kaido again. Every time hatred clouded his reason, Odin would seek out Kaido for a grand battle. Marco follow Odin just in case anything unexpected happens. It wasn't until the next evening that Marco returned to the Moby Dick with a battered Odin. Looking at the unconscious Odin, Whitebeard muttered to resolve Odin's hatred, "We must return to Wano once more." That night, the Moby Dick departed from the Whitebeard pirates' base, heading towards Wano. At almost the same time, Luffy and Enel also returned to Marineford. The two rushed to Zifa's house, eagerly pulling out the notebook they had just stolen from the Whitebeard pirates to examine it closely. Zifa emerged from the kitchen carrying food and called out to them, "Come eat. First, you've been searching for 5 years. It won't take much time." Luffy sprang to his feet, a hint of color returning to his previously expressionless face. "Teacher, there's news about Dino." Zifa paused in placing the dishes, looking up at Luffy with tears welling in his. Luffy ran to Zifa's side, handing him the notebook. "Teacher, Dino has been sent to the future using someone." Zifa carefully took the notebook, flipping through the pages, which clearly recorded everything about Wano. "You little brat, I told him before to be careful out there, but he wouldn't listen, thinking he was strong enough to ignore everyone. Now look, he's been brought to the future in such a muddled way." After a pause, Zifa gently closed the notebook and sighed, "I don't know when he will return. You just knowing he's still alive is good enough." Luffy and Enel comforted Zifa briefly before turning to leave. Zifa looked at their departing figures with confusion, asking, "Are you going somewhere? Dinner is about to be served." The two turned back, simultaneously smiling, as they said, "Teacher, we're going to Wano to bring Dino back. Dino might take a long time to return. No matter how long it takes, we will wait in Wano." With that, they left without looking. 10 days later, the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy Enel arrived at Wano, almost simultaneously. Odin stood on the pirate ship, too afraid to disembark. He feared that the people of Wano would blame him for not being able to protect their land, and that the deceased Kinemon and others would resent him for not avenging them sooner. Whitebeard gently patted Odin's shoulder, reassuring him, "Odin, this is your country. You are the general of Wano, and everyone is waiting for you." "Everyone is waiting for me," Odin whispered, meeting Whitebeard's encouraging gaze. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Of course the people of Wano are waiting for you." Odin nodded firmly at Whitebeard, and the two leaped off the ship, heading towards Wano. On the other side of the coast, Luffy and Enel looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling both excited and fearful. They were eager to see Dino as soon as possible, but fearful that the records in the notebook might be wrong. Little did both sides know, as soon as they set foot in Wano, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the battlefield, followed by 3 figures emerging from the glow. "Why did you kill him?" Odin's desperate question echoed in Dino's ears. Dino smiled and replied, "I never intended to kill him, but that brat was just too disobedient." Before he could finish, Dino froze in place, turning to look at Satan and Peter, asking in confusion, "Where are Newgate and Odin?" In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him had become utterly unfamiliar. The once devastated land, now overrun with moss. Satan and Bite were equally bewildered, unable to fathom the situation. All they knew was that after a flash of light, when clarity returned, this scene lay before them. Seeing this, Dino pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and murmured to himself, "Could it be her? Judging by the state of the battlefield, many years must have passed. What exactly happened?" Satan approached Dino, pressing for answers. Why is there no trace of Nezishalang's presence? He and Bite had just sensed with the undying energy bestowed by Lord Imu, and throughout the entire country of Wa there was no aura of Nezishalang. Even if Nezishalang had been slain, some residual presence should remain. Dino held the cigarette between his lips, raised an eyebrow at Satan, and said, "How would I know? I've done what I promised. From today onward, this place belongs to the Navy." "You?" Satan glared at Dino, fury barely contained within him, but reason told him this was not the time to quarrel with Dino. Suppressing his rage, Satan said calmly, "I said we guarantee Nezishalang's safety. Now he's gone missing. That doesn't count as completing the mission." Dino exhaled a plume of smoke, scoffing, "Oh, are you starting to call yourselves the Four Elders now?" He knew that even if Nezishalang was truly dead, Imu could revive him, but he simply chose not to expose the Humph. Satan let out a cold snort, the atmosphere between them growing tense. Bite, sensing trouble, quickly stepped in to mediate. "Let's discuss the ownership of the country of Wa later. The priority is to clarify the current situation." Both tacitly took the exit Bite offered. Dino pulled out a Den Mushi to contact Navy headquarters, having already scanned the area with observation Haki. Unfortunately, his observation Haki could not cover the entire country of Wa, and he found no useful information. Just then, 2 auras, both familiar yet strange, suddenly intruded upon Dino's observation Haki perception. He slowly put away the Den Mushi, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching presences. Boom, rumble. Thunderclaps erupted across the clear sky. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, striking before Dino, and coalescing into the form of Ainalu. "Bro." Ainila's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Is it really you?" "Ainalu." Dino's mouth fell open. The aura of the person before him was incredibly familiar, but the drastic change in appearance left him dazed. Ainalu rushed to Dino's side and gripped his arm tightly, afraid that if he let go, Dino would disappear. Dino smiled warmly and ruffled Ainila's hair. "You're almost as tall as I am now. Why are you still acting like a child, crying?" Ainila's cheeks flushed crimson. He released Dino's arm and opened his mouth to speak, but Dino raised a hand to stop him. Wait for Lucci to come over first. Then you can tell me properly what happened and how you ended up in the country of Wa. Minutes later, a vermilion bird ablaze with orange-eared flames swiftly approached from a far landing before Dino and transforming into Lucci. Dino looked at the young man before him and nodded approvingly. He didn't know exactly how many years had passed, but he could clearly sense that Lucci and Inila's strength was now on par with a Vice Admiral of Navy headquarters. Lucci opened his mouth, but only managed to utter 4 words, Vice Admiral Dino. Dino tapped Lucci lightly on the forehead and chided with a grin, what grown wings. Call me big brother. Satan could no longer stand it, and interrupted the warm scene. Now explain what exactly happened. Lucci and Inilu looked toward Dino. Only after seeing his silent assent did they begin to recount the events of the past years. After hearing their tale, the faces of Satan and Bite turned dark and menacing. Damn it, 5 years have passed already. We must return to the Holy Land immediately. They dared not hesitate. Dense black mist surged from within them, forming a pentagram at their feet. Their figures slowly sank into the star array and vanished. Their panic was understandable. None could be certain whether Imu would strip them of their status as the 5 elders. After all, they had been missing for 5 years, and the celestial dragons were not the only ones qualified to hold that position. Watching the slowly dissipating pentagram, Dino said to Lucci and Inilu in a low voice, let's go. We're heading back to Marineford first. Lucci and the others had only given a rough overview of the past 5 years. For more details, Dino needed to return to Navy headquarters. The sudden assassination of Fleet Admiral Kong, the hasty ascension of Sengoku, a series of events had completely disrupted Dino's plans. Lucci transformed into a massive vermilion bird and carried Dino into the sky while Inilu turned into lightning and flew alongside them. Not long after takeoff, the 3 encountered Whitebeard and his crew at the coast of the country of Wa. Dino, he'll kill you. The moment Odin saw Dino, he drew his dual swords from his waist and slashed 2 flying slashes toward the sky. Dino simply kicked out 2 Renkyaku, dispersing Odin's slashes. He shifted his gaze from Odin to Whitebeard. Newgate, long time no see. Oomph. Whitebeard snorted coldly, ignoring Dino's greeting. Since the great battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy years ago, only hatred remained in his heart toward the Marines. Seeing Whitebeard's attitude, Dino did not stoop to ingratiate himself. He rode the vermilion bird swiftly toward Marineford, leaving behind only a parting remark. He'll leave the country of Wa in your care for now. He'll come for it later. Long after, from the ruins of Flower Capital came Odin's heart-wrenching roar, World Government Navy. Ikazuki Odin will fight you to the bitter end. Beside him, Whitebeard remained sullen and silent. He had never imagined that the world government would massacre the entire population of the country of Wa, leaving no one alive. But what puzzled him was what the country of Wa possessed that warranted such extreme measures from the world government. After a moment's hesitation, Whitebeard still asked Odin, Odin, does the country of Wa hold some secret? Odin whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Whitebeard. After a long pause, he whispered, I don't know either. It might be related to the legend of the Kazuki clan. No one knows what the two discussed afterward, but the next day Whitebeard ordered the rest of the crew to return to the main base, while he and Odin remained in the country of Wa. On the other side, after more than 10 days of flight, Dino and his 2 companions finally arrived at Marineford. Their first stop was not to see Sengoku, but to go directly to Zifa's home. The 4 sat around the dining table. Zifa watched Dino, who had been eating with his head down, and scolded him with a smile. You little rascal learned your lesson this time, didn't you? You need to stay alert when you're out in the world. Dino swallowed the food in his mouth, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and Lucci promptly handed him a cigarette. Dino accepted it, praised Lucci with a good moves, and looked at Zifa with a nonchalant expression. Master, I'm fine. No need to worry. After chatting for a while, Zifa solemnly asked Dino, what are your plans now? The positions of Admiral and Vice Admiral in the Navy are already filled. The Navy is currently stable, and Zifa does not want Dino to return and create chaos. Dino turned to look at Lucci and Inilu sitting beside him, and firmly stated, I have no objections to Sengoku taking the position of Admiral, but I must fight for a Vice Admiral position. They are of age, and it's time for them to serve the Navy. But Zifa expressed concern. Sakazuki and the others have been doing well. Who do you want to replace? He pointed to the sky and continued, they will not allow the Navy to add another Vice Admiral. That's not up to them, Dino said, standing up from the sofa and walking out. Lucci and Inilu immediately followed, and on the way Dino casually asked, have you guys visited Ace in the past 5 years? He should be almost 10 by now. It is now the year 1508 of the ocean calendar. With Dino's rescue, Lugio gave birth to Ace in 1499, so he should be around that age. Upon hearing Dino mention Ace, Inilu hesitated in mid-step and quietly replied, brother, we've been searching for you around the world for these 5 years and forgot about Ace. Dino nodded slightly and said, let's visit the EC tomorrow and see little Ace. The three soon arrived at the Admiral's office where the guards were momentarily stunned to see Dino, then incredulously asked Vice Admiral Dino, "Are you back?" "Yes," Dino casually replied. "I need to see Admiral Sengoku." Yes, the guard hurriedly opened the door and quickly ran into the office. A loud crash of tables and chairs echoed from inside, and Sengoku pushed the guard aside and rushed to the door, colliding directly with Dino, who was stepping into the office. "Dino, when did you come back? Where have you been for the past 5 years?" Sengoku asked two questions in quick succession, his expression a mix of shock and well-concealed worry. For the past 5 years, Sengoku and the Navy had grown accustomed to the absence of Dino. Now that he suddenly returned, no one knew what impact it would have on the current situation. Dino smiled and said, "I just got back. I came to congratulate you on becoming the Admiral of the Navy." Sengoku appeared momentarily stunned and forced a smile come in first. "A lot has happened in the Navy while you were away, I'll slowly tell you." Dino nodded slightly and followed Sengoku into the office. Before Dino could sit down, a guard outside suddenly shouted, "Admiral Kizuru, what brings you here?" Dino looked up to see Kizuru entering the office with a lewd expression, making an exaggerated gesture towards Dino. "Dino-san, you haven't changed a bit after 5 years. Can you tell me how you keep yourself looking so good?" Dino tossed Kizuru a cigarette. "You haven't changed either. I heard your code name is Kizuru. It suits you well." As soon as they sat down, Akainu, Akiji, and Garp arrived, and even Tsuru came along. As soon as Akainu saw Dino, he angrily shouted, "Damn it, Dino. Where the hell have you been these years?" Dino grabbed Akainu's arm and pushed him down onto the sofa. "Since everyone is here, let me share my experiences." After Dino finished, Tsuru sighed. "There are indeed such miraculous fruit abilities in the world. The Navy has no record of them at all." Tsuru then shifted her tone, looking at Dino with a serious expression, and asked, "Now that the positions of Vice Admiral are filled, what are your plans?" Tsuru knew that it was inappropriate for Sengoku or the three admirals to bring this up, so it had to be her. As soon as she spoke, everyone in the office turned their gaze towards Dino, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Dino did not hide anything and told Akainu and the others, "I want forcibly take your positions. I will demand a Vice Admiral position from those 5 old guys." Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke and grinned coldly. "I'm going with you." Kizaru leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and said, "Dino-san, are you planning to cause a stir as soon as you return?" "How terrifying." Akiji also voiced his support for Dino. Back then, when they were not yet at the level of admirals, they dared to accompany Dino in a fight against the 5 elders, and now they were even less afraid. Sengoku looked at everything before him and sighed inwardly. Indeed, as soon as Dino returned, the entire Navy changed. He immediately reminded the Navy cannot have a falling out with the world government. The pirates in the New World are still lurking, and the 7 warlords and emerging pirates across the seas are also waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, do you have a way to deal with that person in Mary Geos? As the topic turned to Dino's expression grew serious, and he slowly said, "Let's hold off on the matter of Mary Geos for now. But what about the 7 warlords? Haven't you sent anyone to monitor them?" Sengoku opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. After the Navy's sweeping operation 3 years ago, their high-end combat power has been stationed at Marineford to prevent sudden attacks from New World pirates. Seeing Sengoku's dilemma, Tsuru spoke again to help him out. To deal with the New World pirates, the Navy does not have the extra manpower to monitor the 7 warlords. Dino, feeling helpless, continued to ask, "What about the business affairs?" The office fell silent. Even Tsuru did not know how to respond. The business rights that Dino had fought hard to obtain had not been executed by the Navy in the past 5 years. "Tomorrow, send all the vice admirals from headquarters out. Establish bases on all the important islands in the 4 seas and the Grand Line, and clean up the pirates in the 4 seas. No ship flying a pirate flag is allowed to appear in the 4 seas. Sakazuki, Kizuru, Akiji, you 3 go to the territory of the 7 warlords to establish Navy bases. Let the local kings bear the costs. If the 7 warlords dare to obstruct, wipe them out." The 3 admirals looked towards Sengoku. After all, Sengoku was still the admiral of the Navy, and such a significant action had to be approved by him. Sengoku just stared at Dino intently and asked in a deep voice, "What if the pirate groups from the New World suddenly attack, while all the Navy is deployed to establish bases? Where will the cost of establishing the bases come from?" Dino waved his hand. "Marineford will be guarded by Vice Admiral Garp and Master Zifa. If Whitebeard truly launches a surprise attack on Marineford, we will be able to return quickly for support. As for the cost, let's use this year's military funds as a start. I have a way to raise the money." Sengoku shook his head. "I can agree to your proposal, but the Navy's military funds cannot be touched." Regardless of whether Dino has a way to raise money, Sengoku would never agree to use the Navy's military funds to establish bases. This concerns the survival of the Navy and cannot allow any accidents. Without military funds, the lower-ranked Navy might not dare to cause trouble at Marineford, but the common people would suffer, ruining the Navy's reputation. Dino understood Sengoku's concerns, and after pondering for a few seconds continued, how about this? Let the local merchants sponsor the costs of establishing Navy bases. Tell them that once the bases are established, not only will it protect them, but their goods will also be transported by the Navy at half the cost in the future. The impromptu meeting did not conclude until the following morning, and that day the port of Marineford was crowded with Navy warships led by 3 flagship vessels setting sail for the 4 seas. During the Warring States period, Carp and Zephyr stood on the shore, watching the warships slowly depart. Carp couldn't help but speak up. I also want to go to sea, but it's been a long time since I've seen my grandson. Behind him, Crane shot him a glance. They have all left, and Marineford now relies on you 3 old men. The actions of the Navy quickly spread across the seas. Although everyone was concerned, they did not take the matter to heart, merely thinking that the Navy was executing a special mission from the world government. Only Whitebeard sensed something was amiss with Dino. Just back, the Navy had mobilized all their admirals and vice admirals, indicating that the situation was certainly not simple. Fortunately, the Navy was heading towards the 4 seas instead of the New World, which slightly reassured Whitebeard, but he still urged his crew to keep a close watch on the Navy's movements. As expected by Whitebeard, the Navy's aggressive actions were soon revealed. Not only did they ambush pirates on the Grand Line, but several important islands and nations also found themselves visited by the Navy, where most of the Navy spoke in a negotiating tone with local kings and merchants about funding the establishment of trading posts. However, some Navy personnel forcefully seized property under the guise of establishing posts, and even secretly committed murder. Yet all these events were overshadowed 10 days later by a shocking piece of news. Admiral Akainu personally arrived at Water 7 and engaged in a fierce battle with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, resulting in Akainu directly killing Doflamingo. As soon as the 5 elders received the news, they directly called Marineford to question Sengoku. Sengoku, why did the Navy engage the 7 warlords? Immediately summon all Navy back and halt all operations. Sengoku directly shrugged off the responsibility, pushing it onto Dino, which had been prearranged. Sir, I can't help it if this matter was all arranged by Dino. Bastard, the voice on the other end of the den Mushi cursed. How can the dignified fleet admiral not manage the Navy? Dino is just a vice admiral. How can he arrange for the rest of the Navy? Sengoku smirked. Why? Because no one in the Navy can defeat him. Seeing Sengoku's attitude, the voice from the den Mushi threatened. If the Navy does not cease their operations, next year's military budget will be halved. Sengoku sneered, thinking that the 5 elders really had no way to deal with Dino and had to use the military budget as leverage. Just right, Dino mentioned. He hasn't seen you all in a long time, so he might as well take the opportunity to visit the Holy Land. After a pause, Sengoku continued. By the way, Sakazuki intends to join and meet with you all. The coffee table between the powers was smashed by a fierce blow from Vachali. He yelled at the den Mushi, let them come, and hung up the phone. The other 4 exchanged glances, and it was Nasu Shuru who spoke first. The Lord is still asleep. If Dino truly brings the Navy here, we have no confidence in handling them. A prolonged silence fell among the powers. They didn't know how to handle the situation. If they allowed the Navy to continue, not only would the system of the 7 warlords become meaningless, but their supreme status in the eyes of the world would also be questioned. Yet they did not dare to stop the Navy's military budget with a hard stance. Dino was not Sengoku. He truly had the guts to lead the Navy to attack Mariawa again. Wait until the Lord awakens. We must ask the Lord to deal with that restless fellow Dino, Satan said viciously, though his eyes revealed no anger. He and Peter had been missing for 5 years, and the power that originally belonged to them had almost been divided among Vachali and the others. Now they held the title of the 5 elders, but had lost the power of the 5 elders. Maz looked at Satan before casually saying, let's ask Dino first to see what he really wants to do. On the warship, a soldier rushed out of the cabin holding a den Mushi. As for Lucci and Enel, they had already been sent out to participate in the Navy's operations. Vice Admiral, the 5 elders are calling. Dino took the den Mushi, waved his hand to dismiss the soldier, and then smiled at the phone. Long time no see, Vachali. Saint. Vachali did not mind Dino's attitude, and said solemnly, the Navy can monitor the 7 warlords, but must not act. This was agreed upon back in the day. Dino sneered, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Then let them stay put. Anyone daring to show their teeth against the Navy will be slaughtered. This sea is never short of pirates wanting to be the 7 warlords. Vachali was somewhat satisfied with Dino's response. At least he did not intend to annihilate the 7 warlords entirely. Make time to visit the Holy Land. We have matters to discuss with you. Dino raised his eyes towards the distant coastline. Let me return from the East Sea first, then we can talk about it. Let's leave it at that for now. 10 minutes later, the warship slowly docked at the port of Roketown. Dino walked towards the Navy base while giving orders to the soldiers. Go see where is suitable for establishing a base. Rogue Town is the last town in the East Sea, making it the most suitable as a transit point for the Navy's business. As he traversed the town, Dino's expression grew increasingly serious until standing in front of the Navy base, his anger transformed into a cold, killing intent. The Navy base before him was in ruins, the walls had collapsed more than half, and even the gate had 2 large holes. Dozens of pirates surrounded the entire Navy base, not allowing the Navy inside to step out even a single foot. Whoosh! Dino raised his hand, and countless air bullets shot out from his fingertips. The surrounding pirates, unaware of what was happening, fell to the ground in droves, all with holes in the back of their heads. Who are you? The pirate captain, eyes wide with terror, looked around. Upon seeing Dino's vice admiral coat, his terrified expression turned frenzied as he shouted at Dino, "Navy, do you know who we are? How dare you attack us? Lord Wangji will not let you go." Dino remained silent, merely continuing to shoot flying finger guns at the surrounding pirates, ultimately leaving only the pirate who had just spoken. "My name is Dino, summon Wangji and Silver Axe to see me." Seeing the pirate captain still dazed, Dino frowned and shot a flying finger gun that shattered his arm. The intense pain in his arm made him roll on the ground, howling. Dino released a hint of Conqueror's Haki to press down on him, uttering 5 chilling words. "Speak again, and you die." The pirate captain hurriedly scrambled to his feet, biting his lip fiercely to suppress any sound. Dino tilted his chin and said, "Get lost." The pirate captain dared not linger, clutching his bleeding, severed arm as he ran back. The commotion outside had long been detected by the Navy inside the base, and as Dino stepped through the base's gates, a familiar figure stumbled out from within. Kong came before Dino, lowering his head in shame. "Vice Admiral Dino, it's all my fault for not being able to protect the civilians of Rogue Town." Dino looked at the bandaged Call and sighed. "Why didn't you report the situation to headquarters?" Call opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head in silence. His assistant couldn't bear it any longer and anxiously shouted, "We have reported it, but General Prodi at headquarters said the Navy needs to deal with the pirates of the New World and cannot send extra forces, asking us to endure for now." Dino stepped forward and patted Call's shoulder. "Come on, let's go inside and discuss the situation." As the two entered the office, a Navy soldier rushed in from outside, shouting at Call, "Base Commander, it's bad. The 7 warlords have come in person." Call's cheeks trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. With General Dino around, even the 7 warlords wouldn't dare to act against them. "That was fast," Dino sneered as he walked outside, colliding head-on with Wang Ji and Silver Axe at the base. Upon seeing Dino, Wang Ji instinctively took a few steps back, terror evident in his eyes. He vividly remembered the encounter from years ago. He had nearly been killed after just 2 blows. Silver Axe also drew the giant axe from his back, his gaze fixed firmly on Dino. They initially thought their subordinate had mistaken him, for news of Dino's disappearance 5 years ago had long spread across the seas. However, just recently Sikorsky had eliminated another 7 warlord, Bondi Wald, and they didn't dare to underestimate the situation. They rushed over to confirm, only to find that the person was indeed Dino. "Why are you here, Dino?" Silver Axe questioned, though his tone lacked conviction. Dino took a step forward, pointing at the dilapidated walls and gates, and said indifferently, "You better give me a reasonable explanation, or this day next year will be your memorial." As Dino's voice echoed, a wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him, scattering the clouds above. Wang Ji and Silver Axe were pressured to their knees by this overwhelming force, their eyes filled not only with fear, but also shock. 5 years had passed, and the Navy before them had grown stronger. It wasn't that Dino had become stronger, rather his control over Haki had become increasingly refined after battling Whitebeard. Feeling the mounting pressure, Wang Ji hastily shouted, "It has nothing to do with us, it's all the fault of those reckless subordinates." Dino nodded slightly. "Although I know you're just making excuses, I can accept it. Now tell me how you'll compensate the Navy for the damages." Dino was willing to let the two go, precisely because over the years they had indeed managed to suppress the development of pirates in the East China Sea. There had not been a single pirate attack in Rogue Town for 5 years. Although they had also plundered the property of civilians, they had maintained a certain level of restraint, avoiding any atrocious acts. Hearing Dino's words, the two realized their lives were spared and quickly said, "Whatever you say, we will come." Dino retracted the Conqueror's Haki that weighed upon them and tossed them 2 cigarettes, saying, "You will cover the costs of repairing the base and also provide some funds as compensation to the Rogue Town Navy, let's say 10 billion berries." Wang Ji and Silver Axe nodded repeatedly. Although 10 billion berries was not a small sum for them, it was trivial compared to their lives. Seeing their understanding, Dino continued, "The Navy has a profitable project. I wonder if you're interested." Just as they were about to shake their heads, they met Dino's cold gaze and could only reluctantly smile. "We would be eager to cooperate with the Navy, we just don't know what the project is about. Let's discuss inside." With that, Dino turned and walked toward the base, leaving Wang Ji and Silver Axe with no choice but to follow him into the Navy base. It wasn't until evening that the two emerged from the Navy base, their faces now devoid of fear replaced by confusion and excitement. What Dino had discussed with them was quite simple. Once the Navy's stronghold in the East China Sea was established, they would only need to protect the Navy's transport ships as they safely navigated the East China Sea to receive half of the freight. Do not underestimate this half of the freight. What Dino aimed to do was monopolize the entire transportation industry in the East China Sea. The freight fees were unimaginable. The income from half would surpass what they could plunder from how many pirates. Moreover, Dino also promised that any pirates they killed would not only have their treasures fully theirs, but their bounties would also be paid in full, and most importantly their safety would be guaranteed, meaning the Navy would not trouble them again. Of course, this was under the condition that they followed the Navy's rules. As the two walked back, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask, "Are we really going to cooperate with the Navy? When we were once 7 warlords, we were already called the world government's lapdogs. Now if we cooperate with the Navy again, are we still pirates?" Silver Axe showed a look of disdain. So what? Captain Rox was strong enough, yet he was still taken down by the Navy. Whitebeard, known as the Pirate Emperor, can he have endless wealth like us? Why did we go to sea as pirates? Wasn't it to fill our bellies? Wang Ji nodded emphatically. Since we've decided to cooperate with Dino, we need to recruit more subordinates. Although there aren't many strong figures in the East China Sea, there are always some reckless newcomers. If our transport ship gets attacked, we will have to bear half of the compensation. Dino was quite skilled at exploitation. The Navy took 90% of the freight, while only bearing half of the risk, and the real effort was all on Wang Ji and Silver Axe. The next morning, Dino hummed a tune as he returned to the warship, clearly in a good mood. The warship slowly left the harbor, quickly disappearing into the vast ocean. On the shore, Call was still desperately waving his arms. Wang Ji approached him and said, "The people are already far gone. Let's discuss where to establish the transport stronghold." After some discussion, the three finally decided to set up the transport stronghold of Rog Town by the coast. This would facilitate the transportation of goods, and since there were not many people living in the area, they wouldn't have to spend much on relocation costs. Soon the civilians of Rog Town received a message: the 7 warlords were hiring construction workers. Have you heard? Helping those pirates not only provides food, but also a daily wage. Really? They are pirates. It's already good that they don't force us. Why would they give us money? The two's whispers quickly drew the attention of others, and a middle-aged man waved the berries he had just received and, "Don't believe me. This is my pay for today." Looking at the berries in the man's hand, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This world is truly strange. Pirates are no longer robbing, but have turned to construction. I was actually thinking of joining them." Dino was still unaware of the significant changes Wang Ji and Silver Axe had made. At this moment, he stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant island. I wonder how Ace is doing. Did Luffy tell him about his father? Will he harbor resentment against the Navy because in Shuangyue village at the Isan Dojo, a child ran in panic from outside and shouted at AIC. AIC, it's terrible. Another Navy warship is coming. What? AIC sheathed his long sword and rushed out of the dojo with fury written across his face. Seeing this, Gu Ina grabbed the Hadao Yuwenzi beside her and followed AIC out. Wait for me. Sualong picked up 3 swords at random from the rack and was about to follow AIC and the others, but a child stopped him. Sualong, master said you just started learning swordsmanship and can't use real swords. Sualong pushed the person blocking him aside and quickened his pace to catch up with AIC. A real man uses real swords. Only little brats like you play with toys. When AIC and the others reached the shore, Dino had just disembarked from the warship. AIC drew his longsword and aimed it at Dino. Stop right there. The Navy is not welcome here. Dino looked at the boy before him. Though his young face bore a few freckles, they did nothing to diminish his handsome. Just then Gu Ina and Sualong arrived at AIC's side, also drawing their swords at Dino. Sualong in particular showed no fear in his emerald-haired eyes. Instead, he looked eager to try his luck. Dino chuckled and pointed at Sualong. Drool is still dripping down your chin, and you want to play with swords. Damn it! Sualong yelled at Dino, took the long sword from his mouth, wiped the saliva off the hilt with his clothes, and then put the sword back between his teeth. Dino's mouth twitched. He turned his gaze to AIC and said, "Your name is AIC, right?" Dino. I'm a friend of your mother." Although AIC was surprised, he didn't believe Dino. He had lived with his mother for nearly 10 years and had never heard her mention having any friends in the Navy. Sualong stepped in front of AIC. "Don't believe him. How could Aunt Lujo be friends with a Navy officer?" Dino spread his hands helplessly. "Why don't you go back and ask your mother first? I don't care if you're really Aunt Lujo's friend or not. Spar with me first." With that, Sualong waved his twin swords and charged at Dino. His tiny figure, wielding weapons longer than his own height, looked utterly comical. Ding! Dino extended 2 fingers and caught Sualong's slashing twin blades. He laughed, Kid courage is essential for becoming a strong warrior, but you must also recognize the gap between you and your opponent. Acting so recklessly won't get you to the day you become a true powerhouse. Seeing Sua Long subdued by Dino AIC and Gu Ina attacked without hesitation. A gentle breeze swept by, and the three children collapsed onto the ground staring at Dino with utter shock. Dino withdrew his conqueror's Haki as he watched the three drenched in sweat. He had hoped to provoke AIC into awakening his own conqueror's Haki, but it seemed he had failed. Curious. Want to know how I did it? At Dino's words, the three nodded involuntarily, but quickly realized that the man before them was a Navy enemy. AIC hurriedly pulled Sua Long and Gu Ina behind him and whispered, "They'll hold him off. You go back and find Master." Dino smiled faintly. "The Master you speak of is Gung Si Lang. I'm afraid, even he is no match." AIC's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. He shouted at Dino, "You want money, don't you? I have it. They'll give it all to you. Take the money and leave Xuanyue village at once." Dino slowly shook his head, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. "No can do. The one I'm looking for is your mother Lugio. I won't leave until I see her." "Damn Navy. Don't you dare hurt my mother." AIC's eyes turned bloodshot. Ignoring the gap in their strength, he prepared to attack Dino once more. Just then a gentle voice came from afar, interrupting AIC's action. "Sir Navy officer, these are all my students. Could you please stop scaring them?" "Oh." Dino looked at the approaching man with keen interest. "You know me?" Gung Si Lang stepped in front of AIC, shielding the three behind him, and said to Dino, "I think everyone knows the name Vice Admiral Dino." Dino smiled. "Since you know me, you should be aware that I wouldn't harm them." Gung Si Lang slowly opened his eyes, fixing a burning gaze on Dino. After a long moment, he resumed his usual squinting smile and turned to AIC. "He really is a friend of your mother. Don't worry that he'll do anything to hurt her. Take him to see your mother." AIC stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Sua Long pointed at Dino and shouted, "How could Aunt Lugio be friends with a Navy officer? Every time they come here, they steal our food and money." Dino's brow furrowed slightly, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "So some Navy officers are plundering civilians." He looked at Gung Si Lang. "With your strength, you should be more than a match for the Navy in the East Blue. Why didn't you stop them?" Gung Si Lang simply shook his head. "I just didn't want Xuanyue village to become a battlefield. They only took some food and money. They didn't harm the villagers." "I understand. They'll handle this matter." Dino replied flatly, then crouched down to AIC. "First take me to your mother. I will give you and Xuanyue village an explanation for this." AIC met Dino's gaze. After a long deliberation, he nodded and agreed to Dino's request. The two walked side by side into the island. Gu Ina and Sua Long were about to follow when Gung Si Lang stopped them. Dino turned to look at Gung Si Lang and said calmly, "This sea is vast and boundless. They should have a more brilliant future." Gung Si Lang adjusted his glasses and slowly withdrew his arm under the expectant gazes of the two children. "He's right. Go on, go see the vastness of this great sea." Though the two children didn't fully understand what the adults meant, they still caught up with AIC. The four of them walked along a forest path, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Sua Long carried the three swords on his back, occasionally glancing at Dino. Dino couldn't bear Sua Long's hesitant manner and spoke up first. "If you have something to ask, just ask." Hearing this, Sua Long squeezed past Gu Ina and came to Dino's side. "You're Dino, right? Are you really famous out on the sea?" "I suppose I'm quite well known." Seeing Dino's indifferent attitude, Sua Long pouted and pressed on. "How did you knock us down just now? Can you teach me?" At Sua Long's question, AIC and Gu Ina also turned their gazes to Dino. "You all want to learn it." Dino stopped in his tracks, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Come with me to the Navy, and he'll teach you." Sua Long's excited expression froze. He lowered his head helplessly. "Forget it. I still need to learn swordsmanship from Master." Dino couldn't help but ruffle Sua Long's little head and said to the three, "You want to learn swordsmanship? There are plenty of formidable swordsmen in the Navy." Dino paused, then continued his tempting offer. "I can even capture the world's greatest swordsman and make him your teacher." "I don't believe it," Sauron said as he stepped forward. "The world's greatest swordsman is so strong, how could you possibly capture him?" Dino chuckled lightly and shook his head, looking at Ace and Koina. "What about you two? Do you not believe me either?" Ace just glanced at Dino and continued walking forward. Until his mother confirmed it herself, he didn't plan on having too much interaction with this sudden naval officer. The group walked while chatting casually, and after about 10 minutes Dino finally arrived in front of a simple small. "Is this your home?" Dino asked Ace, pointing at the small house in front of him. He remembered that he had arranged for Lugio before leaving, so why was she now living in such an old and simple house? Ace stepped forward and pushed the door open, saying to Dino, "My mother hasn't returned yet, you can come in first." Dino followed Ace inside. There were very few pieces of furniture. Even the chairs numbered only 4, which must have been prepared specifically for Sauron and Kuna, who often visited. After reminding Dino not to touch anything randomly, Ace walked straight towards the kitchen, and only after Ace's figure completely disappeared did Dino turn to ask Kuna standing beside him. Is Ace going to cook? Kuna glanced at Dino and said, Aunt Lugio needs to work outside. Ace started helping her cook dinner when he was very young. Dino took out a cigarette and lit it, turning his gaze toward the kitchen where Ace's small figure was busy inside. At that moment, Sauron approached Dino and asked, Are you here to take Aunt Lugio away from us? Dino looked at Sauron in surprise. How did you know? Humph. Sauron glared at Dino. I'm just young, not an idiot. Leaning back, Dino raised an eyebrow at Sauron. Do you want to leave with us? I wasn't lying when I said I could help you catch the world's greatest swordsman as a teacher. Seeing that Dino was not lying, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Sauron's eyes, his fists cracking with it. Moreover, the Navy has the most comprehensive cultivation system that can enhance your strength in all aspects. As long as you come with me to the Navy, I guarantee that you will become a naval major within 10 years. Kuna suddenly spoke up and asked, Are girls inherently not as good as boys? Dino was taken aback for a moment, carefully examining the Kuna in front of him, and said seriously, Did your father tell you that? There are many powerful women on the sea. We have a great swordsman in the Navy, and there is a female pirate in the New World known as the Pirate Empress. They are both renowned strong figures. Really? Kuna grabbed Dino's arm tightly and asked if I go with you to the Navy, could I also become such a strong person? Dino gently shook his head. I don't know if you can become such a strong person. It all depends on you. I can only tell you that the Navy will spare no effort in training you. Upon hearing this, Kuna felt a bit disappointed, but quickly adjusted herself. She bowed deeply to Dino and said earnestly, I hope you will take good care of me from now on. Do you really want to go with him? Sauron pulled Kuna's hand, shouting anxiously, Isn't it good for us to train together at the dojo? Why leave? Kuna remained bent over and calmly said, I just want to prove to my father that girls are not weaker than boys. Dino supported Kuna's shoulders. All right, with such determination, I believe you will surely become a true strong person. Just then a soft voice suddenly came from outside. Ace or Kuna, and Sauron here again. Mom bought the fish you love to eat today. Dino raised his eyes to look outside the door where Lugio stood holding a large fish. Dino slowly got up from his chair and waved at Lugio. Long time no see. Lugio paused for a few seconds before stepping inside and asking, When did you come? Dino scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, It's been a while since I saw Ace, so I came to check on him. Hearing Lugio's voice, Ace quickly ran out of the kitchen. Mom, you're back. Lugio rubbed Ace's head and handed him the fish. First help Mom gut the fish. I have something to discuss with Colonel Dino. In the dim moonlight, Dino and Lugio stood side by side under the tree for a long time, and it was Lugio who finally broke the silence. Are you planning to take Ace away this time? Dino nodded and said, Don't worry, I want force Ace to come with me. Lugio looked up at Dino, sighing. Well, the child has grown up and will eventually spread his wings. Dino hesitated slightly, but still asked his inner doubts. You haven't told him about Roger yet. No matter what Roger did, it has nothing to do with Ace. I don't want Ace to feel sad about it. In the eyes of ordinary people, Roger is not a hero, but a notorious pirate. It was because of his words that countless people would abandon their families to rush to the sea and become pirates engaged in pillaging. Dino turned his head to look at the 3 little heads peeking in from the window and said calmly, Ace has the right to know all of this. I believe with his intelligence he will handle it well. Lugio's face turned pale, worried. She asked, Are you going to tell him about Roger? Dino silently nodded, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand and slowly walking towards the small house. After dinner, Kuna and Sauron returned to the Isen dojo together while Dino took Ace for a walk in the fields. Did Sauron just say you want to take me away? Dino turned to look at Ace. I hope you can come back to the Navy headquarters for systematic training. Thank you for your kindness. Ace decisively refused. I won't be separated from my mother. Dino found a ridge to sit down, gesturing for Ace to sit beside him, and slowly said, Your mother works hard every day for you. If you join the Navy, not only will you receive a better education, but you will also earn a considerable income to help support the family, allowing your mother to stop working so hard every day. Ace opened his mouth and muttered softly, When I grow up, I will earn a lot of money and won't let my mother work and earn money. Dino chuckled. Do you know how to make money? How long will it take before you can earn money? Do you want to be a pirate like your father? Ace jumped up and stared fiercely at Dino. Do you know my father? Do you want to hear his story? Dino held Ace's small hand, pressing him back onto the ridge, and began to tell stories about Roger. When Dino finished speaking, Ace's eyes turned red as he murmured, Impossible, how could my father be a despised pirate? I don't believe it. I'm going to ask my mother for clarification. Dino interrupted him. Ace, no matter what your father has done, it has nothing to do with you. You can choose your own life. Do you want to be a naval officer protecting people and your mother, Or do you want to be a pirate who only knows how to destroy? Ace sat down on the ground, looking confusedly at Dino. But the Navy also bullies us and bullies everyone. Dino slowly nodded and said, "You're right, there are bad people in the Navy too, but you can't deny the contributions of the Navy just because there is one bad person among them. The vast majority of the Navy still hold the determination to uphold justice. They fight against pirates at all costs, even at the cost of their lives. Although these people may be nameless, they deserve everyone's respect." Not until deep into the night did Ace return home in a daze. Lugio hurriedly embraced him, tears streaming down her face. "Ace, what Roger did has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel sad about it." Ace gently wiped the tears off Lugio's cheek and said firmly, "Mom, I want to join the Navy to make up for the mistakes my father made." In the following 5 days, Dino repurchased Lugio's former house and signed a contract with the merchants of Shuangyue village to establish a transport base in the village. Today was the day to set sail again. Lugio sent AC to the shore, reluctantly watching him slowly board the warship. AC also looked back every few steps, tears already blurring his eyes. Dino patted his shoulder and said, "I told you you're going to join the Navy. There's no need to be so sentimental. Once you graduate, you can come back to visit your mother anytime. Moreover, soon the Navy's transport base will be fully operational. Then Lugio can also come to Malinfanju." AC nodded heavily and followed behind Dino. When they arrived on the deck, Guyana and Sualong had been waiting for a long time. AC ran up to Sualong and asked, "Why are you here too?" Sualong, with a weed in his mouth, replied disdainfully, "With both you and Guyana gone, no one in the dojo can match me. It's too boring here." Saying that, Sualong walked up to Dino, raised his little face, and asked, "Hey, I want to join the Navy too." Dino tapped Sualong's forehead and chuckled, "Call me Uncle Dino." Ignoring Sualong's complaints, Dino's gaze swept over AC and Guyana. "You too as well call me Uncle." "Yes, Uncle Dino." The two straightened their bodies and shouted loudly at Dino. Dino nodded in satisfaction and gestured for the soldiers to bring documents. He said to the three, "These are the training programs I prepared for you. From today on, follow this regimen." The three received the documents and examined them carefully. Sualong, with a look of defiance, shouted, "What's this? I'm not training with this. Teach me swordsmanship instead." What Dino had prepared for them were the most basic training programs that could unlock the boda's potential, completely unrelated to combat techniques. Seeing Sualong's reaction, Dino raised his hand and shot a finger pistol that hit Sualong's forehead. Watching Sualong cover his head in pain, Dino said seriously, "Strength is the foundation of a strong warrior. Without strength, flashy techniques alone cannot make you powerful. Remember, techniques and moves are just means to deal with an enemy. Strength is what you rely on to face an opponent." With that, Dino raised his fist, wrapping it in a dense aura of Conqueror's Haki, and punched a shockwave of Conqueror's Haki toward the sea surface. Rumble! The calm sea surface was blasted into a kilometer-wide crater by Dino's punch. The seawater vaporized in the violent explosion, forming a white mist that hung in the air. Staring wide-mouthed at the scene, AC, Sualong, and Guyana couldn't help but murmur, "Is this really something a human can do?" In the following days, without Dino's supervision, the three trained themselves on the warship. 5 days later, at dawn, as sunlight broke through the darkness, the warship docked at the port of Kekiaxi village. AC looked at the small island in confusion and asked, "Uncle, where is this? Aren't we returning to Navy headquarters?" "We'll go back after dealing with some rotting elements in the Navy." Kekiaxi village, under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th branch, was ruled by Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Zaisa, who had long been the root cause of the villagers' exploitation in Shuangyue village. Dino waved to a soldier nearby. "Go find some villagers to gather information, and remember to bring the visual Den Mushi." This time, Dino did not intend to kill Zaisa on the spot, but to bring him back to Malinfanjuo for trial. After the soldiers left, Dino led AC, Guyana and Sualong slowly toward the 16th branch. The villagers on the road saw Dino in his Navy uniform and hurriedly hid their faces full of terror. AC observed this and whispered, "The villagers here are even more pitiful than those in Shuangyue village." Dino, with a grim face, continued walking and asked lightly, "Do you think it's like this in other places too?" AC glanced at Dino and replied softly, "Probably not. Definitely there are." Sualong shouted without restraint, "I don't believe Navy men in other places don't like money." Guyana quickly grabbed Sualong's hand and motioned him to stop talking, sensing that Dino was very angry. Sualong, puzzled, asked, "Why are you pulling me?" Just as Guyana was about to speak, Dino waved his hand to stop her. "It's fine. With so many people in the Navy, it's only natural to have a few bad apples." Then Dino continued, asking Sualong, "What do you think we should do to reduce the number of bad people?" Sualong thought for a moment and said, "Catch them all, and the bad people will naturally decrease." Dino was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily while patting Sualong's shoulder. "You're right. Kill them all, and the bad people will naturally decrease." Sualong shuddered and reminded Dino softly, I said catch them, not kill them. Dino smiled and walked toward the branch base. AC Sualong and Guyana fell behind him. The three kids exchanged glances. Guyana murmured, Uncle Dino is so scary. Did we board the wrong ship? Not at all, Sualong said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Dino's back. I think he's even cooler. The group soon arrived outside the 16th branch. Dino gestured with his chin toward Sualong and said, go tell the base commander to come out and see me. Complete the task, and he'll give you a gift. A gift? Sualong's eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward the branch gate. Dino took out a cigarette and was about to light it when sounds of a fight came from the gate. Dino looked up and couldn't help but slap his forehead. I just told him to deliver a message. Why did it come to a fight? AC and Guyana looked worried and said anxiously, Uncle, aren't you going to help? Dino lit the cigarette in his mouth and said to them, go help him. Let me see your skills. With two sounds of swords being drawn, AC and Guyana unsheathed their blades and charged into the fray, soon engaging in battle with the soldiers of the branch. Dino's observation Haki was locked on the three, ready to intervene at any moment. He just wanted them to experience real combat, not to risk their lives. The youngest Sualong was only 8, while AC and Guyana were just over 9, too young to risk their lives. Fortunately, their basic training was solid, and in just a few minutes they had defeated all the branch soldiers. 3 brats dare to attack the Navy. They'll kill you. A rough voice rang out, and a figure rushed out of the branch wielding a large blade. AC saw a flash of cold light before his eyes, and the sharp blade was already slashing toward his neck. Am I going to die, eh? AC screamed internally, desperately trying to raise his sword to block the attack, but the gap in both speed and strength between him and Zysa was immense. Just as Dino was about to shoot a finger pistol to save AC, he suddenly sensed a faint conqueror's Haki erupting from AC, stunning Zysa, Guyana, and Sualong in their tracks. With a clang, the broadsword fell to the ground. Zysa stared at AC in utter disbelief, his voice trembling as he gasped, What kind of monster are you? AC bent over, panting heavily, his face pale as paper. Awakening the conqueror's Haki at less than 10 years old had drained his mental strength immensely. Dino lit a cigarette and walked slowly from afar. It was only then that Zysa noticed there was another person. He looked up, and the instant he saw Dino's Vice Admiral coat, his pupils contracted into needles. He stammered, Vice Admiral Dino. Dino approached Zysa, looking down at the rugged man with an icy tone. Commander Zysa, come back with me to Marineford. Your crimes have come to light. Zysa immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly to Dino. Vice Admiral Dino, I dare not do it again. Please spare me this once. Dino stepped on Zysa, leaning forward with his eyes locked onto him. Spare you? Who spared the civilians? You? Knowing he was doomed, Zysa slumped to the ground, his face gray and lifeless, the usual sparkle in his eyes gone. Ignoring him, Dino turned to AC and the other 2. Go and inventory Zysa's assets. Find out who they were extorted from and return them as soon as possible. Zoro and Kuina immediately pulled AC into the base. On the way, Zoro couldn't help asking, how did you do that just now? To have a power like Uncle Dino's. AC pondered for a few seconds and shook his head. I don't know either. The 3 kids spent most of the day inventorying Zysa's property. AC handed the completed report to Dino. The more Dino read, the more he struggled to suppress his fury. He hurled the report into Zysa's face and said coldly, plundering over 20 towns for 3 consecutive years. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death? Zysa opened his mouth, but in the end he could only hang his head in silence. Where's the plundered money? It's less than 100 million belly. Hearing Dino's question, Zysa jerked his head up, grasping at a lifeline. Vice Admiral, I didn't dare spend a single belly. St. Charlos took it all. Last year, Fisher Tiger invaded Mary Geos, freed countless slaves, and burned down the Celestial Dragon's palace. To rebuild his palace, St. Charlos seized all my possessions. Dino sneered and waved for soldiers to escort Zysa back to the ship. He didn't believe a Celestial Dragon would rob Zysa. Rather, Zysa must have given the money to St. Charlos himself to curry favor with the dragon. After dealing with Zysa, Dino found himself in a predicament. He couldn't find a suitable person to serve as the base commander of Branch 16. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Wasn't Nami's adoptive mother living on the mountain of Kokoyasi village? Although she had retired from the Navy with his position, he could probably ask her to temporarily take charge of Branch 16 without issue. Thinking it, he acted. Dino went to Kokoyasi village that very day. As the 4 of them arrived in town, a man with stitches on his face blocked Dino's path. Navy, we've already paid this month's protection fee. What are you here for? Dino glanced at Jin, then at the villagers peering over from a distance. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The hatred these people held for the Navy surpassed even that for pirates. How pitiful. Composing himself, Dino said slowly, I am a Vice Admiral from Navy headquarters. Zysa has been arrested. From now on, no Navy will collect any fees from you. Jin was skeptical and asked cautiously, really? Zysa is really caught? Dino nodded slightly. I came here to ask Belmir to temporarily serve as the base commander of Branch 16. Jin's face lit up with ecstasy. He turned to the villagers behind him and shouted everyone that wretched Zaisa has been caught by a vice admiral from Navy headquarters. Kokoyashi village won't have to pay protection fees anymore. Then he grabbed Dinuo's hand and ran up the mountain shouting excitedly, Belmir lives on the mountain. Shall be thrilled to meet a vice admiral. Dinuo had no choice but to let Jin drag him along. After more than 10 minutes they arrived in front of a wooden house. Jin pushed the door open. Belmir, a vice admiral is here. Come out. The two little girls inside were startled. When they saw who it was, Nami pointed at Jin and said angrily, Jin, you're going to break the door. Where's Belmir? Jin walked over to Nami and pinched her cheek affectionately. Nojiko brought a chair and placed it beside Jin. Mom, Belmir is in the Tangerine Grove. Do you need her for something? Nojiko, Jin said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. The vice admiral wants to see your mother. Hearing the word Navy, Nami slapped Jin's hand away and hid timidly behind Nojiko. Are they here again? The tangerines in the grove haven't grown yet. They can't be picked anymore. Dino stepped into the wooden house and said gently to Nami, don't worry. The Navy won't come to pick your tangerine. Dino reached out and ruffled Nami's hair. She shrank her neck, but finally let his hand fall. After all, in any world good, Dino reached out and ruffled Nami's hair. She shrank her neck, but finally let his hand fall. After all, in any world, good-looking people are always easier to trust. Please wait a moment. They'll go get Belmir back right away. Jin rushed out of the wooden house and soon disappeared into the forest path. By then, AC Quinao and Zoro had also entered. Dino waved to AC. AC, take the two little girls to town and buy some food. We'll have dinner here tonight. Seeing AC and the others, Nami asked curiously, are they also Navy? They're as small as us. Dino chuckled. Go ahead. If you see anything you like, have AC buy it for you. The 5 children hopped and skipped down the mountain. Dino watched their receding figures, sat down in a chair, and lit a cigarette. As for Nami and Nojiko, Dino had no intention of taking them under his wing. He needed children with potential. Nami's navigational talent was not indispensable within the Navy system. After an unknown amount of time, Jin appeared at the door pulling along a red-haired woman. Belmir straightened her disheveled clothes and saluted Dino smartly. Vice Admiral Dino. Oh. Dino tossed a cigarette to Belmir. You know me. Belmir carefully tucked the cigarette into her jacket pocket and said excitedly, Vice Admiral Dino, you are my idol. How could I not know you? Dino smiled faintly. Since you recognize me, that's even better. I want to invite you to rejoin the Navy, temporarily serving as the base commander of Branch 16.